like the best guy. But he was also just a guy who was so disciplined. All he did was work out. We used to make fun of him for that all the time. He makes fun of himself for that, but he puts on muscle, man. He's ready to die.
That's one thing you can never fix. If you don't have the genetics to look good, you'll never look good.
Well, he trained, like, so he was a wrestler, and he saw this fucking Gracie stuff. And he went and met Hicks and Gracie. He was one of Hicks and Gracie's first students. They were training in his garage. And he was just obsessed, and that's all he would do.
Like, if you look up, there's a guy, this is just proof of what we're saying, like genetics. There's a guy named Craig Elias that's huge, but he can't win body. He was never going to win a bodybuilding competition because he just doesn't have.
Oh, Lord, that looks crazy. Oh, my Lord.
Well, because his lads.
He's just so big and just.
That's fake. That's what's crazy.
No, that's real.
No, what's crazy about bodybuilding?
That's real.
No, there's no.
Yeah, he does a lot of angles and stuff in his photos to try.
Is that real?
Yeah, that was him before he got super big.
That's weird.
That looks insane. That looks like it's fake.
But then you look at it, like, from a bodybuilding perspective, you're just like, he just
I saw this thing on Instagram. Have you seen how many bodybuilders have died under the age of 50?
Oh, bro. It's crazy.
It's a lot.
Yeah, I was like, holy shit.
That's what my trainer, Lou Brother, would always say. He's in that bodybuilding.
That's before and after picture right there.
I'm telling you. Dorian Yates said that. Dorian Yates said, you don't know how many guys have died. Like,
look it up, Jay. It was obviously on Instagram, so who knows if it's a real fact, but it was a whole meme about it.
No, it's crazy.
The average death is at the 47-year plus.
What? Hold on. That 597 male bodybuilders, the mean age of death is 47 years old.
You know why that's so realistic?
Most recent study, average death 45 years old.
What people don't realize with bodybuilders is, but morbidly obese person, your heart still has to work just as hard as
with your insulin, you're doing all kinds of
even if you're like on top of that, your heart can only handle so much.
Correct.
In 2021, article reported the death of 15 top-level bodybuilders in a single year, with 80% of them being 50 years older.
Oh my God.
Sudden cardiac death is
large left ventricular hypertrophy found in autopsy. The use of performance-enhancing drugs such as anabolic androgenic steroids is strongly suspected as a contributing factor due to potential cardiovascular effects. Whoa.
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
I had no idea. I would have told you no way.
They're going so hard in the paint. Again, they don't have fortune journals. Everybody's born with regular shit.
Yeah.
And then you're just pumping all that through it non-stop. As Trump says, your heart only has so many beats.
And you look at it too, like the guys back in the day, like the Arnold days, like they would get shredded, big, and all that for the shows.
Those are the best.
But like they wouldn't stay on all year round.
You know what? They'd have
HGH
changed the game. That's where like Ronnie Coleman's came along, and like he hit this, and then he kept getting, it's like the free acid. Like Arnold was 240. Yeah, look fucking great. And then all of a sudden, the Ronnie Coleman's, Jay Cutler's, then it went from that looking like that, which they have a class for that now.
It's called classic physique. Like
classic physique. That's what it was. The Olympics back in the day, and now they show the biggest freaks they can find. Dude, I think the average weight's like 300 pounds.
Have you ever seen Nick Walker, the bodybuilder? My height, 300 pounds. Enjoy that. Looks, and every time he's on, like talking to a camera, you can hear him breathing from a mile away. That's not even him at his biggest. Top left.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, he's a mutant. I mean, that's insane.
You don't live a long life like that.
No, that's fucking
no, and you don't have much fat either. Like it's super low body fat. You're looking at your body of carbs on top. Like that.
Yeah, it's just abuse
all the time. Yeah, that's the thing. People think they look at that and go, he's shredded, he's lean. Look at him, he's super healthy. It's actually the opposite.
So the opposite.
Unhealthy people in the world.
They have sleep apnea because their neck is so big, so they don't have very sleep right there.
Yeah.
And some pro bodybuilders that we talked to recently said that he'll never be a champion because you get that big and it's too hard to even condition yourself to get to the right body fat percentage.
Yeah. Damn.
Let me it's cool. Good for them. I dig it, but for me,
I used to want that when I was younger. I wanted that. And then I got to a certain age, I'm like, that's not an ideal life at all. That's not.
no, if you talk to them like their diets, like, dude, it's like hate eating. Like they
Ryan Shaw told me when he's competing, when he was competing, I think, what did he say? Like literally 4 hours of his day is chewing. 4 hours of his day is chewing. He would eat every, I guess, 2 hours, an hour and a half.
And the meals he was eating were like
massive.
What he would eat for a day.
Yeah, and you couldn't take it in as liquid. You had to chew it for whatever reason. It was just,
yeah, no one wants that life.
Eating 10,000 calories a day is insane.
It's a nightmare. Let's take a little break. It's one of our faves, buddy. It's one of our faves.
Muscular, and he looks
Get the
muscular.
pants and the freaking
Yes,
shirt.
but we're both wearing and the underwear. I have underwear on.
Oh, wow.
My shoes and socks the only thing are not true classic.
We're talking about true classic, the best of the best. We've been with Ryan forever before he was the Scrooge McDuck of shirts. The dude's absolutely balling out. You see him in the UFC. You see him at Target. You see him at Costco. They're all freaking.
Well, they've sold 25 million shirts to 5 million.
They're simply the best, man. If you see it in a white tee, it's true classic. Any of the regular tees, true classic. Button up, true classic. Joggers, true classic.
That guy.
The best of the best. You can find them again. Amazon, super easy. Target, Costco, and
That guy go.
Sam's Club. Or you make it super easy on yourself. Go to trueclassic.com/fighter to grab the perfect gift for everyone this year.
Before you can go spend a fortune on overpriced designers, please go ahead and do that.
Yeah, look like a asshole.
Yeah, or just go to True Classic. But I guess 200,000
It'll be the best thing you've ever done.
That's right.
Trueclassic.com.
Like, could you even think of a food you could eat? Because I saw this on Instagram. They said for $5 million, name one food that you could only eat that and hit 15,000 calories a day. You could eat 15,000 calories with a pizza.
Hey, Jen, how many calories are in a large pepperoni pizza? Entire pizza? Yeah, I can down. Like that slice.
You eat more than one pie?
What's up?
You think you could eat more than one pie?
Yeah, that slice of Austin, I'll take to a bite.
Reds really are, though. 3,000 calories.
3,000? No, that's less than
So you have to take 5. You have to eat 5 pizzas.
I can't eat that.
In 24 hours for $5 million?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you can eat 5.
Yeah, for that money.
Easily. You can eat 2 for breakfast, 2 for lunch, 2 for dinner. You can space it out.
That's a lot when you really think about all that cheese.
I do fucking love.
You'd eat 1
You would never want it ever again.
No, you eat 1 for breakfast, then you work out like a motherfucker. Then you eat 1 at 11. Then you work out. Or you go for a
You can span it across
It'll be fun.
12 hours.
Yeah, we'll get that.
Someone in the comments said olive oil, and I'm like, there's no way you're surviving.
Olive.
Just the calories.
Yeah, because
How many calories in a steak?
a liter of olive oil would be enough, but you would just shit. I don't think you'd ever be, your asshole would never be the same.
It feels so terrible.
That's crazy.
Is it a ribeye bar?
Yeah. So 1,000 calories for a large ribeye. So you can't eat 56.
That's not happening. No.
Not a shot. You need pizza. It's gotta be pizza.
That's all I'm thinking. These high calories.
I was thinking croissants, because they're so airy.
No, dude.
Like 500 calories a croissant.
How many calories in a croissant?
If they're buttered croissants, because the butter adds some calories.
Yeah.
It's not a bad idea. Just toss a shit ton of. Wow.
That'd be a lot of croissants.
You can't do it.
Dude, how pizza's tough to beat.
It's tough to beat. What about a baked potato or a sweet potato?
No way. There's no way you're eating 15,000 potatoes.
It's dubbed up then. No, that's a healthy.
160 calories.
That's a regular. If you really try to hit the calorie mark, you could do milkshakes.
Milkshake.
Oh, that's
Just
interesting.
straight ice cream, like double fudge milkshake, like a frappuccino from Starbucks, a venti frappuccino.
Yeah.
Or one of those like Sonic ones that have ice cream melted inside of
Let's
it.
see a vanilla milkshake. Bring that up.
That's your easiest way.
You're shitting your fucking brains out, though.
Either way, you're shitting your brains.
Dude, 700 calories.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you still gotta take in 15 milkshakes. That's a fuck.
You're fucked up for a good week. I mean, the $5 million is going to be worth it because you're just going to be shitting your fucking brains out.
I mean, no, I think it's pizza.
I think pizza's number one. Yeah, because it's high fat.
It's 5 pizzas.
I think you're correct.
Yeah. Because fats are what's going to get you there. Yeah, the most calorie dense, and everything else that's high fat, that much would be fucking disgusting.
And if you have pepperoni on it, some Parmesan
Sausage.
cheese, some sausage.
Yeah, but that's a lot. Damn.
And I do extra marinara. That slice of Austin, too.
Man, have you found good pizza here?
Slice of Austin. Have you had it?
Hoboken slice, dude, is good.
Hoboken is the one that I've said is acceptable. But that's like a New Yorker, like, I'm such a fucking pizza snob.
Fuck New York. You guys in New York,
Excuse you?
eat your dick.
Excuse
I'm talking about New York pizza. New York pizza. I've had plenty of pizza in New York that suck. Raised pizza's not good.
Raisin, no one would put
You know what I'm
raisins on.
saying?
That's for pizza.
I know, but like I've had the pizza. I've had it on Springsteen, Prince Street. Look at this.
Street's good, but it's no John's on Bleecker, LMB Simone Gardens in Brooklyn. You're not beating. There's no pizza in the country that's beating them. I mean, that's crazy.
I've never had
Juliana takeaway fuck you, though.
Yeah. And by the way, so does Rose Cafe.
Are these the Los Angeles places?
LA's got
Julian,
I'll put LA
GTA is
pizza
fucking-
all day. I know it sounds crazy.
Someone needs to clip this as the dumbest thing
You'll find
anyone's ever
me
said.
a better pizza than Juliana. I'm waiting.
Juliana takeaway, though, because they have the big slices.
Let me guess, it's New York.
What's the other one that we used to go to? Justa.
Juice, yeah.
I bet you, is it New York style?
Now, to be fair,
Yeah.
his dad is from New York. Is a Jewish guy for you.
Oh,
So he does the
Best
sourdough.
style.
He does the fresh mozzarella.
Looks fine.
It's also, by the way, $40 a pizza. It's expensive as shit.
Go to John's on Bleecker. And
Bring up John's on Bleecker. I've been to John's on Bleecker. Bring up John's on Bleecker before I freak out.
I had to tell you, that slice of Austin ain't nothing to fuck with, man. Such
John's on Bleecker. He's the best.
Get that shit out of my face.
It's all right. I've had John's on Bleecker, bro. It's just okay.
It's so good that you have to wait online, and then you can only order as a pie.
Oh, I got good pizza for you, Austin. It's a guy from Chicago owns it for like Chicago. They do the thin slices too for New York. They have the thick Chicago style. It's called Lefties.
Lefties.
They fried him from Chicago. They have a fucking brick and mortar right here.
I'm not crazy about the thin crust, though, you know? I like a thinner crust.
I'm a thin slice guy. It's gotta be it has to be a well done slice.
Not crispy.
Yeah, you gotta have a crisp. I don't want it to fold and be
And you're greasy.
yeah, like an oily
Yeah,
stuff.
fuck yeah, dude.
I will say one thing, and you probably enjoy this pizza. There's a place in Connecticut that might top New York pizza called Frank Pepe's, and it's rated the #1 pizza in the country. And as a New Yorker, it's hard to say that it's better.
We're in Connecticut.
New Haven.
Really?
It's a guy from Napoli, and he makes it like the same style as from back
Well,
home.
they go crazy, those guys. With the semolina.
It's
Maybe what's the place by the way Mark Henry owns in New Jersey?
It's called hot oil slice, and it's incredible.
But again,
fucking love pizza.
yeah, that guy know me too. That guy's actually taking his tomatoes so seriously, his mozzarella so
He
seriously.
knows. Oh, no, that's Mark Henry. That's a black guy, right, Jim? I'm talking about Mark Henry, the comedian. Frankie Hancock. Come on,
That's a black guy.
That's the same name as his pizza.
That is for sure a black guy.
I know, there it is.
You did this. You said it was unbelievable.
That's Pinos. Yeah, dude.
Wow, that looks fucking. I can already tell it's good.
That picture was terrible, right? But, that's fucking great, dude.
I would put New York pizza over pizza from Italy. That might be a hot take.
I mean, I just had pizza in Italy, and I was like, okay.
It's fine. And they also, when they try and act like they know pizza, advanced pizza, they didn't have tomatoes until the United States came around. So
That wasn't actually on the instance. That was they. So tomatoes were
maybe the Americas. I'm sorry, the Americas. Yeah. Before the Americas, no tomatoes.
I've never been anywhere where I was like, oh my god, I've had good food everywhere, but it's not like
There's certain places that are
just
just
like claim to fame. Like,
New York pizza, Philadelphia cheesesteaks.
the hell's all right?
What? You haven't been to a good cheesesteak?
Well, here's this place called Chicks in Morristown, New Jersey, or South Jersey.
So it's near Philly.
Yeah, and the thing about Philly cheesesteak, if you do it right, is like they got.
Where's the place where Bradley Cooper goes?
They got a bread. They got the bread.
Went right to
Yeah,
you.
that was good.
My boys own that
Good.
Supreme.
Yep. They got bread. which is good. But there's a place that has the sharp provolone. It's sharp provolone. They got the broccoli raw, and then they got the sausage. So I know it's not a Philly cheesesteak, but goddamn, it's good.
I like the whiz on it.
Just describe.
You like the whiz?
I just like the whiz.
Well, I know I did. The shaved beef, shaved steak.
I hear you.
Right? Then you get the aged provolone.
Okay.
And then you put the broccoli raw.
Yeah, fuck all this, man. Our listeners like, dude, we don't care. But even was it the Godmother sandwich? They shut down now because they like were taking shits and not washing their hands. Of that place in Bay City. What? Yeah, they got shut down. Bay City's the Godmother sandwich.
Bay City's in LA.
Yeah.
I love Bay City's. They got shut down.
Yeah, because they were shitting. They're like licking their hands and making sandwiches or something. I don't know. Look it up. Look it up. I might be basing it up.
Still open, I think.
I don't know. They had some. I think someone shit in one of the subs or something.
Oh, that's a problem.
Here. Yeah, shut down that.
Some rats above it. Come on.
That's what they tell you.
Yeah.
I got my ear to the ground. You think they're shutting it down just because a few rats ate a sandwich on the ground?
Somebody ate the Godmother. Wow.
There was a Chinese place in the Bronx in my neighborhood that everyone used to love called Hawaii Sea. Hepatitis outbreak.
Well, that's when you have shit. That's when shit.
Is that what it is?
Somebody put shit in your sandwich.
Or they took your shit and then made your sandwich.
Either way,
That's China.
Crazy hepatitis outbreak.
yeah, well, that's probably somebody who was like, I'm gonna line every sandwich with shit. That was somebody who decided to get disgusted.
Dumplings with fire though.
Like when people are like, oh, you ever had bread in Italy, you ever had this in New York? Yeah, man, I don't need to fly to that out.
People don't understand what a
in Texas.
people don't understand what a feat of
Really? I mean, they just get brisket and fucking Kansas City.
people don't understand what a feat of engineering and incredible ingenuity was to create sanitation on the scale. It's all kinds of shit. And now you don't have to worry about that shit.
Anyways.
There's one history minute with Brian. This is the history minute, guys, with Brian. You're afraid of water.
It's incurable once you get it, right?
I don't think so. I think they have to shoot a bunch of injections in your stomach. It's a good time. But there's a guy who had you can see him going crazy. This one guy right there. That's a good time. He's afraid of water.
But this is homophobic.
But he can't drink. Yeah, he can't drink. You go crazy. Drink some water. You gotta drink some water.
IV.
You can't hold them down too.
The IV you can.
You gotta strap them down. And don't panic.
This is every fat person in the Midwest when it's not a 2-liter bottle of
You can't drink
soda.
water. It makes you. It kills you. And the disease is so amazing. You know how it spreads. It makes you crazy, and you bite somebody and give them it.
What if that's where a zombie movie
Shit
came
is
from?
zombie. Yeah, it's legit. This was a legit problem.
It's like he's being dramatic.
No, he's not.
No?
He's not, Bubba. That's what he's dealing with. That's what rapists do. They can't.
Not that he can't drink water, but he's really shaking, doing act outs.
You can't. They can't even go near a body of water. They'll freak out.
Dude, unless he starts wiping out the end, turn this off.
You want to see a fun video? So I was on Instagram last night, and you know Sal Logano, right?
Yeah.
Well, he had to issue an apology.
What happened?
So he'll say he put out his tour poster on Instagram or TikTok.
Just playing for a show.
What's up, everybody? Sorry for the way I look. I just been laying around the house all day waiting for the Steelers-Ravens game. Yeah, yesterday my social media team posted my tour poster across all my social platforms. And they did so on TikTok without audio. I found out today, when I was alerted to this post, that TikTok will assign their own trending audio to your posts, even if you don't post any audio. There was trending audio of some type of racially charged rant, and TikTok took it upon themselves to connect that to my tour poster, which is unfortunate. So, at first I thought I was hacked, but no, not at all. I don't know why they would allow something like that to track and then actually assign it to people's videos. Obviously, I'm a public-facing person. I saw in the comments that it happened to a bunch of other people. Just be on the lookout for this, because obviously we have careers, lives, reputations, right? So
that's all.
That's not really fair.
For the record, Sal is not only the nicest guy ever, not racist, also one of the most PG. Like, anybody could go see this guy. So
Sounds great. Let me see the original post.
watch the post is crazy.
What's wrong with TikTok?
Now Jews be bitches be bitching. Jews be and it's what they do.
Is that
Now Jews be
and TikTok just thought that
They
was
thought, because TikTok just will look at and go, this should fit, this trending sound will fit what you're doing.
man, that algorithm.
That's fucking brutal.
Wild.
This is why we don't let you post your own things on social media, bro.
Yeah, is Nick Fuentes banned from TikTok?
Everything.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Except for X.
Yeah, but he's not racist. I love when he's like, I'm not racist. But you are.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's why he's
Gone from an expansion team to a playoff team. And tonight, for the first time in history, a state that has had Super Bowls, golf tournaments, tennis tournaments, spring training, and hurricane football will host an NBA playoff game. Hello, I'm Craig Sager. The sellout crowd is 15,008, but the demand in tickets has been so large that some seats have gone for over 10 times their face value. This is my ticket. It is also your ticket, and I invite you to join me as we go inside the Miami Arena, where the Heat logo, flaming basketballs, burning nets, and the hottest ticket around all indicate that the Heat is on.
I'm not going to be in Appleton, Wisconsin this weekend. There's all those racial jokes I'll probably by accident. But
All right, guys, enough's enough with the hate. If you also don't like hate, come to fucking Appleton,
I'm from Appleton, Wisconsin. Or where the fuck am I going? Edmonton. Weekend after that. Hilarious.
Yeah, it worked for them. Yeah, you got attention. Like, in those tour posters, you eat dick. Yeah. Like, you can make some cool ones, and people are like, all right, dude.
Remember back in the day, you could put up cool graphics and people would just like it. Yeah, people were just like,
The bar raised way too high, like, just a normal dude. All of that stuff.
yeah. Like, you have to back, at this point, you have to back Timmy No Breaks, where he's doing a whole AI scene of him shooting Joe Rogan.
It's crazy. What else you got, Jim?
Nick,
What else you want to do?
this one? This I just thought was, I don't think this is logistic, but it's the first one has been put out.
The flying car?
For more than a decade of development, the world's first commercial flying car is now in production and is being assembled right here in the United States. The Olive Model A Ultralight is a road-legal vehicle and aircraft that will fly above the roadways. And get this, there's room for two inside. It will run for about 200 miles on the ground and just over 100 in the air. The innovative aircraft also has a cruising speed of 110 miles per hour while in flight. And though attainable for some, the flying car will set you back about $300K. We started making a first car model. The first car to be kind of like a test car to be delivered and see how people will use it in a real environment. There's a lot of regulations which you have to abide. You cannot just fly anywhere above New York, above San Francisco. That's not how this works. And our number one, actually number zero priority simpler than driving a car. You still need a driver license. It is very simple to operate. You can literally teach you in less than half an hour.
Multiple people in the comments said, "Why is Brian Callen narrating the beginning of this?"
Is that thing? Is that AI or is that real?
No, it's real.
It's real because Elon, I know for the debut of their next car, it's going to be flying. Yeah, he's working on it.
I feel like for obvious reasons, that's a bad idea in New York City.
Yeah.
Things flying in New York City near buildings.
Tariffs are like, oh, hell
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
110 miles an hour. I mean,
But there's going to be so many regulations on this. Like, if you buy one, you're kind of fucked. I guess you could fly around here a little bit, you know?
guys,
What if you need a pilot's license?
I don't think so. You just need I don't know.
He said driver license.
You're not flying very high, right?
Yeah, I was just going to say there's going to be an elevation
Issue.
well, is like almost limit. It's pretty like you can't fly as high as hell.
Imagine getting killed by the first flyby.
Oh,
God.
That's embarrassing.
not good.
Yeah.
Drunk chick falls out the side. Dude, it's gonna be
Imagine a drunk driver in this. I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
Fucked up
yeah,
driver.
though.
Depending.
Yeah.
Depending.
Yeah.
Someone driving around.
I say shitty today. My brother-in-law was like, you know anybody who hogs at helicopters? I go, my boy right here, Shane Steiners, he got a helicopter and we can shoot hogs out of his helicopter. And he goes, no. I don't have people who are hunting who don't know how to shoot because they'll shoot the blades off my chopper. Because when I dip, people go goo, and it kills you. Okay, so that's not what I do. What I do is I end up. I have professionals like Tim Kennedy. That's who does it. Okay.
Yeah.
Not even Shane Steiner's not letting your random brother-in-law use his helicopter.
He's like, I was like, I never thought about it. I never thought of that. He's like, yeah, dude. It's like, because I thought, I'll grab a gun. It's like, no. It's fucking, yeah, happens all the time.
The fact that none of us thought of that is exactly why.
That's right.
Beat the fucking worst.
That's right. I never thought. I was like, I'll just shoot the fucking now, dude. We're coming this way. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a real fucking.
That's a problem.
That's gonna. Yeah, you're going out.
But again, right. I wasn't thinking about this one.
That's why we don't know that.
Yeah. That's why we
don't have to worry about this problem.
don't have to worry about this.
So shit, Jen. Let's see. Nick has some Reddit stuff here.
So this is not a video. This is just someone found a colorized photo of a Shah talking to FDR, and everyone says this. They thought it was you photoshopped, and I found out that is the original picture.
That's not the Shah. That looks like the king of Saudi Arabia.
Oh, that's what it was. Yes.
That's the king of Saudi Arabia.
Are you Saudi Arabia?
Dude, if you grew
into it, yeah, that's. I mean,
you
that's
grew up
Photoshop.
No, it's a real photo.
You do actually have that look. You're
the same. Are you Middle Eastern at all?
I don't think so.
I gotta get you an ancestry test.
I know.
This might be your.
I'll rock with those.
Oh, dude. Oh, that's Brendan Shaw. That's Brendan Shaw. Dude.
That's Brendan Shaw.
Well, the Shaws are wrong. The Shaws are wrong.
Shah Akbar.
But that's, dude.
Yeah, fair
It's Brendan
point.
Shaw Akbar.
I would definitely fit in out there, you know.
Yeah.
The hobby.
That's money, man.
Right. Yeah, that looks like me in 10 years.
Yeah.
I saw it and I'm like, he has to see this. This is
I've never
crazy.
seen it. That's great.
It's a real colorized photo. That's FDR back in the day.
Damn.
That is, yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
You were alive
So
at that time.
that's bin Faisal. That's Faisal from the House of Saud.
You're a fucking dork for knowing that. That's crazy. Did you?
I've been in Saudi Arabia for 3 years.
Brad Pitt, the needle.
That's
definitely a great uncle of mine. Not a big deal. Pretty cool.
There's some relation somewhere.
Has to be.
he had a lot.
Have you ever done ancestry?
He had a lot of kids. You want to know how many kids he had? It's around 300. Because he would come in, he would marry a woman, get her pregnant, and then divorce her and move on. Here, take a look at how many kids. I think it's Faisal bin Saud.
I know, man. Faisal.
I think it's, maybe it's King Faisal. Just say how many children did King Faisal have? Is it Faisal or is it
Fickle.
the House of Saud? Original King of Saudi Arabia.
There it is.
Yeah, King Faisal just been up around 13. Yeah, so he had numerous children.
13 total.
No, he had more.
It's not a lot.
No, he had
It's like slightly more than you at this
You
point.
said suggests around 13 children total.
Yeah, I think he had 300 though, and that's the.
This feels like a tall tale.
Yeah, it seems like your history's a little off, though.
Might be a little off.
He only has 9 more than you, but. Yeah, 9's not. Mormons out like getting the fuck out.
Right. Can you see who, like, who's the original king of Saudi Arabia?
Original King of Saudi Arabia?
Yeah.
I feel like I should cut this off.
Yeah. Sure, the podcast gets a script.
You're right.
Maybe do this on your own time.
The same guy who learned about E. coli before it is.
Yeah.
Abdulaziz bin Saud. Take a look at how many kids that dude has. That's the guy. I'm sorry. My bad, everybody.
45, that's better.
45.
Still pretty good.
45 fucking kids. No, had around 90 total. Pretty impressive. 90 kids.
How many baby mamas does that have to be?
What's that?
How many baby mamas?
We had 22 wives, sir.
It was
He was easily marrying daughters of tribal chiefs to form alliances, and then he would divorce them.
He was shooting ropes, though.
Oh,
Yeah, you gotta give it up to his sperm.
You gotta give it up.
They're swimmers.
Well,
Swimmers.
He shooting Arabian ropes.
the Arabian Bedouin were famed for their power, sexual, there's all these stories about it, because they lived on camel milk, bread, and dates, and apparently that was like.
But they smell like shit. I know.
Because they're in the desert, right? So it's not, you don't really sweat much.
In the desert?
No, it evaporates.
Nah, I still gotta get stinky, dude.
You need baby powder no matter what.
So you want to know when you rub yourself with sand, it takes all the oil off. Believe it or not, you can get a shower with sand. You can wipe your ass with sand.
That sounds miserable.
I know, but it'll take it. So when you spill like oil on
This sounds like something stinky people would say.
when you spill oil on
You
your
just wash yourself in sand.
you put sand, you put like flour on it, and it'll just pick it up.
I know. You take a shit from me, and then
Wipe your ass with sand.
If it's very fine sand, I'm gonna rub my shitter. And then you just.
You ever taken a dump at Brian's house?
Sand works with abrasive action, yeah. It's
another sanitizing agent.
Yeah. So I want you to shit, and I'm gonna wipe your ass with sand. You bend over, and I'll just give you an old.
People do use sand to clean their pots and pans when camping. It works.
Yeah.
Now, there's a couple more good ones. Have you seen the new show, The Landman?
Landman, yes.
Well, here's the land moon. You see Brian's eyes.
Fuck you people, man. Fuck you, all of you.
I just don't know who's on the left. Is that Dice?
I don't know. It's probably fucking me.
Who's on the far left?
I shaved it. My terrible.
Holy shit.
God. At least you laugh, bro.
Come think white plus.
Who's the girl? Who's that?
It's supposed to be Joanna.
Then there's Joe on the right.
That's
What the fuck is over there?
The only one that looks like identical is Brian.
I think they just copied it. Yeah, right? Is that the Unabomber over there?
I haven't seen the show.
Landman?
Man, almost said Landman. Landman's fucking.
Is it good?
Fantastic.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Is it Yellowstone caliber? Yeah.
Yeah, Yellowstone kind of fell off season 3, 4, and super slow. Landman's only the second season, but it's fucking.
It's facts.
Yeah. It's fucking great.
I've been looking for
My
a
favorite
show.
on TV.
Yeah.
Especially now, Stranger Things, is it tonight? The 7th?
That's what I'm trying. I don't know.
This dude keeps sending me these fucking things in my hopes up that they're gonna release some
Full on conspiracy theories right now.
But I love me some conspiracies. Then I watch the videos he sends me, like if you pause it, you gotta be a super dork, which I appreciate. But like if you pause it here in season 2, episode 7, at 4 minutes in, the clock
The
says
clock is set at
1:07. It's like it's 1:07. We look here, it's 1:07. And they go so far.
There's no Strange Things is not having a new episode tonight. This was a viral fan theory called
Conformity gate.
Is this cool, Jim? Yes. Yeah, listen, man. I'm gonna listen. I'm still checking.
There's a mass hysteria going on. People are convinced.
It's a great idea.
Because if
that'd be brilliant, right?
everything, because like the people, if it's not happening, then the commenters are better writers than the Duffer Brothers.
Pissed if it doesn't happen.
Yeah, like because
The thing to do is just spring it on us.
Oh, dude, I fucking should have got you. I thought he did. Someone made a shirt that said "Stronger Things."
that's sick.
Emma Gordon.
That's sick. That's sick.
I can't wait for it. It's so sick.
That's sick. I'd wear that
Yeah,
on stage.
I'll get you
Hey
one.
guys, I want to be part of it.
No, I it was his thinner things.
You do have a very Demogorgon physique.
Yeah, I'm not even up on the. I'm not being insulted. I'm not even up on the fucking chronology.
Emma Gordon, like abs, shoulders. Those
But they have that very narrow strength.
Yeah.
Yeah, wiry.
Yes.
Like an avatar.
Of an avatar body.
There's no way they release a special Stranger Things tonight.
You don't think so?
It would make my year.
The only thing that is telling me that there's a possibility of something is when they asked Millie about the ground, they're like, and sorry for anybody who is an
Listen,
adult that doesn't watch
look
the
out
show.
the dance.
But
All the guys in the track team decided to go to the movies and skip it.
Happened up
Big deal.
until this season.
You didn't see Stephanie sitting on the couch over herself, dressed up like a basic
finale.
She took it pretty hard, huh? She was devastated. It broke my heart to see the tears in her eyes.
It's kind of
You didn't think about her feelings at all. Not only did you ruin her night, but you missed out on getting to know her.
But on the 12th, they're putting out like a table read of the fun. So that's what I wonder.
Which you won't watch.
I'm gonna watch it.
Oh, yeah.
But I'm like, maybe that's the because in the.
He was sorry about what happened, and he wants to make it up to me by buying me a pizza at the mall. Steph, I gotta talk to you. And I have to talk to you. Ryan apologized. I know. The whole school knows. Your dad chased him down the hall, covered him with canned ham, and then shoved him in a locker. You talked to him? No. What did you say?
So, and there's a lot
Okay,
of things
I told him that when he...
Also, if you watch the end, they're all in orange jumpsuits, which doesn't make
every other grade that they graduated was green.
Yeah, so they're in orange, and they're thinking it's Vecna's, like, and so that's his ending, where they thinking that's why they did well. So they're all in orange, and if you look at everyone behind every single major actor, like the glasses like Vecna, they're also sitting like this, every single one.
Yeah, and they also said that when they asked the Duffer Brothers at the beginning, they're like, what's a way to describe the season? And they said traitor. And so far, nothing's come out that seems very traitor-like. And what I would say is if Mike actually was the one who was cursed, and he's the one that's actually the Sog's the dream that's in his head that we just saw, that would make a lot of sense.
Stranger Things going to have another season or
No.
This is supposedly the end.
They're gonna have a spin-off.
They're going to have spin-offs. My only problem with if this is all in Mike's head, that was kind of crazy affecting the big. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make your friend come out as gay for no reason. And it's going to be a very long, drawn-out coming out of the closet.
It's gonna be 20 minutes.
Mike's going to come out and wasn't going to be like, what happened to you in there? He's like, dude, I had this fucking weird dream about you.
I pray to God we get it. I just don't. I don't see it happening.
And there's
On the plane, I just finished. Again, you gotta be cool with gay stuff. It's the gayest show you ever watch, but it's so goddamn good. Interview with the Vampires on Netflix, 2 seasons. Blah blah.
It was a TV show of it?
It was a TV show on AMC.
Yeah, and the movie was amazing back then.
Dude, this trumps the movie.
Really?
So
What do you like about it?
I like the time period. I like that they're not right. I love New Orleans. Like
Gay stuff.
yeah, I like the hardcore blood sex. Just the vampires are like realistic. It's cool, man. Yeah.
I gotta check it out.
Dig it. It's except there's gonna be some. If you have problems with Will, then the last season
They're gonna bang it.
yeah, hardcore
Do
vampire.
they show dick?
No dick, but they're naked a lot.
Yeah. I feel like shows are showing more dick nowadays. Like you watch The Boys.
I didn't watch it, but yeah, it's big dick, right?
There's a lot of dick happening. A lot more dick than tits in that show, which is crazy.
Yeah, I'd say that Interview with the Vampire on Netflix is the best vampire show or movie I've ever seen.
Really?
Yeah, it's good.
Speaking of movies, I actually was just telling Brian about this other day, and this is the gayest thing I've ever said out loud, but the new Sydney Sweeney movie.
Which one?
I think it was called...
The Lake? Something?
No, she's like a maid inside the house.
Did you see her in the lake one?
No.
Bubba. On Amazon?
What is this movie that just came out? Housemaid.
Housemaid.
It's such a crazy twist to it.
Scroll in, Jim. Let me see the rest of the movies. Before we go to Housemaid, no, you're on it. You just these right? Yeah, let me see those. Echo Valley.
Echo Valley.
You ever seen Echo Valley? She plays meth addict. That dude, that's your homework for the night.
I'll watch it.
Knock your socks off.
I'll watch it.
Then get to the gay stuff. But yeah.
You know what I've noticed about her? She has to. There must be something in her contract that says she has to show her tits in every movie. And the one movie that didn't work out and it's been a flop is the movie where she played an ugly girl. Because no one wants to see an ugly Sydney Sweeney.
Oh, Jim, that's my problem with Pluribus. That like I've continued to watch. I'm like, all right, whatever. I'm distracted. Could we not get a physically more attractive female? Be the lead. So ugly.
Oh, I know.
No, she's just some lesbian, and I'm like, I'm not gonna watch her for
That's not keeping your interest.
If it was Sydney Sweeney on the best show of all time, but she's just like this lesbian, and she's real mean to people. And I'm like,
this is a hot take, and I think that people are going to be like, who the fuck are you to say this? I don't find Sydney Sweeney to be that hot. I don't. She's downsy in the face.
That's Brian's type before we move on. Brian's like, actually,
no, she needs bigger arms and calves. Brian loves the muscle comic.
And a dick and a mustache.
I need you to take that what I said about Sydney Sweeney.
I can't, dude. She's not that. You're blinded by her tits. You're blinded by her body.
Yeah, I would say overall,
and I'm not a tit guy.
I would say overall that you may find that she's got a great personality. She's beautiful.
Oh, and she also works on trucks.
Mosaic Down syndrome.
No, I would be all over that. That's a great time.
You guys are insane.
She's
I don't know what the booty's about. I don't know what her butt it may be.
You never saw her?
That's very Sydney Sweeney.
She's not Down syndrome.
I know. I understand. She's got the hooded eyes. She tends to look a little bit.
You guys are idiots.
The hottest girl with Down syndrome, for sure.
Wow. Who's like your North Star, girl-wise, before
all time?
Like just anyone right now.
Adriana Lima.
When she was young.
Yeah. That's.
I mean, there's no one who disagrees with you, sir. I mean, when she was younger, forget it.
That's it.
Jen, let me see her smile. The early days, the front teeth there.
Oh, the early days?
Yeah. Here's the problem, though. No talent.
It's a model.
This is a good point.
No talent. She'd be terrible, man.
This is a good point, Brennan.
Not that big. Okay.
No, this is. Oh, look, she has Jen's face. That's actually good.
She did age expansively, but
she didn't age well.
Where's she from? Yeah, she ate all the bananas.
Well, this is where she was younger.
That's why I said all time.
When she was younger, it's hard to hear.
Hi.
With her teeth? Oh, her mouth? You're gonna hate on Sydney.
You're fine, Lucy.
No.
She's impossible.
That's the most beautiful girl that's ever existed.
Large her mouth.
Those are
Sydney Sweeney looks like she should be.
Come on.
Okay, first off, Sydney Sweeney should be chewing grass in the field. What are you talking about?
Chewing on this dick in the field.
bro. Those are so aggressive.
Should we give her carrots?
Aggressive. Should we
feed her hay?
I'd feed her anything.
Bring up her body, though, like when she was young in Victoria's Secret.
The talent, which is cool, the talent.
No, I'm with you on that. Talent and everything.
Sydney Sweeney, great actress. Great.
So, wait till you watch that Echo movie.
Right there, Chin. No, Chin. Just Chin. Go back, please. You're the worst.
Dude, I can't read your mind. I can't read your mind.
That girl right there, Chin, with the wet hair right there.
Dude. Brennan, look at this.
Yeah, I mean,
she's don't get her wrong. She's
But you know what? You're making a point. Like, but like, Sydney Sweeney's talent makes her head and shoulders.
Yeah, she's smart too.
She's more talented. But, I mean, if you were going to say, then I would go Ana de Armas would be the next decision.
I think Sofia Vergara. Sofia Vergara is
Ana de Armas has, like, that natural look to her where you're like, oh my God.
Monroe, right?
Yeah,
she's...
Who is this?
Ana de Armas, Cuban. Dark hair.
I don't know.
She played Marilyn Monroe. She's also... I think they cast her as Marilyn Monroe.
And she's a very talented actress.
God, yeah, she's incredible. Yeah, forget it.
Yeah, she killed that shit.
She beats Lord.
Yeah, she's incredible.
And she's an action star in the John Wick movies, Ballerina, and fucking.
Yeah, you're done. You're done with that. Yeah, she's done. You're fucked. You move her in your house right now. You don't have to know her. Move her in right now. I don't even care if she speaks English. It's a huge problem.
Also, I definitely have I don't. Blondes never. Done it for me. It's never done it for me. And I know people are watching this going, wow, look at these guys saying that.
I'm a brunette guy.
I still have eyes.
Look, I'm gorgeous, so I know.
She's dating Tom Cruise. Yeah.
She is dating Tom Cruise?
Yeah, she likes small guys.
Well, when you're the average height, when you're the king.
Average height. I'd say he's probably around my height. You think so?
Yeah, he's bigger.
Yeah. Brian also thinks that I'm much shorter than I am.
You're 5'7". I think everyone's 20. You're 5'7". I'm sorry to say it out loud.
Cut that shit.
No, we'll just take off an inch. You don't need to take your shoes
It's
off.
going to be a bummer. Come here, just take your shoes off. Let's just do it.
Just take off an inch.
Take it half inch.
Yeah, right inch.
5'4". You're almost 5.
Yeah. You're taller than Tom Cruise.
5'7" is right. Alright? Yeah. No, you're 5'7". No. Take your shit up. Let's do it real fast. You're 5'1". I'm gonna give you in 3/4. No, 5'7", exactly.
Dude, something's going on because Netflix just posted another thing about Stranger Things, like the official account did.
What they post?
Let me send a chin. What is what?
By the way, that thing matters.
Bullshit. It's off. It's a little off. It's okay. I'm only 5'10". I was used to be 5'11".
Well, people think you're so much shorter that haven't seen you.
And they're with me, and they're like, "Hey, you're taller."
Because what are you? You're 5'10".
Yeah. So 5'11". Some guy looked at me and goes, "You're a big guy."
That's crazy to say.
I was like, "Yeah." And jacking off. Yeah.
They just posted that chin, so
What they post?
Netflix Stranger Things. This is just giving me some old in my algorithm. It literally just popped up. I just hit refresh and popped up. Is this it? Yeah. What's that?
Does it show when it posted? Nice.
Should be here. 6 days ago. I know that's what someone said. Why would that pop up on my feed right now?
Because you've been watching so much Stranger Things that they're just going to feed you more Stranger Things.
I'm pretty sure. But they haven't posted anything on it, like recently. This is the top of their... Netflix needs to realize if it's not about Stranger Things, do not post it.
Well, they get shout out to Marcelo. Marcelo's I started with him back in the day, comedian from SNL, and he's put on a Netflix special, and he's very funny.
Oh, he's great.
Yeah, he plays.
SNL.
Yeah.
But also, don't post anything about Stranger Things. Great though.
Marcelo, I respect the shit out because he used to be when we were doing like the Grizzly Bear back then, which was like this shitty club. He was the kid. He moved here from Miami, Cuban kid, and he would stand outside every day and bark the whole, whatever weather, just barking outside just for 5 minutes at the end of the show.
Did you ever see Sebastian impression?
So good.
It's really wild. It's so.
What is going on with that kid's teeth? Didn't he have some kind of
Yeah, I got some sort of. He's born and he doesn't have something. His collarbones. Yeah, he has something wrong with the shoulders too. This kid just make fun of him.
He's born without teeth in the collarbone.
Yeah.
Did he get it fixed at all?
Yeah, he has like 4 million episodes. So I think he got fixed.
It's crazy. Bone and tooth development.
He's also a crazy talented Broadway actor.
And can sing his ass. Yeah, he's super talented. It's a bummer when a show ends, man.
Yeah,
She had that magnitude.
I put that in like the top endings that I hated with Lost and Sopranos.
So trash today.
What's that?
Sydney Sweeney and then the Strange Things ending was.
You liked the ending?
It's not terrible.
It was an hour of epilogue.
I don't mind it. I think that's like a lot of time.
There's so much epilogue.
I'll take it, dude. I invested in these fucking characters. I need to see how it ends.
And the way that it's
Compared
ended,
to like Lost and shit.
I'm putting it up there with there.
No, you're on the internet too much. It'll skew your view. We're like, oh, it's so bad. But if you rewatch, even watch season 8.
You don't think that Vecna dying, spoiler, Vecna dies, him dying was the most not cinematic thing. It was so anticlimactic. He just slowly falls into that spike and he's like,
I enjoyed it.
and then Joy comes and axes it off.
That was awesome.
There's a theory out there because Vecna, were able to hold their bodies. And that's her son that she actually axed off Will's head and he switched. So that's
This is the absolute worst podcast ever.
Damn, just
Who is Vecna?
damn, no, nothing. No.
What's that?
He said that monster guy. He said he was back. I just can't. It's too.
That's him?
It's been over like 10 years.
What about him?
He's a monster.
Why is he a monster? Like, what's his
You can't get into it. You gotta watch it.
It's so much.
It's too much. It's
Yeah. The real actor's very David Bowie. He's very androgynous.
That guy right there? Handsome kid.
super.
Hell yeah.
Oh, there.
By far the best actor.
Him and Sadie Sink, girl Max,
No, Max is
she's great.
She might have been my favorite.
That's scary. His face is scary there. That's fucking scary. Jesus.
He's been some bangers too. This dude doesn't miss.
Yikes.
Like he was in Twilight.
Was he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, played a vampire.
We also had two more good Reddit posts.
Oh, good.
Dude, the actor that plays Lestat, the actor that plays Lestat in that Interview with the Vampire, bro, best performance I've seen in a hot second.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just
This guy
I'm
sucks.
watching it now. I have to watch it.
What is this?
So someone actually is so good at editing, they made a game show like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
And they purposely do it so your brain's slower. You know,
Yeah, it's a good way to bring people down to see who breaks.
sneezes on the breaks.
Your body will let you. And you say it's like 24 hours. Wait, go back. Go back.
That's normal. Hey, no, don't go back. That's normal.
I drove to Tijuana for car parts, and it's dicey as fuck. I mean, until you don't have anything to worry about. Oh, really? Crazy. I off-roaded in the Baja 500 this past year. There was three dead guys that were recording guys in the Porsche. And they looked like that straight to kept going.
Did you? Really?
Yeah.
Is it possible where you filmed?
So the Porsche.
I got in trouble. Yeah, I'll tell you.
This is good.
Yeah, for talking about
This is this bullshit doing up to it. So they had to reroute everything going around the mountain. Oh, God, you're dealing with the dude. Here's also the dealing with the cartel must be so annoying.
Ooh, I see how that could have went bad. Yeah.
What happens next? Hold on. This is great. Can you go back to him sneezing on me on your mouth, please?
Then they purposely do it so your brain's slower. You know,
It's a good way to bring people down to see who breaks.
who breaks?
Your body kills you.
Have you ever seen something?
Whoever's doing this It's really. You know what's crazy? This is part 12.
Yeah, there's a bunch more.
Oh, I gotta
find
see
them.
these are
That's fucking talented, man.
I gotta get on Reddit. Hold on. Let me see the next one again.
The next one?
These are funny.
No, we gotta watch. Keep watching.
The next Reddit.
We gotta finish this, yeah.
This says someone found this. There's a guy in Asia who is Brian Callen. Look how spot on this is. Some guy serving shrimp somewhere in Asia. Zoom in so you can see Brian's face. That's Brian. How spot on is that?
It's like a
Dude, that's you.
Korean version of Callen.
That's Brian Callen, Thai version.
If Brian had a wig on, though.
Yeah.
I'm not here.
He's a little more built than Brian. But like,
Say that, please. Oh, looks like good food, good shrimp.
that's spot on.
That's my Thai brother. That's so funny.
I think that was the last one, right?
There's one more here.
Oh, before you play this, it's very subtle, but Brian's reaction to him thinking he's getting handed the drink and then awkwardly sitting there with his hands, it's very subtle, but I laughed so hard.
Dude, this is the Chris Apple. When it's ice cold, it is the best thing else country. It's real stupid, but it's gonna make you think about it. Dude, I just figured out. I tasted it. It's like gin.
I wanted something so bad. I was so thirsty. Dude, I was so...
It is the best thing else country. Real crooked team. This is not real stupid, but it's gonna make you think about it. Dude, I just figured out. I tasted it. Holy fuck, this tastes like ginger. My girl goes, oh.
That was it. Just everyone was laughing at
I was so
Brian's
thirsty.
awkward.
So when you gave me that, I remember this so well because I was so... That's not like this.
Just like, you didn't know what to do with your hands.
I didn't know with my hand. I was like, that's hilarious. That's really fun, man.
Yeah, fuck.
Damn, that's fun.
That's funny.
Yeah, those are the top ones I found this
Okay,
week.
good stuff, Nick.
Shout out to Rabbi.
Appleton, Wisconsin. I'll see you this Friday, Saturday. I'm excited. I changed it. I was supposed to do Thursday, but I didn't. I canceled.
Brian's reaction to him thinking he's getting handed the drink and then awkwardly sitting there with his hands, it's very subtle, but I laughed so hard.
Dude, this is the Chris Apple. When it's ice cold, it is the best thing else country. It's real stupid, but it's gonna make you think about it. Dude, I just figured out. I tasted it. It's like gin.
Because I wanted something so bad. I was so thirsty. Dude, I was so...
It is the best thing else country. Crooked team. This is real stupid, but it's gonna make you think about it. Dude, I just figured out. I tasted it. Holy fuck, this tastes like ginger. My girl goes, oh.
That was it. Just everyone was laughing at
I was so
Brian's
thirsty.
awkward.
So when you gave me that, I remember this so well because I was so... That's not like this.
Just like, you didn't know what to do with your hands.
I didn't know what to do with my hand. I was like, that's hilarious. That's really funny, man. Damn, that's funny.
That's funny.
Yeah, those are the top ones I found this week.
Good stuff, Nick.
Shout out to Rabbi.
Appleton, Wisconsin. I'll see you this Friday, Saturday. I'm excited. I changed it. I was supposed to do Thursday, but I didn't. I canceled Thursday because I was going to have dinner with Bradley Cooper after he did Rogan, but it turns out he can't make it. He's going to go back. It's so funny. Anyway.
Also, I still have a couple tickets left for the second show. I have 4 shows right now in San Antonio, the 30th and the 30th. Sold out? We're getting really close. There's still a couple tickets left on each show. But
Where? LOL?
no, the new club. It's called Riot. It's right on the Riverwalk. So we're doing pretty good ticket sales, but we want to sell those. I want them all to be sold out.
Who's the guy in the picture?
Oh, and Nick's gonna be with me on it too.
Nice. Like, sell out. Team Back here. We sell out for Nick here. All right? We love you guys. This is the Fire Kid. We're out.
Let us listen, folks.
That's when you see comedy. Never, I don't know if any of those comics ever feel truly successful. Again, it's like a never-ending painting. Like you're never gonna finish it. So I don't know. So when you get a special, but first in comedy before that. So when you see comedy, never, I don't know. But first in comedy before that. So when you see comedy, never, I don't know. I don't know if any of those comics ever feel truly successful. Again, it's like a never-ending painting. Like you're never gonna finish it. So I don't know. So when you get a special, what's a special today? No one gives a fuck. Like Dave Chappelle released one. Christmas and no one talked about it. You know, that's Dave Chappelle. So I don't know. In comedy, it's tough. But first, I'm the skin scientist. I didn't. Fantastic. That's fantastic. Very proud of you guys. Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God. Why you always lying? Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. Lying so much. You make it hard for me. As a gift from myself and from Ireland. This is who I am. I am an Irishman. A true Irishman. Proper Irish whiskey. Proper 12. It's in the name. Is the district I come from. It's a small suburb in Dublin. It's a place dear to my heart. With each case we sell, we're going to give back to the first responders. They are people who get to the buildings, and people are running out. And that's heroic to me. Finally came in, kiddos. Well, not kids. If you're over 21, it finally came in. Straight off the boat. Japan, was finally hit the shores of the United States. There's a thing though. It's fantastic. 2 years in the making. It's just not to the races. Not so fast, young. Not so fast. Now the business side comes in. Because you can't just ship it and sell it to everybody. You can't bring like that. You get distribution. You learn the hard way. So now on the metal, dealing with different distributors to get it into certain markets. You don't go nationwide. You start with 5 markets in Dallas, Colorado, California, Arizona, New York. Seattle goes there, and then expand from there to 5 major markets. Learn on the go. The kids in town, that's what my kids do. So you're a distributor, reseller,
Distributor.
it's here, man. It's fantastic. I'm excited. That's the hustle now. Distribution. It's just something shout out to Hamilton's concert. I'll see you this Friday, Saturday. I'm excited. I changed it. I was supposed to do Thursday, but I didn't. I canceled Thursday because I was going to have dinner with Bradley Cooper after he did Rogan. But it turns out he can't make it. He's got to go back. Anyway. On the skinny side, it's fantastic. It's got whiskey, right?
Look at this athleticism, folks. This is the most athletic shit we've ever seen. For Rizzy? Oh, for Shizzy, dog. Wah, wah, wah. Somebody's gotta fucking see my stream. Worst stream ever. Yeah, that's the shit, motherfucker. West Side. Gangsta, gangsta. Really? Untouchable shit. My balls smell like cheese. Why? Why not, baby? Just like a dick like it's style. Hurry the fuck up, you little bitch. Come on, you slutty. How? Dog, if you're not streaming and the big step is Discord, who the fuck is you? West Side. Ride or die. Look at this gangster. This shit. Somebody comment. This is the.
So good. It's real bottom. It's
What is going on with that kid's teeth? Didn't he have some kind of a
yeah, he has some sort of use born, and he doesn't have something his collarbones. Yeah, he has something wrong with his shoulders too. This kid used to make fun of him. He was born without teeth in the collarbone. Yeah.
Did he get it fixed at all?
Yeah, he has like 4 million episodes. I think he got fixed.
It's crazy.
He's also a crazy talented Broadway actor.
Yes, and he can sing his ass.
This is the best show ever. When we get to hear Papa try to speak, move to bed to the day, you better take the game. 10 minutes of shop.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On Patreon, you get early access for the show. And we're so happy to have you. But anyways, that's not why you're here, though. You're here to watch 10 Minutes of Shop. Start the timer. Play the chain clip.
Alrighty, dude. I'm surprised you haven't hit a button yet, dude.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Does that make sense?
Shout out to Buddies. He sent me a bunch of sounds. I'm going to be making some more sounds on the, what's it called? Soundboard.
Yeah. Also, one thing I forgot to mention, on our other show, Regular Tweeties, we talk about how Joe Rogan is probably a Muslim. Yeah. So check that out.
Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends.
Let it cook, dude. All right, the first one. Oh, shit. The first post is from Don't Lose Your Cool. What? Oh, my God. It's called Papa is Making Friends. He lives in my neighborhood in Rough Hollow. He, in fact, did not win the competition. He is the laughing stock of the street. What? Please tell us more details if true, any bids. The dude bought his kids quads when all the other kids in the neighborhood are whipping around on Surons. He's a giant dork. And he's even more redacted in person. Okay, so the use of redacted is questionable.
Yeah, because like if you're the neighborhood guy, how would you know redacted?
Yeah. Maybe he got homeless.
He's such a bad neighbor that Sean creates people on the Reddit. And all the neighbors have joined the subreddit because it's the one neighbor that they hate. Like, the Reddit is now like when Sean's in a neighborhood, that's like a next door thing. That's what Reddit is for them. They don't have to join next door. Next door watch. What is it called? Social media. This is it. Dude, I don't know why, but there's some like godlike power whenever I just reach over and push. They're always the right one.
Jonathan and Alana
Austin, we don't know about the online hate. It's become quite
yeah, you're actually going from New Jersey.
And I feel like regular guy stuff might be a homeless cat.
To build a
all of the fake things where it's people on the baseball team, the neighborhood, it's all great. Dude, those are good bits. They should do school, like his teachers. Maybe not teachers, that's no, his teachers, like from Colorado. Yeah. People are pretending to be the teammate already. That's one of the classic bits. It's like you pretend to be associated with. That's what also makes it very hard to make a documentary or have people on the show because we want to. It's funny online. We don't want to talk to just some random guy that's pretending to be a football teammate, coach, or whatever. I want to hear Brendan Chop's third grade teacher be like, for presentation, he brought up his comic books. One of the people that bought comic books. I am white as shit, Dallas. Yeah. All right, this one's posted by 1usual4416. It's called Joanna Going Full Cautious Wife in 2026.
Ultimately,
Finally done. 2026 coming in. What do you wait, is that real? Yeah. Wow. JoJo Shaw. I mean, maybe if she can make money. I mean, I don't think it's a good idea, but if she can make money, and if she's going to talk about Brandon, I mean, that's going to be good. Oh my God. I mean, listen, I'm always down to eat orange chicken, dude. You know what I mean? But, like, as for the family dynamic, maybe don't do this, dude. No, that's probably not a good idea. And then, you know why they're doing this. It's just, Shop has the guys. Shop's got the team. Right. Shop has, like, connects to ad revenue. They're going to, like, hit up ads. Probably, like, hope that the first episode gets some tens of thousands and then just use that for, like, ad placement on a couple of episodes. They make like a quick buck, but they just like push more of their dignity. They don't have any. Is that in the storage facility? Not a chance, Daddy. No. They watched our latest episode and were like, oh, that's right, we should shoot podcasts in our house, dude. Oh, that's in their house. Oh, it's a nice house. Either that or they rented out a nicer place for her show. Like, seems like a waste of money. That would be funny though if this is the story. Yeah, no, I think it is. We got 3 trucks, we got JoJo's Little Corner, we got Shop Show. Yeah, JoJo's doing her show over there, so I don't know. These kids are just waiting at baseball practice. Our daddy's doing that. Alright, let's see what else we got here. The next one's going to be posted by Original Standard 42. These two are so gross, okay, be loyal. What the hell? I think it's cool that they spend more time together. Yeah. I kind of was worried that they might be confrontational or get into it. Just they seem to be a couple that makes content together, stays together. Always look at the bright side of life. Ultimately, again, meaning not going to think of these guys. Meaning not going to think of let's take a fun for the sake of something else. What is the status of that carbon? So the appeal says it's mutter. Because again, essentially checking it on the morning of the 14th is like people checking it. And anytime you check the carbon that's not as designated defined, by definition it's reclassified as a carbon schlock. Then the sailor says, no, it is possible, as if you check the low on the afternoon of the 14th. That's the We're like 54, 58. Still in this hypothetical, but I guess that's how content works now. People just do each other's shit on TikTok and Instagram. Oh, definitely. Yeah. Is this one of the things where they do the recording? Where it's like a voice, right? Like audio stuff, or they just do the same exact thing. But so all that hot content that we've been like complimenting them on is shit that other people are doing, dude.
the covenant.
They're following trends. Yeah, the shop version of the trust fall.
Why? Because then they say the whole that the Ikra really points to the entire day of Erev Pesach is
I guess that makes me
for
a
Carbon
big old
Pesach.
pussy.
The Gemara says it might be you. So what does it say when it says if you check on the morning of the 14th?
Is this not the worst content you've ever seen?
I don't know.
Do you want to put money on it or no? I'm going to say it's probably not the worst content I've ever seen because I've watched him today. Oh, dude, great. Right there. I watched Rob Schneider's Luciana special. I watched Jim Burr's collapse. I watched Jim Burr do a fake fart over realistic, I suppose, if you're taking a photo of me that I'm constantly not smiling, I have to be hit or assaulted to smile. Like it when people ask me to take a picture and I look good and smile. Yeah. Not a big picture of myself, never been facts. Ever since I was 6 years old, not been. So I can relate to that.
What are you gonna do? Fall you punch me, motherfucker?
I love that soundboard in the show, dude. It's great. Richie, identical. Posted by Charming Cow 1680. Virtually identical, honestly. Yeah, I see it somewhere. This is pull the fuck up face.
That's a much more dramatic
That's the intro. Opening of the show now. I don't know if you noticed that. What? The pull the fuck up face. Okay. I like that. I mean, I wish Shad's eyes were closer together like Al's. Yeah, so you think about it. They're not far. They're pretty close. They're pretty, yeah, they're kind of close. And that's stupid. That sucks. How many sure shots does it take to make your eyes that close? With every room nicotine that he puts in his mouth, and his eyes get closer and closer together. I can see Shad.
Yeah, what up, baby?
Pulled over by the police and he drew.
Slanging dick like it's going out of style. What's new in your neck of the woods? Dude, I've been doing this for 4 fucking years. You're fucking right, I am. Yeah, dog. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history.
How could that possibly be? The Gemara says, but the passage explicitly said that
I got that dog in me. Grinding's my middle name, baby.
Always meant what? The afternoon. So how can you say that it's kosher on the morning of the 14th?
Oh, I appreciate that, my man. Hey, are you a member of my Discord?
This is fascinating. What does being ha'arbaim mean?
You're the man. I love you, big dog. All right. Hey, did I send you my free guide to social media? A lot of times people are looking to expand their network or to get a job, and I send them a guide that's free that has helped 50 people in the last 2 months.
Between what we'll call the night of the 14th, remember the 14th begins at night, and then the following evening, which is the
Okay, I'll share it with you just for a moment, my man.
So stated otherwise, you have the entire day to offer up Kavod Pesach. So we'll say that is quite dramatic. So the Gemara says, one second. So does that mean that every single time?
Oh, yeah, I've shared it with you, Jirago. You did it.
Doesn't mean afternoon. Means between the evenings. Are you actually putting that forward?
I know you did. You're a medical doctor, aren't you? Oh, your sister's a medical doctor. Okay. Very well. All right. Well, yeah, you know I got that dog in me. And how have things been for you, Durago?
Guy telling me the entire day, which the Gemara says, no, it's different because there explicitly says one keves, one sheep you shall offer up in the morning.
That's right, big dog. All right. Well, how has X Spaces treated you recently?
The other sheep that's offered up ben harbayim literally means the afternoon. So you say that one carbon is offered up in the morning and the other carbon, the ben harbayim one, to be offered up the entire day. So the Gemara says,
fuck yeah. That's what I like to hear, big dog. That's great. All right. Well, good. Yeah, you've really increased your followers. That's great. Excellent.
said in our body, how can I be clear on the kosher? So what about menorah? And menorah, it also says you should kill the menorah being our body. Are you coming to say then that being our body means you kill the menorah all day? To which the Gemara says, no, shining husband is different there. Why did it say,
Yeah, I do.
The pasuk says ultimately again from the evening up until the morning, meaning again that the candles must remain lit.
100%. I've seen you co-host in some pretty big spaces. You're in the Big Steppers Discord, right?
Furthermore, the Gemara says another interesting point over here about that. If you look at the last Rashi,
Dog, you gotta get in that Discord. It's got 10,000 people in it. It's discord.gg/big, BIG, STEPPAS, Big Steppers with an A.
So by definition, it makes sense that you know that it was done.
Yeah, I would imagine you're in there because we run in the same circles.
So as to allow these other sacrificial rites and rituals to be done. What about Torah?
Yeah.
Ben Besira is being a Haggish, that the phrase Ben Ha'arbayim actually means between the evenings.
Yeah, just turn off all the notifications.
Actually be offered the entire day.
Yeah, that's some alpha. Like basically, I'm telling you, I've been in crypto on crypto Twitter for like almost 5 years, and the Big Steppers in that Discord is perhaps the biggest and best promoted Discord that there is. I'm sure you've seen their spaces if you're aware. They always get anywhere between 600 to 1,000 people in there, and you go up and you shill people in that space, and when you do, you'll get 10 or 20 followers every single time you do it. Plus, you'll get a bunch of people DMing you who are interested in whatever you're doing. They have a huge reach, so if you're in any Discord, make sure you're in that one.
So now, interestingly enough, right? So now, interestingly enough, what we now see is that Ben Besira is understanding Chalav Pesach can be offered up the entire day of Pesach.
4 years, my man. I've been doing it every single day, so I've got it down pretty well.
So you have the entire day, and that doesn't stay because
everybody says that. Don't feel bad. Yeah, everybody says you sound like a robot, you sound like AI. It sounds like you're reading it. I just have it memorized really well, and when I say it, I can picture it in my mind, and I even sometimes say it, and I'm like kind of shocked that I'm able to say it so well because I'm not even thinking about it. It's just like my body knows how to say it. You know, when you've said something a lot of times, it just becomes second nature.
One thing is clear, which is even doesn't mean what, sometimes it doesn't mean morning. So doesn't that seem to point to the idea that Chalav Pesach is in fact offered up in the afternoon? To which the Gemara is very interesting. How so ultimately, that is ultimately again coming to teach me that Chalav Pesach is offered later. And let's say, now what does that mean? This is very interesting. So remember, if you think about this, on the afternoon of Erev Pesach, there are two karbanos that are going to come up. What are the two karbanos? Chalav Pesach and the carbon tamid, the afternoon tamid. Now, generally, the halacha is like this. If you wait to offer up the Chalav Pesach until the time of the tamid comes along, then what's the halacha? You have to offer up the tamid first and the Chalav Pesach second. What's the logic behind that?
Well, thank you.
Ultimately, again, when you have two mitzvahs and one occurs with greater frequency, you perform the greater, more frequent mitzvah. So if you look at Rashi says in the second Rashi, you look at Rabbi, you look at Pesach L'Tamid, the Achagas, the Kuli Yom HaSimanei, even though technically speaking, we also count Pesach the entire day, Ishia Azman Shita Satamid, Tamid Kozenbo. So again, I will say, this is very interesting. So what the mentions according to the Meseira, the Sham Tizbach HaSapesach Ba'eret is teaching you that as much as according to the Meseira,
you're absolutely right. They're a great community, and they're getting to know me better. We've only known each other for like 2 months, that community, and they've already given me a place in their Discord where I stream 24 hours a day. They know I'm a legit individual, and it'll just be a matter of time until one of them reaches out to me and says, hey, we'd like you to be a co-host of one of our spaces, and then from there it's on. This space that you're currently seeing, this 24/7 video space, I've been doing this for 335 days straight. So what does that mean? It means that I have over almost a year of content just on X Spaces, and I record them all, and they're on video. So, like, in addition to having 4 years on YouTube, I have an entire year just on X Spaces for people to listen to and be able to watch. And like, nobody hosts more spaces for longer periods of time than I do.
So now I have a carbon that can be offered up even in the morning. And yet if I wait to offer up that carbon until the afternoon, now I have to do something before it. It just seems a little counterintuitive. So the Gemara says, no, that is in fact correct. Remember Yochanan, so we'll say exact line, but it's actually a very important halacha. Halacha, Yispalo Shamim Kavi Ahar Kach Yispalo Shamim Safin. So we'll say, let's say for argument's sake,
Right.
Again, davening is going wrong. This, by the way, is an issue that comes up on Yom Nolan. It's actually a very interesting idea. Let's say again, it's after cutting out mincha to be davened at 6.5 hours into the day. So on a general day, let's say I get let's hold it or something. So let's say I'm going to daven Musaf. I'm going to daven Musaf early, and it's not going to be till later. But let's say again, davening is going much longer. So now, interestingly enough, it's mincha gidol 6.5 hours into the day, and now I have not yet davened Musaf. So now I have two tefillos in front of me, Musaf and Mincha. Which one should come first? So the Gemara says, the halacha is Mispalo Shel Mincha, Yachar Kach Mispalo Shel Musaf. You daven Mincha first and then Musaf. Again, why? Tadir B'Shein or Tadir Kodem. Again, because Mincha occurs with greater frequency. So the point of the Gemara is already you see this model. Now remember, when can you daven Musaf? When do you have to daven Musaf? The whole day. So you see from here that even though there's something that can be done the whole day, once you get to a certain time frame, and that time frame allows for the performance of a different mitzvah, which occurs with greater frequency, you perform the more frequent mitzvah first. So the Gemara says, Ben Arbayim, so good. So Ben Arbayim, the same kind of Taurus and Neros family. So the Gemara says, let me just ask you, the Ben Arbayim by Taurus and Neros, why do I do that? Furthermore, again, Rabbi, according to the word of Yeshua, lo in Amrit Shlosha Asar she'ein miksaso loi tamar ba'arba asar she'miksaso loi. So again, remember the answer back. If you're going to see on the 13th, in other words, if Karban is opened up on the 13th, when no part of the 13th is fit for Karban Pesach, say that on the 14th, part of the day is fit for Karban Pesach. But then they say that if you are correct, Kulo royalty. And it's not just part of the 14th that is fit for Karban Pesach, but rather what? The entire 14th that is fit for Karban Pesach. Hello, Amr Yochanan, Wholesale Aya Ben Besira, the Pesach Sheshachto Ba'arba Asar, Shachris, Ben Lishmo, Ben Shalom.
I do, and I appreciate your kind words. Everything that you're saying makes sense. 100%. And it's just a matter of time.
There's one check that you come and Pesach in the morning. Whether you did it Lishmo or Shalom Lishmo, ultimately again it is going to be puzzle. The carbon is going to be puzzle. Why? Because part of the day is fit for the carbon. Ultimately, in other words, that the afternoon is fit for the carbon, the morning is not. Very interesting. So the Gemara says as follows. Megadek brought Rabbi Avo. So Rabbi Avo said, one second. Rabbi said, Megadek Rabbi Avo was like a little bit surprised. If this is the case, in came Pesach Kashler Ben Besira, Kefi Mishkat Masla. So what's it? This is fascinating. How do you ever find a Karban Pesach that is kosher according to Ben Besira? Now why would be the issue? Either after She'adinda, weekly in Karas. So let's say here's the interesting part. If halacha a person designates the carbon on the morning of the 14th, the problem is that we're reinventing it. That according to the Sira, you can't offer it up in the morning. If that's the case, if you designate it in the morning, that is an inappropriate designation because the carbon can't be shechted then. If it can't be shechted then ultimately again is set aside for non-use. And I will say, we've seen this concept before, that once a carbon is effectively set aside for non-use or for non-sacrifice, for non-offering, ultimately it becomes set aside and precluded for use forever. So the Gemara says, "Eat that Kishino Esmo." And ultimately, again, if you designated it on the 13th, if that's the case, then it was fit, so then effectively becomes unfit on the morning of the 14th. So look at that for just a moment.
Well, thank you for your kind words, my friend. Durago, it's mutual. I want to see you grow, and it's been a pleasure being able to see you grow just in the last 2 months, like quintupling the amount of followers that you have. We have another friend here, Queen. Queen, how you living, girl?
So ultimately, again,
Queen, if you'd like to say something, go ahead. If you're just chilling, that's cool too. I'm just chilling here with my man Durago. I host 24/7 spaces. I have done this for almost an entire year, which is far more space content than anybody's got. And I also live stream my life 24/7 on YouTube. Queen, do you have any projects you'd like to tell us about?
Because once you get to the calendrical date of the 14th,
it's okay, Peter. That's okay. That's okay. She keep all the alpha for herself. One of these days, she'll tell us about what she does. So that's cool. 100%. So, Durago, do you do any space hosting on your own? Dude, it's hard. It's really, really hard.
At night, but when I say it's being designated on the correct day, the time that we small, Lel Shmini Nichnas Ladir Levis Aser, Ukidirabi Afturiki. So remember, the halacha is as follows: you cannot offer up an animal as a carcass.
That's what you need.
7 days after it's born, right? Shiva Shomti Takasimo. For 7 days, the animal, the baby, is with its mother. Now, not only can you offer up as a carbon, but you also can't designate it as Meiser Behema. So what can you do? Let's say the animal is born 7 days later, the night of the 8th, which is the night after the 7th day, you could already go ahead and go into the pen and designate that animal as Meiser Behema. Rabbi Akuriki Ramiksid. He contrasts with the Motor of the say, the animal will live for 7 days under its mother. Because what is he doing there? Already the night of the 8th, it is fit to be designated carbonically. But the pasuk says, only from the 8th day and on can it be counted as a carbon. So the says, you see from here that on the night of the 8th, it can't be designated. How do you reconcile this?
That's the way to do it. How much is that bought?
Ultimately, at night, you can designate it, but the offering itself will only be done by day. Okay, incredible. So
$25 for 1,000 listeners.
Designated the night of the 14th, even though what?
Wow, that's incredible.
I will say, we might have kind of detours here a little bit, and doesn't make quite interesting. And once you have Yochanan holds the following, Bali Chayin Nitri. So we'll say, we see it well, Bali Chayin Nitri means that once an animal is precluded from being offered, it is forever set aside for non-use. Equally literally means pushed aside. Once it's pushed aside,
that's how Tom Wynn did it. That's how Tom Wynn did it. Because I was in a space with him and he had like 10,000 people there, but there were only like 15 real listeners, and I was like, how is this going on? So he had you working for him. Yeah. So is it $25 for 10K every 15 minutes or whatever?
So let's say Ruvain was makrish, he consecrated his part of the animal. Then what did he do? He buys out Shimon, and he subsequently is makrish.
Take your time, big dog.
The other part of the animal. So what's the halacha? Kedusha in a crate. The animal is consecrated. In other words, essentially has financial sense, monetary sense, but cannot be offered up as a carbon. Now, we'll say, why can't it be offered up as a carbon? Because at the time of the initial partial consecration, it could not be offered up as a carbon. Why couldn't it be offered up as a carbon? Because you can't offer as a carbon a partially consecrated animal. So essentially, since at the initial stage of consecration, this animal cannot be offered up as a carbon, it is forever set aside for sacrificial non-use. Even though Ruben subsequently
Yeah.
out the ownership.
Yeah, I mean, I've done that before, and I've used those kind of services. The hard thing about mine are I do 24-hour spaces, so it's like really, really expensive to keep them boosted the whole time.
Interestingly enough, but if the animal can be into a tumor, in other words, if you exchange it for another animal, there's a tumor penalty. Both animals are considered.
If you could get 200 people here, I'll be shocked. We'll run this space as long as you want.
Number one, so this is very important. Means that once an animal is set aside for sacrificial non-use, it never shakes that status. It is forever precluded from sacrificial non-use. We see from here that again, once the animal is set aside initially from the beginning, that status can't change. And lesson number 3.
Here, Durago, I'll make you a co-host.
Again, interestingly enough, an animal can be set aside even if it has financial sanctity. Take a look at that top last sheet on 12B.
Durago, do you have an iPhone or an Android device? Oh, so you can see me right now. Oh, amazing. That's good.
Ultimately, again, that status remains, because that's this case over here.
Yeah, that's correct. Android cannot see people on video, nor can it go live with video on Twitter Spaces.
Monetary sanctity does not have physical sanctity. So you see that the concept of
so that's why it's confusing to people, and it's been like that for 2 years. It's confusing to people sometimes when they're like, you have somebody who has an iOS device and like, oh, I see what you're doing, and then other people are like, what are you talking about? They have no idea.
Which means animals could be forever set aside for non-sacrificial use. That should be put aside. So let's say tremendous person has skill. It is only animals that could forever be precluded from becoming a carbon, coming close to that Kodesh Baruch, right? Once an animal is set aside for non-use, for sacrificial non-use, it can never be removed.
You're 100% right.
That is only a din by animals. So Baruch Hashem.
Welcome. Come on up. Tell us about what you do. We'd love to hear about your project.
There's no such thing as a yid who is always who is always set aside. There are times in life that I do things that ultimately
welcome, Scopio.
And there are times in life that I make poor decisions and make wrong things in life, and as a result, I am distanced and set aside from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That is only temporal and episodic. The power of tshuva, the power of change, is that no matter how bad the rut I get myself into, I can always find a way to extricate and pull myself out. This is a good shmaminoth.
Hey, Durago, are you gonna put your link tree in your profile?
Animals could be precluded from forever entering in the presence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's a given animal.
Are you gonna ever put your link tree in your profile?
No matter how bad the mistake, we can always extricate ourselves, redeem ourselves, and make ourselves into a covenant, come close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. We'll say some great cases over here. Listen to this case. So watch this. You get 8 Taylor.
Okay.
Obviously,
whatever works for you, big man.
I see 8 Taylor because remember, Allah said to be shown 8 Taylor Benazir, that's courage. 8 Taylor B'Shogeg, accidental consumed Taylor, separate out of copies, with each cover. Then what happens? They have a das. He became an apikolis. Afterwards, okay. Well, not okay. Which understand, in other words, he became an apikolis. The Chazer Ball. And then he did shoot.
Yeah, I do remember that. We'll talk about that guy in a second.
Right? That's how fast change could occur.
Just a moment. I'm going to my other account. Yeah, so what happened with that guy?
What's the status of his carbon? Remember again, halacha l'maisa, you cannot offer up the carbon of an apikolis, like of an apostate. You can't offer up that carbon.
Yeah.
So the shaila is now, so again, we ate the Taylor accidentally, separate out a carbon chatos, became an apikolis. As an apikolis, his carbon was for being offered. But then Baruch Hashem did tshuva. He did tshuva. So again, we're not asking about his status, he's about tshuva. Shaila is what's the status of his carbon. So what's the halacha?
Yeah, okay, so if I remember, this is the guy from Alaska, right? Okay, yeah. And he was supposed to get a bunch of money on December 15th, and then they were going to launch, like, in early January, right?
Now what does that mean? Effectively, what does that mean? What does it mean?
Yeah, and I don't know what happened with him.
of bringing a chartas. But when I say cannot use that particular animal,
Wow, you got 227 people in here. That's incredible. That's incredible. So, I haven't. So last I spoke with him was like December 10th or something, and he said on December 15th he was gonna get like $500,000 or something. Like he's gonna get a lot of money, and then they were gonna launch. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Here's my other account. Yes, I can hear you. You might be rugged.
Almost like in an episode of temporary insanity. Sin makes absolutely no sense.
Yo, Durago. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
What's always going to win? When you write the pros and cons, what's always going to win?
Excellent. Let's see it. Let's see that beautiful face of yours.
Let me educate you a little bit. Right? The cons are always going to win. Right? You never will start with Judaism 101. Start with that for a little bit, right?
Oh, man, you're a legend. Oh, look at you! Look at you, my man. Wow, we've got a full-on video space going. This is unreal. That's amazing. Well, yeah, I can see you. Can you hear me? That's amazing. All right, and we've got Kristen here. What up, Kristen? Come on up. Tell us about what you do.
Because it doesn't make any sense. Interesting that just the juxtaposition of these two cases. So case number 2, Rabbi eats kosher. He goes in and separates out a cup and contrast. Then he slips into temporary insanity. Literally,
100%.
He loses his mental capacity, and then what happens? Once then he recovers, Baruch Hashem. What's the halacha? So we'll say now the shayla is to off the carbon. Now remember again, the carbon of a
oh, you look great, man. Yeah. So I remember that project. It was called like Northern something, and that guy was really nice. And the last I know, he said that he was getting all that money on December 15th, and that they were going to launch by January 1st. But he hasn't contacted you since?
Once an animal is actively set aside, the sacrificial non-use, it remains set aside for non-use. In other words, once you cannot offer it, by definition, you cannot shake that status of, or that state of non-offering, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, the cover becomes precluded from use, even if the owner's status
changes. And I imagine you sent him a DM?
Incredible. So, by the way, why don't I need both of these cases? You're kind of both illustrating the same concept. Why don't I need 2 cases to illustrate the same idea? It's tricky. I need both. I'll tell you why. Because if it would have just said the first case, you have the Kores, you shouldn't go through the Finach be a guy. Now, let's say, in that case, maybe I say, Ruben chose to become an Apikoris. So because he chose to
100%, you know how it is.
Ultimately, again, because of that, that's why the covenant can't be offered.
And,
he made the choice to go off the death.
Well, I think he had you in mind, because I asked him, hey, did you find the traders that you needed? Like, we had Durago here, was here in the Forex trading, and he was like, yeah, I found people with experience. He found 5 people, and I can tell you this, from what he said, it sounded very legitimate, and it was going to pay really well, and so I don't know. I've been thinking about it. I looked him up the other day, and just to see like if that project ever got off the ground, but you never know, especially around the end of the year with people and money, whatever can happen, but it's one of those things, as the phrase goes, if it sounds too good to be true.
Change your disposition, change your mindset. It's like telling a person who has cancer, why can't you just get better? Why can't you just get better? Because one of the things that's so complicated that people don't understand about mental illness, that it is no different. It is no, just because you can't see the physical symptoms, it is no different than any other illness that affects the individual. So you're listening to my single over here. You're not seeing the case, the guy becomes a shota, which essentially is mental illness. In that case, ultimately, again, that's happening de facto, right? He's not choosing that. That's occurring to him.
Yes, I do. I know James Wayne.
Since again, the guy's becoming a shota, that's a situation that is occurring to him. It's no different than someone who falls asleep. I will say, right? This is very interesting. When you're asleep, what's your status when you're asleep? What's your status?
Right. It is of concern that we haven't heard back from him, and like it's almost been a month, but you never know.
Now, it's true and not true, because what's the halacha of when you're asleep? Ultimately, you roll onto a plea and you break it. What's the halacha back to our brother Hamadis? Right? Right? Why? So you see that halacha, even when you're asleep, still there's a sense of responsibility. But
okay, that's not that long ago though. So yeah, if the check got issued, that was the big issue. So he might be just working things together. I know he was like either waiting on the LLC or like all of that had to come together. So I think that's a really good sign that he got back to you. He didn't just ghost you.
Loses mental capacity, he doesn't have the ability to come back. In other words, at will. But in the case of
that could be.
Again, it becomes not victorious. Ultimately, since he has the control to come back on the Galach when it's which I will say is so incredible. Even if you become not victorious, you control
100%.
your limits.
Yeah, he seemed like a legitimate dude, and I know that he had plans to hire 5 people who are traders. Did he ever give you a...
Again, so they have both cases interesting illustrations ultimately of Yesh Vichui, or as the Gemara said, that once an animal is set aside for non-sacrificial use, ultimately, even if the status changes,
Oh, that's great.
Let's go back to one more case. So, very interesting case here. Let's do this case. Ruben ate Caleb, right accidentally, and he separated out a couple of katas. The holy days in Shechila Mutter. Now watch this.
Exactly. And what's the plan? Something like it was going to be like $60,000 a year, right?
So now what happened?
Exactly. So he was at least consistent in saying.
Ultimately, so let's say, what is the status over here? Right, so do we say that Halacha L'Maisa, since had he sinned after the base made their rulings, he would not be high the personal carbon, right?
Excellent.
Because Halacha L'Maisa, he would have been covered under the Ha'alam Davar Natsi, or the communal offering. Therefore, his carbon is set aside for non-use, or not. When Rabbi Yochanan would give the examples of decoys, he would definitely use this case. My timer, in fact, Gemara says this is actually one of the greatest examples of bichui. Why? Because we'll say in this case over here, in the previous cases, it wasn't the carbon itself.
Drago, can you still hear me?
What was compromised in the previous cases? It was the individual who was compromised, right? Let's say Ruben became an apikoris. Or Ruben.
No way. So you were working with him.
Ruben was compromised, but the carbon was fine. This case is even a better illustration of deeply because in this case the carbon itself was actually compromised.
Okay.
And therefore, again, this is a great
I'm sure you're probably aware, but you can get 10,000 followers for $180. Did you know that?
I heard from 72 that he said he didn't say 72.
Yeah, but they're pretty quality followers. They don't go away, and that's the key with followers.
Rashi says, not only the Mr. Shivashtaim Zucking, why did it say 72 Zucking singular? Gemara says, the Kulu Bakadashika Sabachani, because ultimately,
I mean, I can tell you that I've done it with different accounts, and they've been up for 5 years, so some of them work.
That all carbonates that are offered up Shalom Lishmo, ultimately again, the carbon is kosher, it doesn't work for the owner.
Yeah, absolutely. The people whose accounts they are will help them get it. Post every single day. And they also have services that basically put reply guys out of business. Essentially what these services do is whenever you post, whenever you post anything, so whenever you post anything, they automatically give you 100 likes and 100 reposts whenever you post anything. And it does it not all at once, it does it like every 10 minutes so it looks natural, and basically puts reply guys out of business. It's not expensive. Right. Yeah, and like I would be very skeptical, just like you. I can tell you this: I've used this. There's a website that I use, and it's been in business for at least 5 years, and it like I have 50,000 Twitter follow, 50,000 Twitch followers. I still have 50,000 Twitch followers from 5 years ago. Um, and like Instagram, I had 10,000 followers. They're all from that. And then even like so what I'm saying is they don't go away, which is the issue that everybody worries about when you buy bots. And there's a project, I won't name them just for um, their own privacy, but they were struggling and they kept going to people and like, hey, can I co-host spaces with you? And the people would be like, yeah, and they were getting like maybe like 20 or 30 people per space, but it takes a long time. They wanted 10,000 people. That was their goal. And I just sent them a message, a DM, and I said, look, if you want 10,000 people, all you do is go to this website and it's $180 and you get 10,000 followers. And then once you have an account that has 10,000 followers, a lot of people will start following you because they think you're a really big account.
But Yeshua says checking it on the morning of the 14th is no different than checking it on the 13th. Right? I think it's just so it's no different checking on the 13th. And then
right.
Right, during the rest of the year, ultimately is considered to be a covered shalom. Therefore, Yeshua says ultimately that it is going to be covered. Sarah also to Nishchat Dinadai. Sarah says no, it's also as if it was Shafter Shalom Lishmo on the afternoon of the 14th, which of course would lend it to clean it down. Amishna Ben Azai. Shem Ben Azai said as follows: the Kubal Anini Bishidin Bishnayim Zakin. I have a Kabbalah in 70.
Absolutely.
That's of course the sun entry. So the Yom Shom
yes, sir.
as for the Eliezer.
Yeah, Northern Edge Capital, exactly. Okay, yeah, that's exactly what it was.
In general, this really is just a repeat of what we saw.
He's got a lot of comments and the likes, three reposts. Infrastructure first approach is smart. Northern Edge Capital is focused on building before broadcasting. Yeah, they seem like legitimate responses.
With the exception, of course, we're not Pesach and we're not Chatas. With the exception of Pesach and Chatas. So for Pesach and Chatas, the exception to this rule is for Pesach and Chatas, if you check them Shalom Lishmo, not only do they not count towards the owner's obligation, but ultimately again, they also do not go ahead and they are not valid kavanos. Ben Azai also wanted to add an Ola to this category. He wanted to say that if you check an Ola Shalom,
yes, I mean, I see. That's an excellent post as well. I'm going to send you the website that I was referencing in case you ever need it. And then it'll help you for pricing as well. Like, like it gives you like other options. I can tell you this is a very good website though. A project that I know just used it. You just put in your debit card or your credit card, and then it also has crypto, I believe, and then you just are able to buy followers as many as you want, and you can buy. So I'll go to it right now. I'll give you the breakdown on pricing. So it's called FameT.net, and it has everything. So it's not just X. It has. It very well could be. It's been around for 5 years, so I could care less where it's from. I just care that it's been legitimate for a long period of time, and I can tell you that, like, okay, so 10,000 followers is $154, and then they have, like, for instance, you can get the things that I think are really important. They have automatic Twitter video views, automatic Twitter likes, automatic X Twitter X Space listeners, and automatic X retweets. So what that does is every time you post, it will automatically just
which is going to say that of textual symmetry. That since Rabbi Yeshua said Ki'ilu, different than the Sira also said Ki'ilu. I will say, but this is very interesting. Right?
Exactly, and I can tell you this: they're the best.
It's too dramatic for this.
I can tell you this: they're the best followers you're gonna ever want. Meaning they don't go away.
We've been focusing on this idea of the covenant Pesach. It's times being our buying the afternoon.
Yeah.
Now suddenly there isn't a theme that says is it even chef covenant Pesach on the morning of the 14th. So again, we'll analyze where that comes from. You know, to see how if that's the case.
Yeah, so if I were you and you had a little bit of money to be able to spend, I would buy 10,000 X followers. That's $150. And then I would buy automatic Twitter likes and automatic retweets, so that whenever you post anything, you'll automatically get like 100 likes and 100 reposts. Let's look how much it is. And the thing is, they don't go away. So it's not like it's for 5 months or something like that. It's just so long as this website is going, you'll always, whenever you post, get like likes automatically. So for 100 likes on any post that you have, it's $15. It's super cheap.
Ultimately, again, a case of ROTHSCHILD, since halacha l'maisa, part of the day is fit for the offering.
It's $7.
How much more that they disagree in a case of shalom l'shmo? Okay, so most it's not
100%. Yeah, I know they have a comma in there. Some countries use the comma as opposed to the period, but yeah. So for 125 retweets, it's $18. And the thing is, this automatic retweets package has no time limit and will be applied to all future tweets you post from now on. So it's like, I know people who go to reply guys, and I don't want to take away their business, but frankly, some people have to pay reply guys like $300 a week or a month or whatever, when all you have to do is just do this one time for $18. And then you don't have to be on the reply guy to be like, hey, why didn't I get enough retweets or whatever? It's always going.
Between the two evenings. Fascinating. So if you offer a card between nightfall and nightfall, essentially between nightfall on the beginning of the 14th, and obviously you can't offer up a covenant at night. A covenant is not offered up at night. What it means is the time frame is essentially between the evenings. Between what we call the night of the 14th, remember the 14th begins at night, and then the following evening, which is the eve of the 15th. In other words, or stated otherwise, you have the entire day to offer up covenant. So I'll say that is quite dramatic.
Absolutely. And this website has apologies, go ahead.
So does that mean that every single time the Torah uses the word bein ha'arbayim, that bein ha'arbayim doesn't mean afternoon? Bein ha'arbayim means between the evenings? Are you actually putting that forward?
Oh, that's a good question. Let's look. We'll figure it out. So, and then they also have free Twitter followers, free X retweets, free X likes, and free Twitter video views, just in case you want to test it. That's okay.
It says, one keves, one sheep you shall offer up in the morning.
So it looks like
the other sheep that's offered up
you.
literally means the afternoon.
Let's see, what are the payment options? You can usually pay with Stripe, credit cards, or crypto. So you can use crypto. Yeah. But this also is just a good idea if you want to compare, like, for instance, X listeners. So let's do that. Yes. So for space listeners, it is for space listeners for For 100 space listeners, well, it depends on the time. So what's a good time? Like 4 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 60 minutes. What duration do you want?
So the Gemara says,
Okay, 15 minutes. For 100 listeners, it's $2.70. For 250 listeners, it's $6.25. For 500 listeners, it's $11. For 1,000 listeners, it's $20.
Remember again, essentially what the Gemara is producing is that once you kindle the menorah, many other sacrificial
For 1,000 listeners, for 15 minutes, it's $20.
So by definition, it makes sense that the menorah was done as late in the day as possible, so as to allow these other sacrificial rites and rituals to be done. What about the Torah? So all you want to do over here is send the Sira.
Oh, okay. So your pricing on that is way better.
Actually used between the evenings, and he's using that to teach us the cover Pesach can
Way
actually
better. You're 100% right.
day of the 14th.
But yeah, I mean, this is like not well, how do I want to say it? It's like maybe their price isn't that great on that, which I understand. You've got a really good in. But for their other stuff, I can tell you personally from their, like, for instance, Instagram followers, you get 10,000 and they are there for years. And it will allow you to have like a more legitimate account. And it's not expensive. Like in comparison, I think I bought 10,000 Instagram followers for $100 and 50,000 Twitch followers for $100. Like that's a big account if you have 50,000 followers. Yeah, I have 50,000 Twitch followers.
Right, so now, what's interesting enough, what we now see is that
I did this 5 years ago, and I still have like 50,000.
Why? Because he's understanding the phrase "bein ha'arbaim" means bein ha'arabim, between the evenings.
Because I don't use that account that much. I just use it because it's a powerful account, so that when people Google me, it's all the way at the top.
1 second, there's still a problem. So we'll say 12A first line.
Yeah, so if I were using that account to constantly be like streaming on that account, I'm sure I would have more. But I just basically bought them, and so when people search for me on Twitter or on Twitch, I should say, I'm at the top. And also, I go against the policies of a lot of these companies, like because I have so many devices, I'll be streaming on like 10 different accounts at once, and you're not really allowed to do that. So I don't want to get that big account banned, if that makes sense.
Remember, if you think about this, on the afternoon of Erev Pesach, we have two couples that are going to come.
Absolutely, but yeah, that Fame Tea, it's a great website for just self-promotion and stuff. Durago, I have to use the restroom.
Until the time of the Tamid comes along, and what's the halacha? You have to offer up the Tamid first, and the Tamid Pesach second. What's the logic behind that?
You can, and you can pay, on Stripe, and you can pay with crypto. Excellent. You do that. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be back in a few minutes.
So, what you want to say of the Sham Tizbach Pesach Ba'erev is teaching you that as much as you pray for the Seirah, you have the entire day to offer the Korban Pesach, but halacha l'maisa, if you waited until the afternoon, and therefore it's the time for the Tamid, you have to offer the Tamid before the Pesach. Yimar said, Bisanyo, Yuchar Darash Nemar Bo Ba'erev, Ubin Arbaim, Darash Shalom Nemar Bo Ella, Bin Arbaim Dobar. It's interesting enough, by Korban Pesach, you have two expressions, Ba'erev in the evening and Bein Ha'arbaim. By Tamid, all you have is Bein Ha'arbaim. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, delay the carbon that has Ba'erev and Bein Ha'arbaim and put that after the one that just says Bein Ha'arbaim. So again, all in Ben B'Seira's model, although Korban Pesach is kosher the entire day, if you waited and now it's the time for the Tamid, you're going to go ahead and offer up the Tamid first. and Pesach second. One second. Does that make any sense? Let me get this straight. The Karban Pesach, according to the Seder, if you eat a shechter in the morning, right, the entire day is kosher. So now I have a carbon that can be offered up even in the morning. But yet if I wait to offer up that carbon until the afternoon, now I have to do something before it. It just seems a little counterintuitive. So the Gemara says, no, that is in fact correct. So we'll say exact right. This is actually a very important halacha. Halacha, mispalo shamim chavi achar kach mispalo shamu safek. So I want to say, let's say for argument's sake, halacha l'maisa again, davening is going wrong. This, by the way, is an issue that comes up on Yamim Nolan. It's actually very interesting. The idea, let's say again, it's after now mincha could be davened at 6.5 hours into the day. So on a general day, let's say again Rosh Chodesh or something. So let's say I'm going to daven myself. I'm going to daven myself early, and mincha's not going to later. But let's say again davening is going much longer. So now, interestingly enough, it's mincha gidol 6.5 hours into the day, and now I have not yet davened musaf. So now I have two tefillos in front of me, musaf and mincha. Which one should come first? So the Gemara says the halacha is mispalo shel mincha, v'achar kach mispalo shel musaf. We daven mincha first and then musaf. Again, why? Tadir v'she'en or tadir kodem. Again, because mincha occurs with greater frequency. So the point of the Gemara is over here is you see this model. Now remember, when can you daven musaf? When do you have to daven musaf? The whole day. So you see from here that even though Sunday can be done the whole day, once you get to a certain time frame, and that time frame allows for the performance of a different mitzvah, which occurs with greater frequency, you perform the more frequent mitzvah first. So the Gemara says, "Ubein Arbayim." So good. So Ubein Arbayim, the Sid Gavi Ketoras Veneris Lamali. So the Gemara says, "Let me just ask you, Ubein Arbayim by Ketoras and Neris. Why do I do that?" So, Rabbi Hachas ben Besera, the Rabbi Yeshua. Furthermore, again, Rabbi answer on behalf of Besera, according to the words of Rabbi Yeshua. Lo in Amrit B'Shlosha Asar she'ein miksaso loi tamar ba'arba asar she'miksaso loi. So again, remember the answer back. If you're going to see on the 13th, in other words, if Karban is opened up on the 13th, where no part of the 13th is fit for Karban Pesach, say that on the 14th, part of the day is fit for Karban Pesach. But then they say that if you are correct, kulo loi, then it's not just part of the 14th that is fit for Karban Pesach, but rather what? The entire 14th that is fit for Karban Pesach. Elo, Rabbi Yochanan, wholesale Hayat Ben Besera, the Pesach Sheshachto Ba'arba Asar, Shabbos, Bein Lishmo, Bein Shalom Lishmo, Hor U'Mitzasa Loi. Rather, those Rabbi Yochanan, he advanced Ben Besera, okay?
Go, big dog.
Ben Besera holds that if one check to become a Pesach
Thank you.
In the morning.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your patience.
Lishmo or Shalom Lishmo, ultimately, again, it is going to be possible. The carbon is going to be possible. Why? Because part of the day is fit for the carbon. Ultimately, again, in other words, that the afternoon is fit for the carbon. The morning is very interesting. So the Gemara says,
what you mean, like physically? Yeah, you don't look like you're from Nigeria. Nigerian people are usually darker than you are. You're very light.
So we'll say this is fascinating. How do you ever find a Karban Pesach that is kosher according to the Besera? Now why?
Yeah, that's a giveaway, but that just basically is like an African accent. I mean, I guess like there are certainly different sections of Africa for the accent, but you just have a very deep voice. But if you were to ask me, does this person look like your standard Nigerian person that I meet? Absolutely not. But you're very light. In fact, you look in a lot of ways. You look a lot of ways like you could be American.
Set aside for non-use or for non-sacrifice, for non-offering. Ultimately, it becomes set aside and completely used forever.
100%. No, I get that. Are you generally lighter than most people in Nigeria? Is your mom light? Yeah, absolutely. Is your mom light or is your dad light? Okay, well, there you go. But yeah, and you're very skilled as well. Hey, do you know the Yucky Ducks? Exactly. So I would say I'm gonna chill in that space. I still am gonna keep this space going, but let's go to that space and excellent. Well, I want to say before you go, Durago, thank you so much for the kindness that you showed to share some listeners with me. It's very kind of you, and you're going places, my man. So just let's keep sharing alpha. And you know my space is always going. So if you ever want to come in and talk with me, you can just come into the space or come into my Discord. Okay? Excellent, my man. Excellent. You too. I'll see you in the Yucky Ducks. Bye bye. Yo, what up? How you living, Joshua? Joshua, can you hear me? Joshua, you there, big dog? Joshua, can you hear me? Now, not only can I offer up as a carbon, but you also can designate as nice. Dude, shout out to Durago. So what can you do? Let's say you're also born 7 days later, the night of the 8th, which is the night after the 7th day, you could already go ahead and go into the pen and designate that animal as nicer than remember. Yeah, Rabbi Afri, drum is shit. He contracted to most of the food today. The animal will live for 7 days under its mother. Light love wasn't. So what is it here? Already the night of the 8th, it is supposed to be designated Kabbalah. When you know Hashmi Bahalaji Rasa, but the Pasuk says only from the 8th day and on can it be
almost everywhere. You can even make jokes in the bedroom. But a lot of the women can even make first was married, you know, in San Francisco. I feel that humor fits almost everywhere. You can even make jokes in the bedroom. In fact, a lot of the women I go out with laugh in there. Now, Shoshana is going to tell us who she chose.
I chose Perry.
Chose Perry. Say hello, Perry Kurtz. How you doing? We're pretty good. Good. Born Jewish. Why don't you tell us about the date?
First, it was great finding out he lived in San Francisco.
How did you get a call? I said you were going to be late anyway. Well, I drove down through San Francisco by motorcycle, which was not an easy ride.
Motorcycle? What did you think of her in person?
Well, I thought she was pretty cute. I was really impressed. She looked good. She sounded sweet, and she described herself to me. She said that she was on the phone. She said she was kind of busty, and I said, well, you know, I can handle that.
Well, we went to the hotel. It was kind of romantic. We sat on the bench and talked and cuddled a little bit, and a little bit. And he was But all through dinner, in between the nice serious conversations, he kept making comments about my bust and my body and what he'd like to do with it, and I kept like, you're I'm curious, and I'm like, oh, please, you know.
Well, it was just a joke. Actually, I was joking around. You know, I like to push a woman to see how far she'll go before she starts pushing back. I like to see if she's got a strong will, and she does. And if she didn't take it, then she said, shut your mouth or I'll hurt you. But I asked her if she really would, and she said no.
I'm glad of this. I really am. Very good.
Jake Reynolds in the punter, looked at Toledo and Dude down on the door
First step for 220 to get.
On the school that has to see
Make it
this.
go, get
In
Polino!
this case, tsunami that's less. We learn three things. Number one, tsunami now, once an animal is set aside for self-defense for 9 weeks, it can never take that back. It is forever completely self-defense for 9 weeks. Tsunami now, decrease in color holiday. You see from here that again, once the animal is set aside initially from the beginning, that status can't change. It's tsunami now, and lesson number 3 is deeply redundant. Ultimately, again, if it's moving out, an animal can be set aside even if it has financial sense. If you look at that fact, actually, as both the deeply redundant, we should call that deeply diffuse as something. As a piece of the research activities on top of, if you get that to look at, even by financial sense, once an animal is set aside for 9 years, ultimately, again, that status limits. Because that's just the idea. We're living is not this big past. Remember, again, all we didn't have is does not have monetization. It does. Monetization does not have physical sense. So you see that the concept of usually setting aside for 9 years is hard to see the financial It is only animals that could forever be removed from the coming close to that place called right? Once an animal is set aside for 9 years,
I'm Johnny Knoxville. I stole that shit. That's what I do, nigga. I stole that shit. And I stole it. Like, bro, like, niggas, I took facts. Like, I took facts. I don't even deny it. I took facts. What the hell? What, nigga? Give me that, nigga. Stole that shit.
Animals, but is never a local mesa or a couple of mesa back people. No matter
Yeah, I just like that. I mean, I like that. Damn, bitch.
You know, I always need a little sweet treat.
I see it's in the show. Remember, a lot of I see the show you the amazing. That's colors. We created the show. You have 10 different colors. Separate out the colors. For each color. Then what happens? The color dies. You came out the colors afterwards. Okay. No, not okay. You understand? You came out the colors. The colors are lost. And then they did Shiva. So I said, by the way, all of this can be happening in an hour. Like that's how fast change could occur. So you see, he doesn't have to go into the bar outside, he does Shiva. Now, what's the Shiva? The Shiva is what's the back of his karma. And this is a look. So later, he made it also up the karma of that colors. Like in the part, he made it up that karma. The Shiva is now, again, we need to go up country, separate out a couple of concepts. We came out the colors. I didn't have the colors, his karma was the so again, we're not asking about the status, it's about Shiva. Shiva is what status of his karma. So what's all of them that depends on the karma. Why? Because since the karma was set aside for sacrificial 9 years, at the point he became an Achilles, once the karma is set aside, it's always set aside. And therefore, again, the karma cannot be repeated. Effectively, what does that mean? What does it mean? You can't forget another card. In other words,
Smells like cat food out here.
Stay back. Don't come any closer.
Bitch, you pissing in the Atlantic Ocean? You wild woman. I love pissing in interesting places.
She lost mental capacity. What's mental capacity? The concept of shock, and then Baruch Hashem, then ultimately again, we went ahead and he regained his mental capacity. And let's get back just said on Amudama, meaning that watchman enough, finally time once the animal is actively set aside, the sacrificial non-use is remains set aside for man. In other words, once you cannot offer it, by definition you cannot eat, and therefore halacha l'maisa, the common becomes precluded from use, even if the owner's status changes
My baby does the hanky panky.
Didn't choose to go and sin. Rather, have his also, which, by the way, is so incredibly important, and also has out giving us a window into mental illness. And mental illness is often fundamentally something good. Like sometimes people don't think person suffering from depression. So people say suffering from depression, become happy. Go ahead. Why can't you just change the distribution, change the mindset? It's like telling a person who has cancer, why they can't never been to me. Why can't you do better? One of the things that should
That's a situation that is occurring to him, nudging them. So different than someone who falls asleep. That's interesting. When you're asleep, what's your status when you're asleep? What's your status? How would that be shown? Now, why is that? Something has happened. Now, extreme reaction. Furthermore, again, what is this at the P7 so he becomes insane, loses mental capacity. He doesn't have the ability to come back. In other words, at will, of a hopefully still relax or implement. But in the case, ultimately, again, where it becomes an apocalypse, ultimately, since he has the control to come back on the data money trees, which I will say is so incredible. Even if you become an apocalypse, you control your luckiness. You control your luckiness. You want to be another nation, you make that decision. I might have thought Imolo, I might have thought therefore maybe the covenant is not fulfilled for being offered. Therefore speak up. Therefore we'll say ultimately again we require both of these cases. Again, so therefore both cases interesting illustrations ultimately of Yesh Yichud, or as the Gemara said, that once an animal is set aside for non-sacrificial use, ultimately even if the status changes, the animal still remains burning. Let's go back to one more piece. Interesting case here. I'll talk to the British couple. Listen to this case. Ruvain ate Caleb, very accidentally. And he separated out a couple of costas. The whole case in Shechila Mutter. Now watch this. After he separated his carbon, Sanhedrin Paskin, that you're allowed to eat Caleb. Oh, back to our Horus case. Right? They eat Caleb. So now what happens? The Chazru behind. Then Beijing retracted their ruling. So what's the law of Mahis? You have a deeply, although have a deeply, ultimately against what is the stand? But if you didn't say that halacha myself, since had he sinned after the date they made their ruling, he did not.
And quite honestly, we do not do that enough. Guys, I need everybody to max engage with MJ. She is an absolute goat. She is part of the Yucky Guts team. She is turning that bottle Discord into something absolutely amazing. It is questionable whether or not she is a real person or if she is in fact AI. But MJ, I want to tell you right now, I don't care if you are AI. I don't care that you win all of the games. I don't care that you move suspiciously fast. I absolutely love you. I'm so glad that you are showing up and grinding with us. And you know what? You are human enough to be. So big shout out to you, MJ. Guys, we are absolutely crushing it this morning. We have so many amazing speakers, so many people requesting. Guys, if you are in the room right now, you already know what to hear. Hit that button and request to speak. I'm going to be doing shout outs to those who are requesting all day during the space. So big shout out to you. R101, yo, cousin R is in the house. Wait 1 second, I will get you up here. White Beard, Conspiracy, Dirty, and Julian, Wisdom, and Investor, Siren, Viper, Wisdom, Jehoshaphat, Web3, Leaves, Prince, the Saint, Starwalker, Claire, the female in the building. What is good, fam? Amusa, Scorpio, that TV, and Ford, Annie, Ade, and so many more. Guys, you are locked in on this Friday. Shout out to each and every one of you. We have so much to do. We're absolutely going to cook. I'm feeling pumped up. It's 2026. I'm seeing what all of you guys are working on. And bro, I am excited. Guys are bringing that heat. I need all of you to lock in. Just as a reminder, we have a giveaway going on right now. All you have to do is like, bookmark, and retweet this space post. But it's got to be with a quote. That quote has got to let everybody know what kind of space this is. What's happening in this room right now and why they have got to get themselves in here. This is a room for maximum growth and maximum vibes. This is exactly everybody needs to be. Yo, Rabbi Rothschild, bro, Happy New Year, fam. How are you doing today?
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here, Yucky Ducks. Your energy is contagious. First and foremost, if you're not following Yucky Ducks, you need to be. Also, follow Mrs. Yucky Duck. And make sure that you're in the Waddle. The Discord is discord.gg/the Waddle. The link is in Yucky Duck's profile. You want to be there. That's where the epicenter of all this fun is. They've got games, they've got crypto, they've got anything that you want. It's a really great community. Additionally, if you want an easy follow back, send me a follow. I follow everybody back. I'm the king of follow backs. So make sure that you're following me as well. With that being said, if you want to change your life, send me a DM. I would love to be able to help you to be able to get a job in Web3 or in anything that you are passionate about. I will help you with your resume for free. I will help you with your curriculum vitae. I will help you build your social media network because, as we all know, your network is your net worth, and I do it all for free. I've helped over 50 people in the last 2 months, and I'd be happy to help you. So if that's of interest to you and you really want to make this your year, make sure to send me a DM. I will help you. Everything that I tell you is free. I will never charge you for anything. All of the strategies are free. With that said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, they're available in my profile. Additionally, you will find them in my pinned post. You will also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person on earth. I have more content than any person on earth. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technologies such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo. I'll be with you in just a second.
Rabbi Rothschild, it has been long since we have heard your voice. You are now in the room. I need everybody to absolutely max engage with Rabbi Rothschild. Always bringing that vibe, always with that very clean show. Shout out to you. Everybody definitely lock in. Guys, I had to drop 32 Dream because she simply refused to...
Yo, Swift, how you living, pimp?
First thing in the morning, we were waiting for her to get back up here. She had to jump in the
Oh, yo, GM,
my man.
I actually,
Go ahead.
I actually followed you from the space.
Beautiful. Beautiful, Swift. I'll be with you in just a second, and we'll talk, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Of my speaker roles, so those who are requesting to speak, you're gonna have to have a little bit extra.
I'm so excited to have you back up here in just a second.
Okay.
Guys, X is doing a little bit of a
To
glitch
my
today.
man.
I am short about 3 of my speaker roles.
Swift, I see that you just followed me.
You're gonna have to
Welcome.
keep an extra patience because I'm
Welcome, friends.
speak around as quickly as possible. Don't you worry. I'm getting
All right.
up here. Hear your voice because guys, I love it. I
To
love it.
my
So
friends.
this must be
All right. Welcome, man. All right, Swift, I see that you just followed me. I'm going to send you my strategy. It's absolutely free. It's going to, you read it over, but basically it just tells you how you can increase your network for free on all the social media. And then if you don't have a job, I'll help you get a job as well. So just one moment. Be patient with me. I'm about to send it to you. And to my man or woman, Min. Min, can you hear me? Min, if you can hear me, that'd be great to respond. If you can't hear me, I understand. I'm here to help. Thank you so much for being here. And I will help you too. So just bear with me. And
essentially the first day of association, and it's the third day of association. For us, the first day with Hashanah is a different avoda. So how incredible!
Man, I saw you just started following me. Man, I'm about to send you a message as well. So just bear with me. It's gonna come in a little bit. It'll be in a few different messages, and then I'm gonna want you to read through them, and then you ask me any questions that you want, and I will help you. So just bear with me. And we'll get this to you.
So an Ola, which is unique. Now, what's unique about an Ola? It's totally consuming in Mizbeach. So ultimately, again, an Ola is floating in Mizbeach. The halacha makes if you end up bringing the blood inside, it's still kosher. Asham she'ino kalil, or koshikin. So certainly the asham, which is not totally consumed, ultimately again should be kosher. So the Gemara says, "Max." So that's the California.
Swift, I see you're typing to me. Just wait one moment. I have more to give you.
All itself is not about the kapara. I must minchas chodim topia. So he's a American minchas chodim. So much of a labor. Tatas haol topia. I'm going to be American tatas haol. Tatas haol. Tayo. You got to be added. Tatas haol. And we'll get to this.
Absolutely, Swift. I see your message. 100%. I'm not done with you yet. So just one moment, and we'll get you all the information that you need.
A little bit of circular logic, and then for me just to say the following: no reality, the aforementioned cases are dissimilar. So what is becoming now here?
So Swift and Min, check out the messages that I just sent you on X. And if you have to read them a couple times, I know it's a lot of information, but it is a award-winning strategy, so to speak, of how to not just get a job, but also how to expand your social media network. So you have the opportunity, check it out. And Min, just for a moment, Min, I haven't sent it to you yet. Apologies, Min. Whenever I talk in one of those places, in any space, I get like a ton of people who reach out to me. And so just for a moment, Min, and I'm about to send you the messages as well. And then you let me know if it makes sense to you. If it doesn't make sense to you, then it should, because I've sent it to like 50 people and they all say it makes sense. But if it doesn't, we're going to make sure that it does. So I'm here to help you. So I appreciate your patience. Man, I'm sending you the message now. And in the meantime, to my man Swift. Swift, when you have a chance to read everything that I sent you, let me know. And let me make sure it makes sense to you. And if it doesn't, I'll explain anything that you need, but it should make sense. It's very clear. And we've helped 50 people in the last 2 months be able to get jobs and to be able to expand their social media network. And I want to help you guys as well. All right, so with that being said, I sent you guys a message, so feel free to read through it, and then let me know if you have questions.
That I'll go through it probably when I'm free.
Absolutely, Swift. If you don't have time right,
quickly jump.
absolutely. If you don't have time right now, just know, Swift, and I mean this. Nobody else on the internet is going to be available to you 24 hours a day to personally, and you can send me DMs. And again, everything I tell you is free. I'm never going to ask you for any money. And if you're doing anything and it says that you need a premium account or something like that, you don't. The whole strategy is free. Okay?
Yeah, I really appreciate that. Thanks a lot.
Absolutely.
I'll reach out later on when I go through it. If I have any questions, I'll definitely.
Excellent. Sounds great, my man. Thank you so much for coming in, Swift. I appreciate it. Take care, man.
What happens if you take a carbon that is supposed to be done backwards? And let's say you do the blood service inside of the base sacrifice. So what's the status? Rabbi Akiva, anything that you do that with is going to be possible. Chachamim only chatos, Rabbi Eliezer, chatos and asher. Up until now, we were just trying to figure out the svara of just as the svara of the Chachamim, and really it's based on the concept Dhamma. Only the blood of the chatos is invalid if you go and you get with him. If that invalidation does not apply to anything else, good. We show that Rabbi Hashem Shechted Shelo Lishmo Kasher. So according to Rabbi, we say that Hashem Shechted Shelo Lishmo is still going to be Kasher. I mean, it's mincha lechatos, mincha le'ashem. This is why mincha is both compared to a chatos and compared to Hashem. Let it please see that. The Sanya, Rabbi Shimon says, Kodesh Kadoshimi, Chachatos lecha-Hashem. The pasuk says, talking about a cover mincha, this is actually very interesting. But it's Kodesh Kadoshim, and the Torah itself compares to mincha, Chachatos lecha-Hashem. The chachatos and the Hashem. So we must say mincha spoke, harivi kichata is very interesting. So the mincha spoke, which is the mincha that is brought as a sin offering, harivi kichatas is the equivalent of a cover chatas. Therefore, the ticha comes of shelo lishma psula. Therefore, if you get knitza, shelo lishma. What's knitza? Remember again, that's the three fingers of the meal offering. If you did knitza, shelo lishma is possible. I'm both saying, as you see what's happening over here? The Torah is comparing a mincha to a chatas and to an asher. What's the meaning of that comparison? So ultimately, again, on one hand, with the chatas, just like the chatas, if done shelo lishma, is possible, right? So too, if mitzvah is done shelo lishma, ultimately again the covenant is possible. Minchas nedava, harihi kasha. Also, first one. On the other hand, a minchas nedava, which is again a voluntary offering, that halom promises you can do like an asham. How so? If we comes to shelo lishma sheva, interesting. So just like a carbon nedava, if done shelo lishma is going to be kasher. So too, the knitza of a minchas nedava, if done shelo lishma is going to be kasher. But out of Rabbi Eliezer, the microphos iskish mincha lechatas mincha l'Hashem for Rabbi Eliezer. Remember, you both saying Rabbi Eliezer himself already written Hashem about Torah itself brings Hashem lechatas. At least when it comes to the blood applications on the interior. So remember again that Eliezer says mincha. Chatas and Hashem is the same. So in this context, what is the impact ultimately again, of comparing Mincha to Chatas and Mincha to Asham, with the Ida Rabbi Shimon. It's for the other Rabbi Shimon. It's a third wide line 11a. Isnan. This is very interesting. Shalobikli Sharis Suba.
Man, I saw that you replied. If you have questions, let me know.
For just a moment. Actually, just move your finger to the right about 5 right up. Shalobikli Sharis. Shalobikli Shakomitz Bikli Sharis. So let's say again, you took the pizza, but you didn't put the pizza in a key sharis. It's a key sharis, a service utensil, a big semi-fish service utensil. So what's that? Ultimately, the mincha nearly lost a lie. It's very interesting. Shamu knuckles, hook shoe is walking, lit on arba abodos, pizza, pizza stilis. Because a mincha, remember again, a mincha is a meal offering. And yet, interestingly enough, a mincha is compared to other kabbalas. It's actually very interesting, Rashi. Lit on arba abodos. Just like by right verse, remember again, by a carbon, there are 4 primary abodos. What are the 4 primary abodos? Shchita, Kabbalah, Holacha, Zrika. Right? So just like by carbon, you have 4 primary abodos. By carbon, Mincha, you also have 4 primary kabbalas. The abodos is to this pizza, Kineged Shchita. So pizza, which is the actual taking of the flour, right, of the meal offering, that corresponds to Shchita. Matan comments between Kineged Kabbalah. Then you put the comments right in a sharis, in a service utensil. That's like Kabbalah, just like receiving the blood of the offering is Kabbalah. Holocha Kineged Holocha. The Rabbi says Holocha means taking the sharis to the mizbeach. That's the same by both of them. And Hatana Kineged Zrika. And then actually burning the actual comments on the mizbeach, that corresponds to Zrika. This is just fascinating piece of just Kabbalic information. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. Therefore, it's not Shalobikli Sharis Psuda. Therefore, Halakha L'maisa, if you took the comments and you did not put the comments in the sharis, say that you just took the comments and you put it right on his there. Ultimately, the covenant is valid. Rabbi Shimon Makshir. Rabbi Shimon says that it's kosher. Isn't that incredible? Rashi says that Rabbi Shimon Makshir, in Holicho B'Yadot, it comes out on his Mizbeach. So listen to this. Rabbi Shimon says that if the coin took the comments and he literally walked the comments right over to the Mizbeach, put the comments on the Mizbeach, and ultimately, again, it is kosher. Right, Rabbi Shimon. Why does Rabbi Shimon hold that the comments doesn't need to go in a kli sharis? What's his logic? Listen to this. So listen to this. Because the Torah itself compares the carbon mincha both to a chatas as well as to an asham. How so? Watch this. So the Gemara says, Bala of the liyad of the chatas is telling you that there are 2 modes or two avenues in which you can offer up the carbon mincha. On one hand, you could do it like a chatas. And we'll say ultimately again, if you go ahead and do it like a chatas, then what? As long as you do it with your right hand, ultimately it's kosher, even if you don't use a kli sharis. Now what's that about? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says already, Baba of the halachos shakhoretz biyad shelo b'kli of b'yadim shakhoretz ba kizvikas tamchata shu biyad be'etzba of b'yadim b'sev b'chatas v'lakach hakol b'dam hachatas be'etzba of b'nasa b'shem l'chma b'arbeis be'etzba of b'nasa shlo be'yisina elo b'yadim chomatom. So on one hand, interestingly enough, just like the chatas sprinkled onto the mizbeach, ultimately again with his right hand.
Absolutely, man. I see your message, 100%.
As long as you handle it in your right hand, it's going to be kosher. Fascinating. On the other hand, the kli also the small kasha. If you do use a kli sharis, then ultimately you have to make the kli sharis in your left hand, just like an usher. Rashi says you're about to the kli, Rashi the small, the whole of the kli shekitcha, the soap of the small golden is there. The leaking the small golden kli, ala ishin kizvikas tam ashim shuminakli. So it's fascinating. So just the first of all, just in general, the fundamental focus about how you actually offer other carbon mincha. Does carbon mincha, so first of all, just interesting piece of information to keep in mind that a meal offering of mincha has 4 corresponding avodos that correspond to the 4 avodos of a carbon. Okay, that's number 1. But then if another focus, does a carbon mincha require a kli sharis or not? Tanakama says absolutely yes, and failure to use it in Sharis ultimately invalidates the Karban. Rabbi Shimon, no. The Chatas Ta'asham says there are two avenues in which you can offer Kol Mincha. You can do it like a Chatas, and then when I saw you got three Sharis, just use your right hand, or like an Asham, with the three Sharis using your left hand. And I say, hey, it's like those halachos, by the way, the Chatas and Asham, we're going to get to. Part of the beauty of the second spot was an about how many things with this Masech. Yes, Hashem. We're actually going to have the working knowledge of how Kabbalahs work and how different Kabbalahs work. Yes, Hashem. Rabbi Shimon, so ultimately, Rabbi Shimon, to the pasuk and used for both. Yes, if you're a crowd that figures out who to bring your Pia, who's the Asa. The primary use of the pasuk is that who to bring your Pia, right? And Minchas Hoki, the Shila Shalom Bishma, Haima Achleim. And the idea that Minchas Hoki, it's not from Mishma, is going to be possible, is actually bring that in different pasuk. Chatos, Haima mind, ultimately, you're going to say, why is it that by a covered Chatos, if you don't do Lishma, it is invalid. Why is that? If Sifbei, if Sifba, he, because ultimately, I'm going to say by the Chatos, it says he already. Who? We've been quoting a number of different times. Right? Chatos, who? Which teaches me ultimately again that a Chatos has to be done Lishma. Minchas Koke Nanik Sifba, he. But by Minchas Koke also says he. And therefore, again, if I see them, it's different. But Chatas has to be done Lishma. So too, Minchas Hoke also requires Lishma. With the Rabbanon, the man also said, Iskish Asham Chatas. But according to the Rabbanon, so remember, let's go back to this for a second. The Rabbanon are the ones who say that it's only the blood of a Chatas that is offered between is possible. But the blood of a Asham is also between is not possible. So if that's the case, what's the nature of the comparison between Chatas and Asham? Machatas tunas smicha, Asham tunas smicha. To teach us ultimately again, just like Chatas requires smicha, so too Asham requires smicha. And again, like I said, also remember, just so you appreciate, you know this already. If you notice the structure of the Masechta, remember, we have not started the Masechta with the specificities of Kabbalas. But remembering that what we started with over here is actually the thing of Lishma. But that's how the Masechta starts. So, but like every Masechta in Gemara, the Gemara throws in a whole bunch of details before we actually learn out these details. And there's Hashem, as we kind of go through each of the Kabbalas individually, learn their different unique specificities. A lot of these this kind of fall into place as well. So let's go back there. It says, Yossi ben only Omer Nishchak. So back to our Mishnah. So remember again, Yossi ben only said, Anishchak Moshe Zesach Moshe Chatos Tzula. Now that's an interesting, so remember again, the structure of the Mishnah. Well, Yossi ben only says, anything that is shechted for the sake of Pesach, or for the sake of Chatos is possible. So the Gemara says, Yossi ben only. So Yossi ben Choni and Rabbi Eliezer seem to be saying the same exact thing. So the Gemara says in the Mishnah, the Gemara says, I'm sorry. In fact, again, the Machlokas is by other Kabbalas shechted for the sake of Chatas. So let's say if you take a look at Rashi in the wide lines, Rashi is 4 lines into the wide lines.
Dog, Kenny, if you ever hear this, I love your energy. I really mean it. You have great energy. Mrs. Yucky Duck, if you ever hear this, you've got a really great dude. And he just is really positive. So shout out to you guys. I like couples on X that's tight. I think it's a healthy relationship. Really?
You have other Kabbalahs mentioned for the sake of Chatos. Ultimately, offered for the sake of Chatos is going to be Kasha. But the sign of what we have is, let's go back to the Gemara. So therefore, the Machlokas ultimately, again, there's other Kabbalahs that are shechted the same Chatos. The sign of, here we go, Pesach Sha'av Shna, so the Shachta, this man of the Shmo, interesting days. You must remember again, Korban Pesach has to be an animal within 1 year. The animal is over a year, it has aged out. Now, what happens to a Korban Pesach that ages out? What's its status? Shlamim. So the word says, Pesach shekavar shno. So the shakto bizmano b'shmo. So if you have a Korban Pesach that ultimately aged out, and you shechted it in its time for the sake of Korban Pesach. These words says, Hashem Achilu L'Shem Pesach bizmano. For that matter, you shechted it for the sake of Korban Pesach bizmano. Now, what's
Dog. One of the most athletic things we've ever seen.
It is going to be kosher. Already sure. So to show logic. In the Shaimos Hashana, She'eno kosher, Lishmo. So ultimately again the Gemara says if for the rest of the year, so in the Shaimos Hashana, She'eno kosher, Lishmo, but ultimately again Korban Pesach, Achilin, Lishmo, Achilin, Shirin, Lishmo. If you check others, ultimately again, for the sake of things that it's going to be kosher as a shlamim, this mano should kosher Lishmo. If you check it in its right time, where it will be kosher Lishmo, check it as a Pesach, Eno Din, Shirachim Lishmo. There's certain other kabbalas, check it for the sake of Pesach, during the right time. She's certainly kosher as well. The Lord says, so just the opposite. In the Shaimos Hashana, She'eno kosher Lishmo. If you check it during the rest of the year, for the sake of Pesach, it's not going to be good. Keeping my results. I'm sorry. Mark Shaimos Hashana, She'eno kosher Lishmo, kosher L'Shem Achilim. But yet, if you check for the Pesach, for the sake of Shalom is going to be kosher. This mano should kosher Lishmo. So in its time, when it is kosher Lishmo, Eno Din Sheyuchsha L'Shem Achilim. This for me should be kosher even if you check for this a different carbon. The Yuchsha Pesach Ma'arba Shalom Lishmo. And ultimately, are you trying to see what a Pesach, a cut Pesach, should even be kosher on the 14th Shalom Lishmo? The Kach Ataomer, you would be proposed such an assertion. Mali Ochshu Achilim, Bishali Mos Hashem Lishmo, Shekein Hu Kosh L'Shem Achilim. So that says as follows. Like Mali Ochshu Achilim, Bishali Mos Hashem Lishmo. So other Kabbalas, during the rest of the year, are going to be Kosh Lishmo, Shekein Hu Kosh L'Shem Achilim, because the Pesach itself will be kosher for Shlamim designation. The Yuchshu Achilim is Mano Lishmo, and let other Kabbalas be kosher in its time. And a Pesach Lishmo, Shekein Hu Puzzle L'Shem Achilim. Because ultimately, again, a Pesach offered up is Mano L'Shem Shlamim Puzzle. Or Yeshua, in Cain, Pesach Moach Pesach, the Nesach Moach Shlamim. That's the piece of it. So, ultimately, what you've done is he eroded the power of Korban Pesach and instead giving a heightened importance of power for Shlamim. The Chazer of the Lord said, we've done it Din Acher. So the Chazer therefore changes his tune. And he got something different. Matzinu, Moser Pesach Bar Shlamim. So Moser Pesach. Remember again, what's the classic case of Moser Pesach? The classic case of Moser Pesach is I severed the Korban Pesach. Then what happened? I lost the animal. I offer up another Korban instead. And then I find my original animal. That's the case of Moser Pesach. So let's say, so now, when you find that original Korban Pesach, what do you do with that original? You find the first animal. So what do you do with that animal? Now again, I've already offered up my Korban Pesach. What do I do with that first? Animal, Shlamim. Yeah, the Moser Shlamim Bar Pesach. But interestingly enough, if you have an extra Shlamim, your extra Shlamim cannot be offered up as a Korban Pesach. Umar Pesach, Shemosar Bar Shlamim, and by Korban Pesach, where again, if you find that original animal, quote unquote, the extra Pesach, it could be offered up as a Shlamim. Shechto is Mano, L'Shem Shlamim Basel. If you shecht it on Erev Pesach, for the sake of Shlamim, it's going to be Basel. Shlamim She'en Mosar Bar Pesach. So a Shlamim, where the extra animal, so to speak, cannot be offered up as a Korban Pesach. And Shechto L'Shem Pesach is Mano. If you ended up shechting it for Shem Korban Pesach on Erev Pesach, ain't no Din Shem Ksilim. It's really Shem Pasol. It's not a homework. What's the other days? Amar Rabbi Yeshua, Matzinu Moser Chas. That's the kind of homework. Amar Rabbi Yeshua, Matzinu Moser Chatas, Bo Allah, Ve'im also Ola Bakatas. So this is very interesting. The Rizal says as follows. We find the case of an extra chatas. We'll say, what's the most chatas? Same case. I'm trying to come in chatas. What do I set aside an animal? Then what happens? I lose my chatas. Then I offer up another animal instead. I find my original chatas. What could I do with that chatas? Ba'olah. That could be offered up as an olah. Interestingly enough, a moser olah ba'chatas. But if the same case happened with an olah, I designated an olah, lost my original animal, offered up a replacement animal, then I find the original. The leftover animal or the original animal cannot be offered up as a chatos. Or it says, umat chatos, shanu sarabra olah. If a chatos, with the extra chatos, can be offered up as an olah, shakta l'shem olah psula. Yet, if you offer up a chatas l'shem olah, there was a number one style, I have one of these, possible. I remember again, it was a chatas is unique. Because a chatas that's offered up shalom lishma, what's the halacha? Not only is it not only l'shem bible, not only does it count on his obligation, but it's fundamentally possible. She'ein mosara ba'chatas. In olah, ultimately again, we have halacha l'maisa, the quote-unquote the leftover olah cannot be offered up as a chatas. Shakta l'shem chatas, in a picture takes suba. It's only if you offer up an olah for the sake of a chatas, it definitely should be possible. Another Rabbi says, no, in Amat the chatas, shekin sheva yishma kol hasham. So the Rebbe is not necessarily listen to this chatas, right? A chatas, but ultimately again it's sheva kol hasham the entire year. Gemara says, Tomar the Pesach she'ino kasher l'shma alav bizmano. Pesach is unique, right? Because once a Pesach can only be offered up l'shma, right? Only Erev Pesach. Gemara says, Olam will be possible l'shma. Therefore, perhaps, let's say, Pesach is unique. Since the Pesach, even the Shmo is only kosher, right? Only kosher, right? Only kosher on Erev Pesach. Only kosher on Pesach. Therefore, ultimately, when it's Torah Pesach, she'eno kosher l'shmo. I love his mano. Although possible l'shmo, dinu she'pasach here in the Shmo. Other kamaros are offered off the Shim Kalabesa throughout the rest of the year. This should be possible as well. Okay, Shimon Aki Azari over. Next part of the Mishnah. So we're just making our way. We finished up the first book of Rothschild again. We said Mishnah and Mishnah. Next person who quoted in the Mishnah was Shimon, the brother of Azariah. Because remember again, why is Shimon the brother of Azariah? Why? Because his brother Azariah supported him in his learning. Right? Because again, it was his brother Azariah who allowed him to sit and learn, and therefore again, Azariah and his brother gets credit for his growth in Torah, and you facilitate someone else's spiritual growth. You get credit for that as well. So Shimon the brother of Azariah said, Shakta l'shem davar and ksherim, l'shem melach and psulim. So here that's the very interesting idea. Shimon the brother of Azariah said like this: when you go ahead and you offer up a cup, ultimately again for another purpose. Is the carbon hustle that depends on what you're offering it for. If you go ahead and you offer up a carbon for the sake of another carbon that is of higher status, then your carbon will be kosher. If you offer up the carbon for the sake of a carbon that is of a lower status, your carbon will be hustle. That's for sure Azariah's cheapness. Let's analyze this. So Rav actually master Mishneh, Rabbi Yamin. My family is saying Azariah. What's Shimon Azariah's logic? It's touching in Yisrael. Asher Yavimu Hashem. But the pasuk says, "You shall not profane the culture of Klal Yisrael, that they will elevate to Hashem." What do you see from here? The Nura Behan in Mischalim. If you offer up a carbon for the sake of another carbon that is of a higher status, the carbon is not profaned. The normal command, but if you offer up the carbon for the sake of a carbon that is of lesser status, Mischalim. The carbon is profaned. Fascinating. You must have highlighted that's one thing. Does that pasuk teach us that? The pasuk teaches something else. So, honey, by the thing is Shmuel. You go to Shmuel. What is Shmuel? Say, first of all, by Shmuel. Minay la'oka. Let's have a Shubamisa how do you know that if you eat tavo, your chayes nisa? What's tavo? What's tavo? Tavo is untied produce. How do you know that if you eat tavo, your chayes nisa? Rabbi Shmuel, Moses says, Shneimar, lo yichaylu es kachay b'nei Yisrael, asher yarinu lahashem. As the pasuk says, do not profane the consecrated items by Zon, that they will lift up to Hashem. Basidim mitra hakosel medaber. That was the reason. Referring to items that are going to quote unquote be lifted up. Which are the items that are going to be lifted up? That refers ultimately again to Shumas and Isis. Shumas and Isis. So what do you see from here? There are multiple lines, so the pasuk itself is talking about Shumas and Isis. In game, lift up to Hashem, and that means the pasuk going to say Hashem, my Hashem Yarimu, what's Yarimu? Shmamina Party constitutes with 12 of us. 12 of us, so what's the 12 of us? Number one, for this position of Shimon, the brother of Azariah. Halacha number one is that, again, what I said, if you go ahead and have in mind for a covenant of higher status, your original covenant will be kosher. You have kavanas for a covenant of lower status, ultimately the covenant is going to be possible. And number two, if you have out, you are higher piece, you know, incredible. Next one, say, so it's very interesting. Now,
Fuck.
Shimon, the brother of Isaiah, so let's say, and now I don't have in mind for this specific covenant, I'm trying for a different covenant. If the covenant's going to have, Shimon says, it depends. If you have in mind for a covenant of a higher sanctity, the covenant is covered.
I'm in favor of execution. Maybe our entire team needs to be executed after tonight.
But doesn't have to obligation. The Gemara says, share the Emirates in the Hititi the Kata, so the Shia needs to say that it's kosher and counts towards my obligation, or ultimately again it's kosher but doesn't count towards my obligation. Here we go. If you went ahead and you offered up the card, or my animal, here for the sake of Shalom, it's going to be kosher. Shalom sheshach from the Shem Bakar, or the Shem Meiser Psulim. But if you went ahead and you shach the Shalom for the sake of Bakar, or the sake of Meiser, it's going to be possible. Now it says, these are like for Sherid Umeratzi. So ultimately, again, if you hold that Shimon is saying that it's kosher and it works, and it satisfies your obligation. So you must Bakar, done with Sudihu. So let's say the car animal is not an animal that affects the king. Right? In other words, the car animal is not that it doesn't satisfy an obligation. An obligation to be my firstborn animal. What if the animal dies? I have no obligation of replacement. So it's not really sweet. It doesn't have to satisfy my first obligation. Alex Shaden, Behimaras, rather it's easy to be that what Shaden, the brother of Isaiah, was saying is if you take an animal and you take a carbon and you offer it for a covenant of higher sanctity, ultimately again, the carbon is assured but does not satisfy my obligation. And if you see from sharing the Imratzi, from the fact that the Sefer ultimately again is the case of kosher that doesn't satisfy my obligation. So to the first case also has to be a case of ultimately where it's kosher, but that doesn't satisfy my obligation. So maybe not. Possibly said I'll have to be something. Maybe not. Or why do you have to do creation Sefer? Maybe it's different. It says, hello, my commercial words are teaching me. It's teaching me ultimately again higher categories and lower categories. But you know what it says? We learn this case, it says, case of kachim kadashim sheshat kachim galu. Now again, the Mishnah then goes on and Shimon the brother of Isaiah gives explicit examples of this. If you were to go ahead, if you have a covenant that's kachim kadashim, and you shift it for the sake of kachim kalu, which is a lower level, Shimon would say ultimately such a carbon is possible. And Shimon kachim kalu, good. Now the thing is you have to listen to this. Kachim kadashim and kachim kalu do the double. about Calvin the calendar. So it's an article like this. Maybe the word of Kavanas, maybe one is going to maybe Kavanas. There's like two categories. There's Kachin Kavashin, Kachin Calvin. And therefore in shillings logic, in this construct, if you share Kachin Kavashin for the sake of Kachin Calvin, it's going to be Pastor. Kachin Calvin for the sake of Kachin Kavashin, it's going to be Kachin. But maybe in the respective categories, there's no hierarchy. So, for example, let's say in Kachin Kavashin, all Kavanas are created equal, and in Kachin Calvin, all Kavanas are created equal. Kamashma, that's not the case. There's versus Hanami Tanina, Shlomin, Hoplin, Esabakar, the Neshu, Tunin, Matan, Arba, Usmicha, Unisaka, Uchmivas, Kazedisho. So let's say, my teachers have a lot of say that's not true. Even in the zone of Kachin Kavashin, there's still a hierarchy. For example, Shlomin are more important than 100 Shlomin. Why? Because in Shlomin, ultimately, again, what you need, number one, Matan, Arba, is 4 applications. Number 2, Simcha is reading on the animal. Next is sucking.
Fuck.
So ultimately, again, you see that even with a touch of conversion, there's a hierarchy.
We're having a party. Can I listen to the music played by the DJ on the radio? Hope store in the icebox. Anthems on the table. Me and my baby out here on the floor. So Mr. DJ, keep those records playing, 'cause I'm having such a good time dancing with my baby. Everybody's swinging. Happy's doing the twist now. Banging's in request now. There's a view for you. Then after no strength, play it down so I know. Don't forget that mashed potatoes. No other song would do. You can be Mr. DJ. Keep those records playing, 'cause I'm having such a good time dancing with my baby.
So sometimes, again, I know where I want to get to in the passage. I know I want to get to the response. So I have a whole path. And sometimes, again, that path has so many twists and turns. There's mistakes, there's moving forward, there's setback. But yes, at the end of the day, what's the goal? The goal is to get to the mission. Right? The goal is at the end of the day, just recognizing that the pathway to the actualization of Kedusha really was the journey of growth as you thought it would. But if you stay the course, some parts make more sense, some parts make less sense, some parts I follow, some parts I don't, but I'm going to stay the course, ultimately, I will get to the Mishnah, I'll get back to the finish part.
Got a few for you. Yeah, that's one called Soul Twist. Hey, that one called I Know. Don't forget the mashed potatoes. No other songs will do. Tell you, Mr. DJ, keep those records playing, 'cause I'm having such a good time dancing with my baby, having a party. Everybody's swinging the music on the radio, having a party, and everybody swinging and dancing to the music on the radio all the time, having a party. And the God is swinging, dancing to the music on the radio. And everybody swinging, dancing to the music, yeah, on the radio. That was the sickest shit of all time. Maybe the sickest song ever. Really? Fuck up. But it's okay. What's that one that I like? That's like on a rooftop? That one. Don't kiss me, kiss me. Let me tell you I'm in love with you. What song you got? Hold Me? What's it called? Kiss me when you do it. Make me tell you I'm in love with you. And when you do it, Miss Aquarius.
Good morning, Rabbi.
How you doing, girl?
I'm good. Just waiting at 7:30 so we can wake up Papa.
Okie doke. You've got a doctor appointment today. I'm thinking about you.
You said I got a what appointment?
You got a doctor's appointment today, and I'm
Dermatology.
that's doctor.
No, I don't want to go.
Okay, well, I'm thinking about you, and I hope everything goes well.
Be all right. We gotta go. We gotta do what we gotta do.
It's one of those things we gotta do.
You still out, Rabbi? Did you get any sleep?
Let's see. Since I last spoke to you, maybe I got a little bit of sleep. My hours are so messed up, this Aquarius. It's unreal. But I am super popular in Nigeria, I'll tell you that right now.
Oh, wow.
Because those are the people who are awake when I'm awake, who speak English. And so I've made a bunch of I have a lot of Nigerian friends.
Nice.
They're very nice people. Well, I mean, just like anybody can be nice, but I find they're very respectful individuals and very kind, and I very much appreciate my Nigerian friends. All right, so you've got 18 minutes till pop-up, right?
Yeah.
Okay, dope. Well, I'm just making Instagram reels, so don't mind me. I'm gonna be singing oldies songs. Oh yeah.
Karaoke. Do karaoke?
I do, and I do lip syncing. So like I'll lip sync the song, so the song will play in the background, and then I will lip sync it, and I sing it at the same time. Here we go. I'm sure you know this song, but this is by Mel Carter. Hold Me, Thrill Me, Kiss Me, and like you may not know right away, but you'll know it. It's like a famous song. The issue arises where I have to make sure I get the lyrics right so my mouth moves correctly. And most of them, like, I grew up listening to oldies music, so I know most of it, but we'll see how let's see how it goes. Hold me, and never let me go until you've told me what I want to know, and then just hold me, make me tell you I'm in love with you. Thrill me, walk me down the lane where shadows will be. Hiding lovers just the same as will be. When you make me tell you I love you. They told me, be sensible with your new love. Don't be fooled, thinking this is the last you'll find. But they never stood in the dark with you, love. When you take me in your arms and drive me slowly out of my mind. Kiss me, and when you do, I know that you will miss me. So I can only do it in like a minute, in like 90-second intervals. That's as long as.
I like it. No, I think I have heard that part. Yeah.
I'm sure you've heard this song. It's an oldie.
I probably had oldie, yeah.
And so then I have to do it again, and I have to do the second part of the song, but so I get the whole song in there. Instagram only allows you to do 90 seconds of a song. So we'll do the next part. And sometimes I have to do like the previous, like a little bit of overlap. So try it. Be sensible with your new love. Don't be a fool, thinking that it's the last you'll find. But they never turn in the dark with you, love. When you take me in your arms and drive me slowly out of my mind. Kiss me, and when you do, I know that you will miss me, and you never say I do, so kiss me, make me tell you I'm in love with you. Kiss me, when you do, I know that you will miss me, if we ever say I do, so kiss me, make me tell you I'm in love with you. And never ever let me go. Never. Bingo. And then I upload, and then I have like a pretty big music collection of just where I sing on my stream, but the sound is just lip sync on Instagram. And then I just find a song that I like, and then I sing it. I'm gonna do Aretha Franklin, until you come back to me.
So really, so much of the discussion about chatos really comes down to chatos soul. Chatos soul is massive. Just like the chatos again has to be done the shema. So let's get the element after olas. So my gosh, here's the problem. The day is this emotion like ola. But it just said olas, but it's olas soul.
No, you don't call anymore. I sit and wait in vain. I'm gonna knock on your door, tap on your window pane, tap on your window pane. I'm gonna tell baby, strangers I'm going through. Missing you till you come back to me. That's what I'm gonna do. You have to decide. You had said be free. I don't know how my pride. I'm trying to beg you to stay. Baby, please send me. Send what you see. I'm gonna walk down the storm and to prove that your love is true. Oh, for your baby, till you come back to me. That's what I'm gonna do.
So remember again, the Russian of chatos soul, the word is actually everything from, right? Because remember, the introduction word is chatos is chatos, which means is what? Lishma. That it's got to be done for the sake of chatos. What if you have to take a chatos to put us here for number one? For lishma, for kodesh, for chatos destination, and chatos for the particular order.
Oh, Instagram crashed on me. It is the worst app in Aquarius. I don't know how all those famous influencers can deal with this app. It crashes so much.
So we're learning out now all of the halachas of chatos from this chatos. Hold on. Can we really learn how these chatos offers and the chatos does wise to this? So chatos came with the chatos does a little bit. Listen, so again, for example, the chatos is forbidden fat. Like if you go ahead and you eat forbidden fat, intentionally with high curries, you do it on and you will become a chatos. So this is very interesting. I can't really learn out chatos from chatos nazir. Why? Shikimish iman damanahir. Because the chatos of another has other accompanying kabbalas which go along with it. Chatos nazir and chatos feilah why not? For if I can't learn out chatos nazir and chatos feilah, why not? Shikim kares. As all if you're going to also remember again, feilah is a kares bearing infraction. And the Rabbi says, Asya the chatos soda. Interesting. Perhaps we're learning out the source for, again, the Lishma by chatos is actually the chatos of the Gola. Right? First, the scriptural saras, this purification process, part of this purification process is that he brings a carbon chatos. They say that Rasa, when it's a chatos, she called Asiyos of the Shem chatos. That's like this. We call the Asas when it's a chatos, or the chatos, which indicates to us what? All steps of the chatos must be done lishma. So why don't we say, just like the chatos of the soda has to be done lishma, and also remember again, whenever we say lishma, what does lishma refer to? What does lishma refer to? Two forms of lishma. For body lishma, ownership lishma. So say the same way the chatos of the soda has to be done lishma, so to all other forms, ultimately again, all other forms, how do I know the halacha the right closer with ownership is strong? But it's coming from Austin says it will atone for the one who is right. Hallelujah. Harris. That Allah. the carbon report only for the individual who is the owner of that carbon, and you have to have the additional donors. But as for someone else, so which is where again that there must be ownership of Shema as well.
You might be back out to make you see that you make it all again. All the time. I must explain. I will not knock on your door, tap on your window, pane, tap on your window, pane. I'm gonna get through to you. I'm gonna take my blue letter till you come back to me. That's what I'm gonna do. Till you come back to me. That's what I'm gonna do. Till you come back to me. That's what I'm gonna do.
The Nazir is also warning on himself. That is, as much as he's doing it for a good reason.
Wait. Still not going?
They hit the camera. What is good?
Wait.
Which makes sense that he's bringing a hotness because again, Saras always thinks about becoming some other simple here. But the two cases that we went around hotness failure and hotness done. If you ate failure accidentally, so you're back in the hotness, or if you what? So now watch this. So the Gemara says,
Yo, what up? Hey, all right, nice. How you living? Hope you're having a good day.
Maybe don't say anything like hotness failure, but learn out hotness failure from the other cases. Versus where's the problem? I can't learn hotness failure from hotness controller and hotness lesser, right? Malahana shikilishi not done a failure. So then here's the problem. Hotness controller and hotness lesser both have other accompanying amounts. So therefore, again, perhaps they can serve as a source of shma for the other cases. So he says, well, with the Rahmana, the hotness. Rolika Rahmana, the Hatas Nazir, it is application of no correct. Rolika Rahmana, the Hatas Nazir, is in the house. Okay. Therefore, perhaps we say like this. Don't do anything by Hatas Nazir. Now let's learn Hatas Nazir from the other cases. Malahana, Shikin Ain Lahan Shaiba. Specifically, other cases do not have medication. Okay, Rashi went out to the Shaiba. Nazir is Shadaha from the orphans, he also covered the Kharba. And Nazir, technically speaking, they have revocation of his town. If you have revocation, that can retroactively be exempted from harmonic liability or responsibility. So when we know that one of the factors in Soda, was my other several cases in the current cases, Malahana shaking in for a darkness. These other cases that will say there is no substitute carbon in these individuals in Irish. Malahana God, like was as able to see that here is trying to figure out what is the source case to teach me that the Shema is indispensable necessity by Chatas. So it was Allah Amrika, Sos HaTorah, the Ola Ulamika. And the ones that the concept says like this, remember, it's one of these concepts that I'm looking at, the concepts of values. Sos HaTorah, La Ola Ulamika, Vela Chatas, Vela Hashem, Vela Milurim, Vela Zara Hashem. So listen to this, the Gemara says, Yishra Kasa Mishlomi. What do you see over there? That the protocol to have an equate all carbonates, all not with Chatas, Hashem, and Milurim, Shlomi. So what does that equation teach me? Másnak bénységén, kapos bénységén, bármikor jön is van, it's not kapos bénységén, kapos bénységén, bármikor.
Yo, Royal Prince X, how you living? What's up, PRI? Nice, Prince. How you living, Prince? Can you hear me, big dog?
You at Rabbi on that space?
No, there's just somebody in this Discord. I'm just saying hi to them.
Hello.
So what I think is very important. So this has to
Pull my bag out.
requires the shema. Both elements of the shema. So to practice require the shema. The so it's built up, it's got the shema. The hana cry.
All right, let them do their thing.
But ultimately, again, it's not. I think it together, and therefore not having the shema by any cases of pathos, whether it's the ownership of shema, providing destination of shema, fundamentally compromise. It's also actually quite a beautiful thing to think about it. So therefore, the idea that pathos has to have the shema is actually laid out from Shlomo. And then the Yishlo Psukim that we just mentioned before, all these Chatos so Psukim teach me that Chatos requires the Shema even if you have any failure to do so, fundamentally undermines the effectiveness of
I'm about to meet myself. Like, I'm getting my granddaddy up.
All right, Mr. Aquarius, I'm here for you if you need any support.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
What about all these other cases?
You're welcome.
Again, where you hear it's your other tool, it's a sign, where you articulate the Shua. You must make the Shua, again, before, or all of you again, it's to accomplish this thing. All of these cases of pathos, the Lord is simple, but there's no mention to say that what's pathos. Ultimately, again, we know one. How do I know that pathos are nice in these cases? The Shua by their pathos, failure to have that undermines the effectiveness of the carbon. Which is pathos, that one is called the Asya, then pathos failing. So the pathos, at least for the pathos of Israel, that's not that. She can curry this common self, because all kind of universal, because just like Israel has three curries, Israel has three curries, and therefore just like the pathos of Israel needs to be the Shema, so to the pathos of Israel has to be the Shema. What about these other cases? The Hana, Asya, Matzah, and all these other cases of pathos we said, we learn that looks like Matzah, we learn that from so let's say that is the solution. So bottom line, what we have. So first, like interesting enough, what we have is like this stuff. Let's start with the meaning. So the meaning is that a campus must be offered at the Shema. What type of Shema? Two categories of the Shema. Ownership the Shema for the sake of the right owner, and Karbanik the Shema for the sake of the right karma. Failure to do so by a chatos makes the chatos possible. The carbon itself is fundamentally possible, not primarily is not counted towards the obligation of the owner, but I want to see the carbon itself is the class. Where do I learn that from? So see that the bottom line of the video is where sometimes the fact that the other compares chatos to a shlomin teaches us that just like the shlomin requires the shlomin in both categories, so too does the chatos. So that can be teaches me that the chatos requires the chatzila. How do I know that a chatos requires it either to the other? That's all these other insurance chatos. So with chatos teaches us that there's an insistence ultimately again on the shema. Incredible. Let's go back. We're talking about that acquires the shema. All the categories failure to have the shema in either of the categories ultimately renders the carbon fatal. We're talking about this is no shema caution. So no shema process. So let's say that
Baby loves me, yes, yes she does. Well, I'm gonna have a sight, yeah. Don't love me, yes, yes. Dude, do it. Do it. How would Neil Diamond about it? They're like, dog, play the fucking guitar. Like, okay, dog, that's being a fucking ass. Why? Because I have to come all the way over here and do this. And that sucks. Baby loves me, yes, yes she does. Ooh, the girl's out of sight, yeah. Yeah, she loves me, yes, yes she does. Enjoy the night, yeah. She got the way to movement, yeah, yeah. She got the way to movement. She got the way to move, yeah, yeah, baby, make the movement on. Well, no, we're gonna stay long. We got things we gotta catch up on. I know what I'm saying. Yeah, when the music is playing. Alright. I know right, no, you don't. Now the girl's outside in. No, Johnny, no, right, no, we won't. We're gonna make our own life. Hey, let's drink out the way that we. She got the way that movement. Yeah, she got the way that movement. Cherry baby. Alright. Ain't got no right, no, you don't. The girls outside in. Hey, fuck. Alright. Ain't got no right, no, you don't. Be so exciting. Ain't no right, no, we won't. And gonna make our lightning. Hey, she got the way to movement, yeah, yeah. She got the way to movement, yeah, baby, make the movement. She got the way to movement. No, we're going to. Yeah, it's baby, whatever we want to. No, it's gonna do it. Cherry, baby, really get to it. Hey, she got the way to movement, yeah, yeah. She got the way to movement, yeah, baby, the way to movement, oh. She got the way to movement, yeah. She got the way to movement, oh. She got the way to movement. Another one. That might have been the sickest shit of all time. Really? Nope. This is the worst. Dog.
says, hot karagöre schmaltz, the cloudy puffy garish triangles. So once we actually start remembering at the beginning of the Sefta about whether or not the John was talking about
Crackling Rose, get on board. We gonna ride till there ain't no, making it slow. Not you know. Driving a dream with a dumbass lady, jumping out of the night train. Dreaming of the years, but it can't make it long, big and so. I'm choking what I want. I'm not even doing these little man with no asking. I love this fight. Oh, I love my ROTHSCHILD. She got the way to make me happy. You and me, we're going strong. But Rose, you're a store-bought woman, but you make me sing like a guitar humming. So hang on to me, cause I'll keep running on. Play it now, play it now. Play it now, my baby. Crackling when you get on your smile. You gonna dance right now, that's alright. We got all night. About what this song is about a woman named Rosie. Maybe Rosie Perez. Oh, you don't do it? Cracking to get on board. We gonna ride till there ain't no more, no. Taking it slow. And about don't you know? That's been a dream with a grown man's lady, reaching on the midnight train. Aiming and saying, but it can't, you don't know. Taking it slow. I'll tell you what I want. Don't let me get days to make one happy too. Oh, I love my ROTHSCHILD. She got the way to make me happy. You and me, we're going strong. Crackling on Rose, you're a star-born woman, but you make me sing like a guitar humming. So hang on with me, girl, let's all keep running on. Play it now, play it now, play it now, my baby. Crackling Rose, give me a smile. Maybe we're dance going out, maybe alright. We got all night. I don't even know who's playing guitar there. No one knows.
By the way, okay, 34 minutes, just saying, 34 minutes, okay. Let's actually, let's say it's split spot, as it close out this year, split spot.
Oh, well, that's alright. We got all night. Set the world right. Nobody's dream when it's asked all questions, yeah. Oh, I love my ROTHSCHILD. She got the way to make me happy. You and me would go in style. Crackling Rose, you're a store-bought woman, but you make me sing like a guitar humming. So hang on with me, now let's all keep the running on. Play it now, play it now, play it now, my baby. Crack and Rosie make me smile. We gonna play it for an hour, well that's alright, 'cause we got all night and set the world right. The happiest dreams when I'll ask no questions. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. That was so sick. That was so sick when you're like, blah, 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 and everybody was like, oh, you know, makes the baby bears went after, and everybody was like, that's so fucking sick. What's up, you cocky bitch? What is this bullshit? Don't need my life, no, we won't. I wanna be so excited. Yeah, she got the way to move it, yeah. Right, she got the way to move it, yeah, cherry baby. Way to move it, alright. Bum bum, ba da 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 da. No, don't know how we're going to. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Cherry baby, get your boy. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. No, can't go when I see you. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, all right, we got the way, she got the way to move it, yeah. She got the way to move it, yeah, baby.
So that person says, I'm going to check this carbon outside of its prescribed area. Also, even if you say that it's kosher, why is it kosher even if you say that it was right? Because at the end of the day, independent of what you're saying, you look at what you're doing. Where are you checking this carbon? Because if you're checking carbon inside of this kosher. So you're still in the fact that you're using the variables. Yet, shocked to Hamanas, we throw that more puts the muscle that if you check the carbon of also with the attention, sprinkle it outside of its common area. Ultimately, organic carbon will be possible. Therefore, Makom should Amar having a shokin should be small, should be possible. Therefore, what's in peace? Where a person says that I'm going to check the carbon should be small, if the carbon is going to be possible. Shakta Amanas Nizok, the Moshe Ovishmo. If he goes in and checks it on the condition to sprinkle its blood should be small, ain't no green should be possible. Or the more so, ultimately, it should be possible. You know what I'm saying? I'm close to the Basket for the Rashi. What's that? Now look close to the Komo, shifting the Yonica from as well. But what's that? I will say in the case of close to the Komo, checking our carbon close to the Komo outside of its prescribed area, that is something that applies, and that's a prohibition that applies to all Kabbalahs. Tomar, Shemo, Bishmo, Shilanoid, Elba, Pesach, Pachatos. What's the concept of Shom Bishmo? What's the Spiratus Bishmo? The concept ultimately again that a Kabbalah is totally invalid. If offered up Shalom Yishmo, is only redeemed by Pesach and Shabbos. By all other cases, if you offer up the covenant Yishmo, then what happens? What happens? The covenant is kosher, it's not Pesach, then it doesn't satisfy the obligation of the owners, but it's still kosher. Rabbi Rabashi says, how do you call it? This is what he used to say. Umar bin Makom was saying that this is referring to the situation of Shimon Biden, as we have in mind for the wrong owner. You know, I say the piece you have in mind to check it and for the wrong owner, that the covenant is still kosher. Yisrok, Damo, Sharo, Vishmo, which is Sharo, Vishmo, Vishem, Holy Apostle. I say, if you have in mind to speak the blood and come to speak up, do it ultimately against for someone else who covenants apostle. Malcolm Shin, Amar Harim, Shofet, Sharo, Vishman, Shi Apostle. Amaras Yisrok, Damo, Sharo, Vishman, Shi Apostle. Therefore, I will say all the more so. Where a person goes on and says, I'm going to dissolve the dam into the secret smoke, he's certain again of the carbon should be possible. So I'm saying, all of this was in support of the position of Rabbi. Remember, Rabbi Yosef is the Chashvin Me'avoda La'avoda. That you can have erroneous mindset for one avoda during the previous avoda, that's still in balance with the covenant. Just the arguments. If I check the cover of the shmok, but I have in mind at the time of the shmita, and I'm going to do this rika, shalom shmok, I have in mind that I'm going to do this rika, not for the purpose of this particular covenant. The covenant of Yochanan wants the halacha, the covenant is hustle. Where does Rabbi Yochanan get this from? So it's based on two principles. Principle number one, nechashvin le'avoda la'avoda. You have halacha from one avoda to the next avoda. Number two, where does this all derive from? Yochanan passes it derives from people. Because the concept of people tells me that if the Kohen has an erroneous mindset to do something really not odd, even though right now he's at an earlier stage of the Quranic process, that is an erroneous mindset for me. The Kohen compromises the covenant already. Fine. Now the March transitions. Now the Enoch, he becomes the one that says it's fine. He comes to support the position of Rish Lakish. What does he say? Lord told out this week up, if you see the California, we are in Shlita the Kabbalah. So let's listen to this. So Rish Lakish comes along and says something like, look at Rashi this moment. Rashi, very classic, tells us, Makal. Lord told out this week up. Yichash in Shalom Shmo, Yadina Meivahel, the Kulu Avot. What's that? Ultimately again. Don't say third was out of the that Zrika has to be done Shmo. Right? The Chashim Shalom Shmo. So sorry. Don't say as Zrika that even if Zrika is done Shalom Shmo, and it's still Chashim. Don't so third goes out of the even if Zrika is done Shalom Shmo, ultimately the covenant is still Chashim. Also remember, Torah goes out of its way to tell me this by all the various stages of the avodah. The Gemara now suggests, or the Yudah suggests as follows. Torah doesn't have to say anything. That's Zrik Shalom Shema is kosher. And even had the Torah not say anything by Shlita, I would have said that. If you see Mekabel Komer, maybe you have no Shlita Mekabel. And I can go ahead and learn out from Mekabel. Shlita Mekabel, Kikashe. Shlita Mekabel, Umash, Bizar, Sula Bishlo Lishma. Since I would say as follows. When it comes to Shlita, which is kosher Bizar, right? A non-Kohen. Then I will say, what's the halacha? Sula Bishlo Lishma. Right? So by all other kavanos, Shliva Shalom Shema is going to be kosher. By Besach and Chagas, Shliva Shalom Shema is going to be possible. So when it comes to Shliva, so my Shliva, which is Kshira business. I could have learned that essentially Shliva from a Kavah Omer, and using that we drink between Shliva and Kavah. If Shliva ultimately is kosher, even by a non-Kohen, yet again by Pesach and by Chagas, cannot be done with Shema. Then what? I should say it's possible if it's Shalom Shema. Then certainly what? Shliva, which cannot be done by a non-Kohen, will certainly go ahead and be also if it's done Shalom Shema, which the Gemara says. My Ochasa, because of that. So that's the piece why he was determined to go out of his way to discuss Shliva. This Shliva could have learned that from Shliva and Kabbalah. Moma, the Bimakash, and the Abon, the Abon. Was they must be coming to teach us the front, which you can't learn out one Abodah from another Abodah. Actually, the Makash and the Abodah, the Elo, the Shas, Shliva, the Bifei, Baruch. Was it to teach me that the Abodos are reckoned separate. And therefore, again, in the erroneous mindset, by one Abodah does not compromise ultimately in something that can happen later on. In this particular case, the religious says as follows: that wrong or illegal kavanah by shchita or zrika will not invalidate the karma. Maska v'rakav, shapapar is-sekasha, the dilma dinechashvina the avodah, and maybe we go, maybe it's not true. Maybe in fact the Torah is teaching is that halacha l'maisa and adding from one avodah to the next avodah. Actually, the dilma v'achei kasri lashmoina le'usa dinechashvina avodah la'avodah. Maybe it's just the opposite. Maybe the Torah goes out of this way to articulate each of the avodah, teaching that you can have kavanah from one avodah to the next avodah. This one doesn't make sense. I'm sorry, wrong. Anything you should know, you see the Kabbalah in the Rashi. I said, ultimately, that is totally related silent, and ultimately, what? Learn all the response from the Kabbalah and the Rashi. The other people will say, the other people will ask as follows: Malahana, there wasn't a piece of sheet of the Kabbalah, Shikros Sabon, Yeshon, the Chatos Apiros. Ultimately, again, sheet and Kabbalah are different. Someone had done in one side of the same brush. Yeshon the chatos apiros, and halacha also is that they apply by the dinner chatos. The idach, hashta dina b'shchamim kanidan, and the other thing will count and say that Rashi and Rabbi Yochanan will say, but here we're dealing with shlamim, itman, shachtash lishma, lizot mashma. So okay. So bottom line is we have this method of Yochanan and the Shlokish about mechashivim me'abon ve'abon. Let's say a person is shechting the animal Lishma and has a mind during the Shkita that he's going to do the Zrika Shalom Lishma. Does that compromise the covenant or not? Yochanan says yes, the covenant is possible. Lakish says no. We've now we've articulated this method in two cases. One is a case of Karban, one is a case of Chulin. The same method is applied. Now we've also brought ample proof to support each of the Shitas, which the Gemara leads back to the original discussion. Itman, Shachta Lishma, Yisro Kama Shalom Lishma. As the Gemara says, Hashachta Kama Lishma, once I see that to be very clear, I'm giving a Shlamim, I'm shechting my Shlamim for the sake of Shlamim. I'm actually doing the right thing. But at the time of this Shvita, I have in mind that what? That I'm going to do this Shvita, Machine Chatos, or different colors. It will say it's illegal. So I have mind at the time of the Shvita that I'm going to do something illegal at the time of the Zika. So what's the halacha? Rav Nachman Amar Tzila. Rav Nachman says, like Rav Yochanan, that's why that the carbon is possible. Rabba Amar Shela, and Rabba says that the carbon is kosher. The Hadrei Rabba, the Gabi Rav Nachman, carbon Omer Rav Ashi. And then Rabba recanted his position. Rabba took back his position, realigned himself with Rav Nachman because of the carbon Omer Rav Ashi. He's saying that what? If you have a mind at the time of the Shvita, something at the time of the Zika, the carbon is already possible, according to the position how do we ask? These times is really abundance, but this is saying what the response does it. First of all, shooting red carbon. But if I have in mind at the time of the Shvita or something in the future, does that compromise the covenant? Let's listen to this. So the halacha is, this is in Perek Esbar. No post soon have a question about them. Halacha Yud Aleph. Listen to this. HaPesach sheshachtu b'machsheves shina yisher. Ben sheshina. Yeah, sorry. Shachta l'shma. Sorry. Halacha Yud Aleph. Shachta l'shma. V'chishter t'shas hashvita l'izrok dama. So was a I'm checking the curve on the schmuck, so again, I'm checking the cover for the right intention. But at the time of the carbon, I have in mind that what? The kasha of the shas hashvita, lizrok damash shalom lishma. At the time of the shvita, I have in mind the shvita shalom lishma. What's the halacha? Harei fruit. So another passage like the Nachman, like the Nachman of Yochanan Nachman, that the carbon ultimately is possible. Why? One could have in mind from one avoda to the next. Remember the machshava that I had at the time of the shita is as if what I had it at the time of the shita, and therefore again we cover the because if you look at the next stuff, you pass like the Yochanan and like that. But Rabbi Eliezer Omer, after Samashim, back to the Mishnah, the Mishnah said that although under normal circumstances, so all kabbalas the machshava mashman are still going to be kosher. So going to be kosher. Nevertheless, what's the halacha? All kabbalas are still going to be kosher. Nevertheless, chatas and pesach of the machshava mashman ultimately again will it says also the Asha. The Asha was like the Sirah. Like another Sirah. So there was also an Asha that offered up Shalom Shema will be possible. Tanya Amr Rabbi Eliezer, Chatas Ba'achrit, Ba'asha Ba'achrit. Also that's Rabbi Eliezer's right? So also the Asha. He says as follows. Chatas comes for the sake of sin. And an Asha comes for the sake of sin. Ma Chatas is Shalom Shema Psula. Just like the Chatas was like of the Shalom Shema is ultimately again going to be possible. And Asham Shalom Shema possible. So there was a what? Asham that is offered up Shalom Shema is also going to be possible. Amr is also exact next to the other small one. Chatas is the sin offering. It's also Shalom Shema. So again, and Asham, which is the sin offering offered up Shalom Shema is also going to be possible. Amr lo Rabbi Yeshua. Lo. Amr the Chatas shaking them up with Amr. So one second, Asham is different by both sides. Chatas is different. Because his blood is offered to Mala. What's it? It's actually just morning. Shaking double the Mala. We put a secret. So it's actually very important. Yeah, both sides. It wasn't red blood. It was red blood that went across the air. Some sacrificial blood was sprinkled on top of the line. Some sacrificial blood was sprinkled below the line. She's done on the Mala. Mechot HaSikra is done on the sacrifice. Mechot HaSikra for Geres the Etzam. The Hapto in Damen of Donin, the Damen HaTachton. And ultimately, again, Mechot strategies there to go ahead and distinguish between upper blood and lower blood. The idea being what? That so therefore again the Gemara says, the choice of Lord, Amrit Mechatos, Shukrim Gamma Lamala. Chatos Rabbi Ezra's logic was, Chatos is a sin offering, Asham is a sin offering. If Chatos is Asr Shalom Lishma, then what? Then Asham is Asr Shalom Lishma. Which when children fall something that they're not the same. Chatos, the blood is sprinkled above the line, Asham is below the line. All Rabbi Eliezer brings up the idea, is that one, Shadam Olamato, Shaklo, Shulchan it's fine, Chatos and also, blood of Pesach is sprinkled below the line, like Asham, and yet what? They've offered up Shalom Shmo, so that's a good thing for Asham. I'm going to Yeshua Malachesach, it's not a Kabbalah. Pesach is a set time. I'm going to Eliezer, Chatos look at that. Chatos doesn't have a set time. And if offered up Shalom Shmo, ultimately again, it's possible. I'm going to Yeshua, just 1 second, we're going to circle here. I told you we can't bring out Asham from Chatos, why not? Because Chatos, the blood is sprinkled above the line, Asham, the blood is sprinkled below the line. Because any Chavira, if Asham Rabbi Eliezer is done into that, then also goes back and he says something. So what happens? Nehemar bar Yeshita, Nehemar bar Yeshita, Nehemar bar Yeshita, Yeshma Shira, Shalom Yeshma Shira. So what it says over here, by Shita, which that was. Shita is done with Shema, it's kosher. Shalom Yeshma is possible. Pesach Nehemar bar who is Shita, because it's not like all of those actions.
Shema Israel Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Correction, oh, I love my Rosie child. She got the way to make me happy. You and me my hero was able to get something. The hell of me, the keep running. Yo, dog, it's day 15 of Kabbalah, and it sucks. Why? I mean, at least I make it cool. Pimp Kabbalah is sick, but it's still boring as fuck. What's not? Talking about aliens, but we'll get there, maybe. Not now. So what are we studying today, Rabbi? Stupid ass bullshit. Like what? I don't know. Let's learn about Shabbatai Zvi, because he sucks. Does he? What would you tell him right now? Dog, what? That's what I would say. All right. Shabbatai Zvi, Hebrew. Shabbatai Zvi. August 1st, 1626 to around September 17th, 1676 was an Ottoman former Jewish mystic and rabbi from Smyrna who converted to Islam. His family were Romaniote Jews from Patras. Alright, so here's what he looks like. He sucks. He wore a caftan in 1669, allegedly. So he was born August 1st, 1626 in Smyrna, Ottoman Empire. Modern Izmir, Turkey. Died around September 17th, 1676. Around age 50 in Ursini, Ottoman Empire. Modern Montenegro. Nationality, Ottoman. Religion, Judaism, later Islam. Founder of Sabbateanism. Active throughout the Ottoman Empire, Zvi claimed to be the long-awaited Jewish Messiah and founded the Sabbatean movement. Central to his teachings was the belief that during the Messianic age, acts traditionally considered sinful would transform into righteous ones. This antinomian doctrine led Zvi and his followers to deliberately violate Jewish commandments, a controversial practice that later inspired movements like the Frankists. Upon arriving in Constantinople in February 1666, Sabbatai was imprisoned on the order of the Grand Vizier Kopuluzaid Fazil Ahmad Pasha. In September of that same year, after being moved from different prisons around the capital to the imperial court seat in Adrianople, now Edirne, he was judged on accusations of fomenting sedition. Sabbatai was given the choice of death or conversion to Islam by the Grand Vizier, representing Sultan Mehmed IV. He chose conversion, donning the Islamic turban, and from then on, the heads of the Ottoman state rewarded him with a generous pension for complying with their political and religious plans. About 300 families who followed Zvi also converted to Islam and became known as the Donma, Turkish for converts. Subsequently, the Ottomans banished him twice, with the first first with Constantinople, and when he was heard singing psalms with Jews there, to a small town known today as Oking in what is now Montenegro. He died in isolation. Early life and education. Also Sabbatai building in the Agora of Smyrna, where Sabbatai Zvi supposedly lived. Sabbatai was born in the Ottoman city of Smyrna, allegedly on Tish B'Av, one of Judaism's fast days, during the 3 weeks in 1626. In Hebrew, Sabbatai means Saturn. In Jewish tradition, the reign of Sabbatai, the highest planet, was often linked to the advent of the Messiah. Zvi's family were Romanio Jews from Patras. His father, Mordechai, was a poultry dealer in the Morea. During the Ottoman-Venetian Wars, Smyrna became the center of Levantine trade, and Mordechai became the Smyrna agent of an English trading house, achieving some wealth in the process. His sister, Orgadol, was a learned woman in her own right, well known among the Jews of Smyrna. Following the prevailing Jewish custom of the time, Sabbatai's father had him study the Talmud. He attended a yeshiva under the chief rabbi of Smyrna, Joseph Escapa. Studies in halakha, Jewish law, did not appeal to him, but Zvi did attain proficiency in the Talmud. At the same time, he was fascinated by mysticism and Kabbalah, and was influenced by Isaac Luria, practical Kabbalah, whose devotees used asceticism to communicate with God and the angels to predict the future and perform miracles, was especially appealing to him. As well as Luria's writings, he read the Zohar and practiced asceticism and Kabbalistic purification exercises called Tukkunim. Personal history. Influence on English millenarianism. During the first half of the 17th century, millenarian ideas about the approach of the Messianic age were popular. They included ideas about the redemption of the Jews and their return to the land of Israel with independent sovereignty. The apocalyptic year was identified by other authorities as 1666, and millenarianism was widespread in England. This belief was so prevalent that Manasseh ben Israel, in his letter to Oliver Cromwell and the Rump Parliament, appealed to it as a reason to readmit Jews into England, saying, "The opinions of many other people and mine do concur herein, that we both believe that the restoring time of our nation into their native country is very near at hand." As Sabbatai's father was the agent for an English trading house in Smyrna, he must have had business contacts with English people. His son may have learned something about Western millennial expectations at home. Scholars are still assessing how much influence English and Dutch Calvinist millenarianism held on messianic movements that developed around Zvi's activities. Claimed to being the expected Jewish Mashiach. Along with general messianic beliefs, there was another compilation there's another computation based on a passage in the Zohar, a famous Jewish mystical text, that the Israelites would be redeemed by the long-awaited Mashiach in 1648. In 1648, Shabbatai announced to his followers in Smyrna that he was the anticipated messianic redeemer. To prove this, he started to pronounce God's name, an act prohibited to all but the high priest of Israel in the temple in Jerusalem on Yom Kippur. Since the temple had been destroyed in the siege of Jerusalem in 70 Common Era, this act was highly symbolic. Shabbatai also claimed he could fly, but told his followers that he could not do so publicly because they were not worthy enough to witness it. He also claimed to have visions of God. Shabbatai revealed his claim to being the Mashiach early on to Isaac Silveria and Moses Pinheiro, and later the later grandfather of the Italian Rabbi Joseph Ergas. However, at 22, Shabbatai was still too young to be considered an established rabbinic authority. His influence in the local community was limited. Even though he had led the pious life of a mystic in Smyrna for several years, the older, more established rabbinic leadership was suspicious of his activities, and the local college of rabbis, headed by his teacher Joseph Escapa, they watched him. When his messianic pretensions became too bold, he and his followers were subjected to an edict of herem, a type of excommunication in Judaism. In about 1651, now 1654, the rabbis banished Shabbatai and his disciples from Smyrna. It is uncertain where he went from there, but by 1658 he surfaced in Constantinople. There he met a preacher, Abraham Yachini, a disciple of the Talmudic scholar Joseph Chani, who confirmed his messianic mission. Yachani is said to have forged a manuscript in archaic characters and attested to Shabbatai's claim to be the Mashiach. It was entitled "The Great Wisdom of Solomon" and began, Abraham was confined in a cave for 40 years, and I wondered greatly that the time of miracles did not arrive. Then was heard a voice proclaiming, "A son will be born in the Hebrew year 5386, the year 1626 of the Common Era, to Mordechai III, and he will be called Shabbatai. He will humble the great dragon. He, the true Messiah, will sit upon my throne." In Salonika, Cairo, and Jerusalem. The Yeni Mosque, Thessaloniki, built by the Donma community during the late Ottoman period. Equipped with this document, Shabbatai chose Salonika, which was then a hub of Kabbalistic dialogue, as his base. He proclaimed himself the Mashiach, or Anointed One, and attracted a large following by hosting various mystical events. For instance, he celebrated his marriage to the Torah, referring to it as the one without end, the Ein Sof, and organized a solemn festival to which he invited his friends. However, the rabbis of Salonika, led by Abraham de Botton, expelled him from the city. Reports vary on the subsequent movements, with Alexandria, Athens, Constantinople, Jerusalem, and Smyrna mentioned as possible temporary bases he might have taken. Eventually, he settled in Cairo, and where he lived for about 2 years, 1616 to 1662. There, he befriended Raphael Yosef Halabi, a wealthy and influential Jew who held the high position of mint master and tax farmer in Ottoman Cairo. Raphael Joseph led an ascetic life, which included fasting, bathing in cold water, and scourging himself at night. He used his great wealth for charity, supporting poor Talmudists and Kabbalists, 50 of whom reportedly regularly dined at his table. He became a supporter and promoter of Sabbatai's messianic claims. In approximately 1663, Shabbatai moved to Jerusalem, where he resumed his former ascetic practices of frequently fasting and other penances. Many saw this as proof of extraordinary piety. He was said to have a good voice and attract large audiences when he sang psalms all night long, or Spanish love songs, to which he gave mystical interpretations. At other times, he prayed and cried at the graves of pious men and women, or distributed confection to children on the streets. Gradually, he gathered a large circle of adherents. At the same time, the Jewish community in Jerusalem was desperately in need of money to pay the heavy taxes levied by the Ottoman government. Known as the favorite of the rich and powerful, Raphael Joseph Halabi, Sabbatai was chosen to appeal to him for money and support. His success in securing the funds to pay off the Ottomans raised his prestige. His followers dated his public career from his journey to Cairo. Marriage ceremony. Another significant event during his second stay in Cairo contributed to Sabbatai's reputation in the Jewish community. During the Helsinki uprising in Poland, a young Jewish orphan named Sarah was discovered by other people and sent to a convent for care. After 10 years, at around 16, she escaped, claiming it was through a miracle, and made her way to Amsterdam. Subsequently, she traveled to Livorno, where reports indicated that she led a life of prostitution, while also embracing the belief that she would become the bride of Mashiach, whose arrival was thought to be imminent. When a report of her adventures reached Cairo, Shabbatai claimed that such a consort had been promised to him in a dream because he, as Mashiach, was bound to fall in love with an unchaste woman. He reportedly sent messengers to Livorno to bring Sarah to him, and they were married at Halabai's house. Her beauty and eccentricity reportedly helped him gain new followers. Through her, a new romantic and licentious element entered Shabbatai's career. The overturning of her past life was interpreted by Shabbatai's followers as further confirmation of his messiahship. Following the biblical story of the prophet Hosea, who had also been commanded to take a wife of whoredom as the first symbolic act of calling, Nathan of Gaza. With Halabi's financial and political backing, a charming wife, and many additional followers, Shabbatai returned to Jerusalem in triumph. Passing through the city of Gaza, which at the time had an important Jewish community, he met Nathan Benjamin Levy, known since as Nathan of Gaza, who became very active in Shabbatai's messianic career, serving as the right-hand man and declaring himself to be the risen Elijah, who is predicted would proclaim the arrival of Mashiach. In 1665, Nathan announced that the Messianic age would begin in 1666 with the conquest of the world without bloodshed. Mashiach would then lead the 10 lost tribes back to the Holy Land, riding on a lion with a 7-headed dragon in its jaws. The rabbis of Jerusalem viewed Shabbatai's movement with great suspicion and threatened his followers with excommunication. Acknowledging that Jerusalem was not the best place to carry out his plan, Shabbatai left for his native Smyrna. Nathan proclaimed that henceforth God, rather than Jerusalem, would be the sacred city. On his way from Jerusalem to Smyrna, Shabbatai was greeted enthusiastically in Aleppo. In Smyrna, which he reached in the autumn of 1665, great homage was paid to him. After some hesitation, he declared himself to be the expected Mashiach during Rosh Hashanah in 1665. His declaration was made in Shul with the blowing of shofars and loud shouts of "Long live our King, our Mashiach." His followers then began to refer to him as Amira, a Hebrew acronym for the phrase "Our Lord and King, the Majesty be exalted." Our Lord and King, His Majesty be exalted. The A word, Malkenu, Yerim, Hodu. But not the whole A word. It's like Adon and then Enu and then proclaim Mashiach. Shabbatai to be enthroned. Image from the Amsterdam Jewish publication, 1666. Oh fuck! Look at these hands like Jerry Rice girls. All right, that's what it looks like. Zoom in if you want. I'm not fucking taking it. Okay, you fucks. There you go. I know you can't see it. I don't give a fuck. Shabbatai, assisted by his wife, became the community leader and used his power to crush any opposition. He deposed the existing Rabbi of Smyrna, Aharon the Papa and appointed Chaim ben Benis to his place. Italy, Germany, and the Netherlands were already centers of his messianic movement, and the Jews of Hamburg and Amsterdam learned of the events in Smyrna from other peeps. Henry Oldenburg, a German savant who became the first secretary of the Royal Society, wrote to Baruch Spinoza, Epistolae number 33, all the world here is talking of a rumor of the return of the Israelites to their own country. Should the news be confirmed, it may bring about a revolution of all things. Shabbatai's followers soon included many prominent rabbis, such as Isaac Aboab da Fonseca, Moses Raphael de Aguilar, Moshe ben Yonatan Galante, Moses ben Mordechai Zacuto, and Chaim ben Iste. Benjamin Musafira, an adherent of Spinoza, also became a follower. Meanwhile, fantastic reports circulated and were widely believed. For example, it had said in the north of Scotland, a ship had appeared with silken sails and ropes, manned by sailors who spoke Hebrew. The flag bore the inscription, "The 12 Tribes of Israel." The Jewish community of Avignon, France, prepared to emigrate to the New Kingdom in the spring of 1666. Jewish readiness to believe Shabbatai Tzvi's messianic claims may largely be explained by the desperate state of European Jewry in the mid-17th century. The bloody pogroms of the Kalemsky uprising was wiped out. Uprising had wiped out an estimated 10 to 20,000 Jews in Eastern Europe and destroyed many centers of Jewish learning and communal life. Spread of Shabbatai Tzvi's influence. Probably with his consent, Shabbatai's adherents planned to abolish most of the halakha in an act of antinomianism. Antinomianism is against law is a term used to describe any view which rejects laws or legalism and argues against moral, religious, or social norms. Okay, this included the commandments because, according to a minority opinion in the Talmud, in the Messianic age there would no longer be holy obligations. The fast of the 10th of Tevet became a day of feasting and rejoicing. In contrast to this viewpoint, Maoz Kahana demonstrated that Shabbatai himself did not aim to alter the entirety of halakha, but instead sought to modify specific aspects of it. Furthermore, each of these modifications was justified by halakhic rationale. Samuel Primo, who became Shabbatai's secretary when he went to Smyrna, directed the following circular to all the Jews in the name of Mashiach, the first begotten son of Hisham, Shabbatai Tzvi, Mashiach and Redeemer of the people of Israel, to all the sons of Israel. Peace, since ye have been deemed worthy to behold the great day from the fulfillment of God's word by the prophets, your lament and sorrow must be changed into joy, and your fasting into merriment. For ye shall weep no more, rejoice with song and melody, and change the day formerly spent in sadness and sorrow into a day of jubilee, because I have appeared. Primo's message was considered blasphemous because Shabbatai wanted to celebrate his birthday rather than observe the significant holy day of mourning Tisha B'Av. There was outrage and dissensions in the communities, where many leaders sympathetic to the movement were shocked by such radical innovations. Shlomo Nisim Al-Ghazi, a prominent Talmudist of Smyrna, and other members of the rabbinate who opposed the abolition of the fast narrowly escaped death at the hands of Shabbatai's followers. Dog, this shit sucks. Are we done? In Constantinople. Istanbul, Constantinople was Byzantium. At the beginning of 1666, Shabbatai left Smyrna for Constantinople, possibly forced out by city officials, since Nathan of Gaza had prophesied that once in Constantinople, Shabbatai would place the Sultan's crown on his head. The Grand Vizier, Kupolazde Fazil, Ahmed Pasha, ordered Shabbatai's immediate arrest and had him imprisoned. maybe to avoid any doubts as to the power still wielded by the Sultanate. However, his imprisonment discouraged neither Shabbatai nor his followers. He was treated while in prison, perhaps due to bribes, which strengthened his followers' belief in him. Meanwhile, Nathan of Gaza, Abraham Yalkini, and others circulated reports of Mashiach's miraculous activities in the Ottoman capital and messianic expectations in the Jewish diaspora continued to rise. At Abydos, Migdal Oz. After 2 months' imprisonment in Constantinople, Shabbatai was moved to the castle prison at Abydos Hellespont, accompanied by some of his friends. The Sabbateans then renamed the fortress Migdal Oz Tower of Strength. As Shabbatai had arrived on the day preceding Passover, he slew a paschal lamb for himself and his followers and ate it with its fat, a violation of halakha. He is said to have pronounced over it the benediction, "Blessed be God who restored that which was forbidden." The immense sums sent to him by his rich followers, the charms of the queenly Sarah, and the cooperation shown by the Ottoman officials and others enabled Shabbatai to show off most almost royal splendor in prison at Abydos. Accounts of his life there were exaggerated and spread among Jews in Europe, Asia, and Africa, and in some parts of Europe. Jews began to unroof their houses and prepare for a new exodus. In almost every shul, Shabbatai's initials were posted. Prayers for him were inserted in the following form: "Blessed are King and King, and other and the holy and righteous Shabbatai's be the Messiah and the God of Yaakov." In Hamburg, the council introduced the custom of praying for Shabbatai not only on Shabbat but also on Monday and Thursday. Unbelievers were compelled to remain in the synagogue and join the prayer with a loud amen. Shabbatai's picture was printed with that of King David in most prayer books, along with his Kabbalistic formulas and penances. Such innovations caused great commotion in some communities. In Monrovia, excitement reached such a pitch that the government had to intervene, while at Saleh, Morocco, the emir ordered a persecution of the Jews. During this period, Shabbatai declared the fast on the 17th of Tammuz and Tisha B'Av, his birthday, would henceforth be feast days, and contemplated converting Yom Kippur to a day of celebration. Nehemiah HaKohen, Shabbatai's being as a prisoner in the castle of Abydos. There you go. I'm not. Fuck you. While Shabbatai was so that's a picture of Shabbatai's be as a prisoner in the castle of Abydos. While Shabbatai was in Abydos prison, an incident ultimately led to his downfall. Polish Jewish communities, hearing of Shabbatai's messianic claims, sent the Kabbalist Nehemiah HaKohen to interview him in his captivity. Nehemiah reached Abydos after a journey of 3 months at the beginning of September 1666. The meeting did not go well. Nehemiah declared Shabbatai an impostor. Some Sabbateans are said to have contemplated murdering Nehemiah as a rival. Conversion to Islam. Nehemiah, however, escaped to Constantinople, where he pretended to embrace Islam to get an audience with the Kaymakam to tell him of Shabbatai's ambitions. The Kaymakam informed Sultan Mahmud IV. Shabbatai was removed from Abydos and taken to Adrianople, where the vizier gave him 3 choices: subject himself to a trial of his divinity in the form of a volley of arrows. Should the archers miss, his divinity would be proven, be impaled, or convert to Islam. On the following day, September 16, 1666, Zvi appeared before the Sultan, cast off his Jewish clothing, and put a turban on his head, thereby converting to Islam. Satisfied, the Sultan rewarded Shabbatai by conferring on him the title of Effendi and appointing him as his doorkeeper on a generous salary. Sarah and approximately 300 families among his followers also converted to Islam. Thereafter, These new Muslims were known as the Donma. Shabbatai was ordered to take a second wife to confirm his conversion. Some days afterward, he wrote to the community in Smyrna, God has made me an Ishmaelite, he commanded, and it was done, the ninth day of my regeneration. Disillusionment. Former followers of Shabbatai do penance for their support of him. Shabbatai's conversion devastated his followers, and Muslims ridiculed them. Despite an apostasy, many of his adherents still believed in him, claiming that his conversion was part of the messianic scheme. Those such as Nathan of Gaza and Primo, who were interested in maintaining the movement, encouraged such belief. In many communities, the 17th of Tammuz and Tisha B'Av were still observed as feast days, despite bans and excommunications by the rabbis. At times, Shabbatai assumed the role of a pious Muslim and reviled Judaism. At others, he acted as a Jew. In March 1668, he announced that he had been filled with the Holy Spirit at Passover and had received a revelation. Either Shabbatai or his followers published a mystical work claiming he was the true Mashiach despite his conversion, and that his goal had been was to bring thousands of Muslims to Judaism. However, he told the Sultan that he was trying to convert Jews to Islam, and the Sultan permitted him to associate with other Jews and preach in their synagogues. Last years, gradually the Turks grew tired of Shabbatai's antics and ended the doorkeeper's salary. At the beginning of 1673, the Sultan had Zvi exiled to Ochini, Delkiko, Turkish Olkum, where his wife died in 1674. Zvi then married Esther, the daughter of Rabbi Yosef, philosopher of Thessaloniki. Death. In August 1676, Shabbatai wrote to the Jewish community in Berat, Albania, requesting religious books. Shortly thereafter, he died in isolation, according to some accounts, on September 17, 1676, the high holy day of Yom Kippur. Under his death, his widow, brother, and children by his first wife moved to Thessaloniki. His tomb was believed to be in Berat at the Sufi Lodge built in the yard of King Mosque, Berat, Albanian Zemia e Mibrati, where a tomb stood until 1967. Research done in 1985 suggests he was buried in Dosigno. His biographer, Gershom Scholem, mentioned that the tomb was visited by Donma pilgrims from Salonika until the early 20th century. Legacy. Statue of Shabbatai Zvi in Licini, Montenegro. Do that, kids. By the 19th century, the Donma, these people, had become prominent in the tobacco and textile trades. They established progressive schools, and some members became politically active. Many joined the Committee of Union and Progress (CUP) and the Revolutionary Party known as the Young Turks. With the major Donma city of Salonik now Thessaloniki, becoming part of Greece in 1912, Greece expelled the Muslims, including the Donma, from its territory, with most migrating to Turkey. This was finalized with the 1923 population exchange between Greece and Turkey. By the mid-20th century, they had become highly assimilated. Although little is known about them, various groups called Donma continue to follow Shabbatai Zvi today, mostly in Turkey. Estimates of the numbers vary. As of 2016, there are perhaps 2,000 believing Donma. Welcome. I'm in the middle of a teaching class, so just listen. Okay, so as of 2016, there are perhaps 2,000 believing Donma still living in Turkey, though this is dwarfed by the number of individuals with descent from the group. They have been described as presenting themselves as Muslim in public whilst practicing their own forms of messianic mystical Jewish beliefs in private. Some claim that Donma still play a role in Turkish politics, one of interference. particularly some political parties in Turkey, like the MHP. However, others dismiss it as just whatever, private logic, whatever you want to call that shit. Yo, are we done? What are you doing? Just reset this bullshit. I don't know if I'm going to keep wearing tefillin as I do these classes just because I don't want to damage my tefillin. Tefillin is very expensive. Shit sucks. The Donma eventually split into three sects, each with quite different beliefs. As Ottoman Jewish scholars Abraham Danon and Joseph Nehemiah pointed out in the French language articles in the Jewish Studies Journal over 100 years ago, in the 1930s, a comprehensive study of the history of the sects was published in French by Abraham Galante. More recently, Professor Cengiz Sussman has published a new study called The Burden of Silence. According to a review published in the Israeli newspaper, the Jerusalem Post, the branch known as Caracas follow Sufi-influenced practices, while the Kapanses have not been influenced by Islam at all and are now completely secular. A house in the center of Izmir, close to the Agora, has long been associated with Shabbatai. Having been left in ruins as recently as 2015, it has since been restored to its original style. So next is Jacob Frank. Jacob Joseph Frank. Born Jacob Leibowitz, 1726 to 10th of December 1791, was a Polish Jewish religious leader who claimed to be the reincarnation of the self-proclaimed Messiah Shabbatai Zvi, 1626 to 1676, and also of the biblical patriarch Jacob. The religious authorities of the Jewish community excommunicated Frank and his followers due to his heretical doctrines that included deification of himself as part of a three-thing and other controversial concepts such as neo-appropriation, purification through transgression. Frank's teachings led his sect into scandalous practices, including ritualized orgies, incestuous acts, most notably between fathers and daughters, and the deliberate violation of Jewish moral laws, which he preached were necessary to hasten a messianic redemption through embracing the abyss of faith. He was born in Kolokwa, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Jacob Leibowitz, 1726. I think he looks like one of those dinosaurs with like the head in Jurassic Park. It's like got a really strong fucking nose. Died December 10th, 1971, aged 64 to 65. Offenbach am Main, Principality of Eisenberg, Verstein, Holy Roman Empire, which is neither holy nor Roman Empire. His children Eve Frank, religious like Judaism, organization Frankism. Frank arguably created a religious movement now referred to as Frankism, which incorporated aspects of other shit in Judaism. His followers, known as Frankists, engaged in sexually promiscuous rites, such as the infamous 1756 incident in Langsquaren, where they were allegedly caught dancing around a half-naked woman, symbolizing the Shekinah. Later, Frankists were encouraged to convert en masse to other bullshit. The development of Frankism was one of the consequences of the messianic movement of Shabbatai Zvi. The religious mysticism followed socio-economic changes among the Jews of Poland, Lithuania, and Lithuania. Historical background. Dog, how much? I hate reading shit. Clear my eyes. It sucks. All right. Historical background: there are numerous outbreaks of followers of Shabbatai V in eastern Poland, now Ukraine, particularly in Podolia and Galicia, between the late 17th and early 18th century. In expectation of the Great Messianic Revolution, the members of these societies violated Jewish laws and customs. The mystical cult of the Sabbateans is believed to have included both asceticism and sensuality. Some did penance for their sins, subjected themselves to self-inflicted pain, and mourned for Zion. Others disregarded the strict rules of modesty required by Judaism, and at times were accused of being licentious or even committing ritual incest. The Polish rabbis attempted to place the Sabbatean heresy in Harem in the Assembly of Lwów, now Lviv, in Ukraine, in 1722. Still, they could not fully succeed, as it was widely popular among the nascent Jewish middle class. Early life: Jacob Frank is believed to have been born as Jacob Leibowitz Yankov Leibovich to a Jewish family in Korolówka in Podolia of eastern Poland, now Ukraine. In about 1726, the Polish historian Gaudenty Pikulski affirmed that Frank was born in Bukak, and Agnon even showed the house where he was born and located on Korolówka Street in Bukak. His father was a Sabbatean and moved to Czernowitz in the Carpathian region of Bukovina, Bukovina in 1730, where the Sabbatean influence at the time was strong. As a traveling merchant in textile and precious stones, Jacob Frank often visited Ottoman territories, and where he earned the nickname Frank, a name generally given in the East to Europeans, and lived in the centers of contemporary Sabbateanism, Salonika and Smyrna. In the early 1750s, Frank became intimate with the leaders of Sabbateans. Two followers of the Sabbatean leader, Osman Baba, born 1720, were witnessed at the wedding in 1752. In 1755, he appeared in Podolia, gathered a group of local adherents, and began to preach the revelations which were communicated to him by the Dhamma in Salonika. One of the gatherings in Lankorona Landskron ended in a scandal, and the rabbi's attention was drawn to the new teachings. Frank was forced to leave Podolia, while his followers were hounded and denounced to the local authorities by the rabbis in 1756. At the rabbinical court held in the village of Satanav, now Sataniv in Ukraine, the Sabbateans were accused of having broken fundamental Jewish laws of morality and modesty. Declaration of being a successor of Shabbatai Zvi. At the critical moment, Jacob Frank came to Irwania, proclaimed himself to be a direct successor to Shabbatai Zvi and Atman Baba, and assured his adherents that he had received revelations from heaven. These revelations called for the conversion of Frank and his followers to something else, which was to be a visible transition stage to the future Das or religion to be revealed by Frank. In 1759, negotiations looked toward the conversion of the Frankists to other stuff were being actively carried on with the higher representatives of the Polish people thing. At the same time, the Frankists tried to secure another discussion with the rabbis. The Polish primate Lubensky and the papal nuncio Nicholas Serra were suspicious of the aspirations of the Frankists, but at the insistence of the administrator of bishopric of Lwów, the canon Mikulski, the discussion was arranged. It was held in Lwów and presided over by Mikulski. Other missionaries, missionaries, also tried to detour the Frankists to Protestantism, and a handful did join the Moravian Church. Baptism of the Frankists. I want to get into science. Alright, this isn't that bad. Wait, baptism of Frank is at the discussion in 1759. The rabbis energetically repulsed their opponents. After the discussion of the Frankists were requested to demonstrate in practice their adherence to other shit. Jacob Frank, who had then arrived in Laval, and Kurgis was celebrated with great solemnity in the churches of Laval, with members of the Polish Szlachta nobility acting as godparents. The neophytes adopted the names of their godfathers and godmothers and ultimately joined their ranks. Frank himself was baptized in Laval, 17 September 1759, and again in Warsaw the next day. The King Augustus III, as his godfather, Frank's baptismal name was Joseph. In the course of 1 year, more than 500 individuals were converted to other shit at Laval, and nearly 1,000 in the following year. By 1790, 26,000 Jews were recorded baptized in Poland. However, the Frankists continued to be viewed with suspicion due to their strange doctrines. Frank was arrested in Warsaw on 6th of February 1760 and delivered to a tribunal on the charge of heresy. He was convicted of teaching heresy and imprisoned in the monastery of Czeszowa. Prison in later days. Joshua Monastery in Czeszowa, Eisenberg Castle, Offenbach on Main, Germany, where Frank spent his last 4 years of his life. Jacob Frank on his deathbed in 1790. Pictures. Alright. Frank's imprisonment lasted 13 years, yet it only increased his influence with the sect of surrounding him with the aura of martyrdom. Many Frankists established themselves as Czeszowa and kept up constant communication with their holy master. Frank inspired his followers through mystical speeches and epistles, in which he stated that salvation could be gained only by first adopting the religion of Edom, and later adopting a future religion which Frank called Das, or knowledge in Hebrew. After the first partition of Poland, Frank was released by the Russian general Bibikov, who had occupied Czeszowa in August 1772. Frank lived in the Moravian town of Brno until 1786, surrounded by a retinue of adherents and pilgrims who came from Poland. His daughter Eve began to play an important role in the sect at the time. Frank kept a force of armed men by his court. The future Tsar Paul I of Russia visited him with Joseph II of Austria. Accompanied by his daughter, Frank repeatedly traveled to Vienna, succeeded regarded him as a disseminator of other shit among the Jews, and it is even said that ultimately Frank was deemed unmanageable and he was obliged to move to Offenbach in Germany, where he assumed the title of Baron of Offenbach and lived as a wealthy nobleman in Eisenberg Castle, receiving financial support from his Polish and Moravian followers who made frequent pilgrimages to Offenbach. On the death of Frank in 1790, he became the holy mistress and leader of the sect. Her fortunes dwindled in the aftermath of the Napoleonic Wars, and she died in Offenbach in 1816. Some Frankists were active during the French Revolution, such as Moses de Brusca, a son of Frank's Sabbatean cousin in Offenbach, Schendel de Brusca. The Frankists scattered in Poland and Bohemia eventually intermarried into the gentry and middle class. Maria Szymanowska, a piano virtuoso, came from a Frankist family. Wanda Grabowski also descended from Frankists. In 1883, a Russian magazine, Russian Old Times, issued memoirs of an influential official of the Russian Ministry of the Interior, the Privy Councilor and staunch bad guy, staunch person, O.A. Slavsky. He promulgated the allegations that the mothers of the three greatest men of Poland, Frederick Chopin, Adam Mickiewicz, and Julius Slovak, were converted Jews from the Frankist sect. Similar assertions were put forth by Mises and Ballon. Notable Sabbatean teachers of Jacob Frank: Rabbi Issachar, one of Frank's principal teachers, a disciple of Chaim Malach. Frank studied with him in Izmir in 1750 to 1752. Rabbi Mordechai ben Elias Margalit of Prague, Mardo Schulz in Polish, another of Frank's principal teachers. He helped introduce Frank to the practices of the Karakashi sect of the Donma in the Turkish Empire, which worshipped Baruch Shaya Russo, also known as Atman Baba. Frank traveled with him to Salonika in November 1753. He left Bohemia and moved to the Ottoman Empire after Jacob Frank's uncle Moses Meyer Kamenker was caught smuggling Sabbatean literature into Germany in 1725. Mordecai allegedly engaged in adultery and other antinomian conduct. Leib, a Jewish Sabbatean teacher of Frank's during the latter childhood, in Wallachia and Moldavia. He was also a wonder worker who attempted to dispel demons. Jacob Frank's Rags, a collection of the words of Hashem, available online in English, translated, edited, and annotated by Harris Leonowitz with an introduction by Leonowitz. Cultural references: Jacob Frank is the subject of Andros Zolowski's book Moliruda, 1994. The personality of Frank has inspired the Polish historical movie Das in 2011, directed by Adrian Panik. Frank is played by Olgierd Lukasiewicz. Jacob Frank is a central character in the novel by Polish Nobel laureate writer Olga Tokarczuk, The Books of Jacob, Polish Czeski Jacobowi, published in October 2014 by Wydawnictwo Literackie. Okay, so let's learn about the Sabbateans first. Hold on. Unless I have to read all that other bullshit. Dude, we just read through all this shit. You know who they are? We'll read it. It sucks. Have you ever known any Sabbateans? Or Frankus, more like it. And it was very strange to me. We'll talk about it. I had a stream yesterday. There are bets on it's kind of getting horny as fuck, but I know it's Rebbitzin, who I don't like, and for some reason in the stream she was wearing lowrider jeans, and she made out with me, and it was not like a good dream. I was not happy with it. I did not like it. It's bothersome to me. But and it could have been like any other Rebbitzin in the world, and I would have been probably be cool with it. So yeah, Rebbitzin. But so you dream of making out with Rebbitzin, and you dream of like criticizing people who are disrespectful of Holocaust and Shabbat and stuff like that. Yeah. She'd be like, tight. I'd be like, I don't like it. But nobody's perfect. But like, some of these people have the means to not this, not. They have the means to be able to live within walking distance of the shul, and they don't. And I don't know why. The Sabbateans are a variety of Jewish followers, disciples, and believers in Shabbatai Tzvi, 1626 to 1676, an Ottoman Jewish rabbi and Kabbalist who was proclaimed to be the Jewish Messiah in 1666 by Nathan of Gaza. Illustration of Shabbatai Tzvi, 1906, Jude's Historic Museum. There you go. Vast numbers of Jews in the Jewish diaspora accepted his claims even after he outwardly became an apostate due to his forced conversion to Islam in the same year. Shabbatai Tzvi's followers, both during his proclaimed messiahship and after his forced conversion to Islam, are known as Sabbateans. In the late 17th century, northern Italy experienced a surge of Sabbatean activity driven by the missionary efforts of Abraham Miguel Cardoso. Around 1700, a radical faction within the Dharma movement, led by Baruch Russo, emerged, which sought to abolish many biblical prohibitions. During the same period, Sabbatean groups from Poland migrated to the land of Israel. The Sabbatean movement continued to disseminate through Central Europe and northern Italy during the 18th century, propelled by prophets and believers. Concurrently, anti-Sabbatean literature emerged, leading to a notable dispute between Rabbi Yaakov Emden Yavitz and Joseph Eibeshutz. Additionally, a successor movement known as Frankism, led by Jacob Frank, began in Eastern Europe during this century. Part of the Sabbateans lived on until well into the 21st century Turkey as descendants of Dhamma. Shabbatai Tzvi was a Sephardic ordained rabbi from Smyrna, now Izmir, Turkey, a Kabbalist and Romaniote origin. That's Greek-speaking ethnic Jewish community. Tzvi was active throughout the Ottoman Empire, claimed to be the long-awaited Jewish Messiah. He was the founder of the Sabbatean movement, whose followers subsequently were known as Dhamma converts or crypto-Jews. Conversion to Islam in February 1666. Upon arriving in Constantinople, Sabbatai was imprisoned by the order of the Grand Vizier Kapulwali Fazl Ahmad Pasha. In September of that same year, after being moved from different prisons around the capital to Adrianople, the imperial court's seat, the judgment on accusations of fomenting sedition, Shabbatai was given by the Grand Vizier in the name of the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, Mohammed IV, the choice of either facing death by some type of ordeal or by converting to Islam. Shabbatai seems to have chosen the latter by donning from then on a turban. He was then also rewarded by the heads of the Ottoman state and with a generous pension for his compliance with the political and religious their political and religious plans. Shabbatai's conversion to Islam was extremely disheartening for the world's Jewish communities. In addition to the misery and disappointment from within, Muslims and Christians and other people jeered at the scorned, incredulous, and duped Jews. In spite of Shabbatai's apostasy, many of his adherents still tenaciously clung to him, claiming that his conversion was part of the Messianic scheme. The belief was further upheld and strengthened by the likes of Nathan of Gaza and Samuel Primo, who were interested in maintaining the movement. Many within Zvi's inner circle followed him into Islam, including his wife Sarah and most of his closest relatives and friends. Nathan of Gaza, the scholar closest to Zvi, who had caused Zvi to reveal his messiahship, and in turn became his prophet, never followed his master into Islam but remained a Jew, albeit excommunicated by his Jewish brethren. After Shabbatai Zvi's apostasy, many Jews, although horrified, clung to the belief that Zvi could be regarded as the true Jewish Messiah. They constituted the largest number of Sabbateans during the 17th and 18th centuries. By the 19th century, Jewish Sabbateans had been reduced to small groups of hidden followers who feared being discovered for their beliefs that were deemed to be entirely heretical and antithetical to rabbinic Judaism. These very Jews fell under the category of sectarians, Sabbateans, which originated when many Sabbateans refused to accept that Zvi's feigned apostasy might have been indicative of the fact that their faith was genuinely an illusion. Another large group of Sabbateans, after Zvi's apostasy, began to view Islam in an extremely negative way. Polemics against Islam erupted directly after Zvi's forced conversion. Some of these attacks were considered part of a largely anti-Sabbatean agenda. Accusations coming from anti-Sabbatean Jews revolved around the idea of Sabbatai Zvi's feigned conversion to Islam, and Islam was rightfully an indicator of a false claim of messianship. Inside the Ottoman Empire, those followers of Zvi who had converted to Islam but who secretly continued Jewish observances and Brit Milah became known as Dana, Turkish Dana convert. There were some internal subdivisions within the sect according to the geographical locations of the group, and according to who the leaders of these groups were after the death of Shabtai Zvi. Sabbatean-related controversies in Jewish history. Shabtai Zvi enthroned as the Jewish Messiah from Tikkun, Amsterdam, 1666. The Emden Eibeshutz controversy. The Emden Eibeshutz controversy was a serious rabbinical disputation with wider political ramifications in Europe that followed the accusations by Rabbi Jacob Emden, 1697-1776, of the Common Era, a fierce opponent of the Sabbateans, against Rabbi Jonathan Eibeshutz, 1690-1764, of the Common Era, whom he accused of being a secret Sabbatean. The Emden Eibeshutz controversy arose concerning the amulets which Emden suspected Eibeshutz of issuing. It was alleged that these amulets recognized the messianic claims of Shabbatai Zvi. Emden then accused Eibeshutz of heresy. Emden was known for his attacks directed against the adherents or those he supposed to be the adherents of Shabbatai Zvi. In Emden's eyes, Eibeshutz was a convicted Sabbatean. The controversy lasted several years, continuing even after Eibeshutz's death. Emden's assertion of heresy was chiefly based on the interpretation of some amulets prepared by Eibeshutz, in which Emden professed to the Sabbatean illusions. Hostilities began before Eibeshutz left Prague, when Eibeshutz was named chief rabbi of the three communities of Altona, Hamburg, and Wandsbek. In 1751, the controversy reached the stage of intense and bitter antagonism. Emden maintained that he was at first protected by the threats from publishing anything against Eibeshutz. He solemnly declared in his synagogue that the writer of the amulets to be Sabbatean heretic and deserving of harem excommunication. The majority of the rabbis in Poland, Moravia, and Bohemia, as well as the leaders of the three communities, supported Eibeshutz. The accusation was utterly incredible. In July 1725, the Ashkenazic Beit Din of Amsterdam had issued a ban on excommunication of the entire Sabbatean sect. Kat ha-ma'aminim. Writings of Sabbatean. If you don't know, kids sounded up. The same for adults. Writings of Sabbatean nature, none at the Beit Din at the time, were attributed to Eibeshutz. In early September, similar proclamations were issued by the Bete Den of Frankfurt and the triple community of Altona, Hamburg, and Wandsbek. The three bans were printed and circulated in other Jewish communities throughout Europe. Rabbi Ezekiel Katzenellenbogen, the chief rabbi of the triple community, and Rabbi Moses Haggis, were unwilling to attack Iberschutz publicly, mentioning that greater than him have fallen and crumbled, and that there is nothing we can do to him. However, Rabbi Katzenellenbogen stated that one of the texts found by the Amsterdam Beit Din, Ba'avo Hayom El Ayin, and I came this day into the fountain, were authored by Joseph Iberschutz, and declared that all copies of the work that were in circulation should be immediately burned. Emden later suggested that the rabbis decided against attacking Iberschutz out of a reluctance to offend his powerful family and a fear of rich supporters of his living in their communities. As a result of Iberschutz and other rabbis in Prague formulating a new and different ban against Shabbatianism in September of that year, his reputation was restored, and Iberschutz was regarded as having been totally vindicated. The issue was to arise again, albeit tangentially, in the 1751 dispute between Emden and Iberschutz. The controversy was a momentous incident in Jewish history of that period, including involving both Yechezkel Landau and the Vilna Gaon, and may be credited with having crushed the lingering belief in Shabbatai current even in some Orthodox circles. In 1760, the quarrel broke out once more when some Sabbatian elements were discovered among the students of Iberschutz's yeshiva. At the same time, with his younger son, Wolf presented himself as a Sabbatian prophet, with the result that the yeshiva was closed. Sabbatians and early Hasidism. Some scholars see seeds of the Hasidic movement within the Sabbatian movement. When Hasidism began to spread its influence, a serious schism evolved between the Hasidic and non-Hasidic Jews. Those who rejected the Hasidic movement dubbed themselves Misgagdim, opponents. Critics of Hasidic Judaism expressed concern that Hasidism might become a messianic sect, as had occurred among the followers of both Shabbatai Tzvi and Jacob Frank. However, the Baal Shem Tov, the founder of Hasidism, came at the time when the Jewish masses of Eastern Europe were reeling in bewilderment and disappointment engendered by the two Jewish false messiahs, Shabbatai Tzvi 1626 to 1676, and Jacob Frank 1726 to 1791 in particular. Sabbatians and modern secularism. Some scholars have claimed that the Sabbatian movement in general fostered and connected well with the principles of modern secularism. Rabbis who opposed Sabbatians: Joseph Escapa, 1572 to 1662, was especially known for having been a teacher of Zvi and having afterward excommunicated him. Aaron Lapapa, 1590 to 1674, was the rabbi at Smyrna in 1665 when Zvi's movement was at its height there. He was one of the few rabbis to oppose and excommunicate Zvi. Zvi and his adherents retorted by deposing him and forcing him to leave the city, and his office was given to his colleague, Chaim ben Beneste. At the time, one of Sabbatai's founders. After Sabbatai's conversion to Islam, the Papa seems to have been reinstated. Jacob ben Aaron Sesporta, 1610 to 1698, was one of the fiercest opponents of the Sabbatian movement. He wrote many letters to various communities in Europe, Asia, and Africa, exhorting them to unmask the impostors and to warn the people against them. He documented his struggle in his book, Zitzat Novel Zvi, the title being based on Isaiah 28:4. He wrote a number of works such as Toledat Yaakov in 1652 of the Common Era, an index of biblical passages found in the Haggadah of the Jerusalem Talmud, similar to Aaron Pasaro's Toledat Aharon, which relates to the Babylonian Talmud only, and Ohel Yaakov, 1737, a volume of halakhic responsa, which includes polemical correspondence against Zvi and his followers. Jacob Haggis, 1620 to 1674, was one of Zvi's chief opponents. 1620-1674 was one of Zvi's chief opponents, who put him under the ban. About 1673, Haggis went to Constantinople to publish his Lahem Hanim, but he died there before his book was accomplished. This book, as well as many others of his, was lost. Naphtali Cohen, 1649-1780, Commoner. If I don't ever, I usually mean Commoner, I'll say it Hebrew. You know, it's like, you know. And if you don't, we'll teach it to you later. Was a Kabbalist who was tricked into giving an approbation to a book of his Sabbatean Nehemiah Hayim. Provided with this and with other recommendations secured in the same way, Hayim traveled throughout Moravia and Silesia, propagating everywhere his Sabbatean teachings. Cohen soon discovered his mistake and endeavored without success to recover his approbation, although he did not yet realize the full import of the book. It was in 1713, while Cohen was staying at Breslau, where he acted as a rabbi until 1716, and Haham Zvi Ashkenazi of Amsterdam informed him of its tenets. Cohen thereupon acted rigorously. He launched a ban against the author of his book and became one of the most zealous supporters of Haham Zvi in his campaign against Hayim. David Nito, 1654 to 1728, was the Haham of Spanish and Portuguese Jewish community in London. He waged war untiringly on the Sabbateans, which he regarded as dangerous to the best interests of Judaism, and in his connection wrote his Esh None in 1715 against Nehemiah Hayim, who supported Zvi. Zvi Ashkenazi, 1656 to 1718, known as the Chacham Zvi, for some time rabbi of Amsterdam, was a resolute opponent of the followers of Shabbatai Zvi and Salamka. He also witnessed the impact of Shabbatai Zvi movement on the community, and this experience became a determining factor in his whole career. His son Jacob Emden served as rabbi in Emden and followed in his father's footsteps in combating the Sabbatean movement. Moses Haggis, 1671 to 1750, around 1750, Common Era, was born in Yerushalayim and waged a campaign against Sabbatean emissaries during 1725 to 1726. Jacob Emden, 1697 to 1776, Common Era, was a Talmudic scholar and leading opponent of the Sabbateans. He is best known as the opponent of Rabbi Jonathan Eibschultz, whom he accused of being a Sabbatean during the Emden-Eibschultz controversy.
None of them had a look at the bottom threshold for their value, coming down. However, Hashem ultimately, never say Hashem does have a minimum value. Similar Rashi, even Kisva Miknea, the Hashem usually Kisva come up with a shkal. But saying Hashem has a minimum value of his shkal. Here, the Hashem was less than the shkal. Allah, I will ready at the answer. Then, what is logic ready at the answer? Namaka, holding on the Kanta also. Going ultimately to offer the also. Dama the Baba. But is often about the one. Dama shall after the Baba. The other sacrificial animals is not offered the Baba. That's the case. Santa's not in Numa also. The Shmak Shiva, Shalom the Shmak Suva, or Suva says the Machatas, and some and there's only a fraction of the chance of the shema that it's kosher, it's only shema. So kosher stuff, like other kabbalos, bein lishma, bein shelo lishma, shelo. Ultimately, in order to offer up the shema lishma, be kosher. I will sell that dafka, Hashem is. That was like, and then again, can't say that he is so of Kratos will be not know why. Because also we already know for sure that what? That Kratos is not the only covenant to offer up the Shema. We already know that what else is in that category? Covenant Pesach. Hachanami, Lav Dafka. So to again, we can say that it's not Dafka. It's not Shira Olasau. There's also the increase of Olasau. Slicha, we are no Shiri. Also, one thing we argue that is the case of
What are you doing?
there is no other case. By the other possibilities, Haman, that the other possibilities, the other possibilities, business with black, it's a relative of Shimon, Dama, high Mokum before. Behind Mokum before is what's an ultimate again. Actually, the high Mokum is like a line of action. You can't just make it before. The oldest,
I'm gonna read this fucking thing. Frankism is a Sabbatean religious movement originating in Rabbinic Judaism of the 18th and 19th centuries. Created in Podolia, it was named after its founder Jacob Frank. Frank completely rejected Jewish norms, preaching to his followers that they were obligated to transgress moral boundaries and embracing antinomianism. The Frankists engaged in incest orgies and sex rituals, such as the infamous 1756 incident in La Shron, where they were allegedly caught dancing around a half-naked woman symbolizing the Shekinah. At its height, Frankism claimed perhaps 50,000 followers, primarily Jews living in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, as well as in other regions in Central and Eastern Europe. Later, Frankists were encouraged to convert en masse to other sects. Alright, description. Frankists believed in Shabtai Tzvi, one of the most famous of all self-proclaimed Mashiach in Jewish history. He believed in transgressing Jewish commandments to elevate the divine sparks constrained by them. He performed actions that violated traditional Jewish prohibitions, such as eating foods forbidden by kashrut, the Jewish dietary laws, and celebrating prescribed fast days and feast days. He eventually opted to convert to Islam rather than face execution for claiming to be the Messiah in Judaism. After Zvi's death, several branches of Shabbatism evolved that disagreed over which aspects of Judaism would be preserved and discarded. Jacob Frank claimed to be the reincarnation of Shabbatai Zvi and followed and extended his practice of transgression. Father and daughter incest was commonly practiced by his followers, and orgies featured prominently in ritual. Frank claimed that all laws and teachings will fall, and following antinomianism asserted that the most important obligation of humanity was the transgression of every boundary. Organization. Jacob Frank stood at the head of Frankism. He regarded his followers as soldiers, and all were members of a company to build an army to secure Frank's rule over a Frankist country. There were 4 company locations: Ivan, Cheshova, Brno, and Offbach am Main. In Ivani, Cheshova, Brno, and Offenbach am Main. Members were required to wear plate armor, shields, and helmets and train hard. His teachings were not intended for the ears of all Frankists, but only for his personally selected small circle of so-called brothers and sisters, of whom he demanded blind obedience. Frank tried to maintain absolute control over at least this circle, taking advantage of the tendency to believe in shadim and magic. Shadim are spirits or demons in the Tanakh and Jewish mythology. Shadim do not, however, correspond exactly to the modern conceptions of demons as evil entities, which originated other places. While evil spirits were thought to cause melodies, Shadim differed conceptually from evil spirits. Shadim were not considered evil demigods, but the gods of foreigners. Further, they were envisaged as evil only in the sense that they were not from Hashem. So, like the shade, Ashmodai in bird-like form, the typical rooster feet is depicted in the compendium, or Reeseman, Todius, artist, and measure salad. There's the child sacrifice in the shade. following the typical description of the Ammonite deity Moloch back in the day in medieval modern sources. Oh fuck, dude! I'm not doing this anymore. I'm sorry. You look at the pictures through my glasses or something. I need this fucking device, so I can't. All right. So, doctrine, words of as the most important Frankish text in the Kisiga Slow passage, the book of the words of the this is written in Polish and elementary, almost folk language, and consists of short sayings, some fewer than 10 words, interpretations and parables, visions and dreams, longer speculations about the elements of the doctrine, various episodes from Frank's life, the Frankish company, the contemporary rulers, and fairy tale stories up to 1,100 words long. To support them, there are many quotations from the Torah and the Zohar, as well as popular stories from the surrounding culture, which were quoted verbatim and paraphrased or adapted to his own doctrine. The text begins and ends with a vision. Section 1 is Frank's vision of his calling. Section 2192 is Frank's final testament to the company. The words of the begin to Jewish literature, but its contents reject Jewish tradition and teachings. Biblical figures such as Jacob, Esau, and Esther are the foundations of Frank's teaching. Frank's brothers compiled the work between 1755 and 1791 as Zibir collection of materials developed in numerous meetings. The original Polish title, Sigia book, is therefore somewhat misleading and is only used once in the collection. In 2192, it was written down starting around 1773 and distributed exclusively in the handwritten form of his widely scattered followers. The last known complete manuscript, Words of Law, were destroyed along with numerous other Frankist sources during the destruction of Warsaw in World War II. Until recently, our researchers of Frankism have relied on the source material of the extensive biography of the historian Alexander Kraussar, the most important study of Frankism from the pre-war period. Oh, I'm sick of reading today. Okay, the V Doctrine. In Frankism, Frank is the third messianic incarnation of Tiferet after Shabtai Zvi and Baruchia Russo, 1677-1720, and also the reborn forefather Jacob. Nonetheless, he is only a helper. The actual guide in Frankism is the Virgin, the incarnation of the Shekinah, and the female Messiah. Frankists are supposed to follow her bravely like soldiers through all horrors. The path by which Frank sought to lead the followers to life was symbolized by the letter V, which also represents Jacob's ladder. The seeker must first climb into the abyss to reach the deepest level of humiliation and then climb back up to light. According to Frankist doctrine, the patriarchy and Moshe had already tried to follow the path but had failed, as had Zvi. Frank proclaims that the Frankist ascent down the V ladder into the deepest humiliation is reflected in society's hatred and exclusion of them, which result from Frankism's consistent implementation of the idea that all laws and teachings of the world are only laws in the three evil world rulers, the Pope, the Tsar, and the Sultan, and therefore do not need to be observed. In the best case, such laws and teachings need only to be kept in pretense. Religions and teachings of the world can be worn like an empty shell and then discarded at whim because the true Torah is yet to be revealed. The Mosaic Law with the Ten Commandments should be despised as it is part of the Old Torah. The contempt of all teaching of the world culminates in a statement by Frank to his close circle of brothers and sisters that amounts to a command for total assimilation. One should adapt the new respective religion or language depending on the country. Frank also advises mass assimilation in the following passage. Shlomo was wise, wiser than all the peoples. He mixed with all the nations, took the daughters of kings, as his wives and did not get anything out of it. He could mix with the nations because he was a king. But here the whole world knows that I am descendant from Jews, that I am newly baptized and poor, but I have hope that I will mix with their society this winter, and they themselves will tell me, I can tell you, whoever does not mix with the nations, all his work is in vain. Frank was not interested in the acculturation of Jews. Rather, he wanted them to integrate into society in order to ultimately overthrow it. If the enemies of the Jews in the 18th century had been familiar with Frank's secret sectarian canon, it would have made the already hotly contested Jewish emancipation considerably more difficult. This shows a picture of the Frankish Virgin Eve Frank, 1774 Common Era. The center of Frankism was a new concept of the Shekinah. However, the term was forbidden in Frankism because Jacob Frank referred to her as the Virgin. Thus, Shekinah in Kabbalistic form, Klaus Samuel Davidovich, a Jewish studies scholar of the University of Vienna, who has written extensively on Frank and Frankism, assumes it was initially an old name for God that referred to the indwelling of the presence of God for a specific place. According to Frank's teachings, all of the important forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Moses, strove towards the Virgin, who manifested herself in different persons, such as Rachel and Alphiel. Moses' liberation from Egypt could not have been complete either, since the foundation of salvation is the Virgin. But now, according to Frank, the real Virgin had arrived, a female Messiah, visible to all people, his daughter Eve Frank. In a teaching, Frank identifies himself with the traditional Messiah ben Joseph, who will have significant impact but perish in the fight against the enemies of the end times. Just as he precedes the Messiah ben David, Frank prepares the way for the Virgin, his daughter. Frankism characterizes the Virgin using elements of the Esther stories and is strongly influenced by the veneration of that bitch surrounding the black and black lady, not black lady, like a prayer of Czechoslovakia. No one knows how to say that. He claimed that the black like a prayer would lead his followers to the Frankish Virgin and therefore presented baptism as a necessary step. Following the Bahar and the Zohar, in which the Shekinah are described as being like a princess tower. We gotta read this one. Bahar, the Sefer HaBahar, Book of Clarity, Book of Illumination, is an anonymous mystical work attributed to the 1st century rabbinic sage Nahunya ben Akana, a temporary of Yochanan ben Zakkai, because it begins with the words Rabbi Nahunya ben Hakuna said. It is also known as the Midrash of Rabbi Nahunya ben Hakuna, first mentioned in the 12th century Languedoc Provençal work. The Bahar is an early work of esoteric Jewish mystical tradition and eventually became known as Kabbalah. The work is considered by scholars to be pseudepigraphical, composed in Provence in the late 12th century. We'll read this one, maybe. Dude, this is a lot of work. Okay, title. Nachmanides in the commentary on the Torah, Genesis 1, is one of the first to quote the work under the title Midrash Rabbi Nenuya ben Hakana. Rabbi Nenuya ben Hakana said the opening sentence. Among medieval Kabbalists, it became known as Sefer HaBahir, taken from the opening comment. One verse says, "And now men see not the light which is bright Bahir in the skies." Job 37:20. Authorship. Kabbalists ascribe authorship to the Bahir of Rabbi Nehunya, a rabbi of the Mishnaic era who lived around 100 of the Common Era. Medieval Kabbalists write that the Bahir did not come down to them as a unified book, but rather in pieces found in scattered scrolls and booklets. The scattered fragmentary nature of the Bahar's text, which sometimes ends discussion in mid-sentence and which often jumps randomly from topic to topic, supports this claim. The historical critical study of the book points to a later date of composition. For some time, the scholars believed that it was written in the 13th century by Isaac the Blind, or by those in his school. The first sentence, and now men see not the light which is bright in the skies, Job 37:21, begin isolated and having no connection with what follows, was taken to be an illusion of the blindness of its author. However, the modern scholars of Kabbalah now hold that at least part of the Bahir was an adaptation of an older work, and the Sefer Raza Rabbah. The older work is mentioned in some of the works of the Geonim. However, no complete copies of the Sefer Raza Rabbah are in existence. However, quotes from this book can still be found in some older works. Scholar Ronit Moroz argues that the elements of the Bahir date back to 10th century Babylonia as witnessed by the acceptance of the Babylonian system of vowel points, which later fell into disuse, while the other elements were written in the 12th century province. Many scholars of Kabbalah hold that the Bahir adds Gnostic elements to the older work. The question of how much Gnosticism has influenced Kabbalah is one of the major themes of the modern day research on Kabbalah and the works of Gershom Scholem and Moshe Idol. For more information, there is a striking affinity between the symbolism of the Sefer HaBahir on the one hand and the speculations of the Gnostics and the theory of the ions of the other. The fundamental problem in the study of the book is the affinity based on an as yet unknown historical link between the Gnosticism in the Mishneh and Talmudic era, and the sources from which the material in Sefer HaBahir is derived. Or should it possibly be seen as purely psychological phenomenon? I.e., a spontaneous upsurge from the depths of the soul imagination without any historical continuity. Bahar Encyclopedia Judaica Keter published history. Kabbalists believe that the oral tradition of the Bahar goes back to the 1st century CE. Commentary: it is possible that some secret manuscript existed before publication in the 12th century. Around 1174, Commentary: the Bahar was published by Province School for Kabbalists and was circulated to a limited audience in manuscript form. 1298, the earliest extant manuscript dates from the end of the 13th century. 1331, earliest commentary on the Bahar is written by Rabbi Meir ben Shalom Abu Shula, a disciple of Shlomo ben Rashba, and it is published anonymously under the title Or HaGanuz. End of the 15th century, the Bahar is translated into Latin by Flavius Mithridates, but the translation is wordy and not useful. 1651, the Bahar is published in Amsterdam together with Mayan HaChachma is in printed form. 1706, the Bahar is published in Berlin together with Mayan HaChachma. 1784, the Bahar is published in Sklav and Koretz. 1800, the Bahar is published in Lvov. 1830, the Bahar is published in Lvov. 1849, the Bahar is published in unknown place as part of the Chumshi Kabbalah. 1865, the Bahar is published in Lvov. 1883, the Bahar is published in Vilna. 1913, the Bahar is published in Vilna. 1923, the German translation is published by Gershom Scholem. 1951, the Bahar is published in Yerushalayim. 1979, English translation by Rabbi Aryeh Kaplan is published. 1980, Latin translation Guillaume Postel is published by Francois Secret. 1994, Hebrew text is published from the manuscripts by Daniel Abrams. 2005, Latin translation Flavius Mithridates is published together with a critical edition of Hebrew text by Saverio Campanini. The 13th century Kabbalist Rabbi Isaac Cohen reports that the Sefer HaBahir came from the land of Israel and the early Pietists, the sages of Ashkenaz, the Kabbalists of Germany, and from there to the early wise men in province who chase after all sorts of written records of wisdom, those who know the divine supernal knowledge, but they saw only part of the book and not all of it because they did not see it in its entirety in its complete form. Several distinct literary layers can be distinguished in Bahar, some written in the East at the end of the 19th century or in the early 10th century, and some in the 12th century province. The book Bahar uses the Babylonian grammar and vocalization system. The Babylonian vocalization, as opposed to the Tiberian one used in Hebrew to this day, is mainly upper, that is, marked above the letters, and is characterized, among other properties, by the sigil being pronounced like a pada. Only if Behar was written in a region in which the Babylonian system was in use can the claim Hashem placed the pada above the letter and the sigil beneath be meaningful. The pada is upper according to the Babylonian vocalization system, whereas the sigil is lower according to the Tiberian system. Only according to the Babylonian system is it possible to pronounce the combination of vowels at the same time, and both have the same pronunciation, the short U. The use of the Babylonian vocalization system to symbolize the holy is evidenced by the passage's date of composition. At the beginning of the 10th century, a debate arose between Jewish communities which the over which grammatical system most faithfully represented the Torah. In other words, how was it pronounced when it was given to Moshe at Sinai? The understanding that the Babylonian system reflected a foreign influence on the Hebrew language. Thereafter, one could no longer employ it as a proper symbolic instrument for the holy. Hence, the Babylonian layer must be written before the debate was concluded. Contents: The Behar assumes the form of exegenic midrash in the first chapters of Genesis. It is divided into 60 short paragraphs or 140 passages and is the form of dialogue between master and disciples. The main characters are Ra Amora or Amorai and Ra Rahamai, the Rahum or Rahumai. Some statements in the book are attributed to Rabbi Berechiah and Rabbi Yonahan, Rabbi Boone, rabbis mentioned in the later Midrashic literature. The Behar contains commentaries explaining the mystical significance of biblical verses, the mystical significance of the shapes of the Hebrew letters, and the mystical significance of cantillation signs and vowel points on the letters, and the mystical significance of statements in the Sefer Yeritza, Book of Creation, and the use of sacred names in magic. Okay, there are 200 aphorism-like paragraphs. Each paragraph uses references from the Torah to expand upon its presentation. As with all Kabbalistic texts, the meanings are highly symbolic and subject to numerous opportunities for interpretation. A common analogy is used throughout. A king, his servants, his daughter, and his gardens are all used to explain a meaning first of Torah and then in general of the main topic of the text. The paragraphs refer to each with other in segments and are broken into 5 sections in the R.E.A. Kaplan translation. These sections are loosely grouped together, but they do more or less stay within the underlying themes given by their title. Section 1, the 1 through 16, consists of commentary on the first verse of Genesis or of the creation story. Section 2, verses 17 through 44, talks about the alphabet or the Hebrew alphabet and gets its inspiration from the Sefer Yetzirah, which links all these letters of creation to the overall mysticism presented in the Torah. Section 3, verses 45 through 122, concerns the 7 voices of the Sephirot. Section 4, verses 124 to 193, is grouped under the section title of 10 Sephiroth. Section 5, verses 1793 through 200. If I said version, I meant verses. Completes the discourse on the mysteries of the soul. Sphirot. The Hebrew word sphirot was first described in Sefer Yetzirah as corresponding to the 10 basic numbers and did not possess the meaning that later Kabbalists gave to it. It is in the Bahir that we find the first discussion of the Kabbalistic concept of Sphirot and Sphirot as divine attributes and powers emanating from God. Why are they called Sphirot? Because it is written, the heavens tell God's glory. Creation of the universe. The world, according to the Bahir, is not the product of the act of creation. Like God, this book existed from all eternity, not only in potentiality but in actuality, and the creation consisted merely in the appearance of that which was latent in the first Sphira, or Haganuz, or as it is called, Keter Elyon, which emanated from God. The Sphira gave birth to Chokmah, wisdom, which emanated Bina, intelligence. From these three, which are the superior Sphirot, and from the primary principles of the universe, emanated from one another the 7 inferior Sphirot, from which all material beings are formed. All the 10 Sphirot are linked one to the other, and every one of them has an active and a passive quality, emanating and receiving. A flux of one Sphira from another is symbolized in the form of the letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Thus, the letter Gimel, shaped like a tube open at each end, represents a Sphira, which receives strength at one end and discharges from the other. The 10 Sphirot are the energy of God, the forms in which his being manifests itself. Reincarnation. The Bahir adopts the concept of reincarnation to solve the question of why the just may suffer in this world while the wicked may be prosperous. The just may have been wicked in former lives, and the wicked righteous. I sort of believe if that exists, then that kind of makes sense. Additions and commentaries. One of the most accurate manuscripts in the final form of Sefer Bahir was written in 1331 by Meir ben Solomon Abi Sahula. His commentary on Bahir was anonymously published as Or HaGanuz, the Hidden Light. It was translated into German by Gershom Scholem, that guy's big time, and into English by Aryeh Kaplan. Recently, it has been critically edited by Saverio Campanini. See the Book of Bahir, Flavius Mithridates, Latin translation, the Hebrew text, and an English version edited by Saverio Campanini with a foreword by Giulio Bussi, Torino, Nino Aragano, Editore, 2005. Right, so following the Bahir and the Zohar, in which the Shekhinah is described as being like a princess in a tower, Frank refers to an actual tower of the Jasnat Bora monastery where he was exiled. He had miniature portraits of his daughter Eve made corresponding to other images of that home bitch. These are now in the National Library of Israel. However, Eve as Shekhinah was an element that had not appeared during Frank's lifetime. The Virgin was hidden from Frank, and his task was to free her. The black M points to the true Virgin who will be referred preceding the final redemption. Frank regarded himself as the Virgin's guide, who, before her manifestation, is in a mysterious place and was given only to him since the beginning of the world, so that he, as her father, would be her guardian. The soul of Shekinah was still with Frank. His brothers were unworthy to see her themselves. They were supposed to support Frank in finding the Virgin. Depending on the company's behavior, the Virgin would behave positively or negatively towards them, a well-known idea from the Kabbalistic description of the Shekhinah. During her father's lifetime, Eve Frank held a special position within the company. As soon as she was old enough, she stood at her father's side as a competent and adjutant. Frank repeatedly accused his followers of having fallen back into Judaism thus preventing the liberation of the Virgin. The only way the Virgin was able to adapt The only way the Virgin is to adapt to the Polish environment. The only way to the Virgin is to adapt to the Polish environment. The liberation of the Shekinah, the transfer of the Shekinah's soul from Jacob to Eve, Frank, is also described in some longer fairy tale narratives in the words of Hashem, which are reminiscent of the Middle Eastern models of in the 1001 Nights. They use traditional Kabbalistic terminology with the motive of concealment and disguise as a garden being important in Frankism. The garden stands for a symbolic setting of the world of the 10th sphere, the strengthening of the third sphere, Chokmah, the male principle, also known as the upper Shekinah, and leads to the liberation of the lower Shekinah. In Frank's perception of the Virgin, it is clear how deeply his ideas are rooted in Kabbalah and other Jewish writings. Despite other influences, the authors of the words of the L, and then O, the R, and melody, who created such colorful parables and allegories required an excellent knowledge of Kabbalistic literature. Da'at, the mystical goal. The last stage of the mystical path of this is the last one I'm going to show. Okay, no more showing pictures. This is too much. The last stage of the mystical path of Frankism is Da'at, cosmic convergence. Maybe I'll do it. In the Zohar, as well as in Frankism, Da'at describes the mystical place where all 10 spheres are united. It is an apparent sphere which cosmologically means a concealed knowledge that creates a harmonizing union between two spheres, the male principle of Chokmah and the female principle of Binah. It results from the fusion of these cosmic forces. On a physical level, knowledge means the sexual union of man and woman who manifests itself in the union of Adam and Eve in Genesis 4:1. It is thus possible to reach Da'at through sexual intercourse. With the help of sexual rights, Jacob Frank wished to reach Da'at on earth, the last step of Jacob's ladder. That knowledge was a higher realization that would bring a deep insight into everything. It was enlightenment and a fresh realization in life. With it would be associated a new name and a new song. Frank emphasized that all the patriarchs, including Shabbatai Tzvi, had been unable to enter Da'at because they had not been baptized. To the worthy of entering Da'at, one must first reach the level of Esau, the acceptance of Frankism allowed all of its followers to take part in the mystical search of Da'at, but demanded blind obedience to its leader, combined with the complete abandonment of all laws and teachings, which in any case they only appeared to follow. True to the motto, the more blind and radical my obedience to Hashem, the more likely and possibility of reaching Da'at after accepting that bullshit. The Frankists strove to complete the personal path of Da'at, which in the end would only be possible for a few select brothers and sisters. The triangle or V of the ladder refers to the three things. At the same time the earthly path of the Frankists, by getting rid of all laws and teachings, they degraded themselves and incurred the contempt of society. The V is applied to Edom, Shekinah, and Da'at, meaning the Frankists should be baptized to reach the cosmic Esau, or the tip of the V, the Virgin, who will raise them from the depths of their exile, leading them back to Da'at. The beginning of the entry into Da'at will be seen on earth when the Frankists are integrated into non-Jewish society and accepted by the international community. Then the mystical cosmological path will continue. Motherfuckers. Scholarly analysis. Several authorities of Sabbateanism, such as Heinrich Graetz and Alexander Kroschar, were skeptical of the existence of the distinctive Frankist doctrine. According to Gershom Scholem, a 20th century authority on Sabbateanism and Kabbalah, Krishna described Frank's sayings as grotesque, comical, and incomprehensible. In the classy essay Redemption Through Sin, Scholem placed Frankism as later and more radical outgrowth of Sabbatianism. In contrast, James Michelson argues that Frankism was an original theology that was innovative if sinister, that was, in many respects, a departure from the earlier formulations of Sabbatianism. In traditional Sabbatean doctrines, V and often his followers claimed to be able to liberate the sparks of holiness hidden within what seemed to be evil. According to Michelson, Frank's theology asserted that the attempt to liberate the sparks of holiness was the problem, not the solution. Instead, Frank claimed that the mixing between holy and unholy was virtuous. Nathaniel Lederberg claims that Frank had a Gnostic philosophy wherein there was a true Hashem whose existence was hidden by demiurge. The true Hashem could allegedly be revealed only through the destruction of the social and religious structures created by the demiurge, thus leading to a thorough antinomianism. For Frank, the distinction between good and evil is a product of the world governed by the false god. Lederberg compares Frank's position to that of Friedrich Nietzsche. After Jacob Frank's death in 1791, leadership of the Frankist movement passed to his daughter Eve Frank, who had been proclaimed the Holy Virgin and kind of messianic counterpart of her father as early as 1770. Frank had begun preparing her for spiritual leadership while still alive, referring to her in quasi-divine terms. She became a central symbolic figure in the cult's theology, which drew heavily on inversion, sexual ritual, and antinomian reinterpretation of other symbols. Eve maintained a court-like following in Offenbach, Germany, where the remaining Frankist elite had taken residence. They continued to act as a quasi-mystical sect, dressing in ornate ceremonial clothing, preserving a secretive hierarchical structure, and perpetuating doctrines inherited from Frank, particularly those related to the sacralization of transgression and the subversion of traditional religious laws. The group engaged in extensive networking with various European aristocratic and clerical circles, especially within the Habsburg court and Polish nobility, often leveraging secrecy and influence rather than overt proselytization. By this time, the Frankist identity had largely detached from Judaism altogether. Most adherents had been baptized into other shit decades earlier, not out of theological conviction, but as part of the Jacob Frank strategy to infiltrate and manipulate dominant power structures from within, a tactic central to his doctrine of redemption through sin. Eve Frank ruled over the community until her death in 1816. Afterward, the movement gradually disintegrated as a formal sect, but many of its ideological patterns persisted through intermarriage, elite networking, and secret societies. Scholars such as Gershom Scholem and Paweł Maciejko have suggested the Frankist descendants may have assimilated into Masonic and esoteric networks. Modern-day references to Frankism. Although Frankism is often considered a historical footnote with Jewish Messianic movements, references to it have reemerged in contemporary political and cultural discourse. While some references to Frankism have been labeled as wild shit in academic and media sources, there is a growing scholarly and journalistic debate over whether conflating critique of Frankist ideology with stuff is intellectually sound. This is particularly relevant given the historical record. Jacob Frank and many of his followers ultimately converted to bullshit, aligning themselves with European royal courts and secret societies rather than mainstream Jewish life. Some political commentators have described Frankism as the preferred religion of the elites and associated it with devil worship and modern-day inversion rituals. Some researchers argue that careful distinction should be made between Judaism as a religion and Frankism as a heretical antinomian sect that deliberately broke with traditional Jewish law and identity. As a result, the emerging conversation increasingly focuses on the theological inversion as a political theology rather than as an ethnic or Jewish accusation. Okay, if this one is long, I'm gonna be pissed. Stop. Dude. Alright, here we go. Nathan of Gaza, and then we're done reading. Okay, Nathan Benjamin ben Elisha Hayim Halevi Ashkenazi. Nathan Benjamin ben Elisha Hayim Halevi Ashkenazi. More famously known as Nathan of Gaza. Nathan Azadi. 1643 to 1680, or Ghazadi, was a theologian and author born in Jerusalem. After his marriage in 1663, he moved to Gaza, where he became famous as a prophet for the Jewish Messiah claimant Sabbatai. Okay, there's an engraving from Cornelius Hazak Kerzakov history. And Gahali were at 1671. Born 1643 in Jerusalem, Ottoman Syria, Ottoman Empire, died 1680, aged 36 to 37, Sophia, Ottoman Empire. Legend 17. Biography. Nathan of Gaza was born in Jerusalem around 1643 to 1644. He died on Friday, January 11, 1680, in Sophia. He grew up in Jerusalem. His father, Elisha Hayim ben Jacob, was a distinguished rabbinic intellectual who served as an envoy of Jerusalem, collecting donations for impoverished Jews. During his travels, he would distribute Kabbalistic works he obtained in Jerusalem. Upon settling in Ottoman Syria, Elisha Hayim ben Jacob took the surname Ashkenazi as a means of differentiating his family and himself from the largest Sephardic Jews of the empire. He died in Alawid, Morocco in 1673. Before his father's death, Nathan of Gaza began studying Talmud and Kabbalah under Jacob Haggis. The relationship between these two would continue for many years. Nathan of Gaza would spend most of his life until about 1664 with his teacher at a yeshiva. During his studies, he wrote of his interest in the persistence toward life as a Jewish academic. Gershom Scholem, a 20th century scholar of Jewish mysticism, wrote that Nathan was an extremely gifted student of quick apprehension and brilliant intellect. His talents were noteworthy for their rare combination of intellectual power and capacity for profound thinking with imagination and strong emotional sensitivity. At 19 or 20, he married the daughter of an affluent Jew named Samuel Lisabona. The nuptials were believed to have occurred before the end of 1663, when he joined his wife's family in Gaza. There, he was able to focus considerably on his religious studies. Nathan of Gaza initiated a focused study of Kabbalah and relocating to the area of Gaza. His exploration of Jewish mysticism led to various mystical experiences. An example of such experiences is noted in a letter written in 1673. When I attained the age of 20, I began to study the book Zohar and some of the Lurianic writings. A formula Talmud: he who wants to purify himself receives the aid of heaven, and thus he sent me some of his holy angels and blessed spirits, who revealed to me many of the mysteries of the Torah. In the same year, my force having been stimulated by the visions of angels and blessed souls, I was undergoing a prolonged fast in the week before the feast of Purim. Having locked myself in a separate room in holiness and purity, the Spirit came over me. My hair stood up on my head, and my hair stood on end, and my knees shook, and I beheld the Merkaba, and I saw visions of God all day long and night. Merkaba is a school of Jewish mysticism, 100 before the Common Era, 1,000 Common Era, centering the visions of those found in Ezekiel 1 or in the Holocaust literature concerning stories of ascents to the heavenly palaces of the throne. Nathan's vision lasted approximately 24 hours, and it was reported to have significantly influenced his perception of reality and self-identity.
all of the missiles on the front, mainly against Iran, the leading on the animal, the self-realizations, and the raising of the
Nathan's vision lasted approximately 24 hours and reported of significant influence in perception of reality and self-identity. The event was described as overpowering and transformative, marking Nathan's conviction of being a true prophet for the time. Nathan reportedly experienced physical and mental changes, but a crucial aspect of his vision was the belief that Shabbatai's view was Messiah. This conviction led to Nathan being acknowledged as the first 17 believer, marking the beginning of the 17 movement. Nathan's prophecy regarding Shabbatai's view was not his only one. As the years went by, he experienced many other visions that would support his movement and strengthen the belief in Shabbatai's view. His second was said to have been spiritually possessed by a Maggid, a type of itinerant preacher. During the spiritual takeover, he was observed dancing energetically and emitting a distinct fragrance. The scent in the heart is thought to be linked to the aroma of the Garden of Eden, as well as the prophet Elisha and Isaac Uriah. The vision described differs notably from Nathan of Gaza's prophetic awakening. Yet it exhibits some similarities. One parallels transformation. Following the end of the Megiddic possession, Nathan of Gaza experienced a change. Although this was not physical or mental, instead it involved how he was perceived by the Jewish community, which began to recognize him as a prophet and spiritual doctor. This public recognition of Nathan of Gaza was a mystic and seer, facilitated by the subsequent acceptance of Shabbatai Zvi as a messianic figure. The use of prophecies was central to the movement, with numerous predictions made by Nathan of Gaza and Shabbatai Zvi, contributing to the emergence of Shabbatean followers within the contemporary Jewish community. Nathan of Gaza envisioned Shabbatai Zvi as the Messiah of the Jewish people, but Zvi's acceptance of his messianic role was not instantaneous. His first encounter with Nathan of Gaza was not about his position as the Jewish Messiah, but rather as a patient to a physician. At the time, Nathan of Gaza was becoming well known as a spiritual physician. Shabbatai Zvi visited him in hopes of curing him from an illness that he had contracted. Shkolem would later write that Zvi suffered from a psychological condition he identified as manic depressive psychosis, today called BDI. Instead of trying to aid him with his psychological sickness, Nathan of Gaza divulged to Shabbatai Zvi his prophetic vision. Initially, when Nathan addressed him as the Messiah, he laughed at him and said, "I had it done, messianic vocation, but have sent it away." Intensive discussions led to Nathan of Gaza persuading Shabbatai Zvi to accept a messianic mission. In May of 1665, Shabbatai Zvi publicly declared himself the true savior and positioned himself and positioned him and Nathan of Gaza prominently in the public eye. In December 1665, Shabbatai Zvi and Nathan of Gaza parted ways. Shabbatai Zvi embarked on his journey to Turkey, where he would begin to advocate his newfound position as the Mashiach. They would not see each other again until after Shabbatai Zvi later converted to Islam. Thus, from the fall of 1665 until the summer of 1666, the two worked arduously on the next stage of their movement, convincing the world that Shabbatai Zvi was a Messiah. Seeing that the rabbis of Jerusalem were very hostile to the Shabbatean movement, Nathan proclaimed Gaza to be henceforth the holy city. He first spread the word about Messiah's fame by sending circulars from Ottoman Syria to the most important communities of Europe. Then he visited several of the chief cities in Europe, Africa, and India, and finally returned to Ottoman Syria. Even after Shabbatai Zvi's apostasy, Nathan did not desert his cause, but thinking it unsafe to remain in Ottoman Syria any longer, he made preparations to go to Smyrna. Seeing that the credulous were confirmed anew in their belief, the rabbis excommunicated all Shabbatins, particularly Nathan, 9th December 1666, warning everybody against harboring or even approaching him. After a stay of a few months at Smyrna, he went at the end of April 1667 to Adrianople, where, despite his written promise that he would remain quiet, he continued his agitation. He urged the Sabbatines in Adrianople to proclaim their adhesion to the cause by abolishing the fast on the 7th of Tammuz and the 9th of Av. Travels through Europe. Again, excommunicated Adrianople, he went with his few followers to Thessaloniki. There he met with scant welcome, but had more success in the communities of Chios and Corfu. In Corfu, he went to Venice, March of 1668, where the rabbinate and the council of the city compelled him to give them a written confession that all his prophecies were the production of his imagination. The confession was published, whereupon Abraham Yakini, the originator of the Sabbatean movement, wrote Nathan a letter in which he sympathized with him over his persecution and expressed his indignation at the acts of the Venetian rabbi. The Venetian Jews then introduced Nathan to set out for Livorno, where the Jewish population was known to be inimical to him. They sent an escort with him ostensibly as a mark of honor, but in reality to prevent him from going elsewhere. He divided their motives in sending him to Livorno, however, and succeeding in eluding his escort, proceeded to Rome. In spite of his disguise, he was recognized there and was banished from the city. He then went to Livorno voluntarily, and even there made converts to his cause. From Livorno he returned to Adrianople, and seems to have spent the remainder of his days in travel. Works. Nathan of Gaza persuaded the Jewish community through his writings about Shabbatism and Shabbatianism. He composed various letters and other written documents, and promoted an entirely new kind of theology, one that merged the current notations of Kabbalah over time and elements of Lurianic mysticism, a subject that he studied when he was younger. In addition to creating a new type of mysticism, he also composed a document entitled Derush HaTa'aninu, Discourse on the Dragons, published by Shkolem in Belchot Mashiach, Jerusalem, 1944. This article stressed the notion of a new law in which the old positive and negative commandments of the Torah were eliminated. This became the basis for the Gershom Sholem called Shabbatean antinomianism. Not only did Nathan of Gaza publish documents that advocated for a change and a removal of Jewish laws and commandments, but he also composed various texts that discuss concepts entirely different from these unorthodoxies. For example, he wrote Hadrat Kodesh, Constantinople, 1735, a Kabbalistic commentary on the Book of Genesis, particularly for the aspect of creation. Several years later, Nathan of Gaza published Ozar Nehemiah, Venice, 1738, a supplement to the Hadrat Kodesh. As evident from these alternative spiritual manuscripts, Nathan of Gaza was not solely a devout Shabbatean follower and believer. He strived to provide an alternative perspective and understanding of Judaism. He also wrote Peri Etz Hadar, prayers for Bishvat, 1753, and Tikkun Koira, an ascetic work according to Sabbatean doctrine, Amsterdam, 1666. The travels were translated into German by Moritz Horschletzky and published in Orient Lit. Line 170 to 172, 290-93. Overall, the documents Nathan of Gaza produced and presented were both positively and negatively received by the Jewish community. For example, some of the rabbis in Jerusalem were divided over the ideas Nathan of Gaza wrote. A number of them felt that these written records were sacrilegious. They defined the basic tenets of the Jewish faith. Nevertheless, the composition of these texts provided a further platform in which Shabbatai Tzvi and Nathan of Gaza could promote their Sabbatean ideologies. There is some consensus among the sources that on Friday, January 11, 1680, in Ushkip, Ottoman Empire, now Skopje, North Macedonia, Nathan of Gaza died. However, according to the other sources, he died in Sofia, now Bulgaria, but his body was transferred to Uskop and buried there. According to the Jewish physician Jacques Confino, who visited Skopje in the 1930s, Nathan of Gaza was buried in a marble tomb along with a disciple. According to Confino, the tomb was engraved in Hebrew with the inscription, "The eternal home of all living beings." The monument of rest of the Lord's of Hashem's servant awakens and dedicates heavenly glory to him. I did not sing his praises extensively because to him belong tranquility and glory. Our reverend teacher and Rabbi Abraham Benjamin Nathan Ashkenazi, may he rest in paradise, who was invited into the Celestial Yeshiva on Tuesday, the 16th of the month of Shvat in the year 5540. May his soul be bound in the bundle of white. His burial place became a pilgrimage site after his death. Many Jews believe that Nathan's grave had supernatural qualities, and one legend told by Rabbi Chaim Palachi Shabbatai Ventura was punished with swelling in the hands and a rash after refusing to honor the grave during the visit. After refusing to honor the grave during a visit to the Skopje cemetery, according to the legend, the illness was miraculously healed after he returned to the grave and vowed to pray for Nathan of Gaza's soul. The tomb survived only until World War II, when it was destroyed.
But what? It's still within a year old, that animal can still be used for insect shade. And therefore, when you shop for purpose therefore I need a sacrifice because of that Monahanitati and the positive government just like this secret, they should integrate in your science. Hilchot Omris Mano, below Shnaso, the Chazi Lepasach, Imalo. I was like, see, before you just said, I would have
2 fucking hours.
Where some element of a Pesach identity was missing. Usually it takes 4 watts, or the animal is too old. That's when the animal do purpose like a shuttle. I was saying, what about the case of where again I separate the animals from Pesach, I lose the animal, I go and offer up another animal, and then what happens? I find the first animal red.
There have been like 40 false messiahs since, like, ever. Can you just name them for me? Or however, and just number with the name and the years, that's it. Below is a concise historical list of Jewish false messianic claimants and approximate years. There have been dozens more minor local, like Simona Petria 4 before Common Era, Anthrophanes 4 to 2 BC, Judas of Galilee 6 CE, Teudas 44 to 46, Menahem ben Judah 66, Shimon bar Giora 66 to 70, John of Gish 7 bar Kokba 7 bar Kokba 132 135, Moses of Crete 44 40, Abu Isha al Ibshani 684 to 705, Yucatan, disciple of Abu Isa, early 700s, Serene, Syria, 720, David Alroy, Menachem ben Solomon, 1160, Moses Botaro, 1413, Asher Lamlin, 1500 to 1502, David Raguani, 1523 to 1532, Solomon Malko, 1529 to 1532, The dates are Common Era, and that's when their followers or whatever, that's when they were doing this shit. Abraham ben Eliezer Halevi, early 1500s, Shlomo ben Yosef, Persia, 1640, Shabbatai Zvi, 1648, 1666, Nathan and Gaza, Prophet of Shabbatai, 1665 to 1667, Baruchiel Russo, Osman Baba, late 1600s, Jacob Cordero, Jacob Carrito, 1690 to 1700, Nehemiah ben Moses Hayim, early 1700s, Jonathan Eibelschutz, accused, disputed, 1750, Jacob Brink, 1755 to 1791, Mordechai Melchior, 1860s, Joseph Preso, Bohemia, early 1800s, Judah ben Shalom, Yemen, 1868 to 1874, Shofar Kulyai, 1861 to 1865, Shofar Kulyai II, 1870, Moses Gabbai, Tripoli, late 1800s, Rabbi Yosef D. Ryan, legendary attempted 1400s, attempted missing. Alright, that's it.
Now remember again. Let's go back to the
You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
That if you offer up a carbon, right, and you have Yeshua invited, you have a mind for a different owner or a mind for a different covenant. What's the halacha? The covenant is good, except it doesn't satisfy your obligation. One exception, which is the two exceptions are covenant Pesach, which we dealt with, and Shabbos. So we'll say the Shaila is very exciting. Shaila will be clear as I'm opening up a contest because I did something wrong. But when Hashem did it, I had in mind the Shem Chatas Nachshon, which I was saying that the Chatas. The Shaila is what does that do to my karma? So says the Gemara, Amrav Mishneh Bavul, Chatas Shishach, Shem Chatas Nachshon, Shaila. So that says it's kosher. Why the Amrav? Zos Torahs Chatos, Torah Achos, the Chalachatos. So saying that is not the case because Zos Torahs Chatos. There is one halacha for all chatos. So what's another way of saying that as long as you offered up that covenant for what? The Shem Chatos, even if it's chatos Nachshon, it doesn't matter. As long as you offered it up for Shem Chatos, halacha l'maisa become an expression. What's saying this actually gives some advice. You know about Sheila, last white line, the Yeshua Kodesh. The Amina Chatos Nachshon, even the Ladaras, the Kapara Achei, because actually the chatos of Nachshon was not offered up for kapara, but rather again it was a gift. It was a gift offering. Nevertheless, we don't say, well, right, so Rabbi says, the covenant is kosher because as long as we check the chatos, you have a mind for a chatos, even if it's for a different type of chatos, as long as your kavana is the same thing in the chatos family, your karban is kosher. What's it? This chatas and Nachshon that I'm done of was unique perhaps one to 15 as a chatas. But never again do you offer up a chatas to the Torah. There are gift offerings. Chatas is not.
That sucks.
One exception to
Oh.
this was the chatas of the city by the Chazon Kasam. But Rav is now
lost it.
even though again when I'm checking my chatas, which is a sin offering, I have in my version the chatas of Nachshon and Aminadav. That was not a sin offering, that was a darn, that was a gift, but because it's all a family, right? Because it's a chatos, Sheba the covenant is kosher. Yosef Garba Amar Leila Hashem. Rabbi was saying the kind of he's seen Rabbi Shashi Rabbi, and Rabbi Shashi leads the kasher. What did he say? Rabbi Shimon Omer, Al Hamelachos Shelitzu Shalom Ishmat Shelos, Ba'alu Lebayim Mishin Omer. He said any for all new offerings. The way it works is the code does the root set. It's the effect of it takes 3 fingers, giving your fingers, and it goes ahead and scoops up whatever you can from the flour. That's offered up by the shades of the beginning of the stump. That's offered up on the Mizbeach, and ultimately again the rest is for the different constructions of the code. So what's the halacha? Any mincha, right? If a mincha offering was offered up shalom lishma, it's like not for the sake of that particular mincha. Sheros, the mincha is kosher. Not only that, but all the bayim sheirosa, and it satisfies the obligations of the owner. Why? I will say, watch this. The theme shein haminachos is almost mitzvah. And they will say a mincha offering is not like other kamanos. Why is that? Shakomas machmas l'shem machmas. Maaser mukrachen alesh machmas. We'll say that I'm not going to give you this detail right now, but suffice it to say that there are different machvos, a minchas macheshes. Shabbos are prepared in different ways, Some produce bigger matzah, some produce inner matzah, some were crumbled, some were whole. So the Gemara says, let me tell you the principle that will go back. The Gemara says, to a certain degree, Havana, by a common mincha, doesn't really make a difference. Why? Because the actions speak for themselves. Because each type of mincha was prepared in a different way, so the nature of the preparation of the common mincha automatically showed you what type of mincha you were offering. So even if your kavanah was for something different, your kavanahs to a certain degree are what? Are irrelevant because it's your action that's going to give us like really terrible Muslim for this. Right? So look at the Gemara says before it gets Muslim. So the Gemara says, Shakometz machvas l'shem ma'kashas. Because even if one took the mitzvah, the shem minchas, right? One took the mitzvah of the mincha machvas, and he had in mind that it should be for the machashas. His actions show that it's a minchas machvas. Chariba l'shum balula. Sitting in Rosa, again, these are all different types of minachos. If you take the mitzvah of a minchas chariba, but you had in mind that it should be l'shum balula, ma'aseh muchrachin shi chariba. The nice Rosa showed that it was for a minchas chariba. So what it says over here is by minachos, you don't really care what you're thinking, because your actions say it's an incredible Muslim. And you can have all that we have done us in right and wrong. At the end of the day, what matters most are your actions. What matters most are your nice. Kavanas are beautiful, but your actions always speak louder than your kavanas. And I'll be spoken, but what's that about kavanas is not, it's in okay. Shkita afras the kulon, Kavala afras the kulon, Rika afras the kulon. The one says, so it's actually quite fascinating. So the Gemara says, the reason by regular kavanas, why the kavanas play such a dominant role, besides why? Because the sacrificial service is the same for every single type of kavanah. It's the same shkita, it's the same zurita, it's the same kabbalah. Therefore, your kavanas is your intentions that bring the kavanic process. By kavanah side, your kavanas don't really make a difference. Why? Because the actions themselves portray which type of korban mincha you're offering. Why? Because every single korban mincha itself has a different sacrificial service. That's why, again, the Brisa is asking that by minchas, we don't need to kill your kavanas. Even if you had kavanas for the wrong type of mincha, you say essentially ma'aseh mo'ichin aleh. The actions are ultimately again what show the type of korban it is. Taima, so by korban mincha, what's the next point? Taima, the ma'aseh mo'ichin. So what's the reason I call a mincha? I don't really care about your kavanas is why. Because your nice your actions can already show what type of korban mincha it is. Ha'im ma'aseh mo'ichin, no. We'll say, what do you see from here? You see that at the end of the day, if you keep the actions were not dramatically different by each type of korban mincha, then what? Then again, your kavanas will play a role. Amai, why is that? Lema, zos Torah samincha, Torah achas, and Torah benachas. I will say, I understand what just happened. Let's go back to just a moment. Rabbi said in the name of Torah, what did he say? That if you offer up your korban chatos, Yishem chatos nachshon v'laminaza. What's the status of your chatos? What's the status? Kosher. Why? There's two different types of chatos. I'm offering up a sin offering. Nachshon v'laminaza offered up a chatos for the sake of the Torah. So what did my answer? Because the pasuk said, Zos Torah sachatos. Right? Torah achos b'chol chatos. All in the family. So as long as you offer up Hashem chatos, nachshon v'laminaza, my chatos doesn't make a difference. All the chatos is good. Which the Gemara says, which Rabbi Shashina asks, I don't understand. What you're telling me is, if I offer up and cover the cup for the wrong intention, what's the halacha? The covenant is still good. Why is the covenant good? Now the Gemara says, why is the covenant good? I said, why? Because ma'aseh mo'ichin aleh. The reason why the covenant is good is because at the end of the day, the actions show what type of covenant I'm actually offering. But we can infer from that is that if actions were the same for every single concept, then what? Then your mindset would play a role. Why is that? Why don't we use the same Joshua and Pasuk? So Torah Samincha, say just like by Chatos, this is the Torah of the Mincha, which tells you what I'm saying, that no matter what type of mincha you offer it up for, the halacha is what? The mincha should be kosher. So what's it? Again, let me say it. The Gemara said, the reason why, if you have kavanah for the wrong type of mincha, that the mincha is still kosher is why? Because you can see from the way you're offering up the mincha, what type of mincha it is. Which tells you that if all kavanahs mincha are the same process, and you had in mind for the wrong kavanah, then what? The mincha will be possible. But why? Why don't you make the same drasha by mincha making it by chatos? And chatos, we say, zos teras chatos, as long as you had in mind for some chatos, even if it's a different kind of chatos, your chatos is kosher. Why don't you say the same thing by mincha? The pasuk says zos teras mincha. Say what? As long as you had in mind for the right type of for some kind of mincha, the chatos is going to be kosher. Yet the Gemara doesn't say that. The Gemara says the only reason why a kavan mincha with a flawed mindset is kosher is because ma'aseha mochichan aleh. And the Gemara says that you're going to have to do what you have to say. So what we see over here is that drasha by chatos is a flawed drasha. It's just a shitty word. It's not what do you have to say. Chatos sheshacham rashi is kavan nachshon was as this. If you shechted the kavan chatos on the condition that what? Like with the kavanah, she is kaver nachshon. That nachshon should achieve atonement for what Rashi says. She is kaver hainu shinui baizik. Just like if you offer up a kavan chatos with shinui baizik, and offer it up on the condition that nachshon should ultimately achieve atonement. Sheira will say why it's kosher. There's a strange case. I offer up. I want to give it. I maybe in Shabbat nachshon. Right. So we'll say so. I'm going ahead. Nachshon ben Aminadab. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to offer up a kavan chatos for nachshon ben Aminadab. So we'll say what's the halacha? The kavan chatos is kosher. Why? In kapara basin. Because ultimately, again, there's no kapara for the dead. What does that mean? She kapara basin. So look, Karina made Mukoy kapara basin. We'll say never again. Let's read it last week. There was an interesting drasha that we saw about kavan chatos. The only time that she was biting, shows you the problem by kavan chatos is right, is when the shinui bailam, when I have in mind the chef of the kavan chatos is someone who requires the chatos just like me. In other words, that if I go ahead and I have in mind that I'm chefing this kavan chatos for Ruben, but Ruben is not high of chatos, then again, what's something that was used by chatos, that's not called shinui bailam. So the Gemara is suggesting over here that what was mothers, what was brothers, navel drasha. See, Rav's navel drasha was saying, I chef my kavan chatos, and I have in mind that it should be the shin nachshon ben Aminadab, then what the Moshe said the kavan is kosher. That's not called the shinui bailam. Why is that not called the shinui bailam? I said why? Because he's dead. Because nachshon ben Aminadab is dead, and therefore again he's not chayiv. He's not chayiv in kavan chatos. And the only time it's called shinui bailam by chatos is when I have in mind that someone else who is chayiv in kavan chatos as well. So that doesn't work. So why do you have to do nachshon ben Aminadab? So really what you're telling me is that if you have in mind to check the kavan chatos for someone who is dead, that's not called shinui bailam in the chatos is kosher. So why do you bring up nachshon ben Aminadab specifically? To which the Gemara says, how come Ashmalan kind of relates? So what you're telling me is the reason is because I had in mind for someone who is dead, how to hide when you're the nachshon psula. Because I have in mind for someone who is alive, who is like nachshon ben Aminadab, then the kavan would be possible. Who and so what is that? If I shafted the kavan ultimately against someone who is alive, dunya the nachshon, who is like nachshon. Also, what is this? What is like nachshon? Shumuchuyev chatos she'ina afi. This gets more exciting. So it's like if I'm offering up a kavan chatos, again, just to be clear with the I have to do kavan chatos. I do something I have to do kavan chatos. I'm now offering it up, but I'm shechting it. I have in mind for someone who's alive who would have bought a kavan chatos like nachshon ben Aminadab. Who is a living person who has to bring a common katos like Nachshon and Amidah? There was a system of common katos that's not brought for a sin. Who is hiding common katos not for a sin. What's the case? What's the case of yours? I'm walking up a common katos, but when I check that I have in mind for someone else also hiding common katos, what type of common katos? Not like my katos, but a katos like Nachshon and Amidah. Also, what's a katos not like Nachshon and Amidah? Sin offering that's brought, but not for a sin. I said, what's the case of someone who's high but katos, but it's not high for a sin? What's that case? Remind you, katos nazir, katos mitzora. I said, the case would be like the katos offering of a nazir, or katos offering of a mitzora. These are these people in a katos, before mandates a katos, but it's called a katos, but it's not a real sin offering. So we'll say, what God sees to be sin is as follows. If I go ahead and as a chef in my carbon katos, I have in mind that it should be the shame, the common Reuben. Well, what kind of katos is Reuben have to do? Reuben is a nazir, or was a nazir. So Reuben was in Silva. He has a feeling for a katos offering as well. We'll say that katos is still much more accepted. How do you always do? We'll say these type of katos, although we call it a katos, are the only way of us that are not used every designation ultimately as owners. Ella, that is something Gemara went from these ones we have to pay. The mother that was really go, he was bringing up the case. Amrad was in the mother, katos, shakta, how she was doing katos, kinakshon, somebody chefs it, having katos, right? So ultimately, again, what you were saying, how she was doing katos, kinakshon, so what happens? I check my common katos, and I do it, I have it in mind, if someone was tired of katos, like Nachshon and Amidah. So what's Shabbat? Shayla, why? Because katos is not changing ultimately, because the katos and Nachshon and Amidah ultimately aspect is that one is untired, pursuing violence for a katos is one. It's pursuing violence I have to someone else is tired of katos as well. But if I have pursuing violence for someone who's tired of katos, and it's not a katos that's a sin offering, it's a katos that's like a law, ultimately again, my katos will still be kosher. Incredible. Even though I'm sure the mother, katos is kosher, the same katos not kosher. If I check my kind of visa, right? So katos not shown, ultimately again, it will be possible. Why? Katos not shown only because it wasn't ultimately again, I wasn't according to this version, this is a different version. And according to this version, ultimately again, the katos will be possible. Why? Because in the katos, they shifted the shade over, and therefore again, there's the shuri kodesh. And this case of shuri kodesh, ultimately not a case of shuri violent, but rather again, this is a case of shuri kodesh. And therefore, again, the common will be possible. So why don't you just read out thinking about how this happens? Just say simple. We'll say simple. We're using the same kind of two different words. The first time Gemara said that I'm checking my common katos in Nachshon. I will say in that case, I will check my common katos. The shulei violent for the sake of someone else's kind of common katos, but he's not kind of katos like I'm kind of katos. I'm kind of katos that committed a beta. He's committed a katos why? Because he's so just where the rice of us. That pastor is question. Like why? Because all in the family, so this will be a common katos. What's it? Ultimate version is what's happening. So I know that I'm talking about katos. But I'm offering up the same katos nachshon. It's supposed to say, so not offering the violent. The other one is this is a true kodesh. In this case, I'm offering up essentially katos nachshon. What has it all wrong? That's the reason what? So much remember katos on the katos. Why don't you just do that nachshon? So it's a case of the rock. Rather offering it up and katos nachshon. If we could get the Boston 92K, get those recorded case of katos. Were offered up by the individual was the katos of Nachshon that I typically report the case of Kratos was actually not part of that Kratos. Right? The Kratos was done. It's just a little fact. Don't you ever stuck with Kratos? You haven't heard about the first day we reported this Kratos was actually not a sin offering. It was a jar offering. Okay? So what's it? So again, so first of all, it appears that Rav's original statement was fascinated by this as follows. You should have two reasons that I said, for the sake of the old, this will not work. But on the other hand, if a person of a practice, have in mind that someone else, you have to bring a carbon, like the practice of the I do what? Right? Coming up, like the practice of another practice of solar, and you feel that I look for a nice essential cover with the partner, but that's true environment, and that might be also up in the partner, as long as it's always in practice of the cover with the partner. Amarav, Kratos electric shock mission Pakistan. What happens? I have to bring a Kratos because I need change. And when I go ahead and I offer up the Kratos, I have in mind that it's the Kratos for the sake of the food love. Remember, still a Kratos, but a Kratos for a different then the cover will be possible. Let's stay range bound between the 89 and the 92K. That's beautiful. Let's stay there till Sunday or Monday. And then we finish this. What happens? I went ahead and I used them. So I'm using the Kratos for the sake of food. I went ahead and I checked it and have in mind that the Kratos is Kratos who must be like the Kratos. For the sake of one, who entered into the sacrifice of ritual purity, but because of one, let's say, the consumed sacrificial items in a state of ritual purity as well. Now, this is a case of where I'm going ahead and I'm offering up a common Kratos, but for a different practice. So remember again, I need table. Now I'm going ahead and offering up the cover. The shit must be what's that up? You know, parties for the most part, that is fluid in the parties. So it's the same tennis, right? So again, whether you go ahead and you share it, or you introduce it as a or therefore again, you can come to the Lord, or your mom, and of what watch this. Like you must make us the Kadasha Mosai, that is a common old as no. Then because it's an older oil, maybe again it's similar. And therefore the this person, the Racham and Rav Nasi, the Racham and Rav Yurava, Hilo Khan, Hilo Silo. Who the poster? Was it ultimately again, each of these Kavanas ultimately again will be possible. Why my time was the first, why mine? My time up, the Shafat also the Kratos, the Shem also Kratos. Was in order for the Kratos ultimately again to be kosher, the Kratos has to be checked for the sake of that particular Kratos. As the most like, in Halacha, the Kratos is only good if offered specifically for the specific infraction. Although you're not sure that I'm going to love all, so the Gemara says, why the Heicham Masin Sula, Amalei Anon Bishmei Baila Masina Law, so was in our version, Lovis Kasha was that Shmei Baila.
Takes a sure shot, right? And then he takes another sure shot before the cop is walking up. And his friend's like, oh, the cop's going to play goal. He's like, oh, I got 2 more. shirt shot. There's just 5 or 6 empty shirt shot bottles around his feet. Bob's just like, what have you been drinking tonight? And Chad goes, why do you have 6 empty shirt shot bottles? You don't think I don't know what that is? You fucking idiot. You're going to jail. I didn't even need to test you. And he looks like Alf. I was like, I arrested a guy who looks like Alf. The cop pulls him over and he drinks 6 shirt shots. And when the cop pulls him, he just barfs on him. Can you imagine getting bombed out by Brennan shot? Now there's going to be a comment from like, I'm looking at the cop pumping it over Brennan shot. The cop thinks that Chubb is Alf. He's like, oh, you're trying to so much and show you're on Alf. Or no, he's like, Chubb's like Big Brown. No, Alf. The next one is the one I posted. I worked very hard on the opening sequence here. The opening sequence is honestly like a piece of my soul. I'm just going to play the opening sequence here. Without the music, obviously, we know it's not calling. I'm in a lot of trouble with calling right now. So is Davey Marley. Davey Marley. The Clash. Who else is on my back? Stan Lee's tribute. Eminem's song, but a Stan Lee tribute. They want money from us, dude. They're fucking similar enough. Let's see if I can play it. But yeah, dude, I was just trying to make a story. This is very, like, ancient Greek in a way. This is like Plato's Cave. Plato's Cave, dude. I'm just trying to show the world the real thing, you know? Oh, man, live in this alternate reality for a second. I've told you in real life, I've been showing people that are not homeless at all, have no stake in the game, and they're laughing hard, still eating it. Alright, I actually played this game with a woman the other night. Believe it or not. But what happens next part 12 from Icarus Lives? He's bringing it back, dude. Let's see what we got here.
And they purposely do it so your brain's slower.
Yeah, it's a good way to break people down to see who breaks. What do you think of? Burps in the microphone or sneezes on Chappelle. This is alcoholic, Brennan. I'm gonna say sneezes on Chappelle. Who breaks? Your body, bless you. God, you ever stay asleep? That's so disgusting.
In one fucking sense.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Let's begin. First of all, a thank you to our sponsor this morning. Both from the breakfast are sponsored by the Energy.
Hell, man, thank God you were saved. Your prayers been blessed. It seems like you're doing very well. Good for you, sir. The best out there. The most have saved. If I ever stay asleep, girl. That's the motherfucker. That's normal or makes it weird. Well, obviously, what makes it weird? I don't know what he's going to do, though. I don't think acts normal.
Football go show and make a play.
Brought the microphone to your face.
Drop the Tijuana for car parts, and it's dicey as fuck. You don't have anything to worry about.
Crazy. Yes, that's funny. I jumped at Tijuana for car parts, and it's dicey as hell. I like Chop's the first person to comment on Tijuana. Things acting like these. Good.
But I off-roaded in the Law 500 this past year. There was 3.
Oh, I remember this. Dead guys.
8 dead guys in the Porsche. Come on. And they're like, oh, that's strange. I kept going. They put 3 more dead guys on the course. And finally, a local's like, hey, dumbass, this is cartel territory. This is them warning you, like, don't come through.
I like how the local
Michael sounds like him instead of a Mexican. Hey, dumbass. What are you guys doing, dude? What are we doing here? Listen, cartels, they're fucking, when they put dead bodies on the courses because it's papas.
So they had to reroute everything to go around the mountain.
Oh, God, you're dealing with the cartel, dude. Here's, also, dealing with the cartel must be so annoying. Hell yeah, we're glad to see what happens next, man. It's very good, dude.
Bean cheese, not cheese.
Bean cheese, dude. Shout out to Chappelle for taking that sneeze for the team. The team fucked it up for sure. New car show produced already, posted by Dazzling Rabbit 633. Care the Head's gone wild. I'm on 39 followers. There you are. Oh shit. Shout out Brittany Cootie for following Care Head's gone wild. Let's see. What else do we have? I said let's see again. Every time I say let's see now, I feel like they're clipping me, daddy. Just a couple of 2 redads. Posted by Tony O'Hanlon. 77. Is this like a Dumb and Dumber? I don't know what's there. I think it's Dumb and Dumber. It's been a while since I've seen it. So,
Wiggles and Joe.
shout out to you. Good work. Slow Joe Sutton and Supercut. Okay, so this is what I was referencing earlier. Okay, that's not a great frame grab. Posted by Don't Know Who to Axe. It is just basically, back in the day we watched videos of British Shop stealing jokes. Thanks, Becca. And Shop, they're painting a narrative here that Shop and JoJo stole all this stuff, but I feel like they did it first. Yeah, they came up with it. Yeah, definitely. Let's see the alphabet.
Water. In the water.
I saw it there, and I went to film school. Never heard of it. And I immediately transferred out. But when I was in film school, they showed us this movie by Lars von Trier. You heard of that guy? He's like a really obscure. He's made some pretty popular movies, but he's like kind of like a cinephile, like artistic kind of type shit. Yeah, that kind of stuff. And he did this thing where he made this guy, I forget what the movie is called, but he made this guy remake his the short film. Another director remake the short film that he made in different scenarios. And he'd give him like all these like things he had to do, like you can't use this, you can't use that. You have to make that same thing over and over again. And one of them was like where it was filmed or whatever. But anyway, so I was just thinking it'd be cool to have Lars von Trier direct those Instagram content for the shops. If your husband, he's like, you have to, like, you can slap his butt, but it has to be behind you. I think Lars von Trier should do the shop. And I'm still getting a masculine energy from you. To be more feminine, please. Your feminine is yes. You are the wife. She is the husband. Netflix, not Blockbuster. You're being a Blockbuster. He's from Oslo. I don't know. But anyways, yeah. How are you going to thread the eye of the camel? Okay. All right. Sorry that I've ever said that. Oh, no, you're good. You said way more redacted things. This is posted by Clint Puller of Chips, when Shop used Theo's name and image to sell ad space and book guests on a podcast without telling him. Yeah, so I remember this. The good days of the pod, dude.
Hey, we're doing Rough and Rowdy, what you're doing the stream with, right? I think so. I've seen your face in the flyer.
So he's probably doing it.
I don't know. He gave me. I was thinking about it. It's like, are the numbers not right? What's going on? Are you doing the stream? No,
I don't know. I didn't make that deal. I don't know. I just got put on the flyer, I guess.
Isn't this guy named Brendan Chicken Fry or something like that?
what are you gonna do, Nate? Volume punch me, motherfucker? I guess that means me. Not a big old pussy.
I don't know.
Shaw, and look, I saw it's Shaw, it's your face, or the other two faces on that flyer. You know the flyer I'm talking about?
It's Joey Diaz being replaced.
And then it says, yeah, it's Theo's face on the flyer.
Yeah.
Plastic on the fly.
I mean, it's I don't know. I don't know a lot about this. I will look into it though. I appreciate it.
You appreciate it. We did. It wasn't through us.
Oh, it wasn't through me. That's what I'm saying. We're being sex trafficked, bro. I don't know how this is happening, son. That's
So
what
do I have your permission to put your face on any flyer that I want?
Yeah, look, I'll take the pub. But I didn't do it. Oh, no.
So I don't remember. Was that a Thick Boy Barstool collab? I'm not sure. This said, youtube.com/thickboy. So do you think that? Okay. I wonder if what's his name, Portnoy, was doing that because he was also mad that he was put on a flyer without his consent. Barstool Sports consent to Rowdy. It's an unfortunate name, Rough and Rowdy 19. It's so funny when you see this here. It's like two of these people are definitely going to be there. And they're really good friends. And that Photoshop is so bad too. Anyways, let's see what else we got here, dude. That's just a little taste of an old dish we cooked up. It was a chef's menu item years ago. I do too, dude. This one's called Papa is shaming his 9-year-old for eating something with fat on it. Or fat in it, rather. Yeah, to do that. Posted by who? Chin Puller Clips. Who else?
Tiger, not so much about us. If Tiger's eating fat, I go, we're eating fat tonight? Okay, that's fine. What's your workout? That's fine.
Wow. This is the guy that worked out and then got 3 nicotine pouches and then worked out a couple 4. That was after. It's like painting a wall and throwing black on it. Throwing some tar on it.
Yeah, but carnivore diet, though. They don't seem eating fat.
This guy, oh, by the way, 3 episodes ago, he's like, you gotta eat fat, it's good for you. Eating fat. I don't even understand, like, be more descriptive. What was he eating? He's probably eating ice cream, something like kids like, you know? Right. Yeah, probably. So I'd be an ice cream. I told you, there's no ice cream or whatever. There's no ice cream in Sparta. There's no baseball and crying. So yeah, I mean, if you eat chips, that ruins the whole fucking thing that we worked out on. It's like I tell you, I'm training you into be a beast. What are you doing eating sausage salad? You gotta eat just salad. Cheat meal, daddy. Not in my world. Okay.
In what fucking sense?
Alrighty, so this is posted by Sad Ad Berta. What a badass, I fucking knew it. What a legend. Tim Kennedy was spotted on the Maduro raid. Look at that. Wow, they unredacted his face. And afterwards, he was like, just in case, he told the whole country Venezuela's address. Yeah. You wanna take back? He's in my fucking house. Tim Kennedy's like, I had killed the most Venezuelans in an operation. No one had died in it. They just didn't talk about it. I killed like 20 of them. Like kids. I sniped. Kids are hard to snipe too. I didn't even have to kill them total. I really wanted to. There was one that was running around the building and I did a twistable thing like in that movie James McAvoy. Wanted. That's a deep pool. This is posted by Stone Diddy. Thank them for our freedom. Pentagon confirming tonight's operation involved insertion of a single operator responsible for surrender and capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. It's regretted this lone operator is none other than the Special Forces legend Tim Kennedy. Tim Kennedy plans the operation, right? And it's all like a brilliant operation, but the one guy in the room goes, okay, this is a really great plan, Tim, but do we have to have a blimp or that has like, or a plane that has a flyer that says produced by Tim Kennedy that flies over after? Yeah. Just something stupid like that. I like that picture a lot though. It's like, he's got a knife. He's got a knife. That's the hawk screech daddy. What else is it? Or it's just him with a gun and then with the remote.
That's the narrative.
Shout out to Stone Dude for that one. This is called, oh yeah, dude, I watched this one recently. This one's so funny. I didn't even understand it until the last time I watched it though. It's called the one statement that made Malik disappear. Called Posts by Chin Menudo Malik. Do you know what this is?
That's for being flat and for being no, he's born with a fucking Mexican bell pepper for a nose. That's also that is filled with jalapeno cheese.
It fits his face. Jalapeno cheese. Nacho cheese. Why jalapeno? Like he likes cheese that's like jalapeno flavored or something like that. I don't get that. It's a jalapeno popper daddy. That's what you're thinking about. Oh, Jack in the Box. That's what he meant to say. Yeah. I was calling him daddy. But Rogan said it.
I used to be fatter. That doesn't fit anybody's face. I see him with the mall.
So this is Rogan. Somebody's fighting this weekend.
I fear the boxing, yeah. It's pay-per-view. Yeah, no, it's not. It's on Fox. It's on PBC. Fox. I don't think it's pay-per-view. You sure? No, it's black. I think it's on you. I would buy that fight. I would buy it because I like it. My girl's meant to fucking. She was like, wait, do we have to pay for this? Yeah, bro. I talked to Maxine get down with boxing, dog. Yeah, I told you guys pay-per-view. Bro, I talked to PBC.
Areola, that's just your scientific name for the nipple. Do you not get it? Okay, so here, I'll help you get it, because I didn't understand either. Well, listen to the show.
It's on Fox. It's on PBC.
Oh, PBC. Like, it's a pay-per-view? I guess PPV is pay-per-view. I don't know what he was trying to say. PBC. Something boxing. And then he said, I talked to PBC yesterday.
Yeah, I told you guys pay-per-view. Bro, I talked to PBC yesterday.
He's also roasting him. He's roasting him because Shab always has an inside source. I talked to them yesterday. And I guarantee the Baba laughed at him. Okay, so this is what I was doing late at night one night. Yeah, trying to figure out what Baba said. Right. So he mumbled something, was looking real nice in there.
Areola. That's just.
He's like, something like, I don't fuck with that or something like that. That's what I thought he said. You know? I don't like that.
Areola. That's just a fuck side to the
Papa's like, alright, cool. We'll see if you get paid. Yeah, we'll see if you're here tomorrow. I'm pretty sure he said, I don't fuck with that, right? I guarantee you.
Areola. That's just,
I don't fuck with that. It seemed, maybe that's the sentiment. It seems like one of those things where he's like a little nervous and he doesn't really say real words. He's like, like his brain's not working. Yeah, man. It's so funny though. It's a good joke. You think you'd want a good joke. You made everybody laugh. A 60 IQ person wouldn't find that funny.
Your scientific name for the nipple. Salad. Stand by my statement. Stand by it.
Papa sucks, man. Why he's not able to laugh or do something other than just like, I don't get it. Stupid. You don't get it? It's because you said PPC is not a real thing. And then they also don't have a contact with PPC that exists. They count. Why would you argue so bad that it's not on pay-per-view or whatever when it isn't? Or at least admit when you're wrong. Like, just like it's so fucking weird, huh? Oh, you think it's a pay-per-view? Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm from Mexico. Yeah. That's a little bit. Not what he said made any sense. It fits his face, that doesn't fit anyone's face. It's pay-per-view. No, it's not. It's on PBC. I don't think it's very good. I'm buying that. I would buy that fight. I would buy it because I like it. I mean, PBC could be like something boxing, right? It could be real thing. Let's see. I mean, this would have so easily been fixed by saying, oh, my bad, I thought it was on whatever network, but you can't tell anyone they're right and he's wrong, so it's fine. Malfunctioning the silence, which made it 100% worse. Jenna Robo Hips. Thank you for describing me right. You guys like your comments? Thank you. Alright, this is Fuss by Danny Kaufman 2. Bubba compares himself to Lewis Hamilton's dad. I started watching this episode, and this is literally within 3 minutes of the episode. Who's Lewis Hamilton? F1. Oh, he's an F1 racer? Yeah. Oh, he's like some 6-time, 7-time F1 champion. Okay. British dude over here.
But yeah, his dad took out, like, and that's why his dad was like, listen, I'm busting my ass, make sure you have all these, like, you're talking about youth level. He's like, I'm busting my ass to drive you all over this. When I can't get to the car.
The only reason why I paused is like, can I ask Cody who he thinks he is first? Who did you think it was? I wish I would have done that. I want to make a joke and say that he's, is that Anthony Hamilton's name?
Like camp, yeah, there's like, you know, like playing the lottery. Not really. You know, if your kid's at an age, like, you gotta run with it. You gotta fucking whatever it takes.
So, Brian was talking about how his kid wants to be a racer. And then Bob was saying, like, look at me, or look at me in Tiger. He's going to be a baseball player. You know, taking a Roman. Yeah. So but then he's also trying to convey to him how expensive races. Okay, thank you for explaining. You said you kind of tripped out. Oh, you're ready.
So his dad was like, listen, just run go-karts. But his dad said, listen, I'm busting my ass, you have to win. You gotta win. So that's what I went. Same shit. I'll tell you the same thing. You gotta perform it. If I'm gonna dedicate all this shit, I'm gonna be out here and sacrificing and missing lunches, dinners, and all this shit, and birthday parties, you gotta do well. Otherwise, what do we do? Otherwise, just play rec. That's what we're doing here.
It's like concept of not making any sense. These things don't make sense. But what was making me laugh was, so the idea of there's this one kid, right? He's doing all this stuff for just one kid in baseball. So are they missing the other kids' birthdays? That's kind of funny.
That's social media. This is real.
Whose birthdays are they missing? Missing dinner. So Shab is just hanging out with one kid because that kid's going to be good at baseball the rest of them. I'm just not there, not the good route, don't count. Yeah, none of those kids count at this point. None of those kids are 6 foot.
Like everybody else. Go to rec. That's the difference.
His father is aware that achieving pole position can be an elusive dream.
If he doesn't succeed, they're probably too disappointed on that. Actually, it will be disappointing. But if he doesn't succeed, he will have picked up a lot of other qualities on the way. Least of all, he would become hopefully a very successful, young, disciplined man. The one and only Lewis Hamilton. What does he mean to you?
It's amazing. I mean, I remember when Lewis was 6 years of age, messing about with, remote control cars around the back of our house. You always just hope that they're going to grow up decent human beings and become decent individuals. And that, for me, is the proudest thing. He's a phenomenal individual. Both him and my other son, Nicholas, probably two of the most amazing people I know. And hopefully they're inspirational for others.
Mercedes. Oh no, he's not a Mercedes. I don't know what team Lewis Hamilton is on anymore, but I do think they watch Rabbi, who's that? He does what? UFC. I'm glad it's really also he has gone 5 years to show the agent is 10. That's 9 followers. I'm just happy that 9 children are good people. Let's see, careful being a legend of most likes to be a child. Two men that will never make as much money as any actor on that show will snowflakes. You know how it is. Just like Carson Cassidy. I'm on Cassidy's side. There's no fucking whistles and yelling. When I'm on job site, he's got a war hat on. That pin's just getting huge. With sirens and it says, I know run shots as if you have oh my god. That's what I thought, but I used straight you. The sick bird testing, that's like, oh, is that like guy calling it big? Yeah. Nice to see you. 69. His name is Learn to Succeed. We should change our podcast name to Learn to Succeed. Yeah, it's later. Alrighty, let's post a bunch of clips. JoJo's in here. Is this a parody AI or pure redecoration personified? Oh, it's already out?
hear my forecast? Jojo Bennett is the Instagram president. She's having a podcast. She's going to make a podcast. Okay, good. It's going to be the JoJo shop in the background and two cheers. Yes, and stop podcast. No mics. I'm a predictor right now. No mics.
See, in the vein of Louis Hamilton, I ask you a question as her dad, how proud you are. It's like, what do you feel like about JoJo Shop's podcast or Instagram minute? Stop now. Oh yeah, stop now. Save yourself a moment. As long as you're decent person. I see them playing around podcasts, which is something in the background. The biggest podcast in the world. I like that she's British. Yeah, he's like so great for the narrative, like her dad's British. She's not even Mexican at all. Yeah, Chop saying that the mom can't speak English, her dad just starts with British
Stop making content so we stop watching your James.
Guys, Jojo Bennett here. Top 3 things that will guarantee that you stick to your 2026 New Year's resolution are. I have no idea. I literally don't know. Mine are not to be sick on the tired every day, not to yell at my kids every 2 minutes, and 3, to stick to my peptides, my vitamins, all the coffee in the world, and energy drinks. That's all I got to you guys. I don't know how to moms, 2026 is coming hot, and I'm tired, and I think I'm sitting and I have a raspy voice. So, cheers to 2026.
There are a lot of Jesus talking about peptides now. Peptides. Yeah, you hear a lot of things people they're always talking about peptides. I don't follow it. You know what I hear? Yeah, that's what peptides. Take Adderall. That's not Addie's doing what she's doing right now. Maybe, dude, there's no way she's not on Addie's doing. It's funny to me. That's funny because I think I've said this before. They're not really producing good stuff. And it's not nothing about it. It's another symptom of Addie's, if I may. Oh yeah, that maybe the joke, the ultimate joke that God is playing on you is that you think you need Adderall to make stuff. When you take it, it ends up being just off the wall nonsense. Yeah. We need to get that. And then it gets to the point where they're recording and she doesn't even say her 3 things. And for 2026, I don't want to be tired, so I'm going to snort Adderall all day. Weren't you going to tell us the 3 ways to stick to our thing, and then instead of doing that, you told us sugar? What are you doing?
Dude, give me spicy.
Alright, let's see what else we got here, dude. I do not want to watch more Joanna, dude. She's got to stop. Maybe stop, Joanna. This one's posted by Zach Huffer. Chappelle opening for Matt Rife on his sold out bed. He's not one of Papa's guys. There's another video. This time it's Chappelle Lacey's dad saying how proud he is. Everyone is like dad being proud. Oh, fuck, dude. What'd you go there? Alright, this one's posted by the Charming Cow 1680. This episode of Redacted Spasms doesn't get enough credit. Happy New Year. This will be your things over my life. Yeah. The first one was like 2 minutes. Yeah, because you're fucking, I don't know, maybe got some stuck in your throat. But then when he's like, it can continue, that's when it gets disturbing. Are you on drugs or are you okay? Yeah, dude, this is Addie shop for sure. This guy is like doing Adam Sandler impersonation to Brian. Yeah, that's sad. That one's posted by Charlie Cat 6080. I don't know how to feel about that. That's hardcore, dude. That's like homeless man on the street.
He was doing Nicky. What is the Adam Sandler movie? Nicky the Devil.
Nicky Madison.
Nicky. No. The Devil.
Nicky Gilmore.
He's doing the little Nicky.
Phase 2. That's so weird. Weird. I don't like seeing that. Let's not post any more of those yet. Let's see here. Bob forgetting his entire brand to fat shame his son. Posted by A. Mark Wigski. I never watched this, but I'm assuming they're saying the Tiger Thick brand. Or Thicker Boy.
Not so much, boss. If Tiger's eating fat, I go, we're eating fat tonight.
Oh,
okay, that's fine. Ruined your workout, that's fine. I eat to ride and ride to eat. A finish line doesn't consist of a cash prize. It's a donate, I think it's all fat and yeah, but carnivore diet does. They don't seem to eat fat.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. There's a literal donut.
Isn't there a donut on the shirt? No, that's true. Gringo Pappy is a different brand. I did wash my Thick Boy shirt over the weekend. Separate load. Pause. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's a little spicy. We're getting deep in the weeds of Changs here today, dude. This one's posted by OzBoss99. You're my action star now.
I saw, I didn't see this one, but I saw the thumbnail for it. Been waiting on this one.
Oh, yeah. They're POV cringe action movie star that only speaks in cliches. Okay. Is this
Hey, Jax. I think I'm a girl tonight. But there's still work to be done.
Yeah, look, the work isn't right here on my farm in Spokane. I ain't interested.
Hey, Jax, you don't want to close that jungle with those cities in the back of your hand.
Yeah, well, maybe God gave us calluses on the front of our hands because the back of our hands always seems to get us in the wrong kind of trouble.
No, you know, direct orders from the president himself, sir. Thanks for you by name.
Where have I heard that before? And let me guess, I've got full cooperation. I can take the gloves off and get dirty, get the job done the way I see fit, right? Yeah, until some mealy-mouthed politician with soft hands changes his mind and leaves me and my men out there naked for the wolves. No thanks. You tell the president, get himself another errand boy. Now take that starch collar of yours, get back in that Chinook helicopter, and get the hell off my farm.
You've got your daughter, sir. She hasn't got much time.
So bad. They know it's going to be bad as soon as he goes Spokane. It says Spokane. Oh my God, he can't help himself. And I was thinking, it'd be funny if you did that video, but instead of action star, it's just him saying horrible things. Like, the guy goes up to him, Brian, I got a message back from a girl on Hinge. She says she doesn't want to date you anymore. And he goes, I don't take no for an answer. Brian, the only times I wrote an article about you. It's probably true. They're not. He's like, those bitches are lying because women lie. They're my girlfriend now. They're my girlfriend. That's why I just say stuff when we ask him things. That's why I don't speak. Hey, Brian, there, cops are outside. Make sure you get the car. Oh, God. Do you have my fake ID?
Alright, this one's posted by Collins Koi Fish. Wait, what? No type? Bench Mari.
I don't know Bench Mari,
but I'm not a drinker. Oh my god, out of the bottle.
Well, you gotta have a fun time and throughout the Tiger thing.
Oh my god, that's how much alcohol actually is. Like, we drank all the Tiger thing last night. We're all the Bench Mari.
Damn, a straw too. That's gross.
I've never drank liquor through a straw.
Well, you've had a mixed drink.
This is not a mixed. Oh yeah, okay, it's liquor. Like in your. That's fake. so this is supposed to be my big battle 9416. Joseph is so inspiring, doing the things the right way. All natty me. Peptides, vitamins, better routines, not chasing all your days.
Wiggles and toes.
What's my peptides, bro? I take Western Charles in the morning. Take go to the guy in the middle of the day. And every night I have chili. But this is that like cold feet look in a car dealership. Or like, I probably shouldn't buy a Jeep right now. I hate that they do that. They're like, I saw some guy doing that. My nutritionist, my doctor, these are the peptides I take. They don't listen to me. I take yada, 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 boom, boom, clap, whatever the fuck.
That makes sense.
Yeah, human being. I don't want any of that shit. They don't need to, whatever the fuck. It makes me act like you. Pass. If Jeff died, the motherfucker has a toupee. Barely even tell a joke. Alright, the peptides help with his toupee. They help with this terrible humor.
I will snap his fucking head.
This is supposed to be my Danny Kaufman 2. Papa calls out Netflix numbers after he's off by 75 million viewers.
I'm not saying that this is Jake Paul's last fight ever. No. This is his most watched fight. He will lose this fight. Let's look at numbers from the fight. Netflix typically doesn't show numbers, right? Viewerships. Viewership numbers. They're saying it. They do if they're again. It's like with the Mayweather and Conor fight. There's no proof of any of that. Also with the Conor Khabib fight, like we don't really have proof of any of that. Even with Pacquiao, Floyd driving my son to baseball practice, right? These big numbers. There's no proof of any of that. Yeah, I don't know Netflix either. I'm a little skeptical. Hip-Hop's remember that. At least
Nice to keep doing it, dude.
Tyson's. I think Tyson's still the most watched. But this is where the buck stops. Now, they'll say Tyson versus Jake's the most watched. Box to 108 million. Which is insane. Wow. Yeah, but so Joshua and Jake Paul did 33 million on Netflix.
That's what this is, yeah. Good job. I like the ending pause, so I don't know what I forget the title of the clip because I also have Graves' disease.
Box to 108 million.
Like, the pause here is so. And what's it for? Is it because 108 million is such a big number that his brain just short circuits? He said it's going to be the most watched.
I'm not saying that this is Jake Paul's last fight ever. No. This is his most watched fight. He will lose this fight.
But even still, I don't buy that Bob Baker remembers they sent that. Oh, yeah, come on. I think he literally just paused because he would pause with anything. He's like, what are we doing again? He forgot what show he's on. He's in a storage compartment. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't remember that he said the other thing. He doesn't care if he gets something wrong. He gets stuff wrong all the time. He's gonna fuck yourself, kids. Guys. And guess what?
Driving my son to baseball practice.
He's a problem with that dude.
I will snap his fucking neck.
Pause.
So Joshua and Jake Paul did 33 million on Netflix. Canelo and fucking Crawford did 41 million. Remember that's pay-per-view. Was Crawford and Canelo, they were not Netflix, right? I wonder how Netflix is counting view. Maybe they get all this is kind of bullshit. We really don't know. Knows for a fact this is it. Yeah, nobody.
My biggest mystery, I don't care. Bobby, these motherfuckers. Alright, this is supposed to be easy. 1, 2, 3, 2008 Buffalo Bills scout line team linebacker volunteer camp. Yeah, I mean, like a TFAK episode is just, handing the basketball or football to the kid who gets to do it. Helping him out, not rooting from the kid that, everybody gets out of his way so he can score for the first time by repeats. Radio. Yeah, we're getting closer. Warmer. Alright, let's see here, dude. This is worth watching right here, dude. Izzy Plum posted this one. Have you seen this? No. We gotta get this soundboard sometime. Okay. Sometimes you need that dopamine.
Parenting kind of was successful me being a parent. I guess you really won't find out till, there's grown-ups and how it turns out. You really never know. I guess you feel a little successful, like you get a little dopamine release of happiness.
Dopey is some dopamine. Dopamine sounds like a boxer that would fight Butterbean. His brother, Dopamine. Get it, roll. Dopamine. It's crazy that he thinks it's dopamine. Why would your brain, if you mess up dopamine, you wouldn't mess it up that way. If you're just messing up the word dopamine, you'd mess it up in a different way. You would mess it up more intelligent. Probably like dopamine or something. He's like, I guess I should mention the dopamine that you get. Dopamine. Oh, from the dopamine tree. It sounds like Jamaican, dude. My dopamine receptors are off right now. Welcome to Jamaica. We have dopamine tree. Then we gave to Brendan Shaw. Hear me now, Brendan. You like bananas off the dopamine tree? Why? The dopamine gets you up, Steve. Welcome back to TFAK. I'm your host, Brian Kai, with my mind. The dopamine king, Brendan Shaw. What? Brendan Shaw. What we doing here? Hear me now. What are we doing here?
Brian, you heard about Joe Rogan moving to Saudi Arabia? What?
Austin. Welcome to Austin. Alright, this one's called Providence is so fast that the other dads wanted to disqualify him was by Danny Kaufman too. Isn't it amazing how much content is put on this subreddit every week? It's wild, dude. How did they do it? Fit it in the subreddit. How do we do it in 10 minutes?
And for the relay race, they go, it has to be the youngest sibling. I go, boss, he's the fastest fucking cat Texas that ever happened. So I go, perfect. And the dad goes, no, boss, you can't do it, man. That ain't fair. I'm like, first of all, calm down. Second of all, he's younger than everybody else.
Yes, but I let him do it. Let yourself
Calm the fuck down.
I don't understand this Providence is so fast. Because he's saying Providence is a city in New England, so he's saying called Providence. And then they're just saying he's got that shop genes, so they don't want to compete, which is something that is a problem. Sometimes you get the genetics problem, sometimes you don't get dopamine. The rest of the dads don't have dopamine. Runs through their veins. They don't even care. Why don't they just do rank? Why are they doing it? It's okay, sure, that's fine for you. For me, it's different. I need, this is like for death. I said different off the podcast. Judge me. Because you were trying to say something serious. I used more words. Got this out.
Folks, look at this athleticism. I'm going to try to break this down. Look at this move. Look at this move.
Wow, is this in the middle of that shot? That is shot. This is meaning. Wow, they all look so connected. Austin. This is supposed by Chin Menudo. You talk about yourself, Papa. We'll end on this one.
They don't count, they're gay. Here's the thing, they were kind of jacket. No, the princes are gay, especially in LA. Yeah, they don't count, they're gay.
Oh, no, that's not real, is it? Probably. Sketches. Shot 3D or TFAK 3D written all over it. Anybody looks like he's in the main barber shop. Oh, man.
feeling so betrayed.
That's your boy.
That's your guy. Why? Because every single cover itself has a good factors play. That's why I get the right to ask it. That by the numbers,
Down their game.
even if you have cover for the wrong type of protocol, you say,
They don't count their game. They don't count their game.
So like
Dude, why was he taking pictures like this? Yeah, I don't know. It must have, because other people were doing it, probably.
already showed that
It's so funny to me, like, as anti-gay as he is, and when, like, Tim Dillon basically said it, he's such a performer, like, eccentric, kind of, not the most masculine dude of all time, and then to be gay, yeah, doing this and all that, it's like, bruh, how many straws you got? Bro, you could have a bunch of gay friends, and instead you choose to be
pull the fuck up. What's the status of your pathos? What's the status? Question. Why? The two different types of pathos. How about we have to see that here? That's what it does of all the heart. What do you want to say? The Pasuk says, those Torah Sakhatos. Like Torah Achos the whole country. All of the family. All of the family. As long as you have enough of the pathos high. All the pathos family is good.
I think that's it for Chings this week, dude. We're pretty chinged out right now, dude. Yeah, no, we had a lot of chings. Yeah, you know, I pray every night that God stops being homophobic.
Why is it covered?
That's funny for me. I don't think he's scared of gay people. I think he's scared that he is gay. That could be true, too. Both ways. Papa goes both ways. Alrighty, well, that's it for us, y'all. Have a great rest of your days. See you next week.
Then your mindset will play over. Why is that? Why don't we do some Dash on the Pasuk? Zos Torah Samincha, say just like my Chatos, this is the Torah of the Mincha, which tells you what the Most say, that no matter what type of Mincha you offer it up for, the halach is what? Because Mincha wasn't. Again, I'm not going to say it. The Gemara said, the reason why, if you have Kavanah for the wrong type of Mincha, that the Mincha is still kosher is why? Ma'aseh Mochich Aleh. Because you can see from the way you offer it up to Mincha, what type of Mincha it is. Which tells you that if all Karbanos Mincha are the same process, and you had in mind for the wrong Karban, then what? The Mincha would be possible. But why? Why don't you make the same Kedusha by Mincha like you do by Chatos? And Chatos, we say, Zos Torah Chatos, as long as you had in mind for some Chatos, even if it's a different kind of Chatos, your Chatos is kosher. Why don't you say the same thing by Mincha? The Pasuk says, Zos Torah Mincha, say what? As long as you had in mind for the right type of food, for some kind of Mincha, your Chatos is going to be kosher. Yet the Gemara doesn't say that. The Gemara says the only reason why they cover Mincha with a flawed mindset is kosher is because Ma'aseha Mochich and Aleh. And the Gemara says this, we're going to here's what you have to say. Let's go back to Chatos. So when we see over here that Joshua by Chatos and that's how he's a flawed Joshua. It's just a shitty word. So now what do we have to say? Chatos, Sheshach Amra, she's covered by Nachshon, goes as to this. If you shafted your carbon, you cover Chatos. On the condition that what? Like with the Kavanah, she is covered by Nachshon. That Nachshon, she is cheap atonement for. Rashi says, she is covered by Shinoi Bailing. Was that if you offered up a covered Chatos with Shinoi Bailing, offered up on the condition that Nachshon should ultimately achieve atonement. Sheda will say, why you discussion? I offer up, I want to give, and really for the Shalom Nachshon. Right, so I'll say, so I'm going ahead, Nachshon Ben Aminah, so I'm going to offer up a covered Chatos for Nachshon Ben Aminah. So we'll say, what's the halacha? The covered Chatos is kosher. Why? In Kapara the basin. Because ultimately, again, there's no Kapara for the day. What does that mean? It's actually Shin Kapara the basin. Hilchah, Lo Karina Bay McCoy the Kapara Moshe. We'll say, never again. It's meant to be even last week. There was an interesting drasha that we saw about covered Chatos. That the only time that she invited poses the problem I covered Chatos as well is when the Shimei Bailam, when I have in mind the Shech will cover Chatos to someone who requires the Chatos just other words, that if I go ahead and I have in mind that I'm shechting this covered contrast for Ruvain, but Ruvain is not high in the contrast, and again, what's something that was really with my contrast, that's not called Shinui Baila. So the one suggesting over here that what was Bubba's, what was Rabba's novel Russia, God's novel Russia, I'm shechting my covered contrast, and I have in mind that it should be the Shem Nachshon Ben Aminadov, then what the Moshe the covenant is kosher. That's not called the Shinui Baila. Why is that not called the Shinui Baila? I said, why? Why? Because he's dead. Because Nachshon Ben Aminadov is dead, and therefore again he's not chayiv. He's not chayiv in covenant chatos. And the only time it's called Shinui Baila by chatos is when I had in mind for someone else who is chayiv in covenant chatos as well. So why do you have to do Nachshon Ben Aminadov? So really what you're telling me is that if you have in mind to shechting carbon chatas for someone who is dead, that's not called Shinui Baila in the chatas discussion. So why do you bring up Nachshon Ben Aminadov specifically? To which the Gemara says, how come I should learn time of the names? That's what you're telling me. Because I have in mind for someone who is dead.
Just the biggest dick slinging pimp of all time. What? Not, baby. Folks, look at this athleticism. I'm really gonna try to. Summarize this shit for you. Do you know the sickest motherfucker?
I'm now offering it up, but I'm shechting it. I have in mind for someone who's alive who would have brought a covered chatas like Nachshon Ben Aminadov. Who is a living person who has to bring a covered chatas like Nachshon Ben Aminadov? There was a certain amount of covered chatas that's not much for a sin. Who is hiding covered chatas, not for a sin.
Look at this athleticism.
What's the case? What's the case of here? I'm walking up and covered chatas, but when I check it, I have in mind for someone else also hiding covered chatas. What type of covered chatas? Not like my chatas, but a chatas like Nachshon Ben Aminadov. We'll say, what's a chatas like Nachshon Ben Aminadov? A sin offering that's brought, but not for a sin. I say, what's the case for someone who's chayiv covered chatas, but it's not chayiv for a sin? What's that case? Remind you, chatas nazir, chatas mitzora. I say, the case would be like the chatas offering of a nazir or a chatas offering of a mitzora. I say, these are cases for people who bring in chatas because the Torah mandates a chatas, but it's called a chatas, but it's not a real sin offering. So we'll say, what God seems to be saying is as follows: that if I go ahead and as I'm shechting my covered chatas, I have in mind that it should be the shame, the common Reuben. Well, what kind of chatas does Reuben have to make? Reuben is a Nazir, or was a Nazir, and Reuben was in Silva. And he has a chiyuv for a chatas offering as well. We'll say that chatas will still be kosher. That's for 1 second. I mean, all those things. We'll say these type of chatas are only common chatas. At the end of the day, we'll say Havav is having designation ultimately as owners. Ella easy Havav. That is saying the Gemara. You're going to take these years you have to take it. Amrad Bishmei the Mavot. Here we go. He's bringing up a case. Amrad Bishmei the Mavot. Chatas shechta al shibofli. Chatas nachshos. We'll say okay. Revisit it again. Somebody checked the covered chatas, right? So ultimately, again, put the shame on shibofli chatas nachshos. What's that say? What happens? I check the covered chatas, and I do it. I have it in mind with someone who is chayiv in chatas like Nachshon Ben Aminadov. So we'll say, what's that? Sheira. Why? Because chatas Nachshon only. Ultimately, again, because the chatas of Nachshon, we'll say ultimately is only. Remember again, we'll say the unique aspect is that one is only chayiv for shinui baila for a chatas with what? If the shinui baila I have is for someone else.
G-boy, how you living, pal? G-boy. 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 Chi-boy, I'm talking to you. Chi-boy. Chi-boy, you gonna talk, big dog? What up, pimp? How are you? What up?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I'm talking to you. Yes, I can hear you.
I'm good.
What's
I'm good. Happy New Year.
to you as well, my friend? What's new? Yo.
I'm good. Yeah, just trying to sit down and sleep.
Excellent, big dog. Are you gonna go in any spaces today? Yo, dog. Your microphone. Your
Maybe.
okay. Your mic. So what's new, dog? What's new?
The last
Dog, you're cutting out. What's up?
yeah, so just I currently I'm trying to work up. I said currently I'm trying to work with a project that
Dog, I can't hear you. You keep cutting out.
yeah, and though they are just started from the foundation. Yeah. So they were like, now we don't have like funds, so I'm just trying to help them push the project,
Okay.
Yeah. Because I thought about this and I was like, oh, I'm coming, let me see. Is it any better now?
Yeah, it's a lot better now. Yes, it's better. Can you hear me?
For the sake of one who entered into the Beis Hamikdash in a state of ritual purity, or because of one, let's say, who consumed sacrificial items in a state of ritual impurity as well. So what's the halacha? What's the status now? Watch this. So we're saying, so now, this is a case of where I'm going ahead and I'm offering up a common katos, but for a different fraction. So remember again, I ate Caleb. Now I'm going ahead and offering up the kadosh. The shade must be pushed in kadoshim. What's the halacha? Miyaminan karis kalosa. Also, listen, the halacha is that it's still a good of karis. So it's the same punishment, right? So again, whether you go ahead and you eat Caleb or you enter into the Beis Hamikdash in the state of Kemo, it's the same karis, and therefore you shouldn't tie you. Or therefore again, maybe the kadosh is still good. Oh, Dilma, ain't Kabua Kalos. Oh, what's I watch this? That is a cover Ola Violi. So because it's an Ola Violi, maybe again it's too similar. And therefore the cover is possible. The Racham and Drab Masking. So Racham and Drab Kulava, Kulo Fine, Kulo Mitsula, Kulu Lepostla. We'll say ultimately again, each of these kavanas ultimately again will be possible. Why? Night time, I'll say first, why? Night time, the Shabbat also the Patos.
Rabbi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's up, big dog?
Okay, it's going on. Yeah, so,
and this is how we learn.
Dog, I can't hear you.
for now, I said, to like push the project and stuff like that. So I just said, okay, I don't know about it. Okay, why not push this project and if really like I do what I do, yet it's better like push project and be like, oh,
I will say Rabbi's cash will be as follows. No. I say what happens if ultimately again but I shifted with the event with someone who ultimately again was what's the others? Just like the person who is able to punish the good. Oh Dilma in Kabua Kamasa. Or do you say no? Since you can do it and the so therefore what? So therefore I'm not gonna mention that again. It's not Kabua, right? Oh, Dilma, sorry. Come on, so since it's high price, since it's high price, ultimately going to come because therefore there's no shooting. So we know that too much interest in production is high price. Maybe again, since too much interest in production is a common already lower. Therefore, it's not similar enough to my only factor of consumption of that's which you might say. Therefore, again, this is the most I want to like the high and for the sake of the consumption ultimately get up to it that I have a and that I had in mind for someone who is high ultimately gets the consumption is the kind of shut out. He's got on one hand both share the punishment of colleagues, on the other hand, too much interest in production is covered already versus Taylor, which is a fixed carbon. So once I get specifically or not, ultimately again, most like bottom line is we have to use in fact, is that every time you offer up a common habit, and there's some type of fear, there's some type of disease from the exercise of honest, and the habit ultimately again will be whether that's environment, whether that's okay, anything in the exercise of honest, and the habit ultimately again will be better. I will say good morning, or good tovach. A great zichus Baruch Hashem to be able to begin this last week of Tafshin Pei Hey with learning together Meseches Zvach. And begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson Mishpacha Baritz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shimon Drashos this year as a zichus for Besoros Tefillos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of. Did I not turn it on? Hello, I'm Paul Tova, Benny Goldberg, and Leah from the Shema of his parents. Abram ben Asher Pinchas from the Bracha, and his mother Pega Rezel Bas Zeli, and the hopes that all the tefillos of our entire Kila and Klal Yisrael will be answered in the Eretz Hashem of these Yom Novan. Shmuley Liba Dinowitz, the Elim Nishmas, David Flom's father, Rabbi Ari Flom, Rabbi Yitzchak Aryeh ben Hachavar Rabbi Yaakov Zitron Bracha, and Gabi and Shem Cohen. Le'ilui Nishmas, Gabi's grandmother, Eleanor Cohen, Elka Bas Binyamin Tzvi, whose yahrzeit is today. We hope them in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas Adon Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all of those who need a refuah, Shalom Kiddush, Kol Cholei Yisrael, Kodesh Baruch Hashem, Eretz Hashem, all our hostages, the Shalom and the Karav, allow all these soldiers to be successful. Chol Ma'aseh Yedeim, we should be Zochem Eretz Hashem, all of Klal Yisrael for Ksilu Lechasim Torah. So with that, let us begin. Today's daf is daf Zayin. And tremendous shout to Berlifta for getting us to the 2 dots on 7a. Itmar told us Sheshachta L'Shem told us Chaveros. We'll say a very interesting case over here. What happens if Halacha L'Maisa? So again, a Tolda is shachted for the sake of someone else's Tolda. Now remember again, this is not. Did you not get there? You did. Good. So you're just talking during Shir. That's what's happening over here. Okay, good. So come on, people, get it together. So the Gemara says as follows. Remember again, this is not a case of Shinoi Bailim, right? The Shinoi Bailim is a little bit different. This is actually a very unique case. So over here, we're talking about a situation. If you look at Rashi says, Rashi says, Lo sheshachta Rashi is karpet dam mishe'eno ba'alel. There's not talking about a case where the Torah is shachted ultimately again to atone for someone else who's not the owner. This is what's the case. Shahisa Ruben Tolda, or the Shinui Tolda Peres, the Shachat Es Tolda, so the Shin Zeh, Tolda Shazeh. So what's a very interesting case. In this case over here, both Ruben and Shimon are high with a carbon Tolda. Tolda is just the example. The actual carbon itself is not going to be all that important. But the idea is, both Ruben and Shimon are high with carbon Tolda. And what ends up happening over here is that Reuben, then they call him Shechting Reuben's Tolda, but when he shechts Reuben's Tolda, he has in mind for Shimon. Two different things. So again, at the end of the day, both of these individuals are highly carbon Tolda. When the Kohen shechted it, he shechted it for the wrong person. So what's the status? And the Fiscal says that it's possible. Now, what I want to point out is something very interesting. Shira in this case over here means not only is the carbon kosher, but what? It counts to satisfy the obligation of the particular owner. That's what Shira means in this case. So Rabbi says, totally good. The Kushin told him, the Rabbi said, listen, at the end of the day, what happens over here? The Toda was shechted for the sake of Toda. In other words, mission accomplished. Reuben needed the Toda, Shimon needed the Toda. So ultimately, again, 2 Todos get slaughtered. So we're good to go. Granted, there was a little bit of a mix-up in terms of who's Toda and who, but practically, it shouldn't really matter. The Chizah of Psula, this is your Chizah of Psula, the Shum is Shloim B'dei Mishkat Ba'ilon. So Chizah says no, because at the end of the day, Halacha L'Maisa, the Chizah calls this the Shinui Kodesh. He calls this at the end of the day, in order to discharge your obligation as a carbon, the carbon itself has to be offered for the sake of the particular, explicitly the sake of the particular owner. So fundamental about focus. So it says, well, I'm Rabbi Menandu. So Rabbi says, how do I know? Everyone says, so I just want to point out, just in this case, and a typical Shinui Bailim. Right? In a typical Shinui Bailim is Reuben is bringing the Toda, and the coin has in mind for Shimon. Now Shimon has no shaykhs to a Toda. Shimon is just a regular guy minding his own business. That's the typical case of Shinui Bailim. What's unique in this case over here is Reuben and Shimon are both chayiv to bring a carbon Toda. So whereas, again, the carbon should have been shechted for Ruvain, it was shechted for Shimon. The Rabbi says, listen, at the end of the day, it was shechted for the sake of Todah. Both of these individuals are chayav Todah. No harm, no foul. We're good. Rabbi on the Rav Chisda on the other hand says, no, that's not true. In order for a karban to ultimately discharge the obligation of the owner, it has to be explicitly slaughtered for that owner. So, Rabbi says, how do I know that this karban is kosher? So ultimately, again, Rabbi quotes this pasuk, right? And interestingly enough, what we're going to see over here is that halacha l'maisa. So the Torah calls a karban todah a shlamim. What does this come to teach us? It teaches us an important halacha, namely that if a todah is shechted for the sake of a shlamim, ultimately again it's kosher. On the other hand, shlamim shenishchet l'shem todah psulim. But if shlamim ultimately is shechted for the sake of a todah, it's pasul. Now, why is that? So why is it? You hear this? Why is it that if a todah is shechted for the sake of a shlamim, it's good, but ultimately, again, shlamim shechted for the sake of a todah is pasul? It's very simple. The Gemara says, todah kruyi shlamim, because in the pasuk itself, the Torah calls a todah a shlamim, ve'in shlamim kruyin todah. But ultimately, again, a shlamim is not called a todah. So I will say, but it is actually very logical. Because again, essentially, a todah is a category of shlamim. So therefore, if you go ahead and you shech a karban todah for the sake of shlamim, the karban is good. But to go ahead and shech a shlamim for the sake of todah is not good. So the Gemara says, "Ve'in shlamim k'ruyin todah, shlamim l'shem todah, psula had todah l'shem todah." Chips. So what can you infer from here? You can infer from like this. What's the disqualification? If you shech a todah, if you shech a shlamim, so what do you see from here? It's when you shech a shlamim for the sake of todah that it is pasul. Well, what can you infer? Ha-todah l'shem todah kshera. But if you shech a todah for the sake of todah, it's kosher. I will say that sounds pretty intuitive. Rather, again, what's the concept over here? My love the chavrei. So we're not talking about a case where both Reuven and Shimon are both chayav todah, and you accidentally shech Reuven's todah for the sake of Shimon, and what do you see from here? That it's still kosher. To which the Gemara says, "Lo, D-Day, maybe not about the chavrei mai, but maybe it's only about his own todah." So what happens? No, there's a say. And Allah says, if you want a karban todah to be kosher, karban todah must be explicitly shechted for the sake of the actual owner. About the chavrei mai, but what happens if you shecht Reuven's todah for the sake of Shimon todah? Perhaps the halacha is psula. So here, Rabbi wants to bring this whole proof, right? Rabbi wants to show that it's only dafka when you shecht a shlamim for the sake of todah that it's pasul. But if you were to shech a todah for the sake of todah, so to speak, then it's kosher. What's the case of todah for the sake of todah? Oh, it must be Reuven's todah for the sake of Shimon, both the chayav todah. That's going to be kosher. The Mishnah says, no. Man, who says? Who says? Maybe the halacha actually is that at the end of the day, when you shecht, one person todah for another todah, ultimately again it's pasul. If that's the case, if that's true, at the time shlamim l'shem todah psula, then instead of highlighting the case of shlamim that's shechted for the sake of todah, that's going to be pasul, listen todah l'shem todah. Give even a bigger kiddush. Because once I say that even when you shecht todah for the sake of todah, what's the case of todah for the sake of todah? I shecht Reuven's todah for the sake of Shimon's todah. Say that case is pasul. And if that's going to be pasul, then what? The kol shekin shlamim l'shem todah. All the more so, we'll say if you shecht the shlamim for the sake of a todah, of course that's going to be pasul. So in other words, if todah l'shem todah is pasul, then of course shlamim for the sake of todah is going to be pasul. To which the Gemara says, no, I'll tell you why. Shlamim l'shem todah b'day itzrich. It's not true. The truth is, you really need to highlight the case of shlamim for the sake of todah. Why? The Gemara says, I would have thought, me the todah k'ruya shlamim, since the todah is called a shlamim, that's what we just saw in the pasuk. Shlamim nami k'ruyin todah. Ultimately, again, shlamim is also called todah. I would have thought that this is a reciprocal relationship. just as Toda is called Shlamim, so perhaps Shlamim is called Toda, and therefore, and therefore, when you end the kasher, kashma, it is not. Will say, it is not. Will say, interesting, so what comes out of here? So first of all, just the facts as we know it. The facts that we have is, if you end up shefting a toda for the sake of general, what does kasher mean? Kasher means the carbon is affected, but what? It does not count towards the owner's obligation. If you sheft the shlamim for the sake of toda, carbon is invalid. What happens if you go ahead and both Reuben and Shimon are both kind of carbon toda, and you end up shefting Reuben's toda for Shimon or Shimon's toda for Reuben? That's a machlokes. Rabbi says it's kosher. Rabbi Chisda says it's possible. Okay, let's go weiter. Amar Rabbi, another case. Chatos sheshafta l'shem chatos kshera. So what's the interesting case over here? So Rabbi says we actually saw this before. So Rabbi says if you shefted a chatos for the sake of a chatos. Now what's that case? If you look at Rashi in the wide lines, 4 lines in. Chatos sheshafta l'shem chatos kidon chatos chelev shenishchita l'shem chatos dam. So what's the interesting case? So let's say I ate chelev and I ate dam. It's a bad day. Right? I ate chelev and I ate dam. So that's 2 different carbon chatos. So what happens? Let's say again, so I'm reading both these quotes, but they were mixed up. Right? So therefore, again, the Kohen ends up offering my chatos for chelev or my chatos for dam. What damahoch kshera? Ultimately, again, the carbon is going to be kosher. Okay, we'll see why that is. L'shem ola psula. But interestingly enough, if my chatos is offered up for the sake of an ola, it's possible. So we already saw this in Friday's daf, right? The Gemara quoted a pasuk, chatos hu, that a carbon chatos is one of those carbonos where if you have in mind for a different carbon, the chatos itself is invalid, totally invalid. So again, chatos offered up for the sake of a different kind of chatos. So again, I was supposed to go ahead and bring a chatos, ultimately again for chelev. But the Kohen has in mind for dam, ultimately the carbon is going to be good. But chatos l'shem ola, the chatos is going to be invalid. Says the Gemara, my time, what's the reason? V'shachat osa l'chatos amrachmano. Ultimately, because the pasuk says v'shachat osa l'chatos. That's why because chatos has to have explicit intent. And therefore, if chatos is offered up for an ola, it's not going to be good. I've already chatos l'shem chatos nishkata l'shem ola psula. So Gemara says, Amar Rabba, chatos sheshachta ami shemuchuyev chatos psula ami shemuchuyev ola kshera. So let's say another case of major. If a chatos was shefted for someone who is chayiv a chatos, ultimately again it is possible. But if it was shefted for someone who is chayiv an ola, ultimately again it's going to be kosher. And what's the case over here? If you look at Rashi says it's about 6 lines up from the bottom. So this is a case of shinui ba'am. This is a case of change of ownership. Let's say I am chayiv a chatos. The Kohen has in mind, when he does the avodah, he has in mind for Reuben. Now, interestingly enough, Reuben is also chayiv a chatos. So in that case of shinui ba'am, the chatos is going to be possible. But interestingly enough, if the Kohen went ahead and offered it up on behalf of Reuben, and Reuben's chayiv an olah, so ultimately the carbon is kosher. Now again, remember when we say kosher, what does kosher mean? Kosher means the carbon is that obviously does not count towards my obligation. Someone says, what does this mean? My time was used. Interesting. The chibra Allah kabir. So once the concept by carbon chatos says that the chatos will atone for him. Who's the him? The actual owner, and not for my fellow. Now the Gemara Darshans, when does the chatos only work for me and for no one else? When my friend is like me. When is my friend like me? The Gemara says, this is very interesting. When my friend is chayiv a chatos like me, so ultimately again, my chatos will not work for him and will be possible. But however, if my friend has a different level of liability than me, then although the carbon will not atone for me, but the carbon itself will still be kosher. Fascinating meaning. Rabbi says, chatos, sheshachta ami she'en mechuyev klum. Psula. We'll say, listen to this. Rabbi says, a chatas that is offered to someone who has no liability, not chayden. First Rabbi said, you should do this guy. Like, I want to meet this fellow. Right? I'm going to call him Red. Right? I'll happy to carry his stuff to that house. Right? In other words, can you imagine such a youth like this that exists? So ultimately, the Gemara says, so Rabbi says, so someone who ultimately, again, chatas v'shaktet for someone who has zero liability. What's the halacha? Psula. The chatas is possible. I'm not saying why is that. Why? No such thing. No such thing. And the chatas was like v'shaktet on behalf, ultimately, again, of someone who has zero liability. Such a chatas is possible because there's no such thing. There's no such thing as a person who will say, okay, if I'm good enough that I haven't violated any averos, I'm for sure going to have it in the Bible when I say, Mamarabah, chatas in the kaperes al-chat.
Yeah, hell yeah. And then we're also gonna allow, any of our speakers to
chatas in the kaperes al-chayvi aseni kavachomer.
if you guys are working on any
The Rabbi said it follows. Ultimately, again, a chatas, the Muslim is actually very interesting halacha, but a chatas, ultimately, again, is mechaper. Chatas is mechaper, and chayvi aseni kavachomer. The Muslim is very interesting. Remember again, let's go back. Chatas 101. Because we already had this from our Harius days, right? What's halacha by a chatas? A chatas is mechaper on what? Any avera for which intentional violation is unintentional violation comes, right? Unintentional violation results in a chatas. Now the Gemara introduces something very interesting. Not only is a chatas ultimately mechaper on Friday pieces, but ultimately again a chatas is also mechaper on an asay. On an asay. Because we have a foundation what's the kavachomer? Listen to this. Achadi pisos mechaperes. If the chatas is mechaper, ultimately again achadi pisos, then ultimately again achadi asay lakoshkin. So what's a very interesting idea? If the chatas is powerful enough to be mechaper, then you don't worry about it. So it's okay. It's okay. Lucky I think an extra caffeine this morning. It's good. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says that it's ultimately again if chatas is mechaper on chayvi pisos, then Allah has killed the chatas being mechaper ultimately again on chayvi asay. Remember, the bas minahi. The Gemara says it's very interesting. So is that to say that halacha l'maisa? Is that to say that ultimately again somehow the liability for an asay is in the same category ultimately again as chayvi pisos? Rabbi said, chatas psula. Because remember again, Rabbi said that if you go ahead and what? If the coin checks the chatas, right? It's supposed to be for me, but instead the coin does it instead for Reuben, and Reuben is chayiv of chatas. Ultimately, again, that's test. Why? Because halacha l'maisa chatas is only the chatas for the owner. Now, what we infer from that really is that if the other person is accepting the same level of liability, that's not breaking out. I'm just going to be the whole law. But if the chatas is accepted for someone's type of old law, we're just going to be enough, and it's going to be going to be custom. And also, that's the point of the case. Even if it's the last Rashi says, Allah, lati yinei. So obviously, being chayiv in Olah is not considered to be comparable to being chayiv b'chatas on the days. So the Gemara says, "Mikva lo mechapra or mikufya mechapra." The truth is like this: a chatas is actually very interesting. A chatas is not fully mechaper for an assay. Rather, kind of just like tangentially. Tangentially is mechaper ultimately for an assay. Very interesting. In other words, so a chatas really is much more focused as a precision type of kapara, or again, chayvi pisos. It kind of just on the side shows that it's mechaper on the assay. That's not its primary form of kapara. Rabbi says this also. The second line from the top, Zayin Magay, Rabbi. Over Shishak Shishak other reasons that much so we've actually seen this happen. It says as follows. An Ola, that was Shek Shalom Lishma. Remember again, in the Lord of Shalom Lishma, what does Shalom Lishma mean? What does Shalom Lishma mean?
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone.
It's fucking 101. You gotta hook up on this.
Ain't no more when she's away.
Shalom Lishma for Kodesh. I have a mind for the wrong.
Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. This song goes on too long. Anytime she goes away. Wonder this time when she's gone. Wonder did she come astray? Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. This house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away. They can leave it all thing alone. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. And we darkness every day. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Anytime when she's gone. There's nothing that actually including wrong Kavanah for the rest of the process. Tremendous Musar skill in life, in Shiva, in Yom. Sometimes we think that just because we made a mistake, it puts us on a particular irreversible path. It's not true. Just because I've made a mistake in certain ways doesn't mean I can't course correct later on. But one second, even if I course correct, I can't go back and fix the biggest pimp of all time. Biggest pimp. To our most favorite words in Song. You're right, the reality is that there are some things in life. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. This house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away. And I know, damn, I'm just thinking all day alone. There ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. And the darkness every day. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. And this house just ain't no home. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away. Anytime she goes away. And then even guys, these heirs can go ahead and bring that carpet on his back. So again, that's the case. If an owner can be brought after his death, look who it is! Yo, dog. That's who I fucking wanted to see. That's who I fucking wanted to see. Dog, I was thinking to myself, boy, I hope this motherfucker comes in because I want to help him with his project. Alright, so you're serious about launching a coin, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, I have pretty much everything ready.
No, you don't. You don't. You're not even fucking close to having everything ready.
No, the only like giant piece I'm missing, and you can't do anything without marketing and cryptos having a community to actually launch the thing too.
100%. But let me ask you this: you think you know? You, Big Doug, you think you know? No, that's good that you got that done. But you think you know, but you don't know what you don't know. And you're talking to the king of marketing here. I'm like the Ronald McDonald of fucking crypto. Okay, so get this.
You didn't know about Twitter bots.
Dog, I know all about Twitter bots. Dog, I know all about Twitter bots.
Like the bot accounts.
Dude, yes I do.
I have a different...
Hold on. Before you put me down, of course I knew about it.
And I'm just chirping.
And of course I knew there's a section, like, you can say that you want to make your account. It's in the settings where you say, I want to make my accounts automated. But what I'm saying is, I've had 2,000 accounts banned. And the reason why they've been banned is because of inauthenticity. And so I just wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to risk that. Now, I have a message that I'm going to send you, and I send this to anybody who's launching a coin, and it just so happens that. So, like, you're going to, okay, how are you going to help me? Okay, first question. Do you have a link tree? Yes or no? Go.
No.
Okay. And in all honesty, that's what you need. When I Google merge coin, nothing shows up. But with the strategy I'm about to send you, you'll dominate. You'll dominate all the social media. You'll dominate search engines, and you'll dominate AI. And that's what I want you to be able to do. And so, I'm not kidding. I won't interrupt you, but please look in your Discord messages and just read my message.
Okay. I'm getting the full Nigerian spa treatment.
You are very funny. That's 100% correct. The full Nigerian spa treatment. 100%.
Okay. Gotcha. You can connect your Chat GPT and Sora and AI to your link tree.
You can do Sora. And the reason why I tell people.
Oh, yeah. Sora's a good one for video content.
Right. And what this does for you is fivefold. It allows you to promote yourself, promote your clients, get new clients, or in your case, new people to buy your coin. It allows you to dominate search engines, AI, and social media. And then, really importantly, it makes it very difficult to impersonate you. And like right now, if I type, if I type in merge coin into Google, nothing's going to show up.
Purge.
Is it Purge Coin now?
Yeah. My username is Purge Crypto. The website is purgecrypto.xyz.
Oh, it is Purge Crypto. Apologize. Last we spoke. Yeah, apologize. Okay, so Purge Crypto. When you type in Purge Crypto right now, nothing's going to show up. But if you create your link tree and you connect this different social media to it, and then what you do is you create like 10 short videos on Purge Crypto, AI videos, upload them to your YouTube Shorts, your Instagram Reels, and your TikTok TikTok. It'll help you to dominate in the algorithms. And then whenever anybody types in your project, not only are you going to dominate the first 10 results in Google, but you're going to dominate at least the first 30 results in Google. And that's going to get rid of any competition that you have there. And it will also be able to populate, for AI purposes, positive aspects about your coin. Basically, you have a clean slate to be able to teach AI on what you do. And you want to make sure that right off the bat, it has a positive view of your project. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I do. Now, this gave me an idea, what you just said. Because, I mean, I'm not sure if a service like this exists, possibly. I know it does for your streaming, but just managing like 30 different social media accounts is like difficult. And arguably, when you're like really small, it's like spreading yourself thin, at least with like the time management to do anything. So if there's like a platform or like a service that actually posted, and I understand that like each social media platform has like their own style of posting that you have to cater to. Great posts simultaneously across all platforms at once.
Yeah, so this is already done. It's called Hootsuite. There are some
well, that's good then.
Competitors.
Because
Yeah,
I don't have to build it.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just a monthly fee. It doesn't let you do like all 30 of these, but it would allows you to do the big ones: Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, etc. I've used them before. I used them about 7 years ago or so, and it's good for small to medium-sized organizations that don't have the time to be able to assign like one person for each social media platform, and they want to make sure that things are either launched in a unified fashion or at a certain time. And in order to do that, you can plan your marketing um, campaigns using. I mean, there are others, but Hootsuite I think is the dominant one. And would it let you do all 30? No, but it lets you do like 12. I really think.
Let's be like a lot.
What'd you say?
Is the fee a lot?
It's like $20. Like they have different tiers. I think the introductory tier is something like $19.99 a month, and it will allow you to. I mean, you don't want those though, but what you do want is you want to have all of these. If your coin gets popular, you don't want to be saying to yourself, "Darn it, I should have got Purge Coin on YouTube, and I didn't when I had the chance." And now somebody stole it, and they're not doing anything with it. And I tried to contact them, and I tried to buy it from them, and they just don't get back to me. You don't want that to happen. I've seen that happen a lot of times to people, and so you want to beat everybody to the punch. Additionally, some guy in some country is gonna take your logo for Purge Coin, and they're going to put it on their own social media and start going around telling people that they're the dev of Purge Coin. So just be careful. You want to ensure on all these different platforms you have visibility. And
in a Telegram, it's like especially bad for like impersonation because you can like copy someone's profile like literally identically.
Dude, I got
like their username. Like
I got fucked with that. From Harry Potter Obama Sonic Caninu. They had this huge influx of people who came in there, and they had one guy who looked like a guy that I knew, and I started talking to him, and I got fucked. And it can happen to anybody.
Like they scammed you?
Yeah, and it can happen to anybody. And that's why I don't like Telegram. I just feel like I think you're the one who said it, or somebody else said it, that Telegram's made for a phone, and if it doesn't really have many protections in it. I tried to shut off my messages. You have to have premium to shut off your messages. It's like all this stuff is just. I'm not a big fan of on Telegram, but you're
I mean, it's got a funny feature now. You can charge like whatever you want just to like have people DM you. So if you're tired of like these random messages, crank up to $50 per message that someone has to send you.
That's true. I believe that's a premium feature though.
Oh yeah, no, it is. You're paying whatever the hell that costs to do that.
Right. And what then I don't like about that is like if I'm friends with people, it doesn't like I still have to pay. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like I'll send you a message on Twitter. And I also don't like it's very easy to impersonate people, and you can't go to see their follower count or when their account was created. There's no data about it, and you can get fucked. I've known other people who get fucked that way. Fortunately, I didn't get fucked extremely badly, but it's worse than I would have liked.
It's built for scammers.
It is built for scammers, 100%. So, what you want to do, though, okay, so you want to create a community, right? And you've said it is an uphill battle to do that, but you can, and I can tell you exactly how to do it. And the way to do it is on X Spaces. And you have the time that you could build a community. And if you're like, okay, how many people could I get in this community? I would say you could get 100 people a month. And that's not just in a Telegram, but that's in an X community, and that's also in a Discord. And that's actually a pretty good rate of growth if you are familiar. And will some of them be random Nigerian guys who are just looking for handouts? Absolutely. But some recommend this absolutely 100%. Ensure that you have your community before you launch your coin. I know you've got everything like lined up, but like it will fail 10 times more often if you launch the coin and then create the community, as opposed to at least getting a small base of people who are connected to it. Do you have a logo for your coin?
Yes, I do. It's pretty basic logo, but I don't know. It's like the corporate minimalism vibe applies to crypto.
Okay, you want to send it to me? Do you want to send it to me so I can make fun of it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just out with my dog right now. If you want to look at purgecrypto.xyz, you'll see it in the upper left.
Is it a website?
Also, I don't think. Yeah.
Why did you go with .xyz?
I've seen other crypto projects go with that, and it's like $1. And I also feel like it's like almost like a matrix code a little bit, like the XYZ. Yeah. Also, yeah, on Twitter with like if you're not paying for Twitter Premium, or maybe not like the $50 a month one, but at least like the $10 a month one, it's like so impossible to like grow or get seen. Basically,
I mean,
like you're shunned out of the algorithm.
I can tell you, in 2 months,
I had to pay like just to change my username to Purge Crypto. Like if you don't freaking like pay them now, you can't change your username to anything. You get some like random crappy like username.
I can tell you in let's see here, in 70 days, I have gotten 3,300 followers, and I don't have a blue check mark. So,
wow. Then you must be making some engaging posts or something.
I make no engaging posts, but I'm the best shiller on X Spaces.
Yeah, I know. I've seen your follower count. It's actually amazing for. Because I also see like your Twitter space, but
nobody goes to it.
Do people join sometimes?
Yeah, dude, I had 200 people in there like 4 hours ago. But that's because
in the Twitters.
100%, yeah. But 251, I think. But that's because I had a guy from Nigeria come in there and bought it for me, and that's how that works, and that's how it's gonna work. Okay, so I see your thing. It's black and white, Purge Crypto.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I had a lot of people in there earlier today, and but if you're gonna compete on X Spaces, there are all kinds of ways to game the system, and to game the system, I would not recommend what I do, which is, I mean, I have 24/7 X Spaces since February 14th, 2025. Like, I'm nearly a year into X Spaces of 24/7. Nobody does that. It's like a huge amount, but it's basically like a really long podcast. But except my spaces have video, and like very few spaces have video. And the reason why my spaces don't succeed are a few reasons. One, the account with which I use to promote it is only has like 50 followers. I don't use my big account for that one. Secondly, there's no real start or stop to the space. I mean, there is, but like it's like always going. So it's not like, hey, join the space. Like I don't like generally like promote it at all. And so I just get this like small group of people who know about it. But there are a lot of people who say, I see you are everywhere. I had a guy come in this morning and was like, "You're everywhere." Like wherever I go on the internet, now that I've seen you, I see that like you're there. Whether it's like in random discords I'm in, or on X Spaces, or hearing you shill. What I'm telling to you, what I'm saying to you, Riser, is that you can, if you want, get 3,300 organic followers in probably about 3 months or so. I mean, I'm not going to say you're going to do it as quickly as I do, but you will get it. I think you could. I think you really could, especially because you have a project. I mean, I've got a lot of things that people have to overcome before they'll follow me. I'm not a project. I am a meticulous shiller. A lot of people don't like what I do. Like, you're just a regular project. You'd just be like, hey, you know, follow me, I'll follow you. Um, that's a really great way to get followers, though.
Oh, right, yeah. Just sending DMs with follow, but
No.
fake followers or something.
No. Sending no DMs for follow. That's how you get your account banned. Absolutely no DMs like that. What you do is you go into a shill space and you say, "Hey, everybody, my name is um, Purge Coin, and I first and foremost want you to know if you send me a follow, I'll follow you back. I want you to know that we are a groundbreaking, state of the art cryptocurrency that is changing the game. Here's what makes our cryptocurrency different than everybody else's cryptocurrency. We are going to unite all of the crypto, whether it's Bitcoin or Ethereum or Solana or XRP or even your small little altcoin, our as Purgecoin. You can check out our website, purgecoin.xyz, to see what we're building. We have a community on Telegram. We have a community on Discord. Please feel free to join them. We're going to be having a launch very soon, and we want you to be a part of it. We want you on the ground level. If you have any interest in what we're doing, send me a follow, send me a DM. I'd love to connect. That's what you want to say, right?
Yeah.
And
that was good.
And that's how you pitch yourself. And then all day, whenever you have time, you type in the word shill into your iPhone, and you'll find a bunch of different shill spaces. And then you go into them and you wait patiently, and they'll let you up and speak. And I can tell you, like, I'm friends with all the shill space people, and so I can certainly tell you who they are and what how big their spaces get. But like, there are a couple shill spaces that they have that every time they have one, they have 600 to 1,000 people in them, and every time I shill, it takes me maybe 20 minutes to answer all the messages that I get. Maybe 10 minutes, but sometimes 20 minutes, depending if it's really big. And I have to follow so many people back that Twitter has to slow me down. I usually have to follow back like 25 people every time I go into one of those really big spaces. And then I get a ton of people who join the Discord. Literally, as I'm shilling, people are joining the Discord, wanting to talk to me, realizing that I'm in the same call they just heard me in, shilling at the same time, and I have to mute them and then come back and make sure that they know what I'm doing. But just overall, that's the strategy that I've used, and I don't even do it to get as many followers as possible. If I did, I would be just constantly following. You can follow, like, with the regular account, up to 100 people per day, or with a blue checkmark account, up to 400 people per day. I would be just maxing those out, but I don't. I really just have a strategy of, if I go into a space and it's like a small space, let's say with like 30 people in, I'll follow as many people in there as I can until Twitter says I can't follow anymore. And then when they let me come up and speak, I say to the room, I've done my best to follow every person in here. If I didn't get a chance to follow you, I'd appreciate the follow back. I'm the king of follow backs. I'll do anything I can to follow you back. I'm Rabbi Rothschild, if you don't know who I am. And then I just go into what I do. And
yeah, no, I actually I joined a space yesterday, and there's like 150 people in it, and then I just requested to speak, and they're like, "Purge crypto, you have something to say?" And I was like, "Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't really want to like spill my token, but I just want to like get your input on my project." And then I said kind of what the project was about, and then for like maybe like 10 minutes, people were asking me questions, and I was telling them about the reserve ratio and what that meant. So token prices, and then I talk about like what happens if I sell. Like, well, there's like one pool, like a standard open market pool, and then there's like a bulk pool, and there's like a price difference between those. I like balance them out and just answered a bunch of questions about it. My pitch was not the smoothest pitch ever, because like when I saw like the 157 people, and then they're like, "Oh, you're talking now." Like I had like I'm not great at public speaking. I mean, after the initial adrenaline rush, then I was like calm, and I was like, "Oh, if I had to do this again, I'd be like way better at it." But
you do get nervous. I can tell you though, after doing it just for 2 months, it's easy. You get through that. I do get nervous occasionally. But not really. I mean, I do 600 people. I know.
If Elon Musk was in this space, would you get nervous?
I would be.
Or would you get more excited?
I would be excited. Yeah, I would be excited. Like I can tell you, there's a guy. I think you've heard of him. I know Zoot knows him. Fiddy.eth. He's one of the Kardashians' neighbors, next door neighbors. When he followed me after one of my shills, it made me realize like, well, he's just like anybody else, but he's really well known in the crypto space. And if they like what you're doing, they're gonna follow you. They're gonna, if you come across as honest and entertaining, and I know my pitch is, and look, if you want to be successful, I was talking to somebody about this morning, and you want your project to be successful. If there's any amount of money that you can spend, I would spend $150 on 10,000 X followers. That way, your account looks major. It looks really impressive. And then you don't have to go around saying, please follow me. And any space is going to let you up when you have that amount of followers. You're going to run into issue where if you only have like 45 followers, they're going to be like, yeah, sorry, dog. Like, are you a scammer? We don't know who you are. You need to have more followers than that. But if you come in with 10,000 followers and the going rate, at least, I mean, like it's 10. It's they have a sale going on right now, like 60% off or 65% off. So it's 10,000 is $150, and then what I recommend people to do is they have another service that every time you post for like $15 or $18, every time you post, you get 100 likes to every single post that you post from now until the indefinite future, meaning as long as this website's going, and it's been going for 5 years. And then every time you post for like another $20, you get 100 reposts. So then you don't ever have to.
That seems like a violation of authentic. Isn't it like not allowed to rig? Like in Reddit, you can't just do that shit where you like upvote and I can use a bunch of counts to promote your shit.
I can tell you, I use this service for my Twitch account, and this was like 5 years ago. I bought 50,000 followers, and I still have 50,000 followers. I used it for my Instagram account. I bought 10,000 followers. I still have 10,000 followers. I bought it for a lot of different. I mean, it's like really good. And usually when you buy a service like that, all of the followers go away, but not this one. They have stayed and they've stuck and they've maintained the way that I've wanted them to. And I can tell you that even this Discord, I'm pretty sure I used this service for this Discord. When I first started this Discord, I bought 1,000 followers. And I would say the Discord followers are a little different because people can leave your Discord as well. But they were real organic followers who came in here. They were real people meeting. And that's how I got the first 1,000 people. And, people come and go or whatever. So maybe that number has gone down slightly, but it's the best service that I've found. And
I do think that, like following, I mean, you're not going to get a 1-to-1 follow back ratio, but like I think like maybe 60 people, and I have 13 people following me. And on my other account, it was like I followed like 900 and got like whatever 100, or I think it was less than that, but
yeah, 10
so
to 1.
just following people, like straight up following people, and also like I guess being generous with the like button too can help. Just they'll go to your profile, and if they see something interesting, they might be okay.
Yeah,
nice.
I think going to people's follow for follow space, just going in there and following, I think it allows you to follow like 20 people before it tells you to slow down. Of those, I'll get 10 back. I'll get like 50% back. In ones where it's follow for follow. In these Let's Grow Together ones, it might be 5 or 5 to 10. So I don't think you should feel bad if you're only getting, for every 10 that you're doing, 1 back. You have a small account. Nobody knows who you are. Not yet. But once they start hearing you, they will. Are you interested in... So you really want to build a community, right? Like, it sounds like you do.
Yeah, can I tell you about, on my today's agenda, yesterday I made like this bait Reddit post basically that was like, there's just too many coins, and like eventually like they're gonna merge, right? They have to merge. It's just like way too many coins. And then it was like, prove me wrong. And then I got like a bunch of responses, and then to like each like their replies, I would just like cater this like shield post.
That's good. That's a smart strategy.
I want to do that today, but I'm gonna do it with like a post that's like, can you tell me coins that don't have a pre-mined supply, that aren't controlled by the dev, and that aren't like ruggable contracts? And then I'll get like a bunch of replies to that, and I'll be like, oh look, with Purge is actually literally impossible for rug because there is no pre-mined supply. It's like only created when value is deposited, and blah 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 blah. So that's like one strategy apparently that is somehow working, and it also works if you have like another Reddit account or multiple. This is where it's like illegal because you're like totally spoofing it, but you get like some other account, be like, oh wow, this is totally like Purge or whatever. Sounds exactly like Purge, the project that no one's heard of, and I'm totally not affiliated with it.
Have you gone to ChatGPT and asked it about if there's any coin that already has the goal that you have?
I did, and it said no, but in the Twitter space that I was in where I chilled, I was like, oh, this is exactly like Control Coin. And then I looked up Control Coin, and the chart totally rugged, and I went to the website. It doesn't mention unifying cryptos at all. It doesn't mention the goal at all. And yeah, so possibly there are some out there, maybe, but
okay,
they're definitely not succeeding to the point where it's like, oh, there's been a clear decider in the world. And I was thinking about this more and more because I'm like, I don't know if this idea is worth fuck all, basically, but to my knowledge on like the surface, basically, like to me as like I've been in like the crypto market since 2017, which is nearly like 10 years now. And on every single post, it's like just people showing their animal coin. It's like, oh, buy donkey farts, buy moon cat, buy
unicorn fart dust.
Bug. It's like, but underneath like this illusion, basically, it's like they're the same contract. Maybe there's some like quasi differentiator of like the burn or something, but they're basically all the exact same. On Pump Fund, literally the exact same contract of 1 billion tokens, same bonding curve. there's literally nothing distinct except for this quote unquote meme or something. But to me, the meme doesn't need to be exclusive, because right now it's like ridiculous. It's like everyone's like a Costco representative, and they're all going out selling like Costco merchandise of some kind, but they're all just claiming to be like the real Costco. It's like the if you've seen like the Rick and Morty episode, or like where he gets cloned and there's like another Rick, and they're like, no, I'm the real Rick. No, I'm the real Rick. No, I'm the real Rick. It's like you're really like the same thing, just trying to, like just obsessed with this division, because we live in a world where apparently it's impossible to have a spaghetti meme coin and a strawberry meme coin and a cat on the moon meme coin together. But as I don't know, whoever the fuck it was, like Aristotle or whatever, claimed like the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And I believe that, it's true. If we're actually able to come together and get rid of this like illusion of like separation and join forces, it would be in everyone's best interest. Purge is not trying to like destroy coins; it's trying to make them stronger, essentially.
You're right. That is attributed to Aristotle. Okay, so let's say I have a coin, and I like Purge coin. Let me say I don't like the name, and here's why I don't like the name. It's a negative. To purge something is like a negative, and it also sounds like throw up. Like when you purge, it's like throw up. So I'm not saying that I'm not saying it's the worst name ever, but just know that like from foreign
sage or something.
Well, from just
the negative energy.
From just foreign. Okay, I mean that's fine. From to foreign ears, it's just it doesn't. But it's not bad. It's
but my thinking behind that is that like, I mean, I agree with you. It's more of like the negative. A little. I mean, technically, there's no like negativity associated with the word. It's just our injection of meaning into it. But yeah, like I call it unity or togetherness coin or something like that.
Why didn't you go with that?
Like when you see the word unity, you think, okay, that's great, coming together. But why do you need to unify in the first place?
It doesn't matter. It's already positive. It's already positive in my mind. Like a unity, it's already positive. That's great. Purge coin has three things going against it. And I'm not saying you can't use it. You're using it, so go with it. But
I haven't deployed yet, and I'm open to changing it.
Okay, so purge means throw up in English. Purge means get rid of the bad, and also there's like The Purge, that movie, and that's like kind of a scary connotation to it.
Yeah, but I mean, just in the get rid of the bad, that's basically the meaning that I'm talking about, because there's just way too much saturation.
That's true.
Someone needs to vacuum it up.
Okay, so maybe I misspoke. Yeah. It's just getting rid of something, not necessarily the bad. Purging is getting rid of something, which is negative.
I mean, why wouldn't it be positive if you're getting rid of something negative? Isn't that positive?
It is, but just to foreign ears, it's going to sound... Getting rid of something is not as good as getting something. Adding something sounds better. Now, I know what you're saying. What if you're getting rid of something bad, but you have to add the second half of the connotation for it to be understood that way? I like your logo.
Yeah, I suppose. But, I mean, I also think that, like, crypto is predominantly kind of like a male-oriented space, you know?
Oh, it is.
And I think that potentially other people would resonate with there's like the concept of like, you know, like a positive headline get seen by ghosts and swept under the rug, where if you have a polarizing headline in the news, like people gravitate towards that stuff because it's so polarizing.
Think about this. If I have 10 coins in my wallet and I have to get rid of one of them, and one of them is called Purge Coin, that's the first one I'm going to get rid of, subconsciously. It's basically called get rid of coin. Like purge is like to get rid of something. And so it's like the first thing I'm going to get rid of. You get what I'm saying? I'm not saying...
Fair enough, yeah.
I'm not saying...
I understand. You want to have a message and a company that is like as direct, I guess, and I guess positive in this case because it's crypto.
Exactly. Why not merge coin?
But, yeah, merge isn't bad, honestly.
It's not. In fact, that I thought was your idea. Maybe I just misheard you say it a couple of days ago or whatever.
No, I did have the alliteration of like merge with the purge.
Oh, okay. Yeah, something like that. Merge coin's great. Unity coin or Unify coin, I think those are great too. I'm sure that's been done like 1,000 times, but that doesn't mean that it can't be good. But still, Purge coin is not the worst of names. It's not Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Peninu, and we see how that's done. But
I mean, that I personally think that meme coins like Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Peninu is how you would do, is in my opinion the best type of meme coin when it's just over the top ridiculous. Just like these like silly like variations of like horses or something, like it, in my opinion, does not get, it's not ridiculous enough.
I get that.
My personal taste.
I get that. Okay, so have you thought of a rhyming name?
Merge Purge.
It's not bad. I would just go with merge though. But something like that rhymes with coin or token. I don't know if there's a good word for it. If I had to name it anything, ideally, and you just were starting from scratch, and I know you put some work into this, but like you said, you're open to it. I would use Unify, Unity, or Merge. Those are probably the top three. I think that...
Yeah.
I mean, what about just like Unicoin? That's a good one. Unicoin, that's like unicorn, but it's like a coin. That's a good name. Unicoin is the best name. That's the winner.
I like it. I like it, honestly. I like it.
I do too.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, part of the reason, I guess, why I picked Purge and not, like, Unified Coin was because, like, in my mind, it is, like, the mission is to purge and get rid of all these useless coins. Like, that is, like, the goal. And obviously we're doing that by bringing communities together and teaching and informing communities that it's much better to work together than as individuals. Like, every cell in our body is not competing to be its own separate organism. It's all coming together to create your experience. Same with countless other things. It's why way back when we formed tribes instead of just individuals trying to go out and survive individually, we figured out that, hey, working together, much more efficient that way. Who would have thought, you know?
Absolutely.
But I do hear what you're saying, and ultimately I want the community to kind of steer the ship to where it goes. So that's why basically everything in the protocol is basically going to be subject to community input and their suggestions will be implemented ultimately. So rebranding or whatever. I mean, it's kind of difficult to rebrand a coin a little bit. I don't know if people even do that. Companies sure do it sometimes.
Companies do it, yeah. Usually people just pump it up the coin and start a new one. Unicoin is definitely a coin already. And it looks like they got into some trouble for defrauding investors of $100 million in 2025.
Oh, the successful.
Successful rug pull.
They literally got away with $100 million.
Yeah, exactly. If you could, I mean, I even think, and you're gonna hate this, but unicorn, I think is a really good name too. The unicorn.
I mean, that just sounds like a shit coin.
It does. You're right.
You had me at unicorn.
It does, but I'm saying if you couldn't get that, if anything, unicorn, and it could have a unicorn as its mascot, or just be something totally generic and corporate, whatever one you want. But to me, just as an investor, that brings something together. And Purge coin, when I look at it in my wallet, I want to get rid of it. It's Purge. It's like already telling me get rid of it, and I get what it's supposed to do. I'm not saying that the idea behind it isn't good, but the name already tells me to get rid of it. It's got the negative connotation of the movies, and it's throw up. It's like calling it vomit coin. Purge coin is in a lot of ways, and I get what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to purge the market of all the bad stuff. I get that, but that isn't really what it. That is what it's supposed to do, but that's not the message it's giving. You want merge.
Should it be called anti-purge coin then?
No, it should be called either Unicoin. That's this other one. It would be hard to compete with it because they're dominating you in social media and everything. But if you could have something like Merge Coin, I'm sure there's a Merge Coin as well. But that tells your story of what your coin is doing better than Purge Coin. But nevertheless, okay, so we'll just use the term Purge Coin because that's its name right now. If I have, let's say I'm a dev of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, how do I get involved with Purge Coin?
Yeah, I mean, the first kind of step is, are you talking just from like a technical standpoint?
Yeah.
Or
how do I?
Ideological standpoint, because I think first it's more of like a perspective on the market that you have to really align, recognize, and resonate with.
No, not what I mean.
But if you're talking about like how to just turn the coin into Purge coin,
yes,
it's a layer 0. We're using layer 0 so you can merge coins from multiple different chains, including Solana. Any coin on any EVM chain or Solana can be, in like one click of a button, turned into Purge. And
so aren't I really just selling my coin and buying your coin?
Ironically, yes, but because it's not like a pre-fixed supply where like most coins, there's like a supply that exists, and you're basically living on a prayer trying to make that coin have value already. This coin, every piece of value that gets put into the system, the coin is reflective of value that's put into the system. There's no excess weight that it's lugging around. But yeah, it is ironic saying that. Yeah, sell your, because it literally sounds like, oh, sell your crappy bong to buy my like happy bong.
Exactly.
Which is what all the other coins are doing, but this one is like, in order to actually combine, think of what we're doing, like we're combining all the coins into a single coin. So in order to do that, we're not just saying buy this coin with a fixed supply. We're saying deposit your value from all these different coins, and then this coin has a bonding curve that will accelerate and grow. as that value comes in from all these different chains.
Do you know that Purge Coin is already a thing?
Oh, I mean, it's basically impossible to come up with a name that hasn't been taken if it's in the English lexicon.
No, I get that. I get that.
Yeah.
Have you ever? You're gonna hate this idea, but I think it's something that could work. You're gonna hate this idea because it's very much like Harry Potter about misogyny, or that's not what you're doing. But have you ever thought of a name like you're going with one word names, and I'm not saying that's bad, but like we're running into the issue, they've all been taken already. Have you ever thought of a name like the best cryptocurrency in the world or the best cryptocurrency ever? Because let me say why.
I feel like they're.
Let me say why.
Okay.
You'd be able to probably get that on .com, and you'd probably also be able to market it because that's really what you're saying. Your coin is the best cryptocurrency ever, and people would be like, okay, why is
Why wouldn't I call it the best crypto in the history of the? Wait, what's that saying you always use? In the history of time or something? Or like every time you hit like a mini golf shot.
Oh,
this could possibly
be the greatest shot in the history of humankind.
Yeah.
In global history.
In global history, yeah. Yeah, that's what it should be called. This is possibly the greatest coin in the history of global history.
No, it'd be the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. TGCITGH. Whatever you'd want to be. But basically, that's what you're saying your coin is. So why not just say that's what it is? That gets my attention. It's long. I get that. But its name is like the best name that you could have for a cryptocurrency. Whatever you want to make it, you can make it. But I'm saying that if I couldn't get Unicoin or I couldn't get Unity or Merge, or maybe those were taken, I would try to get something long that is kind of funny, that sticks in people's heads. That's another great thing. If I'm looking at my wallet and I have Purge Coin and I have the greatest cryptocurrency in global history, which one do you think I want to keep?
Yeah, no, I honestly, I think that is a very, it's a very funny, but it works. I think that would work.
I do too.
My only like possible stipulation would be like that, like we're not trying to be like a funny, goofy meme coin, you know. But
I get that.
But I do really like the name. That's just my only hiccup is just weighing like how serious do we present this project? I mean, like it's like essentially like a aggregation of meme coins, which are basically like goofy coins anyway. So maybe we should take that goofy name approach.
I think you
could. I don't know if that signals to people that it's like a serious project over just some random goofy coin that there's like a billion of.
Well, everything has something, you know, the dogs, the cats, all that bullshit, the monkeys, the apes, everybody's got that. And everybody's got Unicoin and Merge Coin and even Purge Coin, as we've seen. But you could say the greatest cryptocurrency in global history is a funny name with a serious mission. We want to unify all of the coins that are out there, everything from Bitcoin to Ethereum to Solana to XRP to those altcoins that you have in the depths of your wallet that have been rugged. The goal of the greatest cryptocurrency in global history is to unite them all. And that's why it's the perfect name, because we are here to unite all of the cryptocurrencies. I mean, it's just how you market it, but you'd be likely able to get the greatest cryptocurrency in global history.com. You don't have to go with XYZs. you'd be able to get the greatest cryptocurrency. Like you could market that, and then because nobody else has that name, and then you're gonna start to dominate stuff, and it just sticks out in your head. This is the best one. I mean, like you're already saying it's the best one. Like you can't get a better name than that.
Priming people already from the start.
Exactly. You can't get a better name than that. Now, I get it. I get what you're saying. It's long and it's kind of funny. So it's like, well, is this just a shit coin? But that's where you market it. And you make sure that people know that it is not just a shit coin. And you could make your ticker whatever you want to be. Unicoin or all of it, whatever the anagram is of it, the
TGCCGH.
you don't want to go with that. You want it to just be we are $, or we are whatever at Unicoin, or we're at whatever. One of the reasons why Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu works is because it's at Bitcoin or whatever. It's money sign but Bitcoin. And you could make that decision for whatever you want that to be. But the greatest cryptocurrency in global history, that's a good name. And I'm just saying to you, this is how I market these things. I pretend that I have a class of first graders, and are they going to want to buy? That's basically who your audience is in cryptocurrency. It's that kind of thinking level. No, it's true though. That's what.
It's not a biotech company.
100%. It's. Do you want the dog? Do you want the unicorn? Do you want the monkey? You know, like if it gets really technical, they don't want that. It becomes unattractive to them. You want like the lowest common denominator of purchaser. You want something that's really simple. And so if I explain to a first grade class, hey, you can have something called the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. If they understand those words, they're going to know that that's a positive thing. And the thing is, when you go into a space and you go, hi, everybody, I'm the founder of the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. That is that you're going to get everybody's attention with that, as opposed to going, hey, I'm with Purgecoin. I'm the dev of Purgecoin, and our goal is to unify all of the cryptocurrencies. And people are like, okay, what's the name again? They already know the name. They'll be able to tell you the name back to you. Oh, this is the guy. This is the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. The name of the project is the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. And the reason why it's an important project is because our goal is to unify all of the cryptocurrencies. Like, that's a great name.
You know what? I think, yeah, I feel like you've sold me on it. I do really, really like it. And yeah, I mean, I guess you're right from like the know your audience, like first grader point of view, because literally it's like, it's so, the coins I see are just like, man, you didn't even try to be creative. You didn't even try a little bit.
Didn't even try.
It's like mushrooms. Okay, you made a mushroom. Why does it have $2 million worth of volume?
100%. And the NFTs are even worse. The NFT world is even worse than the crypto world, as you know, where it's just like, oh, we're the X whatever. It's like name an animal and name an adjective. We're the super dogs. We're the crypto cats. We're that's everything.
Pudgy penguins.
Pudgy penguins.
$4 billion. I honestly, they did something right. Apparently, some marketing team behind that.
Yeah.
It's like they're on Amazon selling these plushies. They're like in Walmart. Like it's crazy.
That's true. You should take that name, and I would even change it. I wouldn't call it the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. I would just call it the greatest cryptocurrency in history. You don't need to use global. It's just
why not global history?
Because global history is only for Earth, and I want this to be the greatest in the universe. So just say history.
But it loses like the extra like that.
Okay,
that
if you like that,
earlier,
if you like that,
excessive. Like if you're gonna make like a ridiculous name, go all out.
Then go for it. Okay, then the only thing I don't like about that is it's only on Earth. So that means, but I mean, like nobody's going to Mars yet. So it'll be fine if it's good for another 100 years or whatever until we're on Mars. But then you might have to keep that in mind.
It's a risk, I guess we're gonna have to take.
Absolutely, but that's a good name, and I'm the king of pitching. I've heard more pitches in the last 2 months, I think, than any person on X. I'm almost certain, almost 100% certain.
Yeah, you listen to those all day.
I listen to them all day, and waiting for my turn. Exactly. And I'll just do the pitch, okay? And I've done this before, but basically, you just they'll be all right. The next person up looks like it's a new project. Go ahead. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm the dev of the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. And you're going to ask, what's the name of the cryptocurrency? And it's just that, the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. And that's what we are, the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. And here's why. We have a mission to unify all of the cryptocurrencies out there, which obviously makes us the greatest cryptocurrency in global history, whether it's Bitcoin, XRP, Solana, Ethereum, or that small altcoin in the bottom of your wallet. Our goal is to eventually unify all of them. And you may say, okay, well, how do you do that? Well, here's the plan. And you tell them all the things that you do. And then at the end, you're going to say, so if anybody would like to partner with the greatest cryptocurrency in global history, feel free to send us a follow. We will follow you back. Feel free to send us a DM. We will respond. We're happy to hear. We're happy to be able to tell you about the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. Like basically, just saying the name reinforces that this is the best project ever. I know that wasn't the smoothest pitch, but you get it. Like every time you say the name of the coin, it reinforces this is the best project ever. Like it's pretty genius. Like
it's like a self-fulfilling promise.
Thank you, 100%, exactly. And that's a beautiful way to phrase it. And you're getting
the prophecy a good name for a coin? Probably been done.
It's probably been done, and a prophecy of what? And it has religious connotations, and people are going to be like, oh, so you think you're some kind of soothsayer, or you can read the tea leaves, or any of that other bullshit. I'd stay away from it. The greatest cryptocurrency in global history, that name gets my fucking attention, and you're going to get a lot of people who are going to follow you right away, and also they're going to have a lot of questions for you. So you've got to be ready to be able to answer them, but that's what you want.
It's just like some crazy high IQ marketing tactic. I love it.
Well, look, I'm telling you, of any person who you'd want to trust.
That is what crypto comes down to, is like the marketing.
That's what everything.
Literally, if you don't have that, your project's done before it even started walking.
That's what everything comes down to, is marketing, whether it's relationships, business, cryptocurrency, everything. And I'm just telling you that, like, I'm the person who hears more pitches of anybody else, at least in the last 2 months. And if I heard this project, I would never forget it. I'd be like, oh, that's the funniest fucking name I've ever heard of a fucking... I want to buy... Now, that's one I want to buy, because it has the best name. I would want to go to the website and see what it looks like. It's a better name than Harry Potter Obama Sonic.
It's literally... It's like the equivalent of like the coffee shops that have like the sign that's like world's greatest cup of coffee.
Exactly.
And everyone loves those signs.
They absolutely do. You'd be able to sell merch. I mean, pretty easily. There would be people who want to wear the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. They'd want to wear that shit, because it's just like, what is it? What is the greatest cryptocurrency? It's like, that's the name of the coin. Oh, okay. This is a... It's almost like there are some Seinfeld's ideas like this. So when it's kind of... I don't know if it's exactly like this, but so in the show Seinfeld, some of the episodes revolve around a storyline where Jerry and George are trying to pitch a show to NBC. And everybody's got an idea when they're pitching a show. And the key to Seinfeld, the show that they're pitching basically, is that it's a show about nothing. Everybody's a show about something. Ours is a show about nothing. And it's not exactly that, it's kind of the opposite of that, but basically it's like saying that this is the best cryptocurrency in global history. Anytime anybody talks about it, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. And no one would ever forget that name because it's really an easy name to remember. Like it's not like Harry Potter, Obama Sonic Tanita. I can tell you it took me months to be able to remember that. And even still when I tell it to people, it's very off-putting. They don't like the name of it, and I understand that. But the greatest cryptocurrency in global history, that's a winner. That's an absolute fucking winner. And I'm telling you, I hear these people shill, and
I agree.
Right now, of the top 100
most people don't even like click the website to read anything. They just like are buying based on sheer impulse.
And you're going to get so many people who are interested in your coin just because of this name. It's like it's the best name of any cryptocurrency I've ever heard. It's better than Unicorn. It is. It's better than Unicorn. Like everybody wants it down to be really, really simple, and you just are using the Harry Potter idea of having it long and just almost like meme worthy. Yeah, exactly. But you're and the thing is, it really is the greatest crypto in global history. That's why the name's so appropriate. Because if you're able to do what you're saying, then you have the greatest cryptocurrency in global history.
You've heard a lot of pitches. Does this idea in your mind make sense? Or am I just insane?
It makes total sense. It doesn't make any sense. I still don't see how it's different than just you sell your coin and buy my coin. I don't see how it's actually unifying anything.
Well, look at like I explained, like they're isolated, like basically married to their bags perspective,
Okay.
But they don't realize that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts.
Okay, I get that.
Like if they actually come together,
I get that.
They create something much bigger than their little coins will ever be. And like liquidity is spread so thin because there's so many duplicates of possible to grow. And
I get that. I 100% get that. But if you're in a space, the first question you're going to get is, okay, I love the name, the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. How do I get my coin under your umbrella?
Yeah, it's very easy. In like the interface of the website, you can swap the coin from virtually any chain into Coin.
So let me ask you this. Worthless altcoins. I could take all of those and buy the greatest cryptocurrency in global history, right?
Yeah, I mean the value, the amount of purge that you'll get is
very, very small. Very small. I get that.
Or proportional to the value of the deposit. But
I get that.
Any coin, as long as it's on a EVM chain or Solana, can be turned into purge.
Okay.
Very easily.
Okay, so that's how I would market this. All of you have a bunch of coins out there that have rugged. Take those and buy the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. And the reason why you want to do that is because we're a much stronger coin. We're going to take your altcoins that are worth nothing and give them some value. And we're growing every single day. We have the best name for any cryptocurrency in global history. And we are, you hear the pitch, it sells itself. You hear the name, it sells itself. You can check out our website, thegreatestcryptocurrencyinglobalhistory.com. All our social media, wherever you are, anywhere on social media, type in the greatest cryptocurrency in global history, and you're going to find all of our really interesting content. Like, that's a cool fucking coin. And it's going to have, like, really positive AI, like, things about it, because it's already, like, telling people this is the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. And, like, it's in the name. It's just the name sells itself. Okay, remember I said the thing about Seinfeld? That wasn't so much as good of a analogy as this is. like around the late 19th century, so the 1800s, a bunch of companies started up, and the names of the companies were things like General Electric, General Motors, Standard Oil. Like basically, by taking the name Standard Oil, it was the standard. It's the best name that they could get. General Electric. It's just the General Electric company. Basically, like everybody wants to have that electric because that's the general one. Same with General Motors. Do you get what I'm saying? Like this strategy has been used previously. Take the name that everybody wants, and then like basically market. Like all you have to do is market yourself with that. Other companies have done this as well, like with the use of the name Federal. Federal Express is not part of the federal government, but it takes the name Federal Express, and people think that it's part of the federal government, has some kind of connection. It has none. It's a business, but basically they've just marketed themselves to be like the standard. And
honestly, that kind of should be illegal a little bit.
I'm not.
It's kind of deceiving.
I think that it's a little late for that now, but when it first started, perhaps they could have done that. And with your name, the greatest cryptocurrency in global history, that's basically what you're saying. Every other cryptocurrency is worse than yours, including Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, XRP, SPX, everything. You've got the best one, and it's in the name. And I'm telling you, if I have a class of 30 school children, and I say to them, I have a coin called Purge, I have a coin called Merge, I have a coin called Unicoin, I have a coin called Unify, I have a coin called the greatest cryptocurrency in global history. Which one do you think? Which one do you want, kids? And they're all going to say, we want the one that's the greatest.
Yeah, no, I think that is like a very good way of putting it, and I agree with that assessment.
Athletes use this all the time. Muhammad Ali.
It's like humans gravitating towards like shiny objects.
100%.
Like, oh, shiny.
100%. Muhammad Ali would go around telling everybody, I am the greatest. Tom Brady has his clothing brand, GOAT, greatest of all time. That's basically what he wants to solidify that in people's minds. And you're going to be doing the same thing, the greatest cryptocurrency in global history.
I mean, I feel like there's probably at least a GOAT coin out there that is rolled with the same kind of logic. So it may not be, or some coin has been like the best crypto or something, But
yeah, I mean, the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. That's a good name.
Not global history of all time. Is that more?
Yeah, because that goes along with the GOAT coin kind of idea, and then you could just call it GOAT coin. The reason why
GC.
I mean, I get it that's not exactly the acronym, but then you already have a mascot for it.
GCAT. Honestly, GCAT is a pretty good ticker.
Greatest cryptocurrency.
Greatest coin of all time.
It's G-Code.
Yeah, but
that's still a good name.
I don't know.
G-Code is still a really good name.
Like a pimp coat.
Right. But you
G-coded.
I like, if I had to say greatest of all time, I think is probably better than in global history. That's just what I say, and that's just because I'm absurd. But if you are really marketing this, the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, that's a winner, because that term, greatest of all time, is already used in a lot of places. I'm going to look it up and see. I'm sure that's a coin already. But that doesn't mean you can't just take that name. There's nothing that says you can't. Is there a cryptocurrency called the greatest cryptocurrency of all time?
Or something similar.
No. There is no officially recognized cryptocurrency whose actual name is the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. That now take that. Take that.
Okay.
The phrase does not get used informally. The phrase does get used informally in a few ways. Marketing slogans. Projects sometimes claim to be the greatest in ads or social media. Nicknames, meme coins. Some obscure or short-lived tokens have used terms like GOAT, greatest or ultimate, but none are widely recognized. GOAT is sometimes used rhetorically. Bitcoin is the GOAT. And so the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, that's a fucking solid name, man.
Is the ticker
The ticker's GOAT.
GOAT?
Greatest of all time. That's already used and it's already popular and people will say it's already goated. People will say that like that's already the marketing writes itself. And
right, what should the logo be?
It's a goat.
Should it be like the Guinness World
No,
Records?
it's a goat.
Font?
No, it's a goat. It's a goat. And
animal? No. Oh, fuck,
dude, but that's here's the thing though. If I have about 30 different kids and I say, hey, we have the Unity coin, which is a U, and we have the Purge coin, which is the word purge, and we have the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, and it's a goat, they're gonna want to go with the animal. That's your audience.
No, but like it's but in the crypto market, it's more like we have a bunch of animal coins, every single animal that you can think of, including goat, pig, squirrel, like my Peanut the squirrel, like, you know what I mean?
Okay.
It's not, I mean, relative to the other names, or yeah, like the other logo name, but that's honestly what makes it like a differentiator of why I prefer to like more serious names, because it's not an animal coin. Just not being an animal coin is like a positive thing in my mind.
It's not an animal coin though. That's just its logo. Just like polo is not about horses. They just use a horse with a rider. Or like Banana Republic is not about bananas or republics. Their logo is an elephant. It's not about elephants either. That's just how they get recognized. Or Lacoste isn't about alligators or crocodiles. But that's what they're. You know what I'm saying? Like it's how they're recognized.
It's the symbol.
It's the symbol, exactly. And you could have a really good symbol for a goat. Like it's a really good name. And if you're not going to use that symbol, then I would use. Imagine 4 letters, a G in the top left, an O in the top right, an A in the bottom left, and a T in the bottom right. Like that's basically the other way that I would do it. But it's the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. That's a fucking winning name. I can help you can market that a lot, like very easily. Everybody's gonna want that. And when you have people, if you were to go into a space and you were to say, I am the dev of the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, and here's why. Our goal is to merge all of the different cryptocurrencies. And how do you get involved with our cryptocurrency? Take your altcoins in your wallet that have all rugged and buy the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, the GOAT coin. What we're going to do is we're going to be able to grow together, and you're not going to have any major what's the word for which I'm looking? You're not going to have to make any major sacrifice of the beef of your wallet, so to speak, because you're like, it's almost like, when you go to the store, charity or whatever, or do you want to round up? That's how I would market this. I would say, we want you to start with just all of those coins that have rugs. Start small and buy GOAT coin. If you want, sure, ape into it, buy everything. But we understand that you're a cautious investor. So for right now, already those coins aren't worth anything to you. They've all rugged. So take those, transfer them into GOAT coin, try our system. You're going to love it. You're going to love the community, and you're going to want to buy more and more of it. And eventually, more and more people are going to be purchasing this, and we're going to make it truthfully what it is, the greatest cryptocurrency of all time.
Yeah, no, that's a dope pitch. And like initially, the target audience is not these like, I mean, like it is ultimately, but like initially, the low hanging fruit is these coins that are basically like just barely treading water.
Exactly.
Or they're just dead completely.
Exactly.
And it's like, hey, this is an out for you to a second revival, second coming of the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. You can join this, and we're gonna actually get something out of it.
Exactly. Right now, those coins are not doing anything for you, and they're only going to continue to lose their value. Take those right now. Buy our coin. It's very easy for you to transfer those coins into the gold coin, and then you're going to see that value increase for the first time in months, if not years. And once you see how our coin is producing for you, then you're going to be putting more and more of your actual wealth into this coin, because you're going to see how it grows together. But I don't want you to put all your wealth into this right away. I want you to try it out. Go take those coins that are currently rugged and invest them into our coin, and you will see what the process is like. You'll see how easy it is, and you'll see how our coin is changing everything. We're unifying all of the coins, and our goal is for one day to be the unified cryptocurrency of the world.
That's a pretty dope pitch.
I think so too.
It actually sounds pretty sound
and
reasonable.
Yeah, and it's like you have nothing to lose. I'm not asking you to take the bulk of your investment and put it into GoatCoin. If you want to, you can. What I want you to do is to take something that you don't care about already and give it to yourself in return for GoatCoin. And you'll watch your investment begin to grow. And as that continues, you're going to want to put more and more of your assets into this coin, and you will grow and it will grow, and eventually we'll start taking over entire well-known cryptocurrencies, and eventually we'll be on the heels of XRP and of Solana and of Ethereum, and eventually we want to have a higher market share than the granddaddy of them all, Bitcoin. And with this strategy, we can. So here's what I ask you to do. Take a look at our project. Look at my profile. Look at my link tree. Go to our website. Look at our chart. If it's attractive to you, take the assets that you have that are underperforming or have been rugged and transfer those into GoatCoin. Then what I want you to do is watch our chart and watch how it performs, because we're using this strategy not with only with you, but with everyone in the cryptoverse. And everyone is taking all of their unwanted assets, their altcoins that have very low value to no value to them, and they're investing it in this coin. And that's what's creating our market share. And that's what's ensuring that our market cap keeps increasing. And now we're getting people who are aping into the coin and actually putting in large amounts of money. And if that's what you want, then you have the opportunity to do that. But I'm not asking you for that today. Everyone in here is going to ask you to make major investments into their cryptocurrency. I don't want that. I want you to take something that's of a small amount of value to basically nothing to you right now. And
NFT you got airdropped 7 months ago that's been collecting dust. You don't need that.
You don't. That's exactly right. You don't need that. So what I'm saying to you is unify all the coins. If you ask anybody what their project is, it's going to be that they want to save the whales, or they want to preserve the national parks, or whatever. And that's all great. Our goal, first and foremost, is to unify all the cryptocurrency. If this sounds like a winning strategy to you, then we want you to be a part of our project. If that doesn't sound like a winning strategy to you, then feel free to invest in anything you want. No one's forcing this on you. But what I am saying to you is that the small amounts of NFTs
And
and
it'll be a snowball effect.
that's
As it
it.
keeps rolling down, more people are going to notice.
That's
more
exactly right. It's like the people who have the when you go into a store, the bell ringer people, and they just want the change out of your pocket that they for the bucket or whatever, for like to help charities. It's the same idea. You're not asking people to for $100 or for $20. Just give us your pocket change and see how your pocket change will actually begin growing in value. That's what you're saying to people. And that's a much easier way to ape in to a project, in my opinion, because once their toe is wet and they have the greatest cryptocurrency of all time in their wallet, they're going to want more of it. They're going to look at their portfolio and they're going to see the the ugly ape, and they're going to see the super monkey, and they're going to see the crypto dogs, and then they're going to see the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, and they're going to say, you know what, this is a really great idea. It's got a name that's better than any of these others. Why don't I invest more in this? It's performing really well. It's got a killer strategy, like the strategy that I just named, which is we don't want you to do is give us your rugged projects and your underperforming cryptocurrency and altcoins. We want you to take those investments and perhaps 10x them or 100x them, depending on when you get in. And that's a really exciting opportunity for an investor.
Yeah, no, I love this strategy. It's like a strategic rollout.
Yeah,
in a way.
I absolutely agree. So it's on you.
And what other companies have like taken that like strategic rollout approach?
What do you mean?
Like where it's kind of like I don't know, like Fireball or something. Like they start off, they're like, okay, we have this whiskey, we're just gonna hand it out to college kids, just get it into college kids' brain, and then they go to bars, and then like they keep rolling out these layers and layers and layers.
I heard about a strategy last week. I don't know if this was why this company became popular, but
I mean, basically all companies do it. Like freaking, I'm sure OpenAI, like every company has these like initial, like stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 targets that they go after, and it's kind of like a different marketing strategy for each one.
So like Supreme.
Yes, the overpriced box logo. Yes.
Exactly. They kind of have a unique strategy where they're basically just building a bunch of buzz around their product, and it's really just like a normal hammer, but it's worth $400 or whatever, and they get people to line up around the block about it, and just there's a buzz about it. That's like a really great marketing strategy. Is that what you're doing? No. There's a comedian, I forget his name, but he just goes around wearing a hat that says world champion. And it's like, what are you the world champion of? He's just like, I'm the world champion. And it's kind of like, that's what you're doing, like basically with your coin. It's just the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. And people are like, okay, but what makes it the greatest cryptocurrency of all time? But you have an answer to that. And it really is. Its goal is to unify all the cryptocurrencies. And when people hear that, that would be the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. So it's like you said it beautifully, Riser. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Um, I'm trying to think of another company that has this type of. Okay, here's one. Nike, before it was Nike, was Blue Ribbon Athletics, and it's kind of like the same idea. Like they're blue ribbon. Like when you win a blue ribbon, it's like you win first place. And Nike was already saying like we're the first place shoe. Now I know they changed it, but they changed it to Nike, who's the goddess of victory, which is like stealing the name victory basically in its own way. There are that's just an example of one, but
oh geez, did not know that.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's the Greek goddess. So
another self-fulfilling prophecy.
Exactly.
Just by the name.
Exactly. And you have things like, okay, so let me think of, uh, let's see here, cars that do this. Rolls Royce doesn't really do it. Bentley doesn't do it. Porsche doesn't really do it. BMW doesn't. Mercedes Benz doesn't. So it's not done necessarily in the car industry that much. But that's because General Motors back in the day took this name. General Motors is that name, at least in the United States. They wanted to be the General Motors company, meaning they were a conglomerate of all of the different car companies, and it's just like General Motors. Just like General Electric or General Mills. General Mills did this in cereals. Basically, there were all these little cereal companies, and they just said, you know what, we're going to just take the name General, meaning it's just the only one that's available. And in the oil industry, Standard Oil did this. In
Make it the general standard coin.
Yeah, but that's not used as much anymore. Like that was 150 years ago. But now, if you wanted to do that, you would say the goat coin, the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. And I mean, you could pitch this so well, and you could write it down. But the pitch is this: I'm the dev for the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, and you may say, "What makes it the greatest cryptocurrency of all time?" And it's this: we want to put an end to all of the different cryptocurrencies and unite them all. And the way that we want to do that is a strategy that won't cost you very much at all, and it will allow you to connect to the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. What we want you to do is to take all of those altcoins that have rugged, and we want you to transfer those into the goat coin, the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, and you're going to see how it produces. We want you to look at our profile, look at our link tree, look at our social media. We want you to put our coin into your favorite AI engine. We want you to learn about what we do, and you're going to see our chart and how it performs. And once you see how we can turn your essentially useless altcoins into something of value, you're going to invest major amounts of your portfolio into this coin, and you're not alone. Thousands of people around the world are going to be doing this, and we are a self-fulfilling prophecy. We are the greatest cryptocurrency of all time because we're uniting all of the cryptocurrencies that are available. And by using this strategy, eventually we will be the one coin to end all other coins. If this sounds like something in which you're interested, we invite you to take a look at our profile. You can look at GoatCoin on Solana or any of your other favorite charts or favorite platforms, and you can send us a DM if you have questions. You're going to hear me routinely in these spaces, so if you don't have a question now and one comes up in the future, please feel free. But what I'm saying to you right now is a no lose situation. Your cryptocurrency in your wallet right now that has already been rugged has very little to basically no value to you. Take that right now, transfer it into GoatCoin, and start making money on those investments. That's what I'd like to say to you, and I appreciate the opportunity. Again, I'm the dev of the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, the GoatCoin. Thank you. That is a fucking winning pitch.
I agree. Yeah, and that's just like phase one is the super low hanging fruit.
Oh yeah.
And then once that starts to accrue value, then people start to realize,
well, what you're doing,
like, wow,
what you're
all
doing.
These coins came together, and look what's happening to the market cap.
Exactly.
Now, what happens to that on a larger scale?
Well, what you're doing, like basically, by telling people that you don't want them to necessarily ape into the coin, they're gonna want to ape into the coin. You're telling them, it's like it's reverse psychology.
Reverse psychology.
Exactly. So you're saying, like, we don't want you to invest huge amounts into our coin. Don't do that right now. What we want you to do is invest small amounts. That's going to get people to say, I don't want to make small amounts. I want to make big amounts. So when everybody else is investing all of their altcoins, I'm going to be investing huge amounts of Bitcoin and Ethereum and Solana into this project because I want to get a head start on every
It's like the complete opposite of like every other crypto pitch too, which is why it's so amazing.
That's why I think it's really good. I'm telling you, I hear these people's pitches.
It's like this guy is coming in. His coin is called the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. He wants us to not invest hardly anything into it.
That's exactly right. 100%. And you know what's funny? Believe it or not, the thing that kind of made me think this works, I go into people's spaces and I pitch Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu, and people ask me, Rabbi, why don't you have a coin? And I say, I do, but I don't want you to buy it. And guess what? They buy it. I don't want them to buy Rabbi coin, but it's available on Pump Fund because you have to have a coin on there to be able to live stream. And I get people who buy my coin. I have somebody who bought 10% of the entire market cap just because I told them not to buy it. And they're like, yeah, but you're everywhere. The fact that you said don't buy it makes me want to buy it. And in the same way where you'd be saying to a group of people, we don't want you to ape into our coin. We just want you to dip your toe in and see if you like it. That's going to make people want to ape in. It's reverse psychology.
Yeah. No, I love the plan, honestly.
I do too.
This is why you're the guru, the absolute guru
of marketing.
Life and crypto.
100%.
World champion.
World champion, exactly. In other news, guess what? Last we spoke, I had told you that the people who own the house told me that my rent was going up to $1,200, and I was going to try to talk them down to $1,000. Well, it turns out that the envelope that they were supposed to give to me went to my roommate, and I got my roommate's notice. So my rent only went up $50, which is a much better way for me to be able to live my life. But I did want to tell you that
awesome.
It was like a huge shock to me. And so I understand the guy who is managing all of the envelopes, all of the notices. He's like 75 years old, and English is not his first language, and he just made a mistake. But it definitely shocked me. But yeah, I can definitely do $50 versus like doubling it. So I was really happy about that. And with this idea, with your cryptocurrency, you're going to be able to market this. It markets itself. And I know you don't want to get into the animal parts, the goat and everything, but that's the way to do it. And I already envision what the logo.
Goat is like already such an embedded meme in society.
It is. And you can use the hashtag GOAT, and you're gonna be able to dominate with the strategy. So how would you make this? How would you make this a winner? It's very simple. This is the strategy. You get all the social media for the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. That's too long of a name to be like, you could have.
Is that what the social media is called? The greatest social media?
You could market that. You could say, look at the greatest cryptocurrency of all time.
I like doubling down on the troll.
I like it too. But you could use the GOAT coin, and if that's not available, on all of the places where I listed, YouTube,
Isn't it
TikTok.
G-Coat, not just GOAT. Or
no, don't fuck with that. Just use GOAT. But even though it's crypto,
only the name is crypto.
When it's said fully. So when you look at it on YouTube or whatever, it'll say the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. That's gonna say that. But when you look at the ticker, it's just GOAT. You don't want to fuck around with that. Keep it simple.
Social media is also GOAT and not. You just think greatest cryptocurrency of all time is way too long?
Well, you've got to keep it to 15 characters, at least on Twitter. So I would just call it.
Okay.
I would call it GOAT Crypto or the GOAT Crypto.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I would get that across those 30 different social media platforms. And you're going to say to me, Rabbi, do I really need it on 30 different social media platforms? Because that's what all these Nigerians say to me. And I say, absolutely. And here's why. You don't want somebody stealing your project, or later on, you never know, Spotify could get really big, or Rumble could get really big, or whatever gets really big, and you haven't dominated that, and somebody steals it and starts to impersonate you. And now you've got to pay someone to be able to get that name. Additionally, by having so much social media, when somebody types in the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, you're going to show up the first one, the second one, the third one, the fourth one, the fifth one, the sixth one, the seventh one.
I mean, imagine the Google searches.
Well,
the traffic from that.
Well, exactly, and that's like one of the most powerful phrases that you could dominate. I mean, it'd be like saying the greatest stock buy ever. Like if you only have,
or if they Google what's the greatest cryptocurrency, it's like it pops up.
Or it would be what's the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, and then your stuff is going to show up because
it just lists like exactly this unification paragraph. Beautifully written. Okay, thank you.
That's what it does, though. That's what AI is doing. So it has that little summary, and then when you look at the results, because you have so much social media in there, you'll dominate all of it. I'm telling you right now, if you type Rabbi Rothschild into a lot of things, I get random shit that shows up there of accounts that I haven't used in 2 years, 3 years. But because I have them, they dominate that, and it's really hard to rank for Rabbi Rothschild. There's a very famous rabbi from Atlanta who I'm having to beat out. It's basically he's like Judaism's Martin Luther King Jr. And I'm trying to beat out this motherfucker, and I do. And I dominate him on some of these different social media platforms. But you've got to understand that, like, I'm already going after.
I'm gonna be like, who the fuck is this guy?
Oh, he's dead. But yeah, exactly. I mean, you've got to understand that the greatest cryptocurrency ever, or of all time, the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, it's going to be really hard to rank for that. But so what I'm saying is, like, if you only have a Telegram and an X account and a website, that's 3 things. That's not that good. If you have 30 things, do you know what the odds are that you're going to dominate the top 10? If you have 30 really strong platforms on which you have some type of presence, it's like an excellent opportunity for you to dominate that 10-pack. And once you have that 10-pack, you're home free. If you don't have that 10-pack, though, then you're going to get competition in there, and you don't want that. So, like, you've got the winning strategy. So what would I do if I were you? I would create my link tree, and it would be either Goat Crypto, if I could get that, or The Goat Crypto, or whatever. I would use Name Checker. It's just type in Name Checker into Google, and you'll see it's one website that will tell you where your username is available on all the different platforms. So you don't have to go to YouTube individually and X individually. It'll check all of the top 50 different social media platforms and tell you if it's available. Now, it's not right on all of them. Some of them it'll say it's broken to it. It's an excellent website nevertheless.
When is your ebook coming out entitled The Nigerian Crypto Playbook?
Baby, we're writing it right now. I'm telling you, this is a vid.
AI will publish it. This will be taught in cryptocurrency schools across nations.
Oh, for sure, dog. I mean, look, it's with anything. Marketing is the most important thing that you can have for it. Marketing for a prostitute will get her more business than anybody. Marketing for a car will get it more buys than anything. Marketing for a shoe will get more purchases than anything. Marketing for a cryptocurrency will get more.
And what's especially difficult is marketing with a budget of virtually
zero.
But it also comes with the plus side because all of your growth is going to be organic.
That's exactly right.
Getting the ball rolling is going to be difficult.
That's exactly right.
Straight odds.
That's exactly right. But think about it. You're just out thinking the competition. And like think about your coin right now and Purge Coin and trying to convince people that that's the way to go, and how when people type in Purge Coin, getting that to be the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, like to get that to show up, it's basically an impossible task. But if you just take the name, you're going to show up there anyway. It's like basically like you're playing cryptocurrency marketing on hard with the name Purge Coin. Why not play on easy and be right next to the finish line? And with that name, you will be. And I'm telling you, if you get the if you get all of the link tree and connect all of them, I'll help you to pitch this coin if you want me to. For obviously for nothing, but I'm already in all these different spaces. And so I can say, hey, if you guys don't know about this project, it has the best name of any cryptocurrency I've ever heard of all time, the GOAT coin. If you haven't seen the dev in these spaces, you will. I want to make sure that you're aware of it. And people, everybody knows me in these spaces. They'll be like, oh, Rabbi's finally pitching a coin in here. I do pitch Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Inu, but not that much because it is such a long name that people sometimes cut me off right when I say it. They're like, dog, this is too much. Like you're talking about world peace and you're talking about streaming your life and you're talking about joining your Discord and now you're Harry Potter Obama. It's too much. But the greatest cryptocurrency of all time is very easy for me to slip in there. And even if I don't do that, you can just go in there and you have the name and you're going to have the social media. And when people type into Grok or type into ChatGPT or type into Leo or type into Gemini or type into Claude or any of the other social media, I should say AI engines, you're going to show up there as the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. It's.
Oh, is that why you register the like link tree to the AI profiles so that in the AI apps it'll be able to query your information?
Well, yes, that, and I don't want people to steal it from you as well. So when you create a Grok account, or I should say like a ChatGPT account, you have a username for that. And don't think that they're not eventually going to have their own platform like they have with Sora, where it has like a profile and like you have different pictures. Grok will have the same kind of features, or apologies, ChatGPT will have the same kind of features. So I'm telling people to basically get a head start on all of it.
Okay, makes sense.
Yes, it does. So the ball's in your court. It's the same strategy that I tell all these Nigerian guys who are starting coins, but I also tell this strategy to people in England. I had a guy, he's so nice. He's got this coin called the Britcoin. Shout out to Britcoin. He's from England, and he, yesterday or the day before, said, hey, I just want to make everybody in this space aware of Rabbi Rothschild. He gave me 2 hours of his time. He had so much alpha that he shared with me that my pen ran out of ink. I literally, when I speak with him, I need to get multiple pens. We spent 2 hours together in his Discord. He gave me so much alpha. If you haven't connected with him, you need to, because he will tell you all of the inside secrets to social media. He said, I've never known anybody who knows more about social media than Rabbi. If you haven't connected with him, you need to. And like, that's the highest praise that you can give me, is basically I just give you a little bit of my time, and now you're telling the world about the benefit that I've given you. And I'm saying to you that there are a lot of people out there who recognize the importance of the information that I'm giving you. For the last more than 2 months, all I've heard every single day is people pitching their projects, and I'm telling you everything that they do wrong, which is picking the wrong names and basically not having really good strategies for people to buy. And I want you to avoid all of that. And I also want you to dominate search engines and social media and AI and all of the other things. So what would I tell you?
No, do the profile picture with the circular text with the link tree link.
That's exactly what you need to do too. And that would be really good.
Do your Twitter spaces get uploaded after you publish them?
Yeah, they're all recorded going back for 330 days.
Got it. So this is recorded on Twitter Spaces?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, and all my other social media.
Nice.
Including YouTube and Rumble and everywhere else. But yeah, if you want, just you go to my Twitter space that you've seen, and just whatever, 10:55 on Friday, January 9th. Like, this would be like a 24-hour space. So whatever January 9th is, you go into it, and then you'll be able to hear, what we're talking about. And you can, frankly, it's probably easier to just listen to it on YouTube. It comes through really well on YouTube too. I'll tell you what, even better than that, if you go, my 2x dot account, the one that you followed the other day?
Yeah.
I've got a live video going right now on that account, and just go to the live video that I've got going right now, and you can get everything that we just said. Like, go to
on the 2x thought account.
Okay, so go to my 2x thought account.
Oh, what the hell? I got 16 followers.
Yeah, because you've been following people.
Yeah.
Go to my 2x thought account, Let me know when you're at my 2x Thought account.
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, scroll down my timeline just like the most recent thing I posted, not my pin post, but right under there, and you should see a live video going right now.
I believe so, yeah.
Click on it.
Okay.
And can you hear me talking? It might have like a little bit of a delay, but I'm saying I'm talking with Riser right now. We're talking about the greatest cryptocurrency of all time.
Hard to hear both.
Okay.
But yeah, I see it has the live thing there, so yeah.
Yeah, okay, so just if you want to hear everything that we had or that we discussed, it's right there. And then you. I mean, that's everything. Okay, but I'm telling you, I will be pissed off. I will. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
She just nudges the blinds with her nose.
Oh.
Yeah.
I will be pissed off at you.
Sorry.
You're good. I will be pissed off at you if you don't get all that social media, because that means that you don't want to have the best opportunity to rank number one when you Google the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. Like, that's how you do it. It seems like it's cheating.
I'll do it. No, I'm loyal to the soil, the alpha.
Excellent. And then, well, okay, so then there's a strategy more to it. Okay, so you do the circular name. We know that, but we'll work on that. Then you, like, don't put any description in or anything. You can do all that later, and we're going to unify it. And so it sounds really good. And we'll dissect it so that every fucking word is really good. And we'll know when you have like a 50-character limit, we'll have the 50 characters perfect, and we'll use the right emojis and everything that you need. And then we'll ensure that we're going to take, we're going to use Grok. I probably would use Grok because there's no watermark on it, but you could use Sora as well, and make 10 short videos about, it's just like an AI person saying, I would love to tell you about the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. Please check out our profile. We'd love to connect. We're available on Solana and any of your other favorite platforms. Let's connect, whatever it is. Just something short, 10-second videos. We create 10 of those so that when you type into Google Images, your brand is all over that for the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. And when you type into Google Videos, you dominate the top 10 videos or whatever, even more than that. We're going to put those on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Instagram, on TikTok, on Imager, and a couple other platforms as well, so that you're dominating all of that. Then what we're going to do is we're going to get your pitch down, and you need to have a 30-second pitch, a 60-second pitch, and about a 3-minute pitch. And your pitch is really not that complicated because the name sells it. You don't have to convince somebody that, hey, this is the merge coin because we're merging all the social media platforms and this is why this is good. Or purge because we're getting rid of all the bad ones. You don't have to even say that. This is the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, not only because it has the greatest name of all time, but because it has the greatest mission of all time, which is to unite all of the cryptocurrencies. If this sounds like a plan to you, connect with us. We're growing every day. We want you to take all your altcoins, transfer those into the greatest cryptocurrency of all time, and watch your wallet grow. And so we'll get those down, a 30-second, a 60-second, and a 3-minute. And then you've got to get a community. And so the way that you get a community is when you pitch, you ask people to join your Discord, join your X community. You need to create an X community, and then you have them join your Telegram. So Discord, Telegram, X community, and
what is it? X community? That's just like a feature on Twitter that is like a Telegram or something.
Yeah. Do you have a premium account or no?
I just paid you on $10. I don't know.
Exactly. Well, that's good. Now you can create an X community. So it's one of the benefits. Okay. So yeah, if you look on X, on the left side where the menu is, you'll see communities, and you'll see all these different communities, and all you want to do is ask people to join the community, and that's that's important because then when you go live, your when you go live, everybody in the community will get an alert about it, and that's a really good thing. And then it also allows you to basically have like group chats with people, and so when you go live or any kind of update that you have with your project, you can put it in there. But it's really important to keep people cohesive and make them feel like they're part of something. And it's really important as well. If you ever lose your X account for whatever reason, I know somebody lost their X account because somebody hacked them. I've known people to lose it because they got banned and then they got their account back. Whatever it is, you don't want to lose all of the connections that you made. So you make sure to connect with them in different platforms, across the internet as well. And you'll get people who join your Discord, and you'll get people who join your Telegram, and you'll get people who join your X community. And then you have a launch date. I don't know what you want your launch date to be. I know you're really excited to do this, and I would say you can do it once you have 100 people in your Discord, 100 people in your Telegram, and 100 people in your X community. Then you have like a solid base. Once you have that, then you launch, and let's say you could probably do that by like um, to space this out to create all the social media. It'll take you at least the weekend, and if you do it and then you come back in here. We'll work on your descriptions for everything. So we could probably have all this done by like maybe the 17th of January. Everything looking really good. You got your logo and everything, and then you probably could get 100 people in your Discord, your X space, or your X community, and your Telegram be end of January or early February, and you could probably, and then you want to pick a really good day to launch this. So, um, like there are some numerical days that work really well. Um, I mean, probably
The start of March Madness.
that could work. So a good date for this year would be June 6th, 2026, because it's 6/6/26. And you just have a bunch of buildup up until then. Now, I know you're like, well, that's way too far down the line. Nobody said you have to do this immediately. Why not build up the buzz beforehand? The more buzz that you have, the more people are going to be excited when you actually launch. But if that's too far in advance, then you could do whenever, whatever it is. But 6/6/26, that sticks out in people's heads. But again,
Yeah, no, fair point.
that might be too far in advance. But it just depends on how you feel with this. Now, are you going to do an NFT with this? Because you know what the name of the NFT is.
Greatest cryptocurrency of all time, NFT.
No,
Greatest NFT of all time.
it's the greatest NFT of all time.
Yeah, I mean, I think the NFT market is. I mean, we're not. I mean, I don't know if there's a way to unify the NFT market. Got people to burn their NFTs and doing our NFT, same concept.
Why would it be any different?
I mean, I just never thought about it. Is that even possible to burn the NFT? I mean, I guess you don't really. I guess you could sell it, but you still need like a buyer for it. So you're just passing the NFT to someone else.
Yeah, I mean, so you
It's not
basically
like,
you would basically be saying to people, sell those crappy NFTs that are worthless to you, and buy one of our NFTs to promote unification of NFTs. But it's not. It doesn't have the same effect because chances are your NFTs are going to be pretty expensive. I'm just throwing it out there. If you did 6/6/26, you've got enough time to get NFTs involved. If you want to do something by March Madness, then you're going to have to. Then you can't get NFTs involved. I would tell you that.
I mean, if you think the value of the NFT will actually work, I've heard a lot of people say that the NFT market is same issues lagging the regular cryptos. Way too many sheep, dog, cat NFTs, basically dragging the value of them all down.
Yeah, but
there's just way too many.
Here's what I've heard NFTs described as, and it's a perfect description. NFTs are basically your symbol of membership into a country club. And so that like legitimizes that you're gonna once you get NFTs, people will make your NFT their profile picture and it's free advertising for you. Like right now.
Right. I mean, it seems like a good thing to have on the roadmap, and you have to have things on the roadmap so people are like, oh, this project is continuously developing. You know, you just release everything. The market cap of the coin on day one isn't going to be super high. There's not going to. I mean, I guess you could argue that like people, loyal early people, get to buy the NFT cheaper or whatever. But I don't know. I think maybe one strategy is to just launch the coin, build up the market cap significant, and then once there's like a proven thing there in the crypto side of things, launch a NFT. But also potential one integration, because I was thinking about this, because I do have an NFT collection that I have brainstormed, but the thing that makes it different from all the other NFT collections is basically like the relationship between the NFT and the token, and also the fact that it's a multi-chain token and a multi-chain NFT, but essentially, and this can be integrated with the Purge coin, the NFT collection was called Lemming because Lemming is both an adorable, like, Arctic hamster, which I don't love animal coins, but lemmings at least are a unique animal. Not many people know what lemming is, but lemming also means, like, basically blindly following the herd.
Yeah, it's negative.
Which is what... yeah, but I mean, I don't, like, you can use it and spin it in a positive way. It's like, the joke is like, oh, become a lemming, like, blindly follow the herd to, like, $1 billion or whatever.
I don't love that.
And maybe it's not the greatest possible name ever, but I thought it was...
It
was a good double meaning of an animal and both blindly making a joke of the blindly following the herd.
It's the opposite of what you want. You want people who are like part of a wolf pack. Like that's positive. You get what I'm saying? Like lemming is like...
Yeah, but all my crypto names, very like Purge and Lemming, have like this level of irony to it.
Yeah, but only you get that. Again, if I have a classroom of first graders, do they want to be part of the lemmings, which is like an animal that like only half of people know what that is, and those that know what it is, it's negative, or the wolf pack, which is like strong and has like an alpha and a leader and like is dominant, like they're gonna be like, I want to be part of the dogs.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I don't know. The NFT is not basically the thing that makes the NFT special is not the name or the animal, because sure, everything has a name, but what no NFT has done today was this one. Do you know what a elastic supply is?
Elastic supply? Yeah. Well, but enlighten me to make sure I'm aware.
There's this coin, the first coin to do it. The name is escaping me right now, but essentially they created this like somewhat stable coin with a rebase mechanism. If you ever heard what a rebase mechanism is, basically there's like a target price that can be set to 1 to whatever amount of dollars you want to set to. Let's say $1, and so a normal cryptocurrency works where people buy. The more people buy it, the more the price goes up, right? But the way that an elastic supply works is instead of transferring that value into the price of the token, it transfers that value into the supply of the token. So instead of having one coin worth $2, you now have 2 coins worth $1. Instead of having one coin worth $10, you now have 10 coins worth $1. But there's advantages to that because the price of the coin stays stable, but just the circulating supply in your wallet is expanding and contracting depending on the amount of buyers and sellers to align with that target price. So in the context of this Lemming NFT collection, it was taking advantage of this elastic supply because part of the token is deeply integrated into the NFT. And what I mean by that, I stole this or copied this concept from this coin I got totally rugged on and lost like $400,000 because I gambled $20,000 on a meme coin, which was not smart. But it was this coin called Core, and there's this concept of permanently locking your liquidity. And to me, it made sense. I was like, okay, we're going to basically the coin will go up because we're having like extreme amounts of faith in it, and we're permanently locking this value away. Now, with the Core token, you could still, I'm not sure how it worked, but the concept of permanently locking liquidity was very interesting to me at the time. And so the concept of the NFT and how it integrates with the token was that you have the NFT and there's different tiers of how they can evolve. So you have the basic tier 1, like basic color background, no accessories or whatever. You have layer 2, the lemmings, Arctic hamsters have sunglasses and hats and magic wand, Hawaiian shirts. So you get a little more involved. And then layer 3, the NFTs, they're like totally dripped out. They have themes. There's like bowling theme, Egyptian theme, NASCAR themed, and so there's this hierarchy of tiers within the ecosystem. And in order to unlock each tier, the NFT requires tokens. And those tokens, in order to level up from the tier, are basically permanently locked into the NFT, which from a tokenomics standpoint is what's known as deflation, because you're taking away supply, you're permanently locking up. That means those tokens can't be traded. So, are you following so far?
I am. I get you invested. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you following?
I am.
Okay, so yeah, you want, so yeah, supply of the token is required that it gets locked up into the NFT in order to evolve it. The price of the token is stable at $1 because that means that the amount of, like, it's not going to be more expensive to evolve the NFT over time.
Okay.
And there's that symbiotic relationship of permanently locking the tokens in order to level up the NFT, but that doesn't mean that the NFT is now cannot be sold. And so a big problem with a lot of staking protocols is that they demand that you lock away value in order to be a part of the staking program. But
okay,
when you're staking and your value's locked, it's not liquid. You can't sell it.
Okay.
But with this, the value's locked away, but it's in an NFT, and that NFT is liquid and transferable. So you can extract value, and the NFTs earn rewards, and if you level it up to like the highest level or tier, then you get higher rewards. But the NFT is earning rewards from transaction fees that happen, and yeah, so potentially that whole idea could use purge tokens and take away purge supply and integrate with the NFT.
Okay. I would say that could work, but it's too long to explain to normies.
I mean, yeah, I mean,
Unless-
if you want to
Unless you had
be
like
part of something that like is different and novel and has a lot of tokenomic, like you don't need to necessarily like it could be distilled like in 3 or 4 sentences. I just took a very like long way to explain it. But,
okay, give it to me.
you know,
Give
lock
it to
tokens.
Give it to me in five
Okay.
5 sentences.
Okay, so you can lock tokens permanently into the NFTs and evolve them and level up and get more traits and rewards.
Okay, that's great. That sounds cool.
That's basically
Well,
basically it.
back to the idea. Do you launch an NFT? It's a terrible time to launch an NFT. But there are benefits of having an NFT. If I were you, I would consider launching an NFT, but I just know I'm going to be giving it away. But the reason why I'm giving it away is because I want people to make it their profile pictures, because I want to create a community. It's really important. If you can get somebody to make their profile picture your NFT, it shows a really strong community. It's free advertising for you. So basically, what I'm saying is this: you want your value to come into cryptocurrency. But if you launch an NFT at the same time and you give people the NFT through an airdrop or whatever, in exchange for them to be wearing it as a profile badge, it's going to be extremely valuable to you because you will have free advertising. Or you can say, look, we're doing a free airdrop, and in exchange, in order to get it, all you have to do is make your Twitter badge or your Twitter background. You know your the background when you go to someone's Twitter page at the top. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You just ask somebody to make that, and you come up with your own like artwork, but it would be like the greatest cryptocurrency of all time. Basically, you want to get your project on as many people's profiles as you can for free. And if that means you have to do an airdrop for them or you give them an NFT, then so what? If you create an NFT, you can, make it for free basically. And um, so you basically could say, I know that NFTs have no value right now or very little value. I'm going to not care if I have to give away all my NFTs. That's actually kind of the goal. The fact that it's in somebody's wallet is free advertising for my project. The fact that it's on somebody's profile picture is free advertising for my project. And I recognize that it doesn't have a lot of value, but I don't really care about that. It's the fact that I've got these people in my community, which is what you're trying to do, is build up your community. And
So just strictly from a marketing type of thing. I get it.
yeah, because you're not going to be making any money on it anyway, because NFTs don't really have value.
I mean, some of them do, but
yeah, but you don't want to compete with those.
That's a whole other debate.
You don't want to compete with those. Like, are you going to have a cryptocurrency project or are you going to have an NFT project? Which one? And yours is a cryptocurrency project. You want that to have value. So it's fine if you have an NFT project and you just give them away. You could always launch another NFT that's associated with the greatest NFT of all time or whatever. And it's just the premium version of that. And those ones are expensive, if you want to do that. It's however you want to do it. But what I'm saying to you is the goal is this. You want as many people to know about your project as possible, period. That's it. If you can get everybody, I can tell you right now on X Spaces and 70 days, which is not that long, you could get 3,000 followers on your project. And you could get, probably 300 people in your Discord, 300 people in your X community, and 300 people in your Telegram. That's a good enough foundation to be able to launch a coin. So you could say, like, you might do that by, let's say, like April 1st or something like that. That's another. I don't know if I would ever want to launch anything on April 1st because there's too much April Fool's Day bullshit that goes on there. So whatever, we'll say April 15th or whatever. And which might not be a bad day to do it because that's a tax day in the United States. You could associate it with, like, you're freeing yourself of traditional, but you still get taxed on crypto. So I don't know if that's a great idea either. If I were launching it, if I were you, I would launch it on June 6th, 2026, and then I would just, for the next 6 months, promote it. It's not even 6 months. It's basically shit together. And so you would have February, March, April, May to be able to get everybody to know about it. And that's what these other projects are doing. They are not doing the act first, ask questions later kind of a deal. They are ensuring that people know about their project. They're doing giveaways. Now, I'm not saying you do giveaways because you don't have the funds to be able to be doing a lot of it. Exactly. And that's what I would do. No. But you don't understand. You don't understand. Nobody gives a shit about that. All these places, this is what you do. And this is actually a really good idea that I hear people do all the time. They get into a space and they say, thank you so much for the opportunity to pitch my project to everyone. If it's okay, I'd like to give away an NFT as well to the first person who can comment on my pinned post what their favorite food is. That gets people to interact with your post, and then you just give the NFT to anybody, like whatever the person who won or whatever. You ask a trivia question or something like that. It's engagement. And then you're going to get somebody who DMs you their wallet, and you send them an NFT. It's a really great way to be able to advertise for yourself.
Right. Yeah. No, it's it is like a giveaway almost.
It is
like
a giveaway.
Airdrop, but
it is a giveaway. But you've got a winning formula here. I hear pitches all day long, and I'm going to tell you everything that they do wrong, which is they don't have a community, they don't have a really great name, and they don't know how to pitch, and they don't have the social media and the search engines and search engine optimization. You're going to have all that, and you're going to be able to pitch. And I understand there's some anxiety, but again, I teach people to pitch every single day. And what you'll do is you just write it down. All you have to do is read it. You don't have to do it off the top of your head. You're not on camera. No one's watching you. And that way it's consistent. I yelled somebody this morning in a space with 500 people say, we love when Rabbi comes in. His pitch is so clean. It's so to the point. I never have to worry about it going over time. It's the same every single time. Thank you so much for being here. You know what you're getting when Rabbi comes. I mean, that's what you want. You want the same consistent radio advertisement or television advertisement. You have to see one of those multiple times until it clicks in your head. But with yours, it's not going to take that long because you've got such a good name.
No, I agree. It is a goated name for sure.
No pun intended.
None whatsoever. Yeah, no, that's dope. One other thing I meant to mention to you, perhaps you could integrate this into your workflow. I mean, at your own caution, because I was watching some YouTube video yesterday, and it was on this guy that supposedly used AI in order to gain like millions of Twitter impressions, and it's a little bit of a gray area in my opinion towards terms of service. But I honestly he justified it, and I'd honestly justify it as well. That it's not. I would not consider it bot posting, but it does use AI, and basically you can have. I mean, I was testing this out yesterday. I have an application that will like run Twitter, and it can scan Twitter for certain subjects, and then queries an AI, and then will formulate a response. But it's not automatically posting. Obviously, you can train it on your writing style. It's basically like a Twitter bot, but it will say like pending tweets for you, and then you can read every single tweet before it goes out, make changes, and basically approve what your Twitter is going to say. And to me, it's not using bots. To me, this is a time-saving task, because who the fuck has like 10 hours a day to go sifting, researching, formulating replies and stuff? It's much easier to like automate that workflow and save you that time. Maybe I feel like you might have trepidations towards it.
I do, just because I've been nailed with that inauthentic account thing so many times. But if you're just looking for impressions, shout out to the people on Soul on Chain who taught me this one. So you now have a premium account. Your goal is to get 500 verified users, and because you want to get your account monetized, right? I mean, it's free money to you, correct?
I didn't really know that was even a thing until recently, but yeah.
Yeah, and they pay really well. Like, I know if you get like 30,000 followers, which I know is a lot, you get like $1,000 a month. But you're not going to be that high, but you'll get like $10 for a small account. It'll basically pay for itself, and then you'll start to grow. Okay, so the hard thing, or what I always thought was...
Where does the money come from, though? Because they're not selling things directly through Twitter.
All the money that people pay for premium goes into basically a big pot, and then they divvy it up. I believe it's twice a week, so it gets payouts regularly.
Oh, I thought it was for Elon to collect money.
Well, he does that too, because advertising wasn't paying out what he wanted. But there are a lot of people who are buying that blue check mark, and they're not getting the necessary. Like right now, you're paying for a blue check mark, but you're not getting any money back. But once you start to get in that tier where you get 5 million impressions over 90 days, and I believe it's 500 verified followers, that's when you become eligible to start getting payments back. And
isn't that a shitload of impressions?
Wait. You would think that it is. I said the same thing, but this group I'm in told me the easy way to do it. All you do is turn notifications on like bigger, like a celebrity or a bigger like crypto account, and then whenever they post anything, you go to it and you put a GIF. And because you're really early on, because you have a notification that it just was posted, your shit will be all the way at the top, and you'll get 1.5 million impressions over the course of 24 hours. It's really easy to do.
So it could be on a comment.
Oh, yeah. It's not your own shit. Yeah, that takes forever. If you're doing your own comment, you'll never get it. So you go to someone who already has a really big...
okay, that makes that makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. And so, like, I know a girl who all she does is at the beginning of every day, she takes a picture or posts a picture of herself. She's really attractive, but then at the end of the night, so in the morning she does a GM, and at night she does a GN, like at night, and every single day that gets her like 100,000 impressions, each one of those, and then she's got the amount of followers she needs, and then she makes like $1,000 every week from that. She makes like $4,000 or $5,000 a month just by doing that. And in your case, where you don't have maybe that look, you, not saying you're not a good looking dude, but nobody cares about dudes. You just go to a post like hers where it's GM or whatever, and you post a very commonly known whatever GIF, and you'll get all of her impressions that she's getting. You'll get like the residuals off of that, and each one you'll get 50,000 views on that stuff, and you have to get 5 million within 90 days. So it's not like you have to get them all in 1 month. And I thought the same thing you thought. Dude, 5 million impressions, I'll never get that. You'll never get that if you're just posting your shit. But if you go to one of Elon Musk's posts right when he posts it, and you put like a popular GIF in there that everybody knows, everybody upvotes your GIF because they know it, they like it, and you'll be in the top 30 different replies to him, and you'll get.
That's smart. Yeah.
You'll get two.
That's smart. You probably get. Do you get followers like that?
Yes, you do. Absolutely. 100%. So that gets you the 5 million impressions that you need. Because what I said to some, I didn't say this to someone, I've heard this and I've said it to myself. It would be so hard to get 5 million impressions. I could easily get 500 verified followers, and I already have 500 verified followers, which surprised me how quickly I was able to do it. There are a lot of guys in Nigeria with verified accounts because it's not $10 if you use the Nigerian App Store. It's like 30 cents if you use the Nigerian App Store to get the premium account. You know, they adjust it based on where your location is. So
can you do that with a VPN?
Yeah, you can.
Is it going to constrain me?
You can, but it's kind of a pain in the ass because you have to use the Nigerian App Store. So you'll have to change your default App Store to the Nigerian one, which can fuck with if you have any kind of like automatic payments that are coming out. It can fuck with that. So I wouldn't recommend it.
I just use like a prepaid Visa on like some burner device. Would it work?
Yeah, that would work. So long as you
like
could.
on my computer, will it work?
You have an Apple computer?
I have a burner. No, it's like an old XP computer.
No,
I have an old iPhone though. I have an old iPhone.
So you could use your old iPhone, and you make your old iPhone store the Nigerian App Store, and then you.
How the fuck do you do?
It's in the settings. It's in the settings. Yours
really?
Yours is defaulted to wherever your location is. So yours is Canada, mine's the United States. But you would just change it to the Nigerian App Store. I mean, you can see. Do you know how to check where anybody's location is on X? They started this feature like last month. If you click on the area that says like when they join Twitter, this box pulls up and it says where the location is, and then it also says what kind of device they're using, and what app store they're using. And they said they did this because they wanted to prevent.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah.
Rabbi, Rothschild, California, US. Oh, I know. Is that? No, it says location. Get directions.
No.
How is that safe for anyone?
No. I know what you're saying. No, go to my account. Do you see where it says join, like February 2025?
Yeah. Okay. I have to click that.
Click that.
Oh, yeah, so based in North America.
Okay.
Will I have to change my IP address for the Nigerian App Store to process my payment?
You might just use a VPN.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
But, so then, can I buy the expensiver like $50 plan for like $5?
I don't know how much it is, so don't quote me on like it's 30 cents, but it's less. And if you're gonna do that, then buy the gold check mark.
Yeah, like the next level up of like the 30-cent one.
No, 2 more up, like the best one.
Wouldn't that still be like $38 or something?
Yeah, probably would be, but that's where you get to make your profile picture a square, and there are all kinds of like you can read the different things on it, but advantages or whatever. But
Wait, so there is a loophole. I just need to send my phone to Nigerian, and then I get a huge discount. And they're not going to flag me at all.
likely.
But my other account is posting from a Canadian VPN.
Yeah, they just care that you're making the payments on it. I mean, if you look in these spaces, how are all these Nigerian guys with blue check marks? You know how much $10 is in Nigeria? That's like
Yeah, but they actually are living in Nigeria.
They are living in Nigeria, yeah. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't use the Nigerian app. See, here's the thing, though. Nobody's going to trust your fucking account when you're like, I'm in North America, and you sound like you're in North America, but then they click on your thing and it says Nigerian App Store. Do you get what I'm saying?
I mean, I didn't. It seems like I guess
nobody's going to trust a Nigerian project. Is what I'm saying to you.
Right. Yeah.
So it's.
I guess
just you're fine.
I mean, it's strictly for promotional stuff, or for the account.
Well, people will click on that.
I don't know how I can prove that I'm not. Wouldn't my VPN? I mean, like, my other computer is connected to a non-Nigerian VPN. So how do I know if it'll come up with Canada or?
So it will eventually. I think it takes 2 to 3 weeks. It said in articles it takes 2 to 3 weeks. If you're like on vacation or something, it'll show you in different areas. But then after 2 to 3 weeks, it'll go back to wherever your current location is. Because there were people who were complaining like, hey, I'm in Australia and I traveled to Thailand and it's saying that I'm connected via Thailand, but I don't live in Thailand. I was just there for vacation. And then 2 to 3 weeks went by and it went back to Australia once they were back in that area. But that's not that big of a deal. I think it's more trustable to have a North American app store or a European app store than Nigeria. Nigeria's a red flag. And even like I know a really big project. This project is huge. It's got billions of dollars in it, and it's the Pakistani app store. And it raises all kinds of red flags to people like, is this legitimate? Because Pakistan has a lot of fraud that happens there. And it's made me think like, if these people only knew when they started their account that like, and it's an American project, but they just had somebody in Pakistan create the account originally, and it's kind of tainted their account a little bit. Okay, but back to the monetization thing. That shouldn't be your goal, but what I'm telling you is that it's going to be relatively easy for you, relatively. If you're in these spaces, I can tell you in your first month, you'll get 500 verified followers. And I will tell you, your first month, if you do it the way that I did it, you'll get 2,000 people following you. And the next month, 1,000 people following you. And basically each month from there, about 1,000 people will follow you. You'll run out of people eventually.